Invincible style, starting flow, sign-in, supernatural abilities, system, multiple female leads, urban setting. Yi Fan acquires a daily sign-in system, and his first sign-in unexpectedly makes him the son of a billionaire. Is a beauty score of 93 not enough? The sign-in reward grants him stunning looks and an extraordinary presence, skyrocketing his attractiveness and charm. A female CEO thinks he's so handsome that she offers to support him with 3 apartments in Magic City. Sorry, I already own a building in Magic City. Yi Fan shrugged, indicating that there's no going back. With this daily sign-in system, he no longer qualifies to be an ordinary person. Chapter 1: My Rich Dad. Are we really breaking up? Yi Fan looked at the girl in front of him, who had a great figure and a score of at least 80 in looks. She was wearing white stockings on her legs, a white sweatshirt, and a checkered skirt, exuding a strong sense of youth. Although he had only been in this world for less than a month, he had experienced an extraordinary and wonderful time with this girl. It could be said that this beautiful girl had successfully guided him from innocence to maturity. Hearing the news of the breakup, he couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Moreover, after spending so much time together, they had developed some feelings for each other. Next semester will be our senior year, and I think we should be more mature, she said. Yesterday, a rich guy gave me $1 million worth of gifts in my live stream. Do you have that? That's $1 million. Even if we split it 50-50, I'd still have 500,000. Plus, that rich guy said he would support me and give me 500,000 a month for living expenses. Yi Fan looked at the girl in front of him, took a deep breath, and said, "Bai Shui, after all this time, do you really think our feelings aren't worth 500,000? Bai Shui curled her lips, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Feelings? It's just mutual exploitation. We're both about to enter society, and you still have such naive thoughts. Yes, I was the one who pursued you back then, which may have led you to mistakenly think I really like you. But at that time, it was just my vanity that made me aggressively pursue the campus heartthrob, just to enjoy the envious looks from other girls. But now, as we're about to step into society, my heart is no longer satisfied with that. I want a broader pasture, one where I won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. You can't provide that. You're just a poor student who came out of an orphanage, working part-time while studying. You probably won't even have money to buy me a bag in the future. However, I still want to thank you for giving me such a wonderful youth. It's unlikely that I'll meet a man as strong as you, both inside and out, again in the future." At that moment, a BMW X7 stopped beside Bai Shui and Yi Fan. The door opened, and a fat man adorned in gold and silver got out from the back seat, accompanied by 2 bodyguards in black suits. As soon as Bai Shui saw the fat man, her eyes lit up, and she affectionately approached him. "Brother Hu, you're finally here. I missed you so much." Then she turned to Yi Fan and said, "This is my new boyfriend. Don't bother me anymore." Seeing Bai Shui happily leaning against the fat man, Yi Fan's lips trembled slightly, and he ultimately just said 2 words, "Goodbye." He didn't want to see this woman again, not even for half a second. "Wait a minute." The fat man spoke from behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, is he trying to show off? However, he continued walking without stopping. "I told you to wait a minute." Quickly, bodyguards stop him. Yi Fan saw that he was blocked by 2 tall, muscular bodyguards in black suits. He couldn't help but take out his phone and turn to the fat man, saying, "You want to hit me? Let me tell you, my phone has a 1-click emergency call feature, and there are cameras around." Unexpectedly, the fat man smiled and waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to hit you." "Oh, then what do you want?" Yi Fan frowned slightly. "Please remove the 2 words before and after," the fat man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was stunned for several seconds, unable to react. Once he came to his senses, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, wanting to vomit. Bai Shui, who was leaning against the fat man, opened her mouth in surprise, not expecting this fat man to have such a twisted sense of humor. The fat man continued, "I think you look good. As long as you're willing to follow me and wear women's clothing, I'll give you 500,000 a month for living expenses. How about that?" Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Dream on. This was simply too much. Then not wearing women's clothing is fine too. The fat man thought Yi Fan was unwilling to wear women's clothing. Yi Fan didn't want to look at the fat man's disgusting face anymore. He turned around and said to the 2 bodyguards, "Get lost." Seeing himself being ignored, the fat man became a bit angry. "Don't be ungrateful." Confirming host identity, daily sign-in system binding successful. A cold electronic synthesized voice appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Daily sign-in system? I must have hit the jackpot. As an ordinary person who occasionally reads online novels in his spare time, Yi Fan naturally knew what a system was. It seemed that he was about to soar to success. A light screen appeared in his retina. Name: Yi Fan. Age: 21. Height: 185 cm. Appearance: 93 items. None. Skills: none. Host: please confirm whether to sign in. Such a good opportunity. How could Yi Fan possibly miss it? He silently thought. Sign in. Sign in successful. As this is the first sign in, the reward is multiplied by 99. Sign in reward: the identity of the son of a rich man. Son of a rich man? Why is there no change in me at all? Is this system reliable? Skyrocketing. Yi Fan heard the sound of brakes, and before he could react, several more braking sounds followed. He turned his head to look beside him. 3 cars were parked by the roadside, with a Rolls-Royce Phantom leading the way, and the other 2 were BMWs. From the 2 BMWs, 6 muscular men in black suits got out, giving a strong visual impact. This sudden scene not only stunned Yi Fan, but also left the others in shock. Yi Fan was just an ordinary person. How could he have seen such a scene before? Although the fat man Wang, who was a boss, those 6 men were far more imposing than his 2 bodyguards. Their fierce and calm gazes indicated that they were not ordinary bodyguards. One of the suited men opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce, and a man in his 40s stepped out. This man had a dignified appearance and an imposing demeanor, clearly a high-ranking figure. Yi Tianhong, the fattest man in the crowd, exclaimed. As a businessman, how could he not know this big shot? He was the richest man in Huaxia. The Tianhong group he founded is involved in multiple fields. Even an ordinary person couldn't possibly not recognize him. At this moment, Yi Fan also realized this person is actually Yi Tianhong. He had thought this man looked somewhat familiar. It turned out he was the richest man in Huaxia, Yi Tianhong. Yi Tianhong scanned the crowd with authority and then looked at Yi Fan, his eyes revealing excitement. His lips trembled slightly as he incredulously said, "Are you Yi Fan?" "Yes." Yi Fan felt somewhat baffled. How could a big shot of this level know his name? Then he thought the system. Wasn't he just rewarded with the identity of the son of a rich man during the sign-in? Could it be? Yi Fan found it hard to believe that the system was this powerful. Yi Tianhong was overjoyed and with tears in his eyes said, "Son, I've finally found you." Bai Shui, who was leaning against the fat man, looked shocked. So, what exactly is going on here? What did she miss? Could a gold digger like her not know who Yi Tianhong was? Could she not recognize what the richest man looked like? For Yi Tianhong to personally come and acknowledge his son, it absolutely couldn't be a show. Her legs trembled, and her heart was filled with regret. The fat man and the 2 bodyguards also looked incredulous. What the hell is going on here? Can someone tell me? This kid is actually the son of the richest man. Yi Tianhong stepped forward and placed his hands on Yi Fan's shoulders. With a sincere expression, he said, "Son, I believe you must find it hard to accept right now, but please believe that I am truly your father." Chapter 2. Fury. As for the specifics, I'll tell you later. After Yi Tianhong finished speaking, his sharp gaze swept over the 2 bodyguards brought by the fat man. He said coldly, "It seems you were just going to bully my son?" At this moment, the fat man had lost all his arrogance, swallowed hard, and without any reluctance. Pushed by Shui Wei. Then he showed a fawning smile towards Yi Tianhong and said, "Master Hong, it's a misunderstanding. How could I dare to bully your son?" The biggest client of his company was Tianhong Group, and if he offended the chairman of Tianhong Group, his company would suffer heavy losses. "Oh." Yi Tianhong looked at Yi Fan. "He really didn't bully you?" The fat man quickly interjected, "Young Master Yi, you must speak the truth. I didn't even touch a hair on you." Yi Fan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "He indeed didn't hurt me." The fat man showed a look of joy. "However, he just said to me that if I didn't drink his toast, he would prepare to hit me." The fat man hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I just said that out of anger. Hitting people is against the law. How could I, Wang Hu, do something illegal?" Yi Fan snorted coldly. "I don't care whether you intended to hit me or not, but you actually dared to insult my character. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. I, Yi Fan, have indeed suffered a lot since I was young, but I have never felt as disgusted as I do today." The fat man thought it was bad and hurriedly explained, "I just thought that young Master Yi is too handsome, and since he was dressed so simply, I mentioned wanting to support him. But I definitely didn't insult him or touch a hair on him. I just wanted to help him improve his life. Improve his life? Upon hearing the fat man's words, Yi Fan almost laughed in anger. If I had known he was your son, I wouldn't have said such things. Yi Tianhong, upon hearing this, looked at Yi Fan's angry expression, furrowed his brows, his eyes carrying a cold glint, and without warning, he kicked out. Ouch! The wealthy fat man fell to the ground, screaming. Yi Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Yi Tianhong, nearly 50 years old, would still have such a strong physique. The fat man weighed at least 300 pounds, yet Yi Tianhong kicked him down without any effort. The 2 bodyguards that the fat man brought wanted to react, but were immediately stopped by 6 bodyguards. The fat man waved his hand, signaling his bodyguards not to act rashly. After all, the other side not only had a high status, but also had many people with them. If a fight broke out, it would be a thankless task. Moreover, even if they did manage to beat Yi Tianhong, that big shot could crush him with money in the end. Yi Tianhong was still fuming, his face filled with anger. You fat pig dare to mention supporting my son? Do you even take a look at yourself in the mirror? What are you? At this moment, Bai Shui ran over, tearfully saying, Yi Fan, it's all Tiger Guo Wang who threatened me. That is why I broke up with you. My feelings for you are as bright as the sun and moon. What I just said was intentional. I didn't want you to offend Wang Hu. He used to be a thug with some unsavory people under him. I was worried you would get hurt. So I said that. You have to believe me. Yi Tianhong placed a hand on Yi Fan's shoulder and said, Dad, doesn't he understand the situation? This kind of thing needs you to decide for yourself. Dad respects your decision. Yi Fan took a step back, avoiding the hand Bai Shui reached out, and coldly said, Bai Shui, I was blind before, but I have seen clearly now. We can never be together. Yi Tianhong laughed heartily and pulled Yi Fan into the car. Before leaving, as if he thought of something, he said to the person sitting in the driver's seat, Ah Chung, check what business this Wang Hu is in. If there is any cooperation with our group, cancel it directly. Wang Hu, who was being helped up by 2 bodyguards, felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this, and quickly said, Master Hong, no, if the cooperation is terminated, my company will suffer heavy losses. When Wang Hu cooperated with Tianhong Group, he was overjoyed and did not set any penalty for breach of contract. In his view, how could such a giant like Tianhong Group breach the contract? After all, in business, the larger the enterprise, the more it values integrity. Breaching the contract could only mean his company was at fault. Therefore, once Tianhong Group terminated the cooperation, Wang Hu would not only get nothing, but would also face serious cash flow issues due to unsold building materials in the warehouse, leading to significant losses. Yi Tianhong didn't answer him and simply had Chung drive away, completely ignoring the regretful Bai Shui and the unwilling Wang Hu. Inside the car, Yi Tianhong looked at Yi Fan with a smile, his tone gentle as he said, Indeed, you are my son. The more I look at you, the more you resemble me, the more handsome you become. You have perfectly inherited my genes. Yi Fan still felt somewhat dreamlike and asked in confusion, How are you so sure I'm your son? Yi Tianhong's eyes became sad, and he said with a face full of guilt, Sigh, it's all my fault. It's my fault that when I was resting in the yard, I accidentally fell asleep. Even if I fell asleep, I should have locked the door. But when I woke up, you were gone. Back then, Modu wasn't as developed as it is now, and there were hardly any surveillance cameras. I didn't know how to find you. I could only report to the police and hire people to search, but it was of no use. The yard? Yi Fan asked in confusion. In rural areas, generally, everyone knows each other. How could someone get lost so easily? Rural? Yi Tianhong sighed. It's not rural. It's in the city of Modu. Damn. Didn't the internet say that Yi Tianhong started from scratch? At that time, having a house with a yard in Modu was not easy, right? Starting from scratch? Huh, what a joke. Yi Tianhong continued. At that time, I vowed to find you. Xiao Fan. I thought that the reason I couldn't find you was that my resources were insufficient and I didn't have enough manpower. So I searched for you while starting my business. Yi Fan's lips twitched. So you owe your current success to me. Yi Tianhong said later, I invested in building hospitals and collecting blood bank samples nationwide. Finally, today I found you. Yi Tianhong's old face was tearful, completely devoid of his usual authority. Wiping his tears, he continued, In my life, aside from letting you down, I also let your mother down. Your mother cried every day after you went missing, consumed by worry and died shortly after giving birth to your sister. Yi Fan was surprised. I have a sister? Why hasn't this been reported in the news? Yi Tianhong wiped his tears with a tissue and said, you not only have a younger sister who is 2 years younger than you, but you also have an older sister who is 4 years older. And you have a grandfather living in the countryside. Your grandfather is a famous calligraphy master and the vice president of the National Calligraphy Association. After I lost you, your grandfather was very angry and cut off contact with me in a fit of rage. However, your grandfather is just stubborn. When I proposed to start a business, he said he wouldn't have anything to do with me, but he still secretly sent me $1 million. In 2 weeks, it will be your grandfather's 65th birthday. I will take you to your grandfather's place to give him a big surprise. By the way, son, since you are now called Yi Fan, it must be because the person who adopted you from the orphanage saw the jade pendant on your chest. The front side reads Yi, and the back side reads Fan. I wonder if that jade pendant is still with you? That is the family heirloom of the Yi family, but it's okay if it's lost. Having the person back is more important than anything. What a coincidence. How does Yi Tianhong know the origin of my name? He even knows about the jade pendant. Yi Fan took off the jade pendant hanging around his neck, feeling somewhat incredulous. This jade pendant is actually a family heirloom? I had it appraised before, and it turned out to be just a piece of mixed jade, not worth anything at all. How could something so worthless be the Yi family's heirloom? Yi Tianhong took the pendant and gently stroked it with his fingers, explaining, your grandfather said that the name engraved on this jade pendant is that of our Yi family's ancestor. Although it is a piece of mixed jade, it represents a kind of family belief. By the way, I remember you have a blue birthmark on the sole of your left foot. I wonder if it's still there. Could you show it to me? Yi Fan was even more confused. What a coincidence, he really does have that birthmark. He perfectly inherited all these coincidences. However, he still didn't know whether it was truly a coincidence. He didn't even know if this identity was fabricated by the system or if it was originally like this. Yi Fan took off his shoes and socks and raised his left foot for Yi Tianhong to see. Yes, that's the birthmark. Chapter 3 Reasons, Yi Tianhong said again. You were only 1 year old when you went missing. Your elder sister was in kindergarten at that time. Otherwise, she could have reminded me. And this tragedy might not have happened. By the way, son, let me introduce our family situation to you. You should know about Tianhong Group, right? It was founded by your dad and involves many fields such as real estate, healthcare, fashion, food, internet, and investment. The money earned is enough for you to spend freely. Dad will never let you suffer again. Your elder sister is named Yi Yayan. She is 25 years old this year. After graduating from university, she has been helping out at the company, and I have appointed her as the CEO of Xingyu Entertainment, which is a subsidiary of Tianhong Group. Xingyu Entertainment? Yi Fan was secretly amazed. He didn't expect Xingyu Entertainment to also be part of Tianhong Group, although Xingyu Entertainment was only established a few years ago. With such a giant backing it, it's no wonder it developed so quickly. Xingyu Entertainment may have only emerged in recent years, but it has launched many popular artists, such as the hottest actress this year, Song Zian, who is from Xingyu Entertainment. Your younger sister is named Yi Shirling. She is 19 years old and currently studying at Fudan University in Modu in her freshman year, and next semester she will be a sophomore. It's quite a coincidence that you both attend the same university. Yi Fan is also a student at Fudan University. However, your younger sister does not have grades as good as yours. Dad has seen your records and knows you receive scholarships every year. As Yi Tianhong spoke here, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. What parent does not hope for their children to excel? Your younger sister is not just a student. She's also a game streamer, but I don't allow her to show her face. According to the person in charge of Shark Live, your younger sister's gaming skills are quite poor. Ha ha ha. However, despite her poor skills, she has a lovely voice, so her streaming performance is quite good. Yi Fan reminded, the information on the internet is quite mixed. My ex-girlfriend broke up with me after being gifted $1 million by a wealthy viewer. Although my sister may not care much about money, she still needs to be careful of those with ulterior motives. Yi Tianhong was taken aback and then laughed heartily, looking very pleased. Son, I'm very happy that you can think of your family so quickly. However, you don't need to worry too much. Your elder sister and younger sister have pretty good personalities. They are easy to get along with. If they dare to target you, I'll let them know what the Yi family law is. Before long, the car passed the security at the gate and stopped in front of a luxurious villa. The yard of this villa is large, surrounded by walls, and there are many exquisite murals on the walls, making it pleasing to the eye. There are rockeries, fish ponds, and a swimming pool in the yard. Below, there is a door leading to the underground garage. Yi Tianhong waved his hand, signaling them to drive the car into the underground garage. Then he smiled at Yi Fan and said, "Our yard is over 1,000 square meters, and the house is 500 to 600 square meters. There are 2 swimming pools, one in the yard, which you see now, and another on the 5th floor." Yi Fan was a bit dazed listening to him. Growing up in an orphanage, he had never had the opportunity to enter such a luxurious villa. The garage is accessed from over there, and there are 10 luxury cars inside. Just find butler A. Chung if you want to drive one, or you can go to my study to get the keys. Usually, the spare keys are hung on the wall in my study. Of course, you need to have a driver's license first. Then there's the house where we live. The 1st floor has a living room, study, kitchen, and 2 maids' rooms. The 2nd floor also has a living room and several bedrooms. I sleep on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor is where your elder sister and younger sister live, and there are a few empty rooms. You can live on the 3rd floor in the future and build a relationship with them. The 4th floor has a recreational lounge, home theater, gym, and library. The 5th floor has a garden and swimming pool. The view there is quite nice. Listening to Yi Tianhong's introduction, Yi Fan was once again shocked. This is what luxury means. This signing-in system is really amazing. Breaking voice, such a fortunate event fell from the sky, and I managed to pick it up. I don't know what kind of fortune I have accumulated over several lifetimes. At least I must be a good person for 9 lifetimes. Yi Fan followed Yi Tianhong into the villa. From now on, this will be your home, Yi Tianhong said with a hint of redness in his eyes, feeling somewhat emotional. By the way, today is Sunday. Your sister Shirling should be at home, probably live streaming games in the recreational lounge. However, let's not worry about her for now. I'll take you to the 2nd floor living room to see your mother's photo. If your mother knew that I finally found you, she would definitely be very happy. I even feel that your mother is watching over us from above, blessing us, which is why I was able to find you." Thinking of his deceased wife, Yi Tianhong could not stop the tears from falling. What man does not shed tears? It's just that he hasn't reached the point of sorrow yet. Yi Fan could see that Yi Tianhong's love for his wife was very genuine, as there was no need to act for his sake. Yi Fan glanced around and then took a few pieces of paper from the coffee table, handing them to Yi Tianhong. Yi Tianhong took the tissue with a look of satisfaction, seeming to appreciate that his son was quite thoughtful. "Let's go to the 2nd floor to meet your mother and burn some incense for her to fulfill her wish." Yi Fan was also somewhat moved at this moment, feeling emotionally low as he followed behind him. The villa had an elevator, but Yi Tianhong led Yi Fan up the stairs. This once again made Yi Fan feel Yi Tianhong's love and longing for his wife. The 2nd floor living room was about 1/3 smaller than the 1st floor living room, but still appeared spacious. Yi Fan did not see a TV in the 2nd floor living room. Instead, where the TV should be, there was a table. On the table was a wooden shrine and a bronze incense burner. Inside the shrine was a black and white photo wrapped in a frame. Yi Fan understood in his heart that this must be his mother. He heard Yi Tianhong introduce, "This is your mother, Chu Shiro." After Yi Tianhong finished inserting the incense, Yi Fan also lit the incense and respectfully bowed 3 times to Chu Shiro. He was increasingly convinced that this was indeed his biological mother, and that Yi Tianhong was his biological father. He felt that the daily signing-in system might just have coincidentally let the other party know where he was and found him. However, if he had the chance, Yi Fan still wanted to secretly get some hair from Yi Tianhong or his elder sister and younger sister to go to the hospital for a DNA test. If it turned out to be false, he should clarify the truth and return to his original life. No, he couldn't go back. With this daily signing-in system, I no longer have the qualification to be an ordinary person. Chapter 4: Meeting my little sister after paying tribute to Chu Shiro. Yi Tianhong picked up his phone and called his youngest daughter, Yi Shirling. After confirming that Yi Shirling was indeed in the entertainment lounge, Yi Tianhong led Yi Fan into the elevator and headed to the 4th floor of the villa. Upon opening the door, Yi Tianhong called out to Yi Shirling, "Shirling, hurry up and come out. Dad has something important to tell you." Wearing headphones, Yi Shirling heard him, but did not get up. She casually replied, "Dad, wait a moment. I'm about to win a chicken dinner. Just a second." Her voice was melodious like a warbler's song, and as clear as a mountain spring, giving off an ethereal feeling. No wonder Yi Tianhong said her voice was pleasant. Yi Tianhong's tone turned stern. "I told you to come out right now. Hurry up." Yi Shirling had never seen her dad so angry and was startled. She dared not continue playing, pouting her lips, and walked over feeling quite wronged. Yi Shirling was relatively tall among girls, and Yi Fan estimated she was between 1.6 to 1.7 meters. With an oval face, fair and delicate skin, she surprisingly wasn't wearing any makeup, which was quite a miracle among girls. However, this unadorned face truly amazed Yi Fan, who had seen many beauties. But as soon as Yi Shirling stepped out, she spotted the person behind her dad. Her mouth slightly agape. She asked in disbelief, "Yi Fan, why are you at my house?" Yi Tianhong frowned and coldly said, "Shirling, how can you call Yi Fan by his name? You should call him brother from now on." "Brother?" Yi Shirling exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, let me introduce you. Yi Fan is your long-lost brother, who was unfortunate enough to be lost since childhood. Fortunately, he wasn't sold by human traffickers, but was adopted into an orphanage. Over the years, I compared samples from blood banks across the country, and finally, today, I found your brother. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. However, looking at your expression, it seems you know your brother, which is good. You should get along well with him. He hasn't had it easy, growing up without the company of parents and suffering who knows how much over these years. After the college entrance examination, if your brother hadn't received a scholarship, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford college at all. Compared to him, you and your sister are truly fortunate. Not only do you have no worries about food and clothing, but you also live a life of luxury without having to be confused or troubled about the future." After speaking, Yi Tianhong turned to Yi Fan and said, "Son, I know you're still not used to this. It's indeed difficult for anyone to suddenly encounter a bunch of relatives, but I will give you plenty of time to adapt." Yi Tianhong patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, his expression complex. "I hope you can call me Dad soon." Then, Yi Tianhong went downstairs, giving the two a space to get to know each other and adapt to one another. Once Yi Tianhong left, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. One was meeting a sister for the first time, while the other was meeting a brother for the first time. Both were unsure what to say. Yi Fan, being a few years older than Yi Shirling, scratched the back of his head, trying to break the dull and awkward silence. With a smile, he said, "Shirling, right? I heard from your dad that you were in the same school as me. What a coincidence. I really didn't expect you to know me, though. But why don't I remember meeting such a beautiful junior like you? My memory isn't bad, but I shouldn't forget someone as gorgeous as you." Hearing Yi Fan's gentle voice, Yi Shirling's face turned slightly red. In an awkward tone, she replied, "But you're the most famous hunk in our school. How can I not know you? Even my few close friends occasionally mention you." Thinking about what her friend said about Yi Fan, Yi Shirling's face reddened even more. And such secrets among girls were naturally not something she could share. Besides, we're not in the same department. You're in the South Campus's foreign language department, while I'm in the North Campus's broadcasting department. How could you possibly see me? Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. Yi Shirling, from the North Campus, actually knew which department he was in. However, it wasn't a good thing to ask, similar to how boys would privately discuss certain goddesses. To avoid the atmosphere returning to awkwardness, Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be in the broadcasting department. No wonder your dad mentioned that while you're good at gaming, your lovely voice attracts countless fans." Yi Shirling lightly bit her pink lip, her voice becoming more relaxed. "Don't defend my dad. No, our dad. He must be enjoying the fact that I'm not very skilled." The scene she once fantasized about, calling Yi Fan our dad, had appeared, but the meaning of our dad was completely different. Oh heavens, why are you so cruel? Making my former idol be my real brother? My youth hasn't even started, and I have to face this harsh reality. But I'm not live streaming for money. It's just a hobby, so being unskilled isn't a big deal. And I don't believe that after playing for a while, I'll still be this unskilled. Yi Fan admired her determination and perseverance. This reminded him of himself. Oh no, my game is still hanging there, and the circle is about to shrink. Yi Fan exclaimed it. "If you don't mind, Shirling, can I come in?" Seeing that Yi Fan didn't show any displeasure, she directly pulled him into the entertainment room. Yi Sherling quickly sat in the computer chair and then looked at the computer screen. Upon seeing what was on the screen, she exclaimed, "The Circle of Destiny. I can't believe it's the Circle of Destiny. I'm so lucky this time. Not only is no one attacking me, but I've also stepped into the Circle of Destiny." Yi Fan looked over. Although he had never played this game, he had seen some of his roommates in the dorm playing it since it was currently the hottest game. As for why Yi Fan didn't he play? Of course, he didn't have the money. Even the most basic gaming computer cost $3,000 to $4,000. Not to mention the gaming account, monitor, keyboard, mouse, and headphones. Although he earned decent money from part-time delivery work due to his good looks, it was still just enough for a student. But don't forget, he had a girlfriend back then. Plus, he also sent money to the orphanage every month, leaving him with no extra cash. Even if he had some left over, he wouldn't want to spend it. Having been exposed to this environment, it was natural for him to understand the Circle of Destiny. However, heaven didn't let Yi Sherling be happy for long. Chapter 5. Yi Sherling's luck. Just as Yi Sherling excitedly pressed the crouch key to make her character go from lying down to squatting, the sound of a grenade exploding rang out. Then, the screen dimmed. It displayed, "Killed 1, 9th place. What is going on? Are you kidding me? This is just so unlucky." Yi Sherling lamented in pain, skillfully pressed the exit button, and then opened the live stream screen. At this moment, Yi Fan saw Yi Sherling's streamer name, Chubby Yingbao. He took another careful look at Yi Sherling. Her face wasn't even chubby, and her figure was well-maintained, curvy, obviously not related to being fat. However, that username was quite cute. In a live stream room, rows of bullet comments rushed by, and various gifs came pouring in. 666. My Yingbao's exit speed is getting faster and faster. This hand speed is even smoother than my 20 years of being single. Streamer, don't lie to us. You must be here to experience the fun of parachuting. I criticize other streamers for using hacks, but for you, I just want to say, please hurry up and buy a hack. At least let yourself have some gaming experience. I second that. Please hurry up and buy a hack, otherwise. I'm really worried you won't be able to continue streaming one day. Did I feel that the streamer was lying down for so long because she was leaving? Haha, the truth is out. We just don't say it. Everyone knows that with Yingbao's patience, it's impossible for her to lie down for so long. Sorry, I shouldn't have revealed the truth. I hope the streamer hasn't lost confidence. Yi Fan looked at the bullet comments and sighed. Sherling, your live stream room is quite harmonious. I haven't seen any haters, just people joking with you in the comments. Yi Fan thought that since Yi Sherling was wearing headphones, the sound should not reach the live stream room. But he didn't expect that. Because they were sitting so close, the sound was still transmitted into the live stream. Wow, Yingbao, you actually have a man hidden at home. From the sound, it's definitely not your dad, confess. Wow, this guy's voice is so nice. Hurry up and introduce him. No, I don't believe Yingbao. You have a boyfriend now. Hurry up and explain. Although you are a woman I can never have, I still don't want you to be with someone else. Yi Sherling and Yi Fan exchanged glances. Yi Fan touched his nose and said apologetically, Sorry, I interrupted your live stream. Yi Sherling smiled slightly. It's okay. It's no problem. Facing her former idol, she was too happy to be angry. Then she addressed the live stream room. The one who just spoke is my brother. And let me tell you a secret. My brother is ridiculously handsome. He's the most famous campus heartthrob at Fudan University. Yingbao revealed her school. I'll go wait for him at the entrance tomorrow. Don't joke. Fudan in Shanghai has 4 campuses. Can you handle it alone? So count me in. The most famous campus heartthrob at Fudan? Coincidentally, I'm also from Fudan. Couldn't Bao be talking about Yi Fan? Who is Yi Fan? Is he famous? You guys don't know because you're not from our school. Yi Fan is not only handsome, but also an actual academic genius. Back then, when he was pursued by the beauty of the foreign language department, several girls in our class cried. Moreover, Yi Fan is not only good-looking and academically gifted. He is also a talented guy who can write songs and play and sing them himself, which is super cool. It's just a pity that his guitar is too old, which affects his overall image. You can find specific photos on our school forum. There should be quite a few. But it's strange. I heard Yi Fan seems to be an orphan, raised in an orphanage since he was little. How could he have a sister? Yi Sherling saw these comments. Her little face turned pale. She took off her headphones, moved them away a bit, and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm sorry, Yi Fan. Brother, I really didn't expect to leak your privacy. Yi Sherling genuinely didn't realize that there were students from Fudan University in the live stream room, and they just happened to know Yi Fan. Yi Sherling's live stream currently had 110,000 viewers, meaning Yi Fan's name had already been known by that many people. Moreover, not only did they know the name Yi Fan, but they also knew which school he was from and might see his photos through the school forum. This was already a kind of privacy leak, especially since she didn't know whether Yi Fan could accept this exposure of identity. From idol to brother. Although it was a bit hard to accept, once she thought about it, it felt quite nice. After all, the distance was closer. But if Yi Fan ended up disliking or distancing himself from her because of this, that would be. Thinking of this, tears glistened in Yi Sherling's eyes, filled with worry. Seeing Yi Sherling's worried expression, Yi Fan felt warm in his heart, as if being cared for by family. He couldn't help but reach out to touch Yi Sherling's hair, smiling warmly. It's okay, mainly because your brother is too famous at school. If it weren't for your brother being handsome, there wouldn't be photos of me on the school forum, and this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Such things are the negative effects that come with being good-looking. It's all my responsibility, so you don't need to feel guilty. I must say, Yi Sherling's hair quality is quite good. It feels nice to touch. No wonder so many people like to touch girls' hair. Yi Sherling, who originally felt a bit guilty, was amused by Yi Fan's words, not expecting him to be so humorous. In fact, she felt that the distance between them had gotten closer, without that vague sense of distance anymore. Feeling Yi Fan's hand gently stroking her hair, Yi Sherling couldn't help but blush. What was this inexplicable sense of comfort? The idol she admired was gently stroking her hair. This wonderful feeling was indescribable. The only thing that made her a bit disheartened was that he was actually her brother. Thinking of this, the excitement in Yi Sherling's heart was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yi Fan gently said again, "Go explain to your fans. Don't let your fan count drop because of me." Yi Sherling thought to herself, if that were true, I wouldn't want any of my fans anymore. But this admiration would have to be hidden in her heart. Yi Sherling put her headphones back on and explained, "The classmate who spoke earlier was right. My brother did grow up in an orphanage, but that was because he got lost when he was little. Now, thanks to my dad's efforts, he has finally been found." Yi Sherling touched her chest, wondering why she felt an inexplicable sadness as she spoke. Yes, Dad was right. Yi Fan has been out there for so many years, growing up and being able to afford an education. I can't imagine how much hardship he endured and how many grievances he suffered. I must treat Yi Fan well in the future. By the way, I wonder what my sister thinks of Yi Fan. He might not even have someone he can open up to and rely on. Listening to Ingbao, I always feel like I'm hearing a story. Could such a bizarre thing really happen in reality? Wow. I went to your school's forum and saw photos of Yi Fan. He's really handsome. I'm going to print out the photos and hang them on my wall in the future. I also found it. The looks are simply amazing. Ingbao, you should persuade your brother to become a star. With looks like that, he would definitely be popular. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom for a bit. Yi Fan was speechless, sister. Why are you saying I'm handsome and then saying you need to go to the bathroom? At this moment, Yi Sherling quietly turned to glance at Yi Fan, and seeing that he didn't show any displeasure, she felt relieved and continued to interact with the fans. Chapter 6. The first family dinner. Just as Yi Fan and Yi Sherling were gradually getting familiar with each other, Yi Sherling's phone rang. It was a call from Yi Tianhong, asking them to come down for dinner. Yi Sherling glanced at the time. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon. Dinner was served quite early. However, seeing Yi Fan beside her, she realized that this meal was to welcome Yi Fan to the family. On the first floor in the large living room, there were 2 dining areas, one for the Yi family and another prepared for guests, in case there were many visitors. However, usually, that dining area was reserved for the maids. When Yi Fan took the elevator down to the first floor, he noticed that besides Yi Tianhong, there was a strikingly attractive woman seated at the dining table. Her exact age was hard to guess, but she definitely looked to be in her 20s, very young and exuding an air of sophistication. Her demeanor was elegant and aloof. She was beautiful with smooth, tender skin and big, sparkling eyes. This was the feeling of eyes speaking that people often refer to. In addition to her exquisite features, she had a head of glossy, slightly curled black hair, which added to her allure. She was dressed in a professional dress suit that ended at her knees, showcasing 2 enticing legs clad in black stockings. Below the stockings were a pair of black high heels that made her already long legs even more alluring. Seeing Yi Fan and Yi Shirling had come down and the distance between them had visibly diminished, Yi Tianhong felt a sense of relief. One of the two issues that had troubled him the most was now resolved. Next, it was time to address the second issue. Son, this is your eldest sister, Yi Yayan, whom I mentioned before. Yayan, hurry up and greet your younger siblings and prepare to take a seat, he said, the last part filled with authority, showcasing his position as the head of the family. Yi Yayan, embodying the essence of a mature woman, stood up and looked at Yi Fan, momentarily stunned. This younger brother was extraordinarily handsome. Even the male stars in the company couldn't compare. Upon seeing his appearance, any doubts Yi Yayan had were instantly alleviated. At the very least, such good looks were indeed in line with the Yi family genes. Yi Fan, Yi Yayan's lips curved into a beautiful smile. Welcome to the Yi family. Your sister will treat you well from now on. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan did not feel relieved. Instead, he frowned slightly. He sensed that this sister, named Yi Yayan, might not be as warm-hearted as she appeared on the surface. This feeling was not baseless, it was comparative. If he hadn't spent some time with Yi Shirling first, he might not have noticed it at all. However, from the corner of his eye, Yi Fan noticed Yi Tianhong's brow had relaxed, indicating that he was feeling more at ease. The ability of his children to get along harmoniously was also a concern for him. To avoid any awkwardness, Yi Fan responded warmly, "Hello, sister. When I came down, I thought I was seeing a big star sitting here. I can't believe it's my sister, who is even more beautiful than a star." Countless historical events have shown that compliments are effective for more than 90 of people. Especially for women, they care more about others' opinions of their appearance. At this moment, hearing such praise from a handsome guy like Yi Fan was far more gratifying than 1,000 compliments from ordinary people. From Yi Yayan's slightly changed expression, it was evident that she appreciated it. Little brother Yi Fan really knows how to talk. By the way, sister remembers you have a blue birthmark on the sole of your left foot. I wonder if it's still there? Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed his big sister didn't believe his identity after all. At least he had encountered someone who was skeptical. Previously, both Yi Tianhong and Yi Shirling had believed him. Especially Yi Shirling, who, after an initial moment of disbelief, had accepted his identity as her brother. At this moment, Yi Tianhong, seated at the head of the table, frowned and asked somewhat displeased, "Yayan, do you not trust your father's judgment? I'm an adult. How could I lack the ability to discern right from wrong?" Yi Yayan realized her words were inappropriate, but it was too late to take them back. Hearing her father's displeased tone, she quickly smiled and said, "Dad, don't blame your daughter for being overly cautious. I was just speaking casually. It still feels a bit unbelievable. I think even Yi Fan feels it's quite incredible, right?" After saying this, she winked at Yi Fan, making him feel that this woman was quite charming. This is a normal reaction from an older sister. Even now, I'm still a bit dazed, wondering if this is a dream or something else. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yi Tianhong's expression softened, and he gestured for Yi Fan to sit down. Then he said to everyone, "That's true. Don't say it's you guys. Even I feel a bit dreamlike right now. I just hope this isn't all an illusion." Upon hearing Yi Tianhong's slightly melancholic tone, everyone fell silent. They could all sense Yi Tianhong's sadness and melancholy, but didn't know how to express it. Unless one is a parent, how could they understand the feelings of a parent or speak for them? However, this somber atmosphere did not last long, as the food was served. "Cool, mate. Let's serve some rice for Xiao Fan," Yi Tianhong instructed one of the maids. "No need, I can do it myself," Yi Fan quickly refused. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had always served himself since he could remember. Sometimes, he even had to serve the younger siblings before taking food for himself. Yi Tianhong waved his hand to stop him and said, "Fanner, now that you're back in our family, you should enjoy it properly. I believe even your mother would not want to see you not enjoying yourself." Hearing Yi Tianhong say this, Yi Fan understood that he needed to be flexible and did not insist any longer. Once the maid served the rice, Yi Tianhong asked, "Son, would you like something to drink? We have beer, juice, and various beverages in the fridge. Just tell Dad what you want and don't be shy. I can drink anything." Yi Fan replied, "All right, then get the best drinks from the fridge for Xiao Fan," Yi Tianhong instructed the maid. "By the way, son, do you want to drink some wine? We have thousands of bottles of various red and white wines in our cellar." Yi Fan looked up and noticed there were no bottles of wine beside Yi Tianhong. It seemed he wasn't much of a wine drinker. So why did he keep thousands of bottles in the cellar? However, since Yi Fan himself didn't drink, he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Thanks, but I don't drink. A beverage will be fine." As he spoke, Yi Fan casually opened a bottle of drink and took a sip. Yi Tianhong laughed heartily. Not drinking is good. Drinking can make people impulsive and irrational. Not drinking means you have one less weakness. Yi Yayan aimed Yi Shilink Ikchengit Gulansis. They could now see that no matter what decision Yi Fan made, their dad was fully supportive. This was a bit biased, wasn't it? However, considering Yi Fan had lived alone outside for over 20 years without any familial love, it seemed quite reasonable. Chapter 7. Brothers. Early the next morning, which was Monday morning, the sun shone through the window without any warmth. Although it was devoid of temperature, it was still light and thus blinding, especially for someone still in a dream. Yi Fan frowned slightly, turning over casually, changing from lying flat to lying on his side, turning his back to the window and the sunlight. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Yi Fan, are you still not up? It's Monday today. Outside the door came the pleasant voice of Yi Shirling, which made Yi Fan's frown ease. The pursuit of beauty is inherent in humans. Whether it's a pleasant voice or an attractive appearance, it can bring comfort to the heart. Hearing the call, Yi Fan slowly opened his drowsy eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. The first thing he saw was a snow-white ceiling, and as his gaze moved, he noticed the luxurious chandelier in the center of the ceiling. Is this really not a dream? Or am I still not awake? Yi Fan propped himself up and sat on the bed, looking around. The luxurious big bed, the extravagant wool carpet, the 70-inch television, the unknown expensive sofa, and other items made Yi Fan feel as if he were in a dream. In the magic city, in this city where every inch of land is precious. This room might be the pursuit of his entire life, something he might never attain, especially since this large room is merely a fraction of the villa. Do I envy this? Yes. Am I jealous? It would be hypocritical to say I'm not. In life, when you reach a certain level, looking back at the past, you will find how weak your previous efforts were. There might even be a feeling that if I were to do this again, I could do better. That is merely a change in mindset, pattern, and vision. After witnessing the lives of the wealthy, Yi Fan did not look down on his former self. Instead, he was incredibly grateful for his decision to persist in studying. With a degree from a top university and corresponding knowledge, Yi Fan believed that even if he could not achieve great wealth in the future, he would still be able to live without worry. With this thought, Yi Fan opened the system, feeling even more at ease. If without the system, my life would at least be one of no worries. Then, with the system, his life was destined to be extraordinary. The system has a professional term. It's called cheating. Sister Shirling, I'm up. I only have one class this morning at 10 o'clock. So if you have class in the morning, just go ahead without waiting for me. I haven't washed up yet. Yi Fan glanced at the new phone that Yi Tianhong had given him yesterday and realized that it was already 7:20, only 40 minutes until his 8 o'clock class. Oh, I see. Then I'll go ahead. Brother Yi Fan, hurry up and wash up so you can have breakfast. Don't eat too late. It's not good for your stomach. After reminding Yi Fan, Yi Shirling left a bit disappointed. She was still looking forward to going to school with Yi Fan. Although they were in different campuses, he was someone she admired, and the feeling of going to school together was still something to look forward to. In the end, Yi Fan had only one class in the morning, but there are plenty of days ahead, now that Yi Fan is her brother. Even though she felt a bit inexplicably unhappy, they would have more time together in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Shirling's mood gradually brightened. Meanwhile, after responding to Yi Shirling, Yi Fan refocused his attention on the system interface. Does the host want to check in for the day? Check-in. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. I have insight. Can view target information. Yi Fan was taken aback. He didn't expect the check-in reward to be something like this. I have insight. Is this a pupil technique? Can it view target information? Yi Fan's mind pondered, and a glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes. The term target covers a wide range. It doesn't specify living or non-living things, so it seems both can be viewed. In that case, if I go to an antique shop or an antique street to pick up some bargains, wouldn't that mean I could strike it rich? To test whether his guess was correct, Yi Fan activated the Eye of Insight and looked at the television across from him. Brand, Sokin, Size, 70 inches. Manufacture date, 2010. Evaluation, experience exceeds most televisions. Yifan was thrilled. It really worked. It seemed his line of thought was correct. Sigh. After getting the system, I really can't be an ordinary person anymore. Born ordinary, yet how could I cheat? Then, Yifan excitedly used it several more times. From distant mountains to ants on the ground, he could gather some information, varying in detail. Yifan felt that with just this pair of eyes, he could become an antique tycoon, a grave robber, and a mining magnate. Although the data obtained through the eye of insight varied, even with rough information, he could still lead a wealthy life. It seems I really need to find some time to go to the antique market to look for bargains. If I happen to find a significant deal, that could change everything. In reality, Yifan was just casually thinking about this because he knew that even with this eye of insight, it wouldn't be easy to come across significant deals. It requires luck. However, small deals still had a good chance. After finishing breakfast, Yifan declined the private car service offered by Chung and chose to take the bus to school himself. His temperament had been honed over more than 20 years. He was patient and did not have the mentality of a nouveau riche. Otherwise, if a person with a slightly worse temperament were in his place, they might not even think of finding an opportunity to do a paternity test at the hospital. By the time he returned to school, it was already 8:35. Yifan decided to go to the dormitory first since there was still some time before class. He couldn't just wander around the campus alone. Yifan's dormitory was a 4-person room with bunk beds and a desk below, equipped with a bathroom. When Yifan opened the dormitory door with his key, he saw one person still sleeping on the bed while the other 2 were sitting at the desk below playing on the computer. Wow, you 2 are up so early today? Yifan was a bit surprised. Although the people in his dormitory managed to pass their exams, they had never shown much spirit for hard study and generally woke up quite late, only managing to avoid being late. To put simply, I've worked hard for 3 years. Why should I still struggle in college? As long as I can pass the exams and graduate with a degree from a prestigious school like Fudan, how could I possibly have trouble finding a job afterward? Of course, most people wouldn't dare to say this, but the guys in Yifan's dorm were bold enough to say it. After all, passing Fudan's exams isn't something that can be done without studying. If you truly haven't learned anything, you'd definitely fail. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei, though wearing headphones, could still hear the commotion. Upon seeing Yifan, they exchanged a smirk, their expressions full of mischief. Bro, even though your girlfriend is beautiful, you have to take care of your health, prioritizing your kidneys. Brother Yi, your frequency of booking hotel rooms this month is clearly higher than last month. Don't end up causing a life. Clearly, the 2 understood Yifan's late nights, knowing that there would be a few days each month when he would go out and have some fun. They had heard that the idea of booking hotels came from Yifan's girlfriend, which made the other guys in the dorm envious. One open-minded girlfriend. Oh no, what a liberal girlfriend. Plus, she's so beautiful. She's the campus flower of their department. How could they not be envious? Yifan smiled bitterly and said, you guys are overthinking this. My girlfriend and I broke up, so how could I still go to a hotel? Break up? No way, right? Wasn't it by Shui who pursued you back then? Did you find a new love? The 2 didn't really believe Yifan's words and voiced their doubts. Yifan sighed and said, you know my girlfriend does live streaming, right? 2 days ago, during her live stream, a wealthy guy sent her gifts worth $1 million and proposed to keep her as his mistress. So we broke up. Wow, is it really that realistic? Yigo, you should take it easy. Yifan, don't be too sad. Such a woman isn't worth it. You should think positively. Even if that rich guy intervened, what he got is still secondhand. The profit is still yours. His roommates began to comfort Yifan, as they had a good relationship with him. Yifan was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhao Lei to say something so comforting, but after thinking about it, he felt it made a strange kind of sense. Is this what they mean by being confused when you're involved, but clear when you're an outsider? Lin Feng was also stunned by Zhao Lei's unusual words. And when he came back to his senses, he smiled at Zhao Lei and said, Brother Lei, you definitely got full marks in reading comprehension. At that moment, a voice came from the bed. That might not be the case. After all, Yifan is the most famous campus heartthrob in our school. Losing his first time and nth times to such a materialistic woman is also a loss, right? At some point, Xia Yu, who was lying on the bed, woke up and made a profound statement. However, Xiaoyu switched the topic and said from a male-female perspective, "Still, Yi Fan, you came out ahead. Who knows how many times it was for you." Chapter 8. I heard your girlfriend left you as the time was almost up. Yi Fan and his 3 companions headed to class together. All 4 of them were majoring in French in the foreign language department, since they set off a bit late. When they arrived at the classroom, there were already quite a few people inside, with 5 minutes left until class started. Isn't that you the school hunk? Why do you look a bit gloomy today? Did something happen? A boy with long hair and a small braid spoke up with a smug expression as he saw Yi Fan walk in. Tian, you may not know, but our Yi Fan was dumped by his girlfriend yesterday. I heard it was that girl, by Shui, who fell for some rich guy after he spent $1 million on gifts for her. She is probably in that rich guy's bed right now. A girl next to Li Tian chimed in. This girl, Jiang Jing, was currently Li Tian's girlfriend, but had previously pursued Yi Fan. However, Bai Shui's aggressive advances and better looks meant she couldn't compete. This led Jiang Jing to develop a grudge and, in a fit of anger, became Li Tian's girlfriend, which meant she was always at odds with Yi Fan. Both of them were thrilled when they heard the news yesterday and were eager to mock Yi Fan today. However, Yi Fan didn't display the anger they expected. Instead, he calmly found a seat. He understood that the two were deliberately trying to provoke him. With a gentle expression on his face, they twisted it into a gloomy one. However, Yi Fan wasn't angry anymore. He had seen through Bai Shui. She was just a materialistic girl who wasn't worth getting worked up over. Moreover, gaining a system by accident wasn't a loss in any way. But the other roommates were a bit angry. As Yi Fan's friends, they had a good relationship with him, and hearing Li Tian and his girlfriend's mockery was intolerable. Zhao Lei, Li Tian, what is wrong with you? That rich guy picked up a pair of worn-out shoes discarded by Yi Ge, and you think Yi Ge is at a loss? That's ridiculous. Lin Feng, yeah. Yi Fan was using first-hand goods. That rich guy spent $1 million and only got second-hand stuff. Isn't at him, who is wearing a green hat? Xiaoyu, if you can't even understand such a simple issue, all those years of schooling have been wasted. You call yourself a musical genius. But I've yet to see a piece of work that surpasses Yi Fan's. The 3 from Yi Fan's dorm quickly put Li Tian and his girlfriend in a tight spot. Especially when they thought it over, it did seem a bit reasonable. Li Tian, infuriated, stood up and said, "What you're saying is nonsense. No matter how you put it, the fact remains that Yi Fan was dumped by his girlfriend. That S is solid as a rock." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled slightly. Clearly, Li Tian had run out of things to say and could only cling to this point. Nodding, Yi Fan affirmatively said, "Yes, you're right. I was indeed dumped by Bai Shui." Not only was Li Tian stunned, but the other students in the classroom were also taken aback. No one expected Yi Fan to admit it so generously. Lin Feng hurriedly said to Yi Fan, "Yi Ge, don't say that. If you admit it, who knows what Li Tian and the others will say to mock you." Li Tian's face lit up with joy, and many sharp remarks came to mind. Just as he was about to mock Yi Fan, he was preempted by Yi Fan. "It's fine. It's not embarrassing. I'm just saying." Yi Fan waved his hand at Lin Feng. Then he turned to Li Tian and said, "Li Tian, do you really think finding a girlfriend is a difficult task? Look at your expression. I must have hit the nail on the head. Haha. After all, you look like that. Even if you went for plastic surgery, you would match my looks. It's no wonder you think that way." Yi Fan looked at Li Tian's changing expressions and laughed. "It's quite sad. Isn't at Li Tian? Do you believe that once news of me being single spreads, many beauties will be eager to send me morning and evening greetings?" Li Tian was infuriated again. He wasn't a fool and could naturally sense the implications behind Yi Fan's words. To summarize, it meant Yi Fan wasn't lacking in beautiful women offering warmth, but instead, it was Li Tian who was feeling smug over just one girlfriend. Especially when Li Tian recalled some rumors he had heard, suggesting that Jiang Jing only chose him out of spite after failing to pursue Yi Fan. "Listen, what's that supposed to mean? I'm not much worse looking than Yi Fan, and I'm also called a musical genius. Why am I just acceptable?" He was almost enraged to the point of breaking his nose. "What are you all doing? Why are you standing around? Class is about to start. Sit down and at least preview the lesson." At that moment, the teacher walked in. No matter how furiously Tian was, he didn't dare to act up in front of the teacher. This wasn't a novel. The teacher could easily fail him. A college class usually lasts for over an hour, with a break in between. During their break, someone Yi Fan didn't expect came in. "Yi Fan, Please forgive me for what I said yesterday. Without you, my favorite tiramisu doesn't taste good anymore. Bai Shui suddenly rushed in, tearfully, just after the teacher had stepped out with her thermos. Her face, already good-looking, made people feel inexplicably sympathetic. What the hell is going on? The whole class was confused. Was T had said that Bai Shui dumped Yi Fan? Why did it seem like Yi Fan was the one who dumped her? Everyone in the class was baffled by Bai Shui's entrance, whispering amongst themselves, completely lost on the situation. Li Tian looked at Jiang Jing with a puzzled expression and quietly asked, Jing, is what your friend said true? Why does it seem like Yi Fan dumped Bai Shui instead? If that were the case, Li Tian's face would be thoroughly embarrassed. Jiang Jing was equally perplexed and explained, it should be true. A rich guy really did give Bai Shui $1 million in gifts. Given her materialistic nature, she wouldn't still like Yi Fan. Moreover, that rich guy did privately message Bai Shui about supporting her, and, at the time, Bai Shui was quite proud to show that message to others in the dorm. My friend is in Bai Shui's dorm. Li Tian was confused. So what is going on now? Jiang Jing also looked bewildered. How would I know? The three from Yi Fan's dorm were equally shocked, glancing at each other, not understanding what was happening. Fan, you have to forgive me for what I said yesterday. I had no choice. No choice, right? Yi Fan wore a playful smile and finished her sentence. Next, are you going to say that everything I did was for you? Bai Shui stared blankly at Yi Fan, who had already said everything she wanted to say, leaving her momentarily speechless. Huh? Yi Fan smirked coldly. You've already said that before. ISN, it getting old? Let me tell you, we can never be together again. Do you really think I'm a fool? Bai Shui, have some self-respect. Don't make me look down on you, and don't let my first love become something so pathetic and worthless, okay? Keep pursuing your monthly 50,000. I can't afford the bags you want. Hearing Yi Fan's cold tone, Bai Shui felt a chill in her heart and clung to Yi Fan's leg, crying out, no, Yi Fan, you can't do this. I really love you. You have to believe me. Bai Shui saw that Yi Fan remained unmoved, even showing obvious disgust on his face, which made her cry even more sadly. In the past, there was a son of a billionaire who was right in front of me, but I didn't cherish him properly. It wasn't until I learned about his identity that I regretted it immensely. If heaven gives me another chance, I would say no to that 500,000. Chapter 9, I'm really a rich second generation at this moment. Yi Fan seemed to have thought of something, opened his new phone, and searched on the browser. Then, a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. I was wondering why you were so shamelessly clinging to me, without any sense of pride. It turns out your rich guy went bankrupt. Indeed, just now Yi Fan felt that Bai Shui was too shameless and too despicable. Yi Fan had clearly stated that it was impossible for him to be with her, so why was Bai Shui still so brazenly seeking reconciliation? Yi Fan pondered this and felt puzzled, then opened the browser to search for Wang Hu, and the whole story became clear. It turned out that Yi Tianhong not only cut off the trade relations between his company and Wang Hu, but also took the initiative to use his influence to make other companies that had cooperative relationships with Wang Hu declare that they would no longer do business with him. Wang Hu, who was already facing cash flow difficulties, couldn't withstand this and had to declare bankruptcy. With Wang Hu bankrupt, Bai Shui naturally lost her financial backer and almost fainted from anger. When she came to her senses, she thought of Yi Fan and decided to try her luck, which led to this scene. In a school cafeteria, Yi Fan, if you don't reconcile with me, you'll regret it. Lin Feng mimicked Bai Shui's last words before she shamefully ran away, trying to sound like her. However, it came out in a strange tone and made everyone else laugh. Ha ha, Lin Feng, you clown, can you tone down your nature a bit? We're in the cafeteria. Zhao Lei laughed. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and asked, by the way, Yi Fan, why does Bai Shui want to reconcile with you so badly? She doesn't care about her pride and even threatens you. Is it because your place is inlaid with diamonds? Lin Feng laughed. If Yigu's place really had diamonds, do you think Bai Shui would have broken up? A few of them thought about it and agreed. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and then smiled, saying, maybe it's because I'm a rich second generation. The others were stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Lin Feng said, huh, Yigu? You're getting funnier and funnier. Who doesn't know each other's family situation? If you're a rich second generation, then I'm a prince of Dubai. Yi Fan sighed helplessly, resting his hand on his forehead. Sigh. Why don't you believe me when I tell the truth? The day Bai Shui broke up with me, she found out about my rich second generation identity and cried. begging for reconciliation. Zhao Lei was taken aback and asked in surprise, Yi Fan, are you really a rich second generation? Lin Feng laughed. Zhao Lei, why are you so silly? Why do you believe everything others say? When I say I'm a prince of Dubai, why don't you believe me? Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and patted Zhao Lei's shoulder, saying, think about how frugal Yi Fan usually is, then consider that he worked part-time every month and also donates money to the orphanage. Lin Feng added, taste it, savor it. Zhao Lei suddenly understood and laughed. Goodness, Yi Fan, you almost fooled me. While the group was joking around, suddenly, a tall man in a black suit walked into the cafeteria, and his striking presence immediately attracted most of the attention. Wow, this guy is so cool. Yeah, is he a fitness coach? He looks so powerful. What kind of style is this? Quite unique. Is this guy from the Matrix? The students in the cafeteria were buzzing with discussions, amazed. Lin Feng suspiciously remarked, why is this strong man carrying a wooden lunchbox? In his hands, it looks like a toy, huh? The man in the suit scanned the cafeteria and, as if spotting a target, walked over. Damn, this big guy seems to be coming towards us. Did he hear what I just said? Oh no, I'm in trouble. Brothers, I might need to leave early. Remember to burn more paper money for me during Qingming Festival. Lin Feng felt a bit anxious, but couldn't change his chattiness. Yi Fan also turned his gaze over. Why does this strong man look a bit familiar? Young Master Yi, this is the meal prepared by the housekeeper. I originally wanted you to go home and eat it, but your phone showed as turned off, so I brought it to you, the man in the black suit said in a steady voice as he reached Yi Fan's table. Yi Fan suddenly realized that this was one of Yi Tianhong's bodyguards. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. But, young Master Yi? Housekeeper? Not only did Yi Fan's table freeze, but everyone else who heard this also froze. What's going on? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. Zhao Lei and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and then looked at Yi Fan together, seeking an explanation. Yi Fan saw that the situation had come to this and helplessly spread his hands, saying, I told you a long time ago, I'm a rich second generation. Yet you still don't believe me. What can I do? At the same time, Yi Fan took out his phone, realizing it was dead. Probably because he forgot to charge it last night, which led to it being low on battery and now shut off. So Yi Fan, you really are a rich second generation? Zhao Lei asked in shock. Yiga, you didn't hire an actor for this, did you? Lin Feng still found it hard to believe. Xiaoyu looked shocked. Although she didn't speak, her face clearly showed disbelief. Indeed, this was hard for Yi Fan's roommates to believe, except for Zhao Lei. Having spent several years together, how could they not know about Yi Fan's family situation? Especially since Yi Fan had previously told them that he grew up in an orphanage. How did he suddenly become a rich second generation? Did they collectively time travel or something? Yi Fan took the lunchbox and spoke leisurely. What if I said a wealthy man told me yesterday that I'm his biological son? Would you believe it? The three shook their heads, indicating they did not believe it. Such a bizarre thing. Who would believe it? It would be more believable to say he won $1 million in the lottery. Yi Fan showed an expression of I knew it, and then continued. Really? I'm not lying to you. Yesterday, just as by Shui and I broke up, a super rich guy stopped his car, got out and said to me, Yi Fan, you are my long-lost son. Yi Fan looked at the three and found that they all wore expressions of disbelief. Not only did Yi Fan's roommates not believe him, but no one who heard these words would believe it. ISNT this nonsense? Yi Fan felt a lot of malice from the world, wondering why no one believed him when he was telling the truth. In fact, the person who delivered the food was an actor I hired to cooperate with me and show off. Now do you believe it? The others nodded, indicating they believed him. At this point, Yi Fan was speechless. People at the nearby table were also internally mocking, feeling it was just a way to show off by spending money. A waste of feelings. Lin Feng looked at the beautifully crafted wooden lunchbox and curiously said, this box is quite nice. Let us see what dishes are inside. It smells so good. Yi Fan was also curious about what was inside. Just smelling the aroma seemed to awaken his appetite. Yi Fan opened the lid, and everyone gasped. Lin Feng, this soup seems to have sea cucumber in it. I've had it before, along with abalone and shark fin. Goodness, could it be the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall? Zhao Lei, this dish is stir-fried beef. It smells so good. Xiaoyu, there is another layer underneath. Let us take out the dishes and see what is below. In the bottom layer of the food box was a plate of peeled and shelled lobster meat. a small dish of dipping sauce, and a bowl of white rice. Damn, brother Yi, you must have spent a fortune just to show off like this. All this combined would cost at least a few $100, right? Just that bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall alone would set you back a few hundred. The dorm mates all sighed in admiration, thinking that Wei Fan had suffered a huge loss just to put on this act, and yet they saw right through it so easily. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Actually, brother Yi, you really didn't have to do this. Even though you're an orphan, none of us look down on you. There's no need to go to such lengths." The others paused for a moment, then quickly caught on to what Lin Feng meant and chimed in, "Yeah, Wei Fan. We hang out with you because we genuinely like your personality, not because of your family background." Hearing this, Wei Fan felt deeply moved. These friends he had made were truly worth it. They were all reliable and sincere. Chapter 10. A lot of money. Although Yi Fan only had one class in the morning, he had two in the afternoon and had to rush to two different locations to attend them. After finishing the classes, the four of them returned to the dorm first to drop off their textbooks and other items before heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Their dorm was on the 6th floor. As they were descending the stairs, Lin Feng's phone rang. Seeing that it was Lin Feng's phone, the others couldn't help but exchange knowing glances and tease him with playful expressions. "Lin Feng, hurry up and answer your girlfriend's call. If you're late, you might end up kneeling on a washboard." Among the dorm mates, apart from Yi Fan, who had a girlfriend in the past, Lin Feng also had one, though theirs was a long-distance relationship. Moreover, Lin Feng's girlfriend was quite the jealous type. If Lin Feng took even 5 or 6 seconds longer to answer her call, she would subject him to a strict interrogation, fearing he might be fooling around with other girls at school. Of course, despite her jealousy, Lin Feng's girlfriend was relatively reasonable. If he happened to be gaming when she called, all he had to do was answer and keep the line open without saying anything. During casual dorm conversations, whenever Lin Feng's girlfriend came up, the others would jokingly remark, "If you ever cheat on her, Lin Feng, that girl would probably cry her heart out." Though said in jest, there was a hint of envy in their words. Perhaps this was what they called laughing while eating dog food. The more you eat, the tastier it gets. Lin Feng, however, was quite practiced at handling this. He smoothly took out his phone and answered it with ease. But this time, when he glanced at the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was his mom. Lin Feng's expression turned to shock. He hadn't expected his mom to call him today. After all, he had just gone home over the weekend, and his parents usually didn't call him unless something important came up. As soon as he answered and held the phone to his ear, his mom's familiar voice came through, but this time it was trembling with obvious distress, making Lin Feng's heart tighten. "Son, come home right away. Your dad was in a car accident and is in the hospital." "What? Dad was in an accident?" Lin Feng exclaimed. "How serious is it?" "It's very serious. The estimated surgery cost alone will be around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, and the risks are extremely high. He has already been taken to the operating room for surgery." Lin Feng continued to ask, "Didn't Dad buy insurance before? It should be able to supplement a bit. I'll buy a high-speed train ticket to come back right away." Lin's mother cried out, "Your dad stopped buying insurance a long time ago. Where's there any claim? I'm planning to mortgage the house to the bank. At least I can get a loan of 100 or 80,000. Lin Feng was shocked. "Is our family really that short on money now? We even have to mortgage the house." Yi Fan and the others were taken aback by this. They all knew each other's situations to some extent, but Lin Feng's family situation was clearly better than the others in the dorm. Lin Feng's father was a businessman, and sometimes when they went out to eat, Lin Feng would treat them. Lin Feng's mother sobbed, "How much savings do we have left? Your father's new project failed, and he lost a lot of money, but he just didn't tell you. Now we only have over 50,000 in savings." Lin Feng was shocked as he held the phone. He never expected their family situation had deteriorated to this extent. He felt like a terrible jerk for not noticing it all. He quickly comforted his mother, "Mom, please don't be too sad. If you break down too, the situation will be even worse. I'll come back as soon as possible." After hanging up, Lin Feng turned to his roommates with a serious expression. "Can you help me explain the situation to the counselor? I need to buy the fastest high-speed train ticket to Jinling." They all agreed, knowing the seriousness of the situation. Their usual playful expressions disappeared, replaced by serious faces. At this moment, Yi Fan spoke up, "Lin Feng, I'll go with you. I happen to have some extra money that I can lend you to ease the current financial strain, so you won't have to mortgage your house to the bank." Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Brother Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but it's better if you keep your extra money for now. My dad's surgery costs hundreds of thousands, and this amount is just a drop in the bucket. But still, thank you. Lin Feng was very touched. He knew Yi Fan was an orphan. If he hadn't been admitted to a prestigious school like Fudan and received a scholarship from his high school, he might not have been able to attend school at all. Yi Fan's words were not meant to mock. He was just stating the facts. Yi Fan smiled slightly, unfazed by Lin Feng's refusal, and took out a bank card that Yi Tianhong had given him yesterday. This is money for my rich old man. Quite a lot, actually. 5 million. I believe that should be enough. What the hell? 5 million? Everyone gasped in disbelief. They were somewhat aware that Yi Fan couldn't be joking in this situation. So, it was possible that there really were 5 million in this card. 5 million. How many iPhones and Alienware computers can this buy? Forgive these students who haven't seen much of the world. Even in Shanghai, you could buy a nice 3-bedroom apartment in the central business district. Moreover, in a 3rd or 4th tier city, that would make you a real big boss. Even at its peak, Lin Feng's family's savings never exceeded this amount. Is it really that much money? Lin Feng swallowed hard. Although he chose to believe in the emotional aspect, his rational side told him that this was a very illusory and dreamlike thing, unreal and impossible. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight arc. This is easy to handle. My card is already linked to mobile banking, so I'll check it on my phone and show you. 1, 10, 100 million, it really is 5 million. Yiga quickly hit me once to make sure I'm not dreaming. Without thinking, Yi Fan directly punched Lin Feng's chest. The force wasn't too strong, but it was enough for Lin Feng to feel a sharp pain. Ouch, it hurts, it really hurts. This is not a dream. These two things today are making me feel a bit mentally unstable. Lin Feng covered his chest. He didn't know whether to consider today lucky or unlucky. First, his dad had a car accident and was hospitalized, and then his good brother suddenly said he had become a rich second generation, casually pulling out a card with 5 million on it. It felt like a roller coaster with ups and downs that made his heart unable to handle it. So, why did you, Yi Fan, suddenly become a rich second generation? Is there a story of grievances and grudges behind this? I said I rely on signing in to get a wealthy dad. Do you believe that? Yi Fan secretly laughed in his heart, showing no expression on his face. What complicated grudges and love-hate relationships are there? Do you think this is a novel? It's just that I got lost with my dad in my early years, and then a kind-hearted person from the orphanage took me in. Yesterday, when Bai Shui broke up with me, my dad suddenly showed up surrounded by several luxury cars, along with a bunch of bodyguards. I was shocked at the time, and then he told me that I was his long-lost biological son. ISNT, that's just surreal. More like a novel than a novel. Lin Feng exclaimed. Have you done a paternity test? Zhao Lei asked in confusion. Yi Fan nodded and said they compared it with the blood bank samples. So the relevant identification must have been done. So, old Yi, who exactly is your rich dad? Is he a big shot from Odu? Xiaoyu asked. He should be considered a local of Magic City. As for his name, you should have heard of it. His name is Yi Tianhong. Chapter 11. A kind heart cannot be soft what? Yi Tianhong? Hiss. Is it really that tycoon Yi Tianhong? No way. If it's really that tycoon Yi Tianhong, then brother Yi, aren't you going to reach the peak of your life in no time? Everyone exclaimed. How could they be unfamiliar with the name Yi Tianhong? He is the big shot who has held the title of the richest person for 5 consecutive years. Could such a big shot really be Yi Fan's father? This was even more surprising and unbelievable than Yi Fan suddenly becoming a rich second generation. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't believe it at all, but they had enough confidence in Yi Fan's character. Yi Fan helplessly spread his hands. Yes, it is indeed that tycoon Yi Tianhong. Why would I lie to you about such a thing? If it were false, I would only enjoy a moment of vanity. But in the end, it would be me who suffers. Do you think I, Yi Fan, would do such a foolish thing? A few people in the dormitory saw that Yi Fan's expression was normal, without a hint of joking, and gradually began to believe him. Awesome, bro, in just one day, you've become the son of the richest man. It's like winning the lottery. Brother Yi, you've really endured hardships, and now it's time for good fortune. To be honest, I truly admire you. If I had grown up in an orphanage, I definitely wouldn't be able to attend such a prestigious school. I might have been out working as soon as I turned 18. Good deeds are rewarded. Yi Fan, you study while working part-time, and you even send money to the orphanage every month. Heaven must be looking out for you. You're wrong about that. Heaven might have seen through it long ago. Just think about it. With a face as handsome as Yi Guo, even if he went into the entertainment industry, he would outshine all the young idols. Hearing you say that, it's really true. As the conversation drifted further off course, Yi Fan had to step in. Lin Feng, have you booked the tickets? If we have the tickets, we can set off earlier. Lin Feng looked at his phone screen. Brother Yi, the tickets are already booked. It's for the high-speed train in 45 minutes. All right, let us head out then. You two go explain the situation to the counselor. If the counselor doesn't believe it, Lin call me. After giving instructions to the two, Yi Fan and Lin Feng left the school gate and directly hailed a taxi that had just dropped off passengers. At 2:33 p.m., First People's Hospital of Jinling City. Lin Feng walked to the surgery room door and immediately saw his mother sitting on a bench outside. Lin's mother had obvious tear streaks on her face. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having cried a lot. At that moment, she looked very dispirited, staring blankly at the floor. Mom, I'm here. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but in this overly quiet place, it sounded particularly jarring and drew attention. Hearing her son's voice, Lin's mother turned her head sharply, and the tears that had stopped flowing again. Oh, my son, your dad has been inside for almost 3 hours, and he still hasn't come out. What are we going to do? Lin Feng gently patted his mother's shoulder and comforted her in a soft tone. Mom, don't worry too much. We have to believe in Dad and trust the doctors. Dad said he would take our whole family to the Maldives for a trip before the New Year this year. He's a big man. He would go back on his word. Lin's mother hugged her son and sobbed. It's impossible, it's impossible. Once Lin's mother calmed down, she suddenly noticed Yi Fan standing behind Lin Feng, looking about the same age as her son. Could he be her son's classmate? Lin's mother hurriedly asked, and after learning the answer, her expression was quite touched. Classmate Yi Fan, you are really so considerate. Your kindness is appreciated by Annie. But isn't class time now? You should focus on your studies. I'll buy you a high-speed train ticket to Magic City later. Good kids like you shouldn't delay their studies. Yi Fan didn't expect that he had just arrived for less than 3 minutes, and Lin's mother was urging him to go back and study. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he internally recognized that this aunt had a good heart. Just as Yi Fan was about to explain, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Mom, Yi Fan came this time not only to worry about you, but also to borrow some money from our family to cover the medical expenses, so we won't have to mortgage the house to the bank. Lin's mother raised her eyebrows, surprised. Borrow money? Then she reproached Lin Feng. You should have explained it clearly to your classmate. Xiao Fan, you might not know how much your dad's surgery is going to cost. It's not just a few hundred or thousand, but tens of thousands. Yi Fan waved his hand. Auntie, don't worry. I know it will cost tens of thousands. Saying this, Yi Fan took out his bank card and said, I still have some money in my card. Paying tens of thousands for medical expenses won't be a problem. After saying this, Yi Fan was also taken aback. His tone seemed as if he didn't regard money seriously. If it had been the day before yesterday, he wouldn't have had the confidence to say such a thing. Am I getting a bit too arrogant? Yi Fan reflected. Lin's mother was quite shocked to hear this. Tens of thousands for medical expenses is not a problem. This kid is quite bold. Lin's mother was truly astonished. Speechless for a moment, seeing that his mother didn't believe it, Lin Feng explained. Mom, don't say you. I also didn't believe Yi Fan would have so much money before. But later brother Yi showed me his balance, and I was stunned at the time. Mom, do you know? That is 5 million. Lin's mother was moved. 5 million? Xiao Fan, you actually have this much money? Looking at Yi Fan's age, he was not much older than her son, yet he could have so much money, which was simply unbelievable. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. Basically what Yi Fan had told him. Lin's mother sighed. Although it's a stroke of good fortune, it's ultimately a reward for enduring hardships. I never expected to hear such a story one day. It feels too surreal. I thought such situations only happened on TV. I didn't expect it to happen in reality. Lin Feng said, the world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. It's just a matter of whether we encounter them. Lin's mother thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll go print a loan agreement template later. Whatever amount you lend to Xiao Fan will be that amount, and I will pay you back every penny in the future. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. No need for that. Annie, Afong and I have been classmates for 3 years and are good brothers. How can we be so formal? It's not that I don't want the money. It's just that there's no need to write a loan agreement. Lin's mother's voice became serious. Xiao Fan, money can corrupt one's heart. You're still young and don't understand. In the past, I only dealt with small amounts of money with others, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Annie will tell you something heartfelt. In the future, when you encounter such situations, never let emotions dictate your actions, and don't feel embarrassed. In front of such large sums, rules must be followed. You can't let emotions interfere. Remember this in the future. Yi Fan nodded, his expression equally serious, and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Auntie, I will remember it." Lin's mother nodded in satisfaction, her lips curling into a faint smile. Good child, a kind heart cannot be soft. The necessary agreements must be signed. Otherwise, even relatives and friends can turn against each other over interests. After all, human hearts are inscrutable. Chapter 12. A Little Accident. Seeking Recommendations. 7:11 p.m. Jinling High-Speed Railway Station. Brother Yi, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your generous help, my mom would have to mortgage the house to get money for my dad's treatment, Lin Feng said, with his left hand resting on Yi Fan's shoulder, his face full of gratitude. Yi Fan smiled slightly. It's nothing. You've been calling me Brother Yi for almost 3 years, and you used to bring me good food. It's just a small favor. Lin Feng chuckled. You speak so grandly. It seems that after becoming rich, you are still the same Brother Yi. Yi Fan nodded. When I was poor, you never looked down on me, but respected me instead. How could I possibly refuse to help you with such a small favor? It's getting late. In a few minutes, ticket checking will start. You should hurry back to take care of your parents. Although Lin's father had passed the critical period, he still needed someone to take care of him. Even though there were nurses, Lin Feng wanted to accompany his parents to prevent his mother from becoming too exhausted. Yi Fan had bought a second-class ticket by the window. Outside, it was dark, but occasionally lights flashed by, probably from some small towns they passed. Initially, Yi Fan had an impulse to buy a first-class seat out of curiosity since he had money now. But in the end, he restrained himself. This money was not his own. It was given by Yi Tianhong. For someone like Yi Fan, who was used to budgeting, spending someone else's money inevitably came with a psychological burden. This time, although he spent 530,000 yuan from the card given by Yi Tianhong, it was unavoidable. After all, Lin Feng was his brother, and he had to help. Yi Fan fiddled with his phone while contemplating whether he should find time to visit the antique market to earn some money of his own. Just as he was thinking, a few exclamations suddenly came from beside him. Wow, I won the lottery. I won 20,000 yuan. Wow, honey, that's amazing. I can't believe you actually won. I'm so happy. After we get off the train, you have to buy me some nice things. Ha, don't worry, I definitely will. The man was grinning from ear to ear. Yi Fan lifted his head slightly and glanced at the man. He looked to be in his 40s, sporting a full beard that made him seem straightforward and honest. Beside him sat a woman of similar age, whose appearance barely rated a 60 out of 100. She was excitedly kissing her bearded husband. This surprising news immediately attracted the attention of several people in the train carriage. Since it was not a peak travel season, the carriage was relatively empty, making it easier for people nearby to start chiming in. Brother, you're really lucky. You have such good fortune. I bought lottery tickets many times and never won once. I'm just so unlucky. The man chuckled. Hee, it's all thanks to the god of wealth. When I get home, I definitely have to set up a statue of him. Suddenly, the man's phone rang. Hello, Mom? I'll be home soon. What? My dad has heart problems and needs bypass surgery? The man exclaimed. Mom, don't be too sad. Take care of yourself. By the way, how much do we need for medical expenses? I just won 20,000 yuan in the lottery. What? We need 50,000 yuan? Why not just rob a bank? We just bought a new house. How can we gather that much money? Plus, it takes 3 days to cash this ticket. What should we do? The man gritted his teeth and turned to his wife. Honey, can you ask your family to lend me some money to get through this tough time? The woman, about 40, frowned displeased. Don't you know how biased my parents are? They will definitely refuse, saying they have no money. The man was somewhat angry. How can I have no money? Didn't your dad just get a house from the demolition? Oomph. You know my parents too well. They will save the money for my brother's wedding. They won't give me a penny. That's really biased. Who says it isn't? At this moment, the man stood up, scanned the surroundings, and asked, I have to wait 3 days to cash this ticket. Is there any kind-hearted person who can buy this ticket from me in advance? I can sell it for 4,000 yuan less, which means a net gain of 4,000 yuan. If it weren't for my dad's surgery needing money, I wouldn't be willing to part with it. Some people were tempted, while others watched coldly. Yifan felt something was off upon hearing this. Although the middle-aged couple expressed their feelings quite convincingly, Yifan thought it was just too coincidental. However, ultimately, money can move people, and coupled with the couple's genuine tone and expressions, someone took the initiative to ask, Brother, is your lottery ticket real? Can you prove it? I feel like this is all too coincidental. Upon hearing this, others who were also intrigued echoed the sentiment. Even those who had been observing quietly perked up their ears. Don't believe me? That's fair. I feel the same way. It's good to be cautious. Here's the deal. I bought a Dachshund lottery ticket. You should have heard of it, right? It's one of the top 10 companies in the lottery industry. I see you have a computer. Why not log onto the Dachshund Lottery's official website to check if my ticket is a winner? The man said. The person who had asked the question replied, I've indeed heard of Dachshund Lottery. It's quite a famous company. Let me check on my computer. At this point, Yifan thought for a moment and activated his Insight Eye to look at the bearded man. Insight Eye can view target information. Although Yifan had used Insight Eye multiple times before, he had never used it on a person and was unsure of the results. Target, Wang Xiaowei. Age, 43. Personality, greedy, lustful. Affinity, stranger. Hint, the other party is conducting a scam. Yifan was shocked. He didn't expect Insight Eye to reveal so much information about someone else. Not only did it show personality and affinity, but it also indicated that the person was scamming. This was incredibly useful. He casually glanced at the bearded man's wife. Target, Chun Hong Hong. Age, 42. Personality, greedy, likes to take advantage. Affinity, stranger. Hint, the other party is conducting a scam. After using Insight Eye multiple times to check these people's information, Yifan found that not only the couple, but also the person who had initially asked the question was part of scam ring. Target, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 41. Personality, greedy, seeks excitement. Affinity, stranger. Hint, the other party is conducting a scam. Chapter 13. The naive girl, oh, it's real, exclaimed Wang Xiaoming, the one who first initiated the conversation, as he stared at the computer screen. Yifan smiled faintly. If it weren't for his insight Eye revealing Wang Xiaoming's true identity, he might have believed it. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, a few people who were already somewhat interested approached to take a closer look at the computer screen. Yifan also craned his neck to see, but his view was blocked by several figures, and he couldn't see a thing. However, even without seeing the computer screen, Yifan knew what was displayed was fake. After all, Wang Xiaoming was one of the 3 con artists. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming spoke, his tone revealing a hint of excitement. All right, I'll buy this lottery ticket from you, but I consider this as helping you out. So you need to reduce the price by 4,000. Reduce it by 4,000? Are you dreaming? That's quite an unrealistic thought. The bearded Wang Xiaokai immediately got angry and pointed at Wang Xiaoming's nose, cursing, it's a total of 20,000. You want me to reduce it by 8,000? This isn't helping you out. It's clearly robbing me. Wang Xiaoming crossed his arms, looking quite proud as he said, I ask you, will you take the reduced price or not? If you don't want to reduce it by 4,000, just wait 3 days to go to the lottery store to cash in your winnings. But by then, your father might have already passed. You. Wang Xiaokai's face turned red with anger, looking like he wanted to hit someone. Darling, just let it go. It's best not to deal with such people. If we hit someone first, it would be our fault, his wife quickly advised. Yifan watched this scene with interest, feeling amused. With such acting skills, why were these 3 not thieves, but rather con artists? After realizing these 3 were accomplices, it was even easier for Yifan to guess their next move. They were using their performance to draw out those genuinely interested in the lottery ticket, making the entire setup more believable. After all, 20,000 was no small sum. Sure enough, within a few seconds, another person spoke up. Hello, brother. I'm Chinde. Calm down. If this guy isn't fair, don't sell it to him. Sell it to me. I won't haggle. I'll pay 16,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaokai's anger seemed to ease a bit. He spoke somewhat emotionally. This big brother here is good. That guy is just a robber trying to take advantage of my situation. Huh. Wang Xiaoming let out a dissatisfied cold snort, showing his displeasure. Chunde ignored Wang Xiaoming's attitude and sighed, expressing some sentiment. Who doesn't have parents? I can truly empathize with your feelings. Wang Xiaokai clapped and laughed. All right, since you said such warm words, how can I not sell it to you? He then turned around, scanning the room, and said, everyone else can forget it. Since this big brother suits my taste, I'll definitely sell it to him. Others who were interested sighed and returned to their seats, secretly cursing themselves for not deciding sooner. But they didn't consider that without the falling out between Wang Xiaokai and Wang Xiaoming, would they have believed it? Seeing this, Yi Fan couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to remind Chinde. However, before he could stand up, a girl stood up before him. Wait a minute, she said sweetly. Yi Fan and the others turned to look. Yi Fan was fine, being accustomed to beautiful women, but the others were immediately captivated. The girl had long, dark hair cascading down her back, her eyes clear and gentle, as if they contained a tender charm. Combined with her elegant demeanor, she exuded a pure allure. Yi Fan initially thought this girl had realized the scene was a scam and wanted to expose it, so he sat back down. But just as he settled into his seat, he heard the girl say something that left him stunned. This uncle has it tough. As a child, one should be filial, but he also lacks money. How about this? I'll pay 20,000 for your lottery ticket and won't charge the 4,000 difference. Her words were righteous, but to Yi Fan's ears, they sounded adorably naive. Insight, eye activated. Target, Kong Xiuhan. Age, 20 years. Height, 173 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Personality, kind, naive, appearance conscious. Likes daydreaming. Affection level, stranger. Hint, the other party likes handsome men with high appearance. Wang Xiaokai was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic, unable to control his expression. He quickly nodded and said, this young lady is truly kind-hearted, and she's so beautiful. All right, I'll sell this lottery ticket to you. Chunde was somewhat angry. You big, bearded guy, didn't you just agree to sell it to me? How come you changed your mind in less than 10 seconds? Wang Xiaokai rubbed his hands together, apologetically saying, I can't help it, brother. My dad's situation is urgent. Since this beautiful young lady is willing to buy it without charging any price difference, I have to think of my father lying in the hospital. Please be understanding, brother. His tone was humble and apologetic, wearing a smile. Chunde, although still somewhat angry, found it hard to voice any accusations. He waved his hand and returned to his seat with a sullen expression. Miss, do you want to transfer through WeChat or Alipay? Seeing that the girl had no bag, she obviously wouldn't have a lot of cash on her. Alipay, that's the only way I have that much money, she replied. Oh, this young lady looks like a college student. I didn't expect her to casually have 20,000. She's quite the little wealthy lady, Wang Xiaokai thought with a smirk. At the same time, his lustful thoughts began to rise. If he could have some intimate moments with such a beautiful college student, it would feel like he could fly. Miss, wait a moment. Yi Fan naturally couldn't just watch this kind-hearted girl get scammed. He quickly thought for 2 seconds and spoke up. He didn't dare to directly expose the scam yet, as he suddenly noticed the girl was too close to the 3 con artists. If it were a big man, Yi Fan wouldn't be so concerned, but a woman's strength is inherently weaker than a man's, especially since she looked delicate and beautiful. Once the con artists felt cornered, they might easily target her for kidnapping. All eyes turned to the person who stood up to speak. Wang Xiaokai frowned slightly, unable to understand why someone was interrupting when the price had already been agreed upon. Could it be that this lottery ticket had become so popular that many people were interested? However, this was already the best price he had offered. He wasn't going to change it. He asked this handsome young man, do you have something to say? Are you also interested in buying my lottery ticket? Yi Fan smiled and did not look at Wang Xiaokai, but instead focused on the highly attractive female college student. Speaking gently, he said, Miss, could you come over for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Kong Xiuhan was taken aback. She had just been amazed by this handsome guy's looks and didn't expect him to speak to her. Feeling somewhat confused, she asked, what is it? Do I have to go over to talk? She appeared calm on the outside, but inside she was extremely excited. Did this handsome guy want her WeChat? Should she give it or not? Should she play hard to get? It was such a dilemma. A handsome guy like this might not come around again if she missed the chance. But I still don't know what this handsome guy is like. What if he wants to be in a relationship with me? What if he wants to marry me? What should we name our children in the future? If Yifan knew that this beauty was already thinking about the names of their future children, I wonder what he would think. Chapter 14. All because of looks. It's not good to talk about this in front of so many people. Come over here, and I'll tell you secretly. Yifan simidit cad. Wow, this handsome guy really wants to add me on WeChat. I'm so happy and excited. Kong Xiuhan was overjoyed and couldn't hide the smile on her face. She responded, "All right, I'll go over now." Wang Xiaohai was a bit anxious. Hey, miss. You haven't paid yet." Kong Xiuhan waved her hand casually and said, "Uncle, don't rush. Maybe this young man has something urgent to discuss with me. I'll go over first." In front of a handsome guy, such a not-so-urgent matter could definitely be pushed back. Wang Xiaohai wanted to reach out to stop her, but felt that it would be too hasty. If he annoyed this rich beauty and she decided not to buy, that would be terrible. He sighed and then shot Yifan a glare without leaving a trace. This guy is really a nuisance. "Young man, what did you want to talk to me about?" Kong Xiuhan asked shyly. Yifan smiled mysteriously and replied, "What I want to tell you is, those 3 people are all scammers." Yifan paused halfway through his sentence, then noticed several figures out of the corner of his eye before speaking loudly. What? Scammers?" Hearing this, Kong Xiuhan looked dazedly at the couple with the scruffy beards. Wang Xiaohai, being an old hand, was surprised when Yifan said all 3 were scammers. But his expression didn't show it. Years of acting experience allowed him to instinctively present an appropriate expression for the situation. Wang Xiaohai angrily said, "You look so clean and neat. Why do you like to talk nonsense? If you say I'm a scammer, you need to provide evidence." That person just now logged into the Dashuan Lottery's official website to check. Could it be, you want to buy my lottery ticket and are saying this on purpose? Yifan sneered. "Do you know why I only revealed your identities as scammers now? It's because I reported it to the police and was waiting for the trained police to come." Yifan ignored him and turned to the 2 trained police officers walking over, saying, "The people I reported just now are these 3, Wang Xiaohai, Wang Xiaoming, and Chen Honghong." Hearing their names, the 3 were shocked. This person must have been watching them for a long time, not only knowing they were scammers, but also being able to name them accurately. "Can you stop talking nonsense? Don't you know that defaming others is a crime?" Chen Honghong said sharply. They were all seasoned hands, very tough with their words. This was a group that wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. Yifan nodded indifferently and sneered. "Whether it's nonsense or not, we can find out by going to the police station, right? Go to the police station?" The 3 were completely panicked. They were all experienced criminals. With the same modus operandi, they couldn't withstand the police's questioning. One inquiry would reveal everything. They wanted to run. But the 2 trained police were right next to them, armed with batons and electric batons. The 2 of them could easily subdue the 3 of them. At such close distance, let alone escaping, even taking a hostage would be impossible. Taking a hostage? The surrounding area was full of big shots. Who would take whom as a hostage? Wang Xiaohai suddenly realized why Yifan had called that girl over. It turned out he was prepared. However, Yifan was clearly overthinking. Their maximum sentence for fraud would only be 3 years, but if they took a hostage, it would be an even graver crime. At least 10 years or even life. They weren't that reckless, nor that foolish, and they certainly didn't have that kind of courage. When Yifan reported to the police, the officers, based on his description, roughly deduced that these 3 had a high probability of being a fraud gang. Moreover, there had been several similar fraud cases across the country. They quickly informed the trained police on this high-speed train. After completing the record, the 2 walked out of the police station together. "Yifan, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you exposing their scam, I would have lost my 20,000 yuan for sure." Kong Xiuhan looked at Yifan with sparkling eyes. Although 20,000 yuan was just pocket money for her, she still felt the need to express gratitude. And he was also a super handsome guy. If she didn't show this bit of courtesy, wouldn't that make her seem uncultured? Yifan smiled slightly and waved his hand. "It's nothing, but I really didn't expect you to bring out so much money. You seem to be a student." Upon hearing this, Kong Xiuhan quickly explained, "This is all pocket money for my family." Pocket money? No wonder she's so innocent. She really is a rich second generation. A little rich girl. Yifan chuckled. "Why are you so nervous? I didn't mean anything else." Kong Chiohan felt embarrassed. Her little face flushed. No, I didn't mean anything else. Just wanted to explain. Yi Fan laughed and decided not to let Kong Chiohan feel awkward any longer. It's getting late. Do you want to take you home, or will you go back by yourself? Kong Chiohan looked up at the sky, hesitated for half a second, and then shyly said, if you have time, please take me. Yi Fan. He didn't expect this girl to really want him to take her. In fact, Yi Fan had only said that out of courtesy. Although it was night, the roads were still brightly lit, and just 10 seconds of walking would lead to the main road. Didn't she see the bus stop and the taxis coming and going? Yi Fan looked at the shy Kong Chiohan, feeling a bit speechless. However, recalling that she had given out 20,000 yuan without any guard on the train, he realized she probably didn't even recognize that she was speaking out of courtesy. Fine. Who told me to be so handsome that this beauty has let down her guard completely? Thinking of this, Yi Fan suddenly wanted to check Kong Chiohan's favorability level with his data eye. Target: Kong Chiohan, age 20 years, height 173 centimeters, looks 93. Personality: kind, innocent, looks-oriented, likes daydreaming and overthinking. Favorability: 72, likes you a lot. Hint: due to your looks, kindness, and courage, the other party's favorability towards you has greatly increased. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect this girl's favorability to rise so quickly. Is she a fountain? Sigh. All because of looks. Arriving at the roadside, watching the bustling pedestrians, Yi Fan helplessly waved his hand to hail a taxi. Soon, a taxi stopped in front of them. After getting in the car, the taxi driver asked, "Where are you two headed?" The taxi driver's question was clearly directed at Yi Fan, with an understanding expression on his face. But Yi Fan had no idea where Kong Chiohan's home was. The taxi driver clearly misunderstood, probably thinking the two were headed to a hotel. Yi Fan glanced at the suddenly spaced-out Kong Chiohan, slapped his forehead, and asked helplessly, "Miss, where do you live?" "At least tell the driver." Kong Chiohan instantly woke up, blushing and showing an embarrassed expression, to the Hillside Bay Villa area. Yi Fan was stunned. Wow, she really is a rich girl, and perhaps even richer than he imagined. The Hillside Bay Villa area is the most famous high-end community in Modu, surrounded by mountains and water, filled with wealthy people and luxury cars. Yi Tianhong's villa is right here. One can imagine the kind of big shots living there. Chapter 15, Why are you home so late? All right, I'll get out first. Opening the car door, Kong Chiohan stepped out with her long, fair legs. By the way, as if she had thought of something, Kong Chiohan said again, "Yi Fan, let me add you on WeChat, so I can send you the taxi fare later." It seemed like a sudden thought, but it had actually been planned for a long time. Yi Fan naturally did not know this. He waved his hand and smiled gently. No need to send it. I'm getting out here too. Yi Fan originally intended to go back to the dormitory, but Yi Tianhong would not allow his son, who had suffered so much, to live in the dormitory. He kept on insisting that Yi Fan hurry home. Yi Fan felt very touched. After leaving the orphanage, Yi Tianhong was the first person to care for him like family. He accepted the good intentions half-heartedly. However, this also strengthened his resolve to secretly go to the hospital for a paternity test someday. Getting out here, Kong Chiohan was taken aback and then asked in surprise, "Could it be that you live here too, Yi Fan?" It wasn't that Kong Chiohan looked down on Yi Fan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked for his WeChat. It was because the Banshan Bay Villa area was considered top-notch in such a precious place like Modu, filled with wealthy people. And even a random car could be worth hundreds of thousands or millions. She took a second-class seat on the high-speed train because she was used to traveling in business class and wanted to try a different style. Could it be that Yi Fan was the same? Looking at Yi Fan, who was about the same age as her, could it be that he was also a rich second generation? Yi Fan looked at this often cute beauty with a hint of amusement and said, "What? Can't I live here?" No. I didn't mean that." Kong Chiohan hurriedly explained, but the more anxious she became, the less clear she was. Not knowing what to say. "Haha, look at you getting so anxious. I was just teasing you. Don't be too nervous." Yi Fan laughed heartily, looking at the beauty who blushed easily. Her delicate, beautiful face was flushed, and with her long black hair, it gave off a different kind of allure that was tempting. For a moment, even Yi Fan, who was used to beautiful women, was a bit mesmerized. Hey, I say, who is paying here? It's fine if you two are being affectionate, but don't delay my business." Yi Fan was suddenly jolted awake, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head. Then he and Kong Chiohan spoke in unison. "I'll pay." The two looked at each other in surprise, and under the astonished gaze of the driver, they both awkwardly turned their heads away. In the end, it was Yi Fan who made the payment. He couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere any longer. "Wait a minute." Seeing Yi Fan about to leave, Kong Chiohan hurriedly called out after him. "What's wrong? Could it be that this guy was attracted to his looks and was trying to cling to him? Since we both took this taxi, I definitely can't let you pay for it alone. I should at least transfer you half." Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "All right then." Since this girl was so understanding, he didn't want to refuse. He then opened the WeChat payment code. "Kong Qian? So what is going on here? What does this payment code mean? Is this what I want? I want your WeChat QR code. The one to add friends. You helped me with such a big favor, and I want to treat you to a meal another day. So let us add each other on WeChat for future contact." "A meal? No need, it's just a small thing." Yi Fan waved his hand, indicating that it was just a trivial matter, and there was no need to be so polite. "No, it's necessary. Quickly bring out your phone. I want to add you on WeChat." By the end, she seemed a bit anxious, even with a hint of a whine, looking quite pitiful. Yi Fan couldn't resist this. "All right, you can scan it." Saying this, he opened his WeChat QR code. Kong Chiohan quickly took out her phone to scan, afraid that if she was late, she wouldn't be able to add Yi Fan on WeChat. She thought to herself that it was hard to come across a handsome guy with a sense of justice. So she had to seize the opportunity. "But Yi Fan, when you see me next time, you can't just say you have to call me by my name. Chiohan, remember that." "Chiohan? Doesn't that sound too familiar? We just met for the first time." But seeing how cute and silly she was, it was still acceptable. As soon as Yi Fan returned to Yi Tianhong's villa, he ran into Yi Yayan, who was coming down the stairs. Yes, it was Yi Yayan walking down the stairs, not using the elevator. Yi Fan thought that these rich kids would try to use the elevator as much as possible. "Brother, why are you back so late? Did you go to a gathering with friends?" Yi Yayan naturally saw Yi Fan, who had just entered the house, and asked with her clear and pleasant voice. After all, he was her brother, and some necessary concern was to be expected. Yi Fan smiled and replied, "No gathering. Just encounter a little issue." "Little issue?" Yi Yayan raised an eyebrow. "If you can't solve it, you can tell me. I'm your sister, after all." "Thanks, sis. But it's already resolved," Yi Fan answered. "That's good." Yi Fan was puzzled. Yi Yayan's attitude towards him was sometimes caring and sometimes cold, which seemed contradictory. He couldn't help but want to use his insight to see. Target: Yi Yayan, age 25, height 177 centimeters, appearance 94, personality strong, calm, meticulous, cold outside but warm inside, favorability 69, tip: the other party is a strong woman, afraid you will take her position in the group, but also has a familial fondness for you. Strong woman, afraid I'll take her position in the group? Oh, no wonder she's south both close and distant to me. That is how it is. But I don't even have any management skills. Could it be that Yi Tianhong still holds traditional views on gender? Clearly, Yi Yayan misunderstood. Yi Fan had no thoughts about Yi Tianhong's group at all. With a cheat on, could he still be afraid of not achieving great things? However, since Yi Yayan still had so much goodwill towards him, he couldn't dislike her because of this matter. After all, everyone has their own concerns. It wasn't he because of looks or anything. "By the way, sis, it's almost 10 o'clock. Why are you still down here?" He had heard that Yi Yayan usually goes to bed by 10:30, and now it was almost 10. Hearing this, Yi Yayan's pretty face flushed, and combined with her already high appearance and unique temperament, it was quite enticing. "I'm hungry, so I came down to get something to eat." "Sis, you can cook?" Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect Yi Yayan, who was born with a golden key, to be able to do this. "No," Yi Yayan quickly clarified, knowing Yi Fan misunderstood. "I just cut some fruit and drizzle some yogurt on it to make fruit salad." Seeing Yi Fan's bewildered expression, Yi Yayan felt inexplicably angry. "I'm not just capable of making fruit salad. I can also cook noodles. Next time, I'll make you some." Chapter 16 Come and Save Me a Happy Day begins with check-in. In the morning, accompanied by the humid air, Yi Fan woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was check in. In fact, he could check in any time after midnight. However, Yi Fan believed that morning was the time when everything revived, full of vitality, and could bring him luck. He opened the system. Does the host want to perform the daily check-in? Check-in. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. Gaming expert, proficient in various games, becoming a top gaming expert. Yi Fan shook his head, speechless. He was not satisfied with this check-in reward. Damn it, I don't play games, so being proficient in various games is useless for me. However, since this check-in happened every day and was free, having it was better than not having it at all. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Yi Fan, didn't you say you had class in the morning yesterday? Let us take a car to school together. The scene seemed just like yesterday. But last night, Yi Shirling had already asked Yi Fan if he had class in the morning, and they agreed to go to school together. Yeah, let's take our family's luxury car. Okay, you go down for breakfast first. I'll wash up and come down right away. All right, hurry up. After saying that, Yi Shirling excitedly walked to the elevator and went downstairs. Although the Yi family was wealthy, breakfast was still based on their own tastes. Since Yi Shirling and Yi Yayan were both girls, they preferred lighter flavors, eating milk with oatmeal and bread. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had soup dumplings and soy milk. The soup dumplings were filled with pork, but not just any pork, it was Tibetan fragrant pig. Tibetan fragrant pork is delicate, low in fat, high in nutritional value, and raised on mountain delicacies and spring water. Combined with high-quality flour and skilled dumpling-making techniques, it was incredibly delicious. Taking a bite, the filling was sweet and the skin was thin and juicy. Indeed, even the simplest breakfast could be exquisite and delicious in a wealthy family. Shirling, why are you wearing such big black frame glasses to school? And you even did a freckle makeup? Yi Fan wanted to ask during breakfast, but since Yi Yayan was present, and he wasn't very familiar with her, he decided to ask Shirling privately. Hee, I don't want to be harassed by so many boring boys. This kind of look makes my school life a bit more normal, Yi Shirling explained with a smile, a hint of pride in her tone. Oh, I see. How could a beauty like you remain anonymous? So that is how it is. No wonder. Yi Fan had been puzzled about this before. A beauty like Yi Shirling. How could he not have heard of her? Now, seeing the scene before him, he understood. It was somewhat amusing. Other women made themselves beautiful with makeup, while Yi Shirling did the opposite. Perhaps this was the eternal restlessness of what one cannot have. Those who are favored are fearless. You're impressive. Okay, I've arrived. Brother, if you have time, remember to come play with me. The driver stopped the car at a less crowded spot at the school gate, and Yi Shirling got out, waving goodbye to Yi Fan. Even if a few people noticed, it didn't matter. After all, the car was only worth 6 or 700,000, which wasn't particularly eye-catching in such a bustling city. All right, come visit when you have time. Goodbye. Yi Fan waved with a smile. Noon, in a school cafeteria. After we talked to the counselor yesterday, he didn't call you to confirm if it was true, or at least call Lin Feng's parents. The two looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Yi Fan smiled proudly. In the end, it's my reputation as a top student that's holding this up. You can't envy this. However, the counselor later sent a WeChat asking for the situation, asking if we needed help. Later, Lin Feng's mother also called in to ask for leave. Zhao Lei frowned and said, but there's only a week left until the exam. I don't know if Lin Feng can pass after taking such a long leave. Yeah, Xia Yu agreed. Yi Fan smiled and said, Lin Feng only took 2 days leave, and he has learned everything he needs to know, so passing shouldn't be a problem as long as attendance ISNT counted. By the way, your bodyguard ISNT coming again to bring you something to eat, right? That stuff was really good. I can't forget that taste after eating it once. I specifically told them not to come anymore. I'm already attracting enough attention, so no more need to provoke jealousy. But since you all want to eat it, I can bring some for you in the future. That would be great. Zhao Lei exclaimed. Old Yi is indeed old Yi, righteous. After returning to the dormitory, the two teamed up for a game of PUBG. Damn, you blew up the wrong person. You threw a grenade and blew me up. You're really a talent. The sound of a grenade explosion echoed, and Xia Yu's character knelt. The health bar turned red. Xia Yu looked at the computer screen, angrily cursing Zhao Lei. Today, he nearly unlocked a new way to die by almost being killed by his teammate as grenade. Fortunately, he was hiding behind a big tree and wasn't finished off by the enemy. Otherwise, it would have really counted as unlocking a new way to die. Come and save me, Zhao Lei. If I die this game, you have to share half of your instant noodles with me tonight, Xia Yu shouted. This was also because there was no one else sleeping at noon. Otherwise, Zhao Lei would have been able to control his emotions. Hearing instant noodles, Zhao Lei's fighting spirit ignited. He shouted, "Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here." However, as soon as he showed up, he was pushed back by the fierce fire from the two enemies. Looking at his health bar, it was already red. He quickly used a first aid kit and then helplessly said to Xia Yu beside him, "It's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that I can't." At that moment, Zhao Lei suddenly felt the urge to urinate and quickly said, "Old Xia, wait a minute. I need to use the bathroom. When I come back, I'll guarantee to save you." Without waiting for Xia Yu to respond, Zhao Lei dashed to the bathroom in the dormitory. Using the bathroom at a critical moment was indeed a good idea. Zhao Lei felt secretly pleased. Given the current situation, the enemies had ample ammunition and possibly a 6x scope. How could he compete with his skills? The only option was tactical retreat. But if he retreated tactically, he would definitely lose all the instant noodles for the night. Using the bathroom at least could save half of them. "Ah, Zhao Lei, you idiot. Why are you using the bathroom at such a critical moment? Holding it for a few minutes won't kill you." Xia Yu was nearly in tears. "You're not Zhao Zilong of Changshan. You're more like Zhao Zilong of Shijiazhuang." If he weren't focused on controlling his position to avoid being hit by the enemy, he would have gone to operate Zhao Lei's computer desk. Damn it, I should have known not to choose the desert map. Besides a few big trees, there's no cover. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Yi Fan, who was doing homework, completely unaffected. Old Yi's composure is getting stronger and stronger. Xia Yu remembered the time when he had Yi Fan play for him while eating noodles. He didn't know if it was luck or skill, but Yi Fan had used a grenade to kill two enemies. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Old Yi, help. Quickly take over old Zhao's position to save me." Chapter 17. Yi Fan is a god, don't disturb me. "I'm doing my homework," Yi Fan said. Although he could focus on studying, being called by name would still pull him out of that environment. "Yi, I'm begging you. Just a few minutes, it won't take long." Yi Fan sighed helplessly and walked towards Zhao Lei's desk. Zhao Lei, who was in the bathroom at the moment, naturally heard this and said in a muffled voice, "Is he going to play now? I still can't forget his amazing feat of taking 2 lives with 1 strike last Monday. Goddamn, 1 strike for 2 lives? I just happened to hit a dead mouse with a blind cat." Sitting at Zhao Lei's desk, as soon as Yi Fan touched the mouse, he remembered his morning sign-in reward. In an instant, it felt like the king of gunmen had possessed him, or like a battle royale soul awakened. In short, Yi Fan instantly transformed into a master. At this moment, he suddenly understood the power of this sign-in reward. There are countless games in the world, and this sign-in reward allows him to instantly become a top-tier player in any game he plays. Moreover, the term game encompasses a broad range. Most people might only think of online games like MMORPGs or single-player games upon hearing about this talent. But Yi Fan, with his clever brain, thought of more. He also considered offline interactive games like mahjong, guessing games, and poker. Aren't they all games? If that's the case, then Yi Fan would be exceptionally awesome. Just going to Macau for a few rounds could mean he could take off directly, right? Of course, this was just Yi Fan's daydream. Casinos that operate in Macau certainly have their own means. This kind of money isn't something he could just earn at will. Moreover, such things are addictive, and Yi Fan wasn't planning to touch them easily. Yi Fan's gaze swept over and found that Zhao Lei's 2 weapons were an AK with a 4x scope and an Uzi with a red dot sight. And besides bullets, there wasn't even a smoke grenade in his backpack. Even the health kits were missing. He couldn't help but speak to Xia Yu. "I can't save you right now. Hold on until I take out the 2 on the opposite side." "Hold on? Take out the 2 on the opposite side? Is Zhao Lei's seat really that uplifting? Like it has a buff for courage? What nonsense is this? Even I, a player with 500 hours, wouldn't dare to be this cocky. You haven't even played a few rounds, and you can act like this?" Yi Fan Yu. Before Xia Yu could finish, he saw the white text displayed on the screen. "Your teammate eating grapes must eat grape skin knocked down muscle man in stockings with an AK." Wow, what's going on here? In less than 5 seconds, one was knocked down. That's terrifying. Usually, he hadn't seen Yi Fan play games at all. He neither went to internet cafes nor had a computer. Could it be that Yi Fan is a legendary gaming expert, hiding his talents? Otherwise, how could he have such shocking performance twice? "Old Yi, honestly tell me, do you often sneak off to internet cafes to play games? Otherwise, how could your gaming skills be this strong?" Xia Feng couldn't believe it. What happened to the academic genius persona? He must have secretly played games. Yi Fan was currently focused on the screen, not caring to explain. He just casually said, "Don't envy me. I might just be an ordinary little gaming genius." Ordinary little gaming genius? What kind of meme is that? Yi Fan then realized that this parallel world didn't seem to have this meme. Neither the ordinary principal nor the ordinary little romance genius had appeared. But such trivial matters didn't need to be explained. Yi Fan stared at the computer screen and said, "The person behind the big tree has been killed by me. There is currently one left behind a rock." "I know that. What's wrong?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. "There's a low slope over there, and they are teammates, so the person behind a rock might not be there anymore. If he is not there, he can only go to two places. Either go around the low slope to save his teammate, or come around from the right to attack you. I think there is a high probability he has gone around the low slope to save his teammate. If he chooses to come from the right to prepare to attack you, it's easy to expose his position and be seen by you, since we are relatively higher and have no cover. Based on my previous performance, the person behind the rock wouldn't dare to come from the right to attack you, so I plan to rush over to hit him. After all, even if I save you now, neither of us has any health kits left, which isn't very useful. You go. I believe in you. Take my dragon's breath gun and go in and out." Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Lei had already come out of the bathroom and was standing behind Yi Fan watching. Before Xiaoyu could finish, Yi Fan charged forward with his Uzi, looking for a new gun. Watching the text appear on the screen, Xiaoyu was speechless for a long time. "Your teammate eating grapes must eat grape skin killed catch up with me," and he with an Uzi. "Your teammate eating grapes must eat grape skin killed muscle man in stockings with an Uzi." Zhao Lei looked at the game character rushing back on the screen and couldn't help but chuckle. "Yiga, why didn't you use your fist to kill that down muscle man?" "I really like that. It feels so satisfying." Yi Fan simply replied, "It was too time-consuming." Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, "Do you think Yi Fan is a noob like you? If you waste any more time, I really want to be able to save you." In the end, Yi Fan still managed to save Xiaoyu just in time. "All right, I should go back to continue my homework. You guys keep playing." Yi Fan sighed in relief. He didn't expect playing games to be such a pleasurable experience. It seemed much more interesting than studying. This thought is dangerous. Finals are coming, and studying is still more interesting. Yeah, studying is more interesting. Hey, don't go, Yi Fan, keep playing. I feel like we can win this game." Zhao Lei quickly persuaded. "No, I think studying is still more interesting. I love studying," Yi Fan said without a hint of embarrassment. Sigh. "Okay, then you study. After all, finals are coming soon. I'll study after this game too." Xiaoyu originally wanted to persuade Yi Fan a bit more, but upon thinking that his grades were so good, he decided not to push it. Sure enough, those who study will have a great interest in studying. However, now that he knew Yi Fan just thought games were more interesting than studying, he didn't know what to think about that. "Come on, old Zhao. Sit down and soak in Yi Fan's kingly aura. Even if I can't become Changshan Zhao Zilong, at least let me be Shijia Zhao Zilong." "Old Xia, what you said, Changshan Zhao Zilong and Shijia Zhao Zilong are essentially the same," Zhao Lei replied. "The vibe is different." Chapter 18. Yi Shirling's Fan Woe. Someone downstairs is arranging roses, and it looks like they're forming a heart shape. They've already set up a big part of it. What? Is this really happening? I need to check it out. But aren't these a few buildings for boys? Which girl is so bold? No way, that's a guy. A guy? I heard it's a guy, and not only did the number of people going to see it not decrease, it actually increased. Yi Fan's dormitory. They naturally heard the sounds of people coming and going in the corridor. The soundproofing isn't that great, and there are a lot of people outside making a lot of noise. What is going on? Let's go take a look. This game hasn't ended yet. But Xiaoyu was more interested in what those people outside were talking about, and he immediately laid down the character in the game. "Don't. There are only 10 people left in this round. Maybe we can get chicken dinner this time," Zhao Lei said anxiously, unwillingly. "Are you stupid? If we want to get chicken dinner in the future, we can just ask Yi Fan to take us. But this situation outside is something we've never encountered before. If you don't check it out, wouldn't that be a shame?" Zhao Lei glanced at Yi Fan, thinking that made sense, and was persuaded. Although Yi Fan hadn't played for long today, he was already impressed by Yi Fan's skills. After the final exams, there would be plenty of opportunities for Yi Fan to lead. Anyway, Yi Fan is now a rich second generation and doesn't need to work part-time during the winter break. Xiaoyu looked at Yi Fan and said, Yi, let us go check it out together? Yi Fan frowned. What is so interesting about this? It's a guy. If it were a beautiful girl, I'd consider going. Xiaoyu laughed. It's precisely because it's a guy that it's rare. Think about it. This situation wouldn't even be found in the history of our school. In a way, we're witnessing history. Witnessing history? Yi Fan was speechless. He firmly replied, I'm not going. Seeing Yi Fan's resolute answer, Xiaoyu sighed and didn't continue to persuade him. So he dragged Zhao Lei along to see. But just a few minutes later, a particularly loud voice broke Yi Fan's peace. Where is Yi Fan? I want to see Yi Fan. Such a loud voice. Obviously amplified by a loudspeaker. Bang! Yi Fan irritably slammed his book on the table. What the hell is going on? A bad premonition rose in Yi Fan's heart. Don't ruin my reputation. I'm a guy, and I like girls. Bang! The dormitory door was quickly opened, and his two roommates looked at Yi Fan with strange smiles, their eyes scanning him up and down, making Yi Fan shiver. Can you guys act normal and not disgust me? Before his two roommates could speak, other boys in the building rushed over, shouting in varying tones. Yi Fan, come out. Yi Fan, come out. Most of them knew Yi Fan. After all, he was quite famous. Damn, you bunch of single dogs. Can you stop leading the charge? I'm completely in the dark and don't even know what is going on. Is it so hard to study in peace? Yi Fan was speechless and then turned to his two roommates, asking, so what is going on now? That guy downstairs arranged roses into a big heart and then called your name. What do you think this is? Xiaoyu said, raising an eyebrow playfully. Zhao Lei beside him also wore a meaningful smile. What the hell? Yi Fan took a deep breath. He was truly infuriated. Let's go check it out. Yi Fan said coldly. This situation couldn't be caused by some guy who dislikes me, right? If so, that would be too petty. This would not only fail to make girls keep their distance, but would instead give rise to a terrifying organization of fangirls. After all, if girls get obsessed, then there's no place for guys. Yi Fan's mind was racing. Surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, he walked to the window at the stairwell, where he could see the situation downstairs clearly. Downstairs, a heart made of many roses came into Yi Fan's view. In the middle of the heart stood a man in a wine-red suit, holding a white loudspeaker. Dressed so flamboyantly, could he really be a gay guy? Before Yi Fan could speak, a bunch of people who didn't care about the situation shouted loudly, Yi Fan is here. Yi Fan is here. Hearing this, the man in the wine-red suit looked up and raised a loudspeaker, shouting, Big brother-in-law, I'm a fan of Ling Bao. Please, Ling Bao, come over. I want to confess to her. The surrounding crowd froze. What's going on? Is he not here to confess to Yi Fan? Who is this Ling Bao? Isn't she from our school? Why is he confessing in the boys' dormitory? Is he a guy or a girl? The onlookers were full of questions, all looking at Yi Fan. Zhao Lei and Xiaoyu also looked puzzled. Yi Fan, do you have a sister named Ling Bao? At this moment, Yi Fan's anger was completely ignited. Goodness, it's you dog. You're trying to ruin my reputation. You started by calling my name without explaining anything. Isn't this deliberately causing trouble? And you want to confess to Ling Bao? Just hearing the name shows you can only be a fan of Yi Shirling. You don't even know her real name and have never seen her in person, yet you want to confess? It's obvious you're the type who hears Yi Shirling has a nice voice and then fantasizes about her looks, imagining her to be exceptionally beautiful. Don't you know about a certain girl named Xiao Billionaire? Don't you know that Xiao Princess's top fan ran away with a train overnight? Although Yi Shirling is indeed very beautiful, someone like you, who doesn't even understand her, is qualified to confess? This is what you call liking her? Oof. This is just lusting after her body. Yi Fan's disdain for this flamboyant guy peaked, and he felt no goodwill at all. However, since he was Yi Shirling's brother, he still had the obligation to settle this matter. Thinking this, he quickly went downstairs. Big brother-in-law. As soon as the flamboyant guy saw Yi Fan come down, he immediately called out warmly and affectionately. This made Yi Fan's skin crawl. Seeing the flamboyant guy approach, Yi Fan quickly said, Don't come over. He looked at him with disgust. At this moment, Yi Fan finally saw the flamboyant guy's face clearly. Isn't this Liu Yufeng from the financial management department? Yi Fan had heard quite a few rumors about this guy. With a face slightly inferior to Yi Fan's and a father who is somewhat well off, Liu Yufeng had been flirting with girls since he enrolled last year. He basically changed his girlfriend every week. He even rented room 403 in a nearby hotel for 4 years straight. The purpose was obvious. This had made Lu Yufeng quite famous in school, albeit for being a scumbag. Chapter 19. Lu Xiao's kidney deficiency. There are even rumors that Lu Yufeng can be seen taking a beautiful woman upstairs around 8 or 9 o'clock every night. Such a scumbag is even qualified to confess to Yi Shirling. It's simply garbage that hurts the eyes. Insight, eye activated. Target, Lu Yufeng. Age, 19. Height, 178 centimeters. Attractiveness, 86. Personality, lecherous. Values face short-tempered, untrustworthy, idle, self-righteous. Loves to show off cleverness. Affection level, -10. Disgust. Tip, dislikes those more handsome than him. Likes beautiful women. Severely kidney deficient. So many personality flaws? Yi Fan was surprised. How useless must one be to have so many shortcomings? Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer. You want to confess to Ying Bao? Not only did the onlookers notice Yi Fan's disdain, but Lu Yufeng also realized it. The enthusiastic expression on Lu Yufeng's face cooled down a bit. Did this guy really think that looking better than me meant he could act so recklessly? Just because he's 2 grades higher than me. He thinks he could be so arrogant? Lu Xiao values face above all, but seeing Yi Fan's attitude clearly indicated that he was not giving Lu Yufeng any face. However, thinking of Ying Bao's charming voice, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. With a forced smile, he said, "Brother-in-law, isn't it obvious? I made such a big deal today to confess to Ying Bao. If it were someone else, Yi Fan might have given him some face. After all, who hasn't been young?" But Lu Yufeng had first forced himself out with vague words and was a notorious scumbag. Such a person wants to confess to his little sister? Dream on. What? I said you're dreaming. Yi Fan said word by word. With you, a lecherous, kidney-deficient scumbag. Are you even qualified to confess to my sister? Isn't that just throwing garbage at the doorstep and polluting the environment? At this moment, there were already many onlookers. Hearing Yi Fan's sarcastic remarks, they couldn't help but laugh. Many even began to speculate. So Lu Yufeng is kidney deficient? He goes to hotels every day and doesn't take a single day off. Isn't it normal to be kidney deficient? No wonder sometimes when I see his weekly girlfriend, she's also getting close to other men. It turns out she's not satisfied. Speaking of which, I think I've seen it twice. I've seen it 5 times. Lu Yufeng. How does he know I'm kidney deficient? Didn't I give a hush money? He was dumbfounded and furious. The school's top handsome guy was actually called garbage and accused of polluting the environment. How could this be tolerated? Does Lu Xiao seem so easy to bully? How could you slander me? How could you possibly know if I have kidney deficiency? It's one thing to say I'm a scumbag. After all, the women who exercise with him are all gold diggers. But admitting to being kidney deficient is absolutely unacceptable. If he admits it, not only will he lose face, but it will also drive some women away. After all, some women want both money and sexual satisfaction, and such women are generally quite appealing. Slander? Ye find chocolate likely. Everyone knows what's going on in their hearts. Haven't you heard that your weekly girlfriend often straddles 2 boats? Isn't that a sign of dissatisfaction? Could it be that you like wearing a green hat? Ha ha. Yi Fan's sharp words not only rendered Lu Yufeng speechless, but also amused the surrounding onlookers. Lu Yufeng genuinely didn't expect that after putting on such a flashy confession ceremony, he wouldn't even get to seeing Bao's face and would be ruthlessly mocked by her brother. The laughter from the crowd made Lu Yufeng feel like a clown, extremely embarrassed. Yi Fan, I was your sister's top supporter in her live stream yesterday. If you treat me like this, your sister won't benefit at all. Without my generous rewards, your sister's income will drop significantly. I heard you just recently recognized your sister. Don't let her dislike you right after reuniting. Damn, this guy is cursing with hidden meanings. Each sentence includes your sister, and he emphasizes those 2 words. Well, you don't have to worry about that. If my sister finds out now, she will definitely agree with my decision. Otherwise, wouldn't your top support just directly contact my sister instead of going through me? It's a very simple logic. If Lu Yufeng could contact Yi Shirling, why would he look for Yi Fan? Besides, Yi Shirling, who grew up in luxury, would look down on someone claiming to be the top supporter. That would be underestimating the Yi family's wealth. Seeing that the final financial tactic was ineffective, Lu Yufeng's face completely lost its composure. He said angrily, "Fine, Yi Fan, you wait for me. Yi Fan was also speechless. Does this guy watch too much TV? Still making threats. Doesn't he know that only weaklings do this? After saying that, Lu Yufeng turned to leave. Hey, why are you leaving in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking yet, Yi Fan hurriedly said. Lu Yufeng sneered. Now you know to be afraid. I can give you. I wanted to say you need to take the garbage away. Don't leave it here to damage the school's environment and image. Yi Fan interrupted him directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yufeng's mouth twitched. He thought Yi Fan was about to relent, but unexpectedly, he wanted him to clean up the garbage. Who does Lu Xiao think he is? How could he do such menial work? He secretly thought, Yi Fan, we've made a big enemy today. Then he turned and continued to walk away. Okay, everyone quickly take out your phones and record a video. Lu Yufeng threw garbage but didn't pick it up, damaging the campus environment. Xiaoyu chimed in. Yes. Zhao Lei chuckled. It's being recorded. Lu Yufeng was furious and almost stumbled. How can Yi Fan be like a sticky candy that's hard to shake off? He turned to Yi Fan and said, Who said I wouldn't deal with the garbage? Bah, I'm dealing with these flowers. Saying that, he pulled out several red bills from his wallet and said to a nearby passerby, Go take care of those flowers. Here's your payment. The passerby was overjoyed, not expecting to earn a week's living expenses just by joining the fun. He quickly said eagerly, Okay, Lu Xiao, don't worry. Seeing the passerby's enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Yufeng finally felt happy, thinking he had finally turned the tables. It seems that money still works wonders. Yi Fan, you wait for me. I can't mess with you at school, but you'll always be alone at some point. Chapter 20. No innocent veteran driver during class. Zhao Lei, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help his curiosity. He turned to Yi Fan, who was sitting on his left, and asked, So, Yi Fan, do you really have a sister? Xiaoyu, who was sitting to Yi Fan's left, also perked up at this and elbowed Yi Fan, urging, Come on, old Yi. Just tell us. Seriously, otherwise how would Lu Yufeng set up such a grand confession scene? Yi Fan replied softly. It should be noted that Lu Yufeng's big heart was made entirely of roses. Although Yi Fan didn't know the exact price of roses, it must have cost quite a bit. That makes sense, Zhao Lei nodded. I heard from friend that a rose costs at least 6 or 7 yuan. Lu Yufeng's big heart must have used at least a few hundred roses. So expensive? Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. If Lu Yufeng sold those flowers secondhand, he could probably make a good profit. If you go rummaging through the trash can over at the dorm building now, you might still find some, Yi Fan teased. Xiaoyu jokingly scolded, Shut up. Those flowers were all intact before, but now they've been thrown in the trash. They definitely can't be sold anymore. Plus, these are roses from a failed confession. Who would want to buy those? At this moment, Zhao Lei asked again, Then why didn't Lu Yufeng confess to your sister? And your sister is a streamer too. I just heard you guys talking about her fans and rankings. Xiaoyu added, Yeah, your dad is the richest man in Huaxia. Your family isn't short on money. Why is she doing live streaming? Yi Fan smiled and explained, It should be a personal hobby. My sister, even though she's not good at games, just enjoys streaming them. Zhao Lei was taken aback. Not good at games, but still streams? Isn't that just asking to be roasted? You're mistaken, Yi Fan grinned, about to explain further. Suddenly, Xiaoyu exclaimed, Ing Bao? Could it be that your sister is the chubby Ing Bao streamer from Shark Live? You know her? Yi Fan was astonished. I thought the term Ing Bao sounded so familiar. When I recalled what you said about her being bad at games, it clicked instantly, Xiaoyu explained. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered what expression his sister, Yi Shirling, would have if she knew someone recognized her because of her gaming skills. She is your sister? Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Big brother-in-law. So you are my big brother-in-law. Yi Fan's expression darkened. Kid, you really have no shame. Another fish trying to pry into my sister's business. Don't call me that. I'm not familiar with you. Yi Fan said coldly, his tone unfriendly. Come on, old Yi, we've been classmates for 3 years and roommates. How can you say we're not familiar? Xiaoyu argued. As long as you don't call me that, I'll still recognize you as my son. Get lost. Xiaoyu looked at Yi Fan suspiciously and asked, Could it be? Yi Fan, are you sister Khan? Yi Fan's forehead was covered in black lines as he firmly stated, No. Xiaoyu had a disbelieving expression. It's only been a few days, and you've awakened your sister Khan attributes. It seems. Xiaoyu grinned. Ing Bao must be very pretty. Yi Fan didn't expect Xiaoyu to guess correctly. Ahem. I mean, Yi Shirling is pretty. Yi Fan is handsome and talented. How could he possibly be his sister Khan? Do you have a photo? Zhao Lei was also very interested. Although he didn't know who Ying Bao was, he was curious about her appearance. No. Yi Fan said irritably, then looked forward. He whispered, Professor Sun has already noticed us. Be careful or you might get called up. Upon hearing that Professor Sun had noticed them, the two instantly fell silent, sitting up straight with serious expressions. But it was too late. They were still called up by Professor Sunday. The three people sitting in the middle on the left, yes, that's right, you three, come up to the podium and recite the grammar I just covered. Zhao Lei and Xiaoyu immediately looked glum, quickly whispering to Yi Fan, Brother Yi, you go first. We're counting on you. Yi Fan sighed and nodded. Sigh, here we go again. Fortunately, he had been paying attention and knew which grammar Professor Sun had covered. Indeed, the life of a top student was this monotonous, yet easy. After school, when Yi Fan just entered the living room, he saw Yi Yayan sitting on the sofa drinking tea. He found it strange that Yi Yayan was home so early today. She usually didn't come back until 6 or 7 o'clock. Yi Yayan also heard the noise and turned her head to look at Yi Fan, saying, Xiao Fan, you're finally back from school. Finally? Were you specifically waiting for me to come back? Yi Fan asked. Big sister, you're back really early today. There was nothing going on at the company, so I came back early, Yi Yayan replied with a slight smile, putting down her teacup. Didn't I promise you yesterday that I would make you something to eat? So I came back early today. Ding! The elevator door opened. Yi Shirling looked at the two people in the living room, her expression strange, and apologetically said, Sorry, am I coming at a bad time? I didn't hear anything. What did she just hear? Big sister, actually. Made something for Yi Fan to eat. What kind of bold words are those? Isn't that a bit too daring? I'm still a kid. It turns out that when a car accident happens due to excessive speed, no experienced driver is innocent. Yi Fan and Yi Yayan exchanged glances, both puzzled about what was going on. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Yi Yayan seemed to think of something. Her face flushed, and in a stern tone said, Yi Shirling, come out. If you go up there, I swear I'll spank you. Hearing this, Yi Shirling hurriedly pressed the elevator door open button. Since Yi Yayan had said that, even though she wouldn't really spank her, she would definitely give her a good talking to. She didn't want to get punished, but what she overheard was indeed too embarrassing. What if her sister got angry out of embarrassment later? So, Yi Shirling walked out of the elevator with tears in her eyes. Sigh. If only I'd kept my mouth shut, no one would have known I was here. Yi Yayan patted the sofa, signaling Yi Shirling to sit down. Then, she said to the somewhat anxious Yi Shirling, I was just going to make noodles for Yi Fan to eat. Your thoughts are really out there. Watch fewer strange books in the future, or I'll really spank you. After hearing the explanation, Yi Shirling froze for a moment. Then her face turned beet red. She didn't expect to have misunderstood. How embarrassing. Did I expose something? It's all Linger's fault for showing me those books. But how did my sister know about those books? Could it be? Chapter 21. The noodles cooked by Yi Fan. The noodles are about to overcook. Sis, quick. Fish them out. Don't worry. I've cooked noodles 3 times before. I know how to handle it. 3 times? A bad feeling rose in Yi Fan's heart. Finally, the noodles cooked by Yi Yan were ready. Looking at the noodles she brought over, Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Sis, did you want me to drink the noodle soup? Yi Yan glanced at the contents of the bowl, brushed her hair back shyly, and said this. This doesn't even count as noodle soup. Although it's sticky, it still has some shape. Besides, the noodles I usually cook aren't like this. Yi Fan looked at Yi Yan, whose face was slightly flushed, and felt both amused and exasperated. Luckily, aside from the milky broth, there were no other unusual colors. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have really worried about food poisoning. However, thinking about how Yi Yan hadn't even added green onions while cooking, Yi Fan was speechless. Realizing that Yi Yan was someone who had never touched a drop of water in the kitchen, Yi Fan picked up the chopsticks, ready to give it a try. After all, this was Yi Yan's heartfelt effort. Yi Fan only intended to taste it. If it was really bad, he wasn't planning to continue eating. How about not eating it? I can cook you another bowl of noodles, Yi Yan said, grabbing Yi Fan's hand. The delicate and tender feel of her palm left Yi Fan somewhat flustered. But Yi Fan was experienced. Although he felt a bit awkward about this kind of contact, he quickly calmed himself down. I'll just try the taste first. After all, this is the first bowl of noodles made by Sister Yin. Yi Fan similed, Genti Atyeyan. Okay then. Yi Yin released his hand, looking a bit worried, hoping it wouldn't be too bad. Got it. After Yifan finished speaking, he extended his chopsticks into the bowl to grab some noodles. However, the noodles broke as soon as he tried to pick them up, and Yifan hadn't even used much force. These noodles can't be eaten, Yifan decisively thought. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat them. It was that even the heavens wouldn't allow it. He glanced at Yi Yen. At this moment, her eyes were wide open, completely not expecting that her noodles couldn't even be picked up. She had previously made noodles that weren't this bad. Now she had made a big fool of herself. Yi Yen, with a flushed face, said to Yifan, I just remembered that the dog next door hasn't had dinner yet. I'll call Aunt Zhang to take this to it. After saying that, she picked up the noodles in front of Yifan and quickly walked out of the kitchen. Yifan was stunned. Can a dog eat mushy noodles? Also, which family living here isn't rich? Are you sure their dog would eat the noodles you made? Yifan looked at the stove and sighed. He might as well do it himself. Growing up in an orphanage, Yifan had some cooking skills, and they weren't bad. A few minutes later, after finishing her masterpiece, Yi Yen returned to the kitchen. As soon as she entered, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. What greeted Yi Yan's eyes was Yifan, who was fishing out noodles from the pot. Yifan, you can cook noodles? Yi Yan yalkid over incredulos. Of course, Yifan said with a proud smile. I'm making you some dry noodles. Yifan placed the perfectly cooked noodles into a bowl that already contained various seasonings. At this moment, Yi Yen realized that the delightful aroma was coming from the bowl. The combination of the various seasonings created an appetizing scent. Watching Yifan mix the noodles, Yi Yen blinked her beautifully large eyes and asked, why don't the noodles you cook stick together? When I used to cook noodles, I also wanted to make dry noodles, but I found that without broth, the noodles would tangle together and be dry. As Yifan mixed the noodles, he chuckled. To make dry noodles that aren't dry and hard, there are two methods. Two methods? Yi Yen asked in surprise. Yes, I know two ways, Yifan explained. But for you, the first method will do. Why? Yi Yen blinked, curious. Because it's simple. Forget it. I'll just tell you both. The first method is to put the cooked noodles into cold water. If you want to eat cold noodles, you don't need to put them back in the pot. If you don't want them cold, just put them back in the pot and pour hot water over them again. The second method is to fish the noodles out when they're almost done. At that point, the texture is just right. Then add a bit of oil and mix them, and they won't stick together. The second method is still not suitable for you right now. It requires experience. The first method, especially for making cold noodles, is the simplest and most suitable for a beginner like you. Oh, Yi Yen responded, and Yifan wasn't sure if she understood. Here, give it a try. Yifan handed the bowl of noodles to Yi Yen and then pulled a pair of chopsticks from the dining table for her. Yi Yen held the bowl with both hands, lowered her head to sniff, and just the aroma alone was enough to crush her own mushy noodles. She placed it on the dining table and picked up a bite with her chopsticks. Slurp. The noodles that entered her mouth weren't the overly soft texture she had made, but were just right. Not hard at all. This skill not only overshadowed hers, but could even be compared to the two maids at home. Delicious, right? Yifan crossed his arms and looked at Yi Yen. The way she was eagerly eating already told the answer. Delicious. I didn't expect the noodles you cooked to be this good. They can really be compared to Aunt Zhang's and Aunt Li's. Yifan smiled happily. Don't praise me too much. Really, I'm not someone who likes to boast. At this moment, Yifan opened his perception and was surprised to find that Yi Yan's affection for him had reached 73 points, making his smile even brighter. By the way, Yifan, call Shirling down to eat noodles too. Let her try the noodles made by her brother. Okay. Yifan responded and took out his phone to call Yi Shirling. Hello, Yifan. Have you eaten noodles yet? How do you feel? If you're feeling unwell, go find the two aunts for some medicine. As soon as the call connected, a barrage of questions came from Yi Shirling. Luckily, Yifan didn't put it on speaker. Otherwise, it would have been a combination of mockery aimed at Yi Yan. Hearing this, Yifan finally understood why she had sneaked upstairs when she heard that Yi Yan was cooking noodles. It's fine. I'm calling to ask you to eat noodles. Come down quickly. Eat noodles. I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat noodles. Yifan, persuade your elder sister. I want to save my appetite for the dinner Aunt makes later. Yifan chuckled. Was this girl afraid of the noodles Yi Yen made because she had eaten them before? She looked terrified. It's not your sister's noodles. It's mine. Come down and eat. It's really good. You made them? Yi Shirling paused for a moment and then continued asking, are they really good? You can't lie to me. I really trust you. Really, I'm not lying. Ye fan affirmet. All right, I'll come down and try your cooking. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan began preparing the second bowl of noodles. When Yi Shiling came down and saw the bowl of noodles that Yi Fan had prepared for her, which was visually appealing and aromatic, she finally felt relieved. Just by looking at it, it was obviously proper noodles. After taking a bite, the little girl exclaimed, "These noodles are great. Sis, look, this is what food should look like. What you made is please do not eat. Yin tone, ye yayan glirit angridi." And the little girl smiled awkwardly. The elder sister's authority was there, so she immediately shut her mouth. However, it wasn't quiet for a few seconds before she spoke to Yi Fan again. "Brother Yi Fan, can you join me in the live stream later? Many fans in my live room said they want to hear your voice again." "Me?" Yi Fan pointed at himself and then denied, "I'll pass. I don't know how to do live streaming." Yi Shiling smiled sweetly. "You don't need to stream. Just team up with me to play games while I'm live. Is that okay?" Seeing Yi Fan hesitating, Yi Shiling acted cute. "All right, I'll give it a try." Yay. Chapter 22. Doubting Life, 4th floor of the Villa entertainment game room. Yi Fan casually fiddled with the mouse and keyboard, secretly admiring how much better the feel was compared to Zhao Lei's. It was probably much more expensive as well. Yi Fan thought for a moment and asked, "Shiling, how much did this keyboard and mouse cost?" "Just a few thousand yuan. I can't remember the exact amount." Yi Shiling replied casually. "A few thousand yuan? These two items can be that expensive?" Yi Fan couldn't help but show surprise. He had just estimated a few hundred yuan. With a few thousand yuan, he could buy a gaming computer. Two. "Oh, brother, you mean both together? That should be a bit over 10,000 yuan. Not too expensive, right? A computer tower here costs around 80 to 90,000 yuan, capable of running all the games on the market perfectly." 80 to 90,000? Yi Fan clicked his tongue internally. Indeed, poverty limited his imagination. "By the way, Shiling, why haven't you started your live stream yet? Didn't you say you'd start at 8? It's already 2 minutes past." Yi Fan asked in confusion. Yi Shiling flipped her hair and chuckled. "Don't worry, brother Yi Fan. You don't know. My fans in a live stream room demand an apology from me if I'm not on time, so I might as well be deliberately late for a few minutes." "Why?" Yi Fan found it puzzling, feeling out of touch with the times. How could being on time require an apology? Before long, Yi Fan understood. Yi Shiling opened the live stream, and a flood of comments demanding an apology filled the screen. Yi Shiling cleared her throat and changed her voice to a very commanding, queen-like tone. "My foolish fans in the live stream room. How dare you ask this queen to apologize for my grand arrival? Truly outrageous, humph." Instantly, Yi Fan understood. This high and mighty queen voice seemed to hit some inner nerve, creating an irresistible feeling, even hinting at a sort of playful charm. Under this double impact, the fans in the live stream room couldn't help but react. "Please feel free to ravage me, my queen. I didn't expecting Bao to use her queen voice today. I was caught off guard and almost flipped out. Every time Bao's queen voice comes out, I can't handle it. I just want to run to the bathroom." "Want to run?" "Sorry. I've just come out of the bathroom." 666, bro. Your speed is unbeatable. Simply explosive. "Bao, be my girlfriend. I'm a beauty too." Yi Shiling looked at the overwhelming barrage of comments, her mouth curling up into a smug smile. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that she wasn't the only one live streaming today. Her brother Yi Fan was right beside her. Feeling a bit awkward, she said, "Brother, don't look at these comments. They hurt your eyes." "Hurt my eyes? Some of these innuendos are indeed a bit much." Yi Fan nodded and, understanding the hint, turned his attention back to his computer screen. Naturally, their conversation was heard in the live stream room. Immediately, most of the comments changed to something else. "Today, Bao's brother is here too. Bao, why didn't you remind us earlier? Did I expose something? Bao's brother, say a few more words. Your voice sounds so good, truly deserving of being family. What kind of divine genes do you all have?" Yi Shiling turned and smiled at Yi Fan, saying, "Look, my fans in a live stream love you so much. They don't even pay attention to me when they hear your voice." Yi Fan just smiled and said nothing, while he opened the PUBG game interface. Yi Shiling smiled at the live stream. "Before, you guys kept insisting that my brother join a live stream, right? I put in a lot of effort to get him here. Later, we will duo together in PUBG, so just wait and see how I carry my brother to victory." By the way, Yi Shiling then remembered she didn't even know if Yi Fan had played the game before, and asked, "Brother, have you played PUBG?" A few rounds, I guess. Yifan replied somewhat uncertainly. Those 2 times helping the dormitory's son play the game, even if they only added up to a few minutes, could count as a few rounds, right? Hearing this, Yi Shiling felt no worry. Instead, she was very happy and said, "A few rounds? No worries, just let me, the Asian queen of snipers, carry you." She was overjoyed inside. Finally, there was someone worse than her. The audience in the live stream couldn't hold back anymore and started to roast her. Asian queen of snipers? Ingbao, are you still half asleep? Carry you? Ha ha. I'm afraid she'll be singing death from above while flying. Ingbao's back with her bravado. Today, let us see how she unlocks the nth way to die. The strongest female parachutist in Asia is ready. Seeing these comments, Yi Shiling felt a bit embarrassed since Yifan was also watching. These annoying fans. How dare they roast me in front of brother Yifan? This time, I'll show you what it means to unleash my little universe. The birth of the Asian queen of snipers. Since you guys don't believe me, I'll let you witness my real skills. 5 minutes into the game. There's some on the roof. I've been knocked down, brother Yifan, hurry. Bang. Before Yi Shiling could finish her sentence, the sound of a grenade went off, and the person on the roof stopped attacking her. What is going on? Yi Shiling's eyes widened, feeling completely baffled. Why was this person attacking her anymore? She had been too nervous to pay attention to the information displayed on the computer. Don't worry, that person has been blown up by my grenade. Yifan's gentle voice came through, pulling Yi Shiling out of her daze. Her mouth slightly agape. She said, "What? You blew them up?" "Yes. I'm coming to rescue you now. Do you have any meds?" Yifan's calm voice replied. Yi Shiling, still a bit stunned, instinctively answered, "I only have bandages." "Oh, wait, I'll give you 3 first aid kits and some drinks." Yifan rescued Yi Shiling and dropped the items on the ground. At this moment, Yi Shiling finally snapped back to reality and said, "Brother, didn't you say you've only played a few rounds of this game? How come you're so good, blowing someone up with just 1 grenade? He didn't have any teammates left. A grenade would definitely kill him." Yifan explained in a steady tone. "If he had teammates, it would only knock him down." Yi Shiling waved her hand. "No, what I mean is, how did you know the enemy's position?" "You said it, but the roof is so big. How did you happen to blow him up? Could it be that you're just lucky?" Yi Shiling bit her pink lips, curiously looking at Yifan. "When he was shooting at you, I heard his position, and then I made a quick judgment and threw the grenade." At this moment, even though the two couldn't see the comments in the live stream, it had already exploded with excitement. "Wow, Ingbao's brother is playing dumb to eat the tiger. He has this sound location technique, and still says he only played a few rounds? I have a feeling that Ingbao is about to take off in this game. No way." "Sound location?" Yi Shiling softly asked. "It should be. It's a very simple technique. Don't you know?" Yi Shiling. "That hit hard. But brother, didn't you say you've only played a few rounds of the game?" "Yes. How can you tell where the sound is coming from?" "It's simple. You just listen and you can tell." Yifan scratched his head. "Is this really a difficult skill?" "It's obviously that easy." Yi Shiling. "This conversation can't go on. If you can tell just after playing a few games, then why haven't I learned it after playing for so long? Am I really that stupid?" Yi Shiling started to doubt her life. Chapter 23 Dinner Invitation. Shiling, are you feeling good? Yifan stretched lazily and looked at Yi Shiling with a grin. "So good. I'm absolutely thrilled. Brother, I've never felt this great before. It feels like I'm floating. What should I do?" Yi Shiling's face was flushed, her expression excited, and she couldn't hide her happiness. They had played 5 rounds of PUBG that night, and they had won all 5. It was Yi Shiling's first time discovering how fun this game could be. This is what a battle royale game should be. The previous ones were just delivery services. Although she didn't kill many people, following Yifan around to loot was quite satisfying. Whenever she got knocked down, Yifan would help her up. If her luck ran out and she got killed before Yifan could reach her, he would avenge her, allowing her to win effortlessly. "It's getting late. Let's stop for today. I'll take you to play PUBG again when I have time," Yifan said as he got up from the gaming chair and stretched his body. After playing for so long, his body was tense and lacked movement. "Okay, it's a deal, brother. Playing PUBG with you is just too enjoyable. I'm going to wash up and sleep now. Shiling, you should also rest early. The exams are coming up soon. Maybe you should reduce your streaming time a bit." Yifan finally revealed his intention. He felt that if Yi Shiling could shorten her gaming livestream time a little, her grades might improve. After taking a shower, Yi Fan dried his hair with a hairdryer. At that moment, his WeChat notification pinged several times in quick succession. Yi Fan put away the hairdryer and picked up his phone to check. Surprisingly, 3 people had sent him WeChat messages at the same time, and 2 others had probably sent messages while he was in the shower. All 5 are girls. Yi Fan glanced through them and decided to check the message from Kong Chiohan first, the rich beauty he met on the high-speed train. Yi Fan, didn't we say we'd have dinner together? I found a nice restaurant and would like to treat you to a meal. Are you around? Are you there now? Or are you not? If you're not, please reply quickly when you see this message. Kong Chiohan's message had been sent while Yi Fan was showering. After thinking for a moment, he typed back, I just took a shower, didn't see your message. In less than a second, she replied, oh, when are you free? Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Was her response speed this fast? Or was she using voice to text? I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon. I originally planned to go to the library to study, but since you mentioned it, I can meet up tomorrow afternoon. Will that disrupt your study plans? If you're really busy, I can wait. I don't want to delay your studies. Yi Fan replied, it won't disrupt me. I was just going to review some exam questions from yesterday. Kong Chiohan. They were both in their 3rd year. Yet she was already thinking about graduate school. What a gap. Yi Fan, you're amazing. I haven't even thought about grad school. Are the exam questions difficult? Not really. It's just to get a feel for the graduate exam. Oh, Yi Fan, you're not planning on taking the grad exam? No. If I'm guessing correctly, I should be able to secure a recommendation for grad school since my overall grades are decent. Recommendation? That means your overall grades must be quite high. Is this the mindset of a top student? I feel a bit scared. Kong Chiohan felt a heavy blow and was defeated. All right then. Let's confirm our dinner tomorrow afternoon. See you then. See you then. Kong Chiohan tucked her phone into her noticeably heaving chest and revealed a sweet smile. Although she had faced an inexplicable setback with Yi Fan, just being able to invite him to dinner was already great. Thinking of Yi Fan's handsome face made her blush, and she found herself lost in thought, slightly infatuated. Meanwhile, after handling Kong Chiohan's message, Yi Fan opened the chat window for the second person. This person was Jiang Hanxue, the student council president at Yi Fan School, also a 3rd-year student and the top beauty of the school. When Yi Fan first enrolled, he had joined a department in the student council, but later felt it took too much time away from his part-time job, so he withdrew after a short while. At that time, Jiang Hanxue and Yi Fan were in the same department and had joined at the same time. Their relationship was fairly good. Both were good students and could chat easily. And Jiang Hanxue didn't look down on Yi Fan for working part-time. In fact, she admired him. However, after Yi Fan got a girlfriend, for some reason, Jiang Hanxue actively reduced contact with him, and their conversations became brief. Yi Fan thought he might have offended her somehow. But since Jiang Hanxue had become the vice president of the student council, he assumed she was busy, especially since Bai Shui had been dating frequently. So he didn't think much of it. Yi Fan never expected that she would take the initiative to message him this time. So he hesitated to read it, and checked Kong Chiohan's message first. Yi Fan, I heard Bai Shui broke up with you. I didn't expect her to be a gold digger. It was only this one line, although it seemed like a comforting message. Yi Fan didn't see any comforting words in it. Moreover, this matter had already passed 2 days ago, and she only found out now. Was she that busy? Yi Fan typed back, I'm fine, no need to worry. Jiang Hanxue quickly replied, don't hold it in. If you want to cry, just let it out. Remember to send me a voice message. Yi Fan, what does that mean? Comfort? Why specifically ask for a voice message? Is she trying to gauge how sad he is to choose the appropriate words of comfort? Thinking this, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Who said there couldn't be pure friendships between the opposite sex? Aren't they just that? Yi Fan, don't worry, I felt quite sad at first. But I'm okay now. Jiang Hanxue, that's really too bad. She quickly retracted her message. Did she just end that? Why retract it? Did she make a typo? Yi Fan had just taken a sip of water when he saw the notification of a retracted message. Jiang Hanxue, I feel sorry for you. Dog emoji, Yi Fan, no need. I'm already fine. Jiang Hanxue, why don't you cry a little? I need to give you my most sincere comfort as a friend. Why was Jiang Hanxue so insistent that he cry? Although he found it a bit puzzling, Yi Fan understood the comforting words that followed. He sent a voice message. Thank you so much for your concern, Hanxue, but I'm really okay now. In her room, Jiang Hanxue was initially delighted to receive Yi Fan's voice message, but after listening to it, she threw her phone onto the bed. Her cold, ethereal face was filled with unhappiness. This wasn't what she wanted to hear. With a frosty expression, hugging her legs, she silently cursed, "You pig, Yi Fan. Even after getting dumped, you don't even send a crying sound to make me happy. Damn you, Yi Fan, stinky Yi Fan, your taste is so poor." Seeing that Jiang Hanxue had not replied, Yi Fan didn't mind. After all, she had a naturally cold personality. The next few messages were just casual goodnight wishes, reminding each other to rest well and take care of their sleep, which Yi Fan had been receiving for the past 2 days. Messages from the campus beauty, neighboring school beauties, and high school classmates all came in. Yi Fan replied politely and prepared to sleep. Chapter 24, Triggering the Explosion Rate. The host has checked in. After washing up, Yi Fan opened the system interface. Confirm. Check-in successful. Rewards. Super swimming ability. World-class fighting level. Body enhancement. Once. 100 shares of Marvel. 30 shares of the world-class luxury brand LV. What's going on? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. How come today's check-in awarded so many things? Is there a system error? Wow, 5 rewards. And they're all high-quality rewards. No, when has the system ever given poor rewards? Dog-headed forgetfulness technique. Indeed, the morning is the happiest time. Unconsciously, Yi Fan began to hum a cheerful tune. Clearly, he was in a very good mood. However, he still had some questions, so he proactively asked the system, "System, why are there so many rewards today?" Because the host's luck today is exceptionally good, reaching the conditions to trigger the explosion rate. Explosion rate? Yes. This is a hidden benefit that requires luck as a trigger condition. The better the luck, the higher the triggered explosion rate. I see. Yi Fan nodded and smiled happily. However, he cleverly thought of the key issue. He asked, "Will my luck today decrease or disappear because of the trigger explosion rate?" No, it will not decrease, nor will it consume luck. Oh, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. If this luck is not consumed, then it means his luck today will be very good. That would be interesting. At that moment, suddenly the phone rang. It was Yi Fan's phone. He picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Yi Fan answered, and a somewhat stiff Chinese voice entered his ears. It was a female voice. "Hello, boss. I guess it was daytime on your end, so I specially called you. Hope I didn't disturb your rest." Yi Fan wondered, "Who are you?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat dejected. "Boss, it's only been a few days since I called, and you've already forgotten my name? My name is Audrey, the CEO of Marvel that you appointed. How could you forget me so quickly?" "Yi Fan. Did I forget you? I don't even know you, lady." At that moment, he remembered one of the rewards from the system, and a cheeky line popped into his mind. "We had no connection, all thanks to the system's pull." "Oh, Audrey, why did you call this time?" Yi Fan could only pretend they were somewhat familiar. "I wanted to report to you about work. The equity agreement you purchased should be arriving today. Please remember to sign for it when it arrives." "Where's the address written?" Yi Fan asked curiously. Audrey reported a location, and Yi Fan showed a strange expression because it was exactly where he currently lived. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." Yi Fan still needed to eat breakfast and had no time to waste. "Boo-hoo, boss, why are you so cold this time? Didn't you promise me last time to be my boyfriend?" Although Audrey spoke in awkward Chinese, her voice was genuinely pleasant, and her tone was filled with seduction. Yi Fan didn't want to wait until breakfast to feel awkward and quickly stopped Audrey's behavior. It's early in the morning. She didn't even consider whether he could handle it. However, this made Yi Fan even more curious about what Audrey looked like. With such a nice voice, her look should be good too. Yi Fan coughed a couple of times, cleared his throat, and said, "Stop saying that. I never agreed to be your boyfriend. If you don't have anything else, I'll hang up." "Wait, I have other matters to report." Audrey quickly interrupted, feeling quite frustrated. After seeing Yi Fan's photo last time, she couldn't stop thinking about him. Although he had an oriental face, it also fit Western aesthetics, with three-dimensional features and a prominent nose. She intentionally said they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship as a way of confessing, but she never expected Yi Fan to refuse outright. How could someone as beautiful as Audrey, even referred to as Little Audrey, be rejected without a second thought? However, she still needed to report the matters. "Didn't you appoint Robert Downey Jr. to play Iron Man? The movie has had several premieres in the US, and the results are excellent. I really admire your vision, boss." You hired the most suitable actor for the lowest fee. Robert also asked me to express his gratitude to you, saying that next time you come to the US, he would like to treat you to a nice meal. Robert Downey Jr.? Iron Man? Or did he say Robert Downey Jr. was going to play it? Yifan almost dropped the phone. He glanced at the date displayed on his phone. It was June 2010, and he couldn't believe that Iron Man 1 hadn't been released yet. Although the world he traveled to was a parallel one, some things were different, like the PUBG game, which had already been made and was a huge hit. But he never expected Iron Man 1 to be delayed by 2 years. Well, it didn't seem like a big deal after all. Yifan calmed down and continued. Okay, I understand. Also, if there's an opportunity to go to the US for a meal, that's fine too. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Just after hanging up Audrey's call, another call came in. This time it was a male voice, speaking a stream of fluent English. Is this Mr. Yifan? I am Lewis William, the current CEO of LV Group and the third largest shareholder of the board. Congratulations on purchasing 30 of LV's shares, becoming the largest shareholder of LV. I also sincerely thank you for the significant funds that helped the Lewis Group through its current major crisis. The equity agreement has been sent, and we are very pleased to have you on board. Yifan naturally understood William's English and smiled as he replied in French. Hello, Mr. Lewis William. You can actually speak French too? I understand it. Acquiring 30 of your group shares is a mutually beneficial deal. There's no need to be overly polite. After casually exchanging pleasantries with a man named William, Yifan hung up the phone. He had no choice. He was hungry. These people's calls came one after another, not leaving him any time to eat. If he didn't eat soon, he would be late for school. Perhaps this is the trouble of the rich. At noon, after having lunch in the cafeteria, Yifan did not return to the dormitory, but instead went to a nearby lottery shop at the school gate. Yifan took out 600 yuan and directly bought a pack of scratch cards. 10 yuan each, totaling 60 cards. Yifan didn't take them away, but scratched them on-site in the store. This action naturally attracted the attention of several people in the lottery shop, who all turned to look. The first card, he won 100 yuan. The second card, he won 500 yuan. The third card, he won 1,000 yuan. The fourth card, he won 10,000 yuan. Chapter 25, The Biased Heaven Hiss. Seeing this, a man who was secretly watching Yifan from behind couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. His lips trembled as he shouted, How is this possible? How can you scratch one and win every time? This is not scientific. The lottery shop wasn't very big, and this man's voice clearly reached everyone's ears, even causing Yifan to pause for a moment. He then laughed. Scientific? No, this is metaphysics, it's luck. Yifan ignored him and continued scratching. Yifan didn't care, but others did. Whether it was their innate desire to join in the excitement or their curiosity, they all gathered around him. The others in the lottery shop quickly crowded next to Yifan. 5,000? Another 5,000? The shop owner looked at the card Yifan had just scratched, and even the fat on his belly seemed to jiggle with astonishment. His gaze was as if he were looking at a monster. He had been a lottery shop owner for over 20 years and had never seen anyone with such good luck. This is just ridiculous. Is this a scratch card? It's simply a money printing machine. Compared to the shop owner, the expressions of the other two were even more exaggerated. They were almost drooling. This couldn't be the arrival of the god of wealth, could it? They had bought lottery tickets for years, and the total amount they might have won didn't even match what Yifan had won from scratching cards. One card worth 1,000. Hiss. Another 5,000. Wow, a card worth 10,000. These people were stunned by Yifan's luck, unable to numb themselves to the shock. Heaven is too biased, giving this handsome guy such good looks and selfishly bestowing upon him such luck. Could he be the illegitimate child of heaven? They didn't ask for much. They would be satisfied with just one of those two things, no pickiness. They didn't expect scratching cards to be so exhausting. If they had known, they wouldn't have bought so many. Yifan put down the scratch card worth 10,000 and flexed his fingers. The others were speechless. Listen, is this even human language? Scratching is too tiring? If they had such incredible luck, they could buy a truckload of scratch cards and scratch them day and night. They thought Yifan was just showing off and couldn't help but mentally curse him. But in reality, Yifan really was tired. Scratching continuously with his fingers could indeed make them sore. Moreover, he now owned 30% of the world-famous luxury brand LV. Even though the LV group had suffered heavy losses due to the financial storm, Yi Fan could still earn billions of yuan in dividends each year from that 30% stake. Plus, with Iron Man 1 about to be released, as the sole owner of Marvel, he would also receive a significant influx of funds. So, he really didn't care about this little money. He had come just to test his luck. After exchanging the scratch cards, he had already scratched for cash with the shop owner. Yi Fan divided the remaining scratch cards among a few people. Naturally, these people were extremely grateful, very moved, and very excited, as if the chance to become rich overnight was right in front of them. Under the fervent gazes of admiration from these people, Yi Fan calmly asked, "Boss, do you have any lottery tickets or double color ball tickets that are about to be drawn?" The shop owner scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Lottery tickets have to be bought 3 days in advance, which means you have to wait at least 3 days for the fastest. Today, there won't be a double color ball draw either." "Oh, then just give me a random lottery ticket. I'll try my luck." After paying and taking the ticket, Yi Fan leisurely walked out the door. Unlike before, both the pockets of his jacket and pants were stuffed full. Inside were bundles of red bills. He was also holding more red bills in his hands. The 3 people in the lottery shop watched Yi Fan leave, their minds lingering on their admiration for him. This is the real god of wealth. They wished they could carve Yi Fan's likeness into a wooden statue to worship. As Yi Fan walked, the bulging bills in his pocket swayed as if they might fall out. Plus, the cash he held in his hand was very eye-catching. Yi Fan felt troubled. If he had known, he would have borrowed a big bag from the shop owner. Especially with the money in his jacket pocket, it was quite inconvenient to walk. Reluctantly, he went to a nearby convenience store to buy a black backpack. After all, this was 42,000 yuan. He hadn't expected the shop owner to take out so much money without going to the bank. The convenience store clerk was stunned, watching in wide-eyed amazement as Yi Fan pulled out stacks of cash from every pocket. Did he somehow travel to the world of Doraemon? In the clerk's stunned state, Yi Fan walked out of the store, ready to take a taxi to meet Kong Chiohan as planned. Not long after Yi Fan left the lottery shop, the 3 people inside went wild, scratching scratch cards like crazy. When all the scratch cards Yi Fan had left were scratched, only the shop owner burst into loud laughter. Before the other 2 could question why he managed to scratch a 5,000 yuan card, the shop owner spoke first. "Do you think these scratch cards are important?" "No, you're mistaken. What's important is the scratch card touched by that young man just now. This 5,000 yuan scratch card is the one he picked up and put down again." Ha! From then on, a story about the god of wealth descending to earth spread from this lottery shop, regardless of whether others believed it or not. The 3 who experienced this event were convinced. After Yi Fan got out of the car, he thought he had arrived early enough, only to find that Kong Chiohan had been waiting for him. As soon as Yi Fan entered the store, Kong Chiohan, sitting in the corner, noticed him and quickly waved. Yi Fan walked over, took a seat, and smiled. "Didn't we agree to meet at 2 o'clock? Why are you here at 1:15? Kong Chiohan, looking at Yi Fan's gentle and sunny smile, couldn't help but smile back. Hearing Yi Fan's question, she rested her chin on her hands and said playfully, "Did you come early too, Yi Fan?" Hee. Maybe it's true that coming early is better than coming at the right time. We really did think alike. Yi Fan smiled but said nothing. After he finished eating in the cafeteria, he had planned to go to the lottery shop to test his luck before heading to the library to read. But unexpectedly, he had gotten hungry again shortly after leaving the lottery shop. Yi Fan guessed it might be due to the body enhancement he used that morning. Since using it, his appetite had gradually increased. It was okay in the morning. Perhaps it had just started to take effect, but by noon, his food intake was already 3 times the usual amount. Even his roommates were shocked, thinking Yi Fan had been abused at home. Yet now, just a short while later, he was hungry again. Coming over quickly was also to alleviate his stomach's complaints. He couldn't help but sigh. It really is a coincidence. Chapter 26 Trouble Comes Knocking, huh? Yi Fan, why did you bring a backpack with you? As Yi Fan sat down and took off his backpack, Kong Chiohan naturally noticed and asked with a puzzled expression. Yi Fan smiled and explained, "I went to the lottery store to play scratch cards at noon and won some money, but I didn't have a bag to carry the money, so I just bought a backpack to put it in." Kong Chiohan's little face was first taken aback, then blossomed into a smile as she giggled. "Yi Fan, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you want to rob a bank, haha." Kong Chiohan thought Yi Fan was joking and started teasing him in return. Yi Fan quickly understood and didn't elaborate further. Instead, he asked, Have you ordered yet? I came here on an empty stomach, and I'm already very hungry. He felt a bit embarrassed to tell Kong Xiuhan that he had already eaten lunch. Food bucket wasn't a good term. Kong Xiuhan, feeling quite embarrassed, pouted her pink lips and awkwardly said, I'm sorry, Yifan. I didn't know you would come so early, so I haven't ordered yet. Saying this, she handed the menu to Yifan. You order first. Just get whatever you like. The food here is really good. At this moment, Yifan was really hungry, so he didn't hold back and directly picked up the menu, marking the dishes he wanted. While Yifan was ordering, Kong Xiuhan pretended to play with her phone, but her peripheral vision kept stealing glances at Yifan. Wow, it's only been a few days, and why does Yifan seem even more handsome? Wow, the more I look, the more I want to look. Could it be that I'm in love? Isn't it said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Otherwise, how come he seems even more attractive? I really want to look at him openly, but wouldn't he that seem too proactive? That would be good, right? So conflicted. Even if Yifan had keen insight, he wouldn't have guessed that Kong Xiuhan was having so many thoughts. After he finished ordering and was about to hand the menu back to Kong Xiuhan for her to order, unexpectedly, Kong Xiuhan directly called the waiter over. She took the menu and softly said to the waiter, Please serve the dishes quickly. My friend is very hungry. Okay, Miss Kong. The waitress took the menu and quickly walked towards the kitchen. It seems you're a regular here. Huh? They all know you. Yifan shrugged. No, this is only my second time eating at this restaurant, but since this restaurant belongs to my family, and I greeted the staff when I came to taste the dishes yesterday, they all recognize me. Just as Yifan was about to say something, a young man in a black suit walked into the restaurant, striding aggressively toward their table. Though Yifan's physical enhancements were not fully completed, his senses were sharper, and he instinctively looked at the young man. Noticing Yifan's movement, Kong Xiuhan also looked over, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Zhang Hao, what are you doing here? This restaurant doesn't welcome you. Zhang Hao ignored Kong Xiuhan's words and cast a hostile glance at Yifan. Is this your boyfriend? Dressed in cheap street clothes. He can't even afford branded clothes. How could such a man make you happy? You've been used to luxury since childhood, and we have been childhood friends, well matched. Why would you go out with this loser? Zhang Hao was arrogant, while Yifan was confused. He asked, date? I didn't know today was a date. The relationship hadn't reached that level yet, had it? Although you are a rare beauty with a score over 90, you can't just say whatever you want. It should take time to develop feelings, right? It's too fast, and besides, my clothes may not be branded, but they aren't cheap either. They're custom-made. Noticing Yifan's puzzled gaze, Kong Xiuhan gritted her teeth. Instead of explaining to Yifan, she blushed and said to Zhang Hao, What is wrong with me choosing him as my boyfriend? I want to. Zhang Hao trembled with anger, pointing at Yifan with an agitated tone. Our childhood bond can't compare to this loser. Kong Xiuhan was instantly anxious and hurriedly said to Yifan, Yifan, don't listen to this person's nonsense. My family is close to his family, and he is like playing with me since we were young, but I have no feelings for him. I found him annoying when he came to bother me as a child, and even after he returned from America, he kept bothering me. He even shamelessly claims to be my boyfriend at school, thinking he has something special. If I could take him down, I would. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression darkened even more, glaring at Yifan with a fierce look as if he wanted to beat him up. Then, with an unwilling expression, he asked Kong Xiuhan, What do you like about this loser? Am I not good enough? Kong Xiuhan was now a bit angry too, shouting, I just like him. It's none of your business. And stop calling him a loser. Compared to you, you're more like a pretentious loser who lacks basic respect for others. He may not have as much money as I do, but you won't be happy with him. Zhang Hao struggled to control his anger. Yifan is more handsome. I'll support him. Kong Xiuhan refused to back down. Zhang Hao was taken aback by this, and his demeanor weakened, almost choking on his anger. The onlookers around them, hearing the girl's words, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhang Hao, feeling embarrassed by the laughter, became even angrier. I'm stronger than him. I'm a black belt in karate, but you're still not as handsome as Yifan. And you shouldn't think I don't know about your dirty little secrets with my best friend. One who sells my preferences and whereabouts in bed, while the other can't even keep his pants up and wants to play both sides. Zhang Hao was stunned, not expecting Kong Xiuhan to know about this. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to respond. He's surprised. I just found out recently, too, but I didn't bother to expose it. My relationship with Judgia is just a game. We did this to get closer to you. And one I truly like is you. Hearing this, Yifan's lips curled up, almost laughing out loud. Such childish words could be said. He truly was a scumbag. Can you really pull someone into bed to build a relationship? Your lower half must be long enough. You should go see a doctor. It is sickness. It needs treatment. Yifan's expression was peculiar. He didn't expect this girl, usually so cute and silly, to be so sharp and quick-witted when retorting. Zhang Hao, hearing this, didn't know how to respond, as he didn't even believe his own words. Glancing at Yifan out of the corner of his eye, his anger flared up, and he directly grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at Yifan. Chapter 27. Asking me to deceive myself. The action was swift and decisive. As expected from someone trained in karate, an ordinary person might not have been able to avoid it. But who is Yifan? With continuous enhancement of his physical fitness, combined with world-class combat skills, he delivered a powerful kick. Relying on the advantage of his longer legs and quicker speed, he directly kicked Zhang Hao to the ground. Zhang Hao clutched his stomach, curled up in pain, and his face turned pale and ugly. In an instant, the outcome was decided. No. How could this be called a victory or defeat? This was self-defense. At this moment, Kong Xiaohan finally reacted, her heart still racing. Once she realized what happened, she hurriedly got up to assess Yifan, her tone filled with concern as she said, "Yifan, are you hurt?" Yifan looked at Kong Xiaohan and saw the worry in her eyes, which warmed his heart. He gently replied, "It's fine. He didn't even touch my clothes before I kicked him down." Then he looked at the writhing Zhang Hao on the ground and asked Kong Xiaohan, "Is he really a black belt in karate? How can he be so weak?" Zhang Hao, groaning in pain on the ground, heard this and immediately became furious, spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Yifan. He looked at Kong Xiaohan with an innocent expression. Seeing Yifan's quirky expression, she couldn't help but laugh. However, she didn't want to cause any serious harm, so she quickly took out her phone and dialed for an ambulance. As long as Zhang Hao wasn't dead, everything could be discussed. After all, Yifan was acting in self-defense. Yifan, however, was not in a hurry. He leisurely sat down and took a sip of tea. He knew how much strength he had used. It was not enough to kill someone. Otherwise, Zhang Hao would have been spitting blood when he fell. But he didn't stop Kong Xiaohan from calling. Although Zhang Hao had attacked first, Yifan's kick had already taught him a lesson, so there wasn't much enmity to speak of. The other customers in the store were understandably shocked. Yet, not a single person left. Instead, many women started taking photos. Did you think they were photographing the unconscious Zhang Hao? That would be a big mistake. They were all taking pictures of Yifan. With such a handsome guy on site, why would they photograph a not-so-handsome scumbag lying on the ground? That would be ridiculous. At this moment, a pretty and sweet girl, around 17 or 18, spoke up. "Don't be afraid, little brother. When the police arrive, I'll testify that you were acting in self-defense." Hearing this, Yifan smiled. "Thank you, kind and beautiful girl." The smile on his face instantly flushed the girl's cheeks with color. Immediately, the other women couldn't contain themselves and quickly chimed in. "Don't worry, handsome. We're all your witnesses." Seeing the eager looks on these women, Kong Xiaohan felt displeased. She grabbed Yifan's hand and said to the others, "Thank you for your kindness, but the store has surveillance cameras." When the other women saw Kong Xiaohan holding Yifan's hand, many of them immediately looked disappointed. Yifan, however, had a strange expression. Could it be that this girl, Kong Xiaohan, actually liked him? Aesthetic appreciation? Was it love at first sight? Since no one called the police. No police car arrived, only an ambulance. Watching the person being taken away by the ambulance, Yifan felt speechless. He was really hungry now. He had just wanted to have a nice meal, but this was all so unsettling. Back in the store, Kong Xiaohan said apologetically, "I really didn't expect Zhang Hao to suddenly come today, not only making you miss your meal, but also getting you involved with this troublemaker." Yifan waved his hand and said gently, "It's all right. Eating is more important. Please ask the kitchen to hurry up with the dishes. If the food isn't ready yet, just bring a few bowls of rice first." Yifan felt his stomach rumbling and even began to suspect that he had used up all his luck at the lottery store. In Kong Xiaohan's astonished gaze, Yifan opened his appetite and began to eat. When someone is extremely hungry, they don't care about their image. Basically, during this meal, Kong Chio-han ate very little, spending most of her time watching Yi-fan eat. Indeed, people with good looks look good no matter how they eat. After eating his fill, Yi-fan thanked Kong Chio-han. I've eaten enough for now. Thank you for treating me. Then he said, by the way, did you forget something? Kong Chio-han smiled and asked, what did I forget? Yi-fan scratched his head in confusion. Forget? I didn't forget anything. He then looked at the backpack beside him. Nothing was missing. I told you before to call me Chio-han, but you've been calling me you all the time. Yi-fan had indeed forgotten about this. However, he didn't seem to have agreed to it either. But continuously calling her you was indeed impolite. Yi-fan hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, Chio-han? Hey. Kong Chio-han responded sweetly, smiling happily. At this moment, Yi-fan couldn't help but take an interest in Kong Chio-han. Usually, she seemed silly and cute, but when confronting someone, she was merciless and sharp-tongued. The strong contrast made her even more charming. By the way, Yi-fan, can you do me a favor? While Yi-fan was lost in thought, Kong Chio-han spoke up, her expression a bit shy and her face reddening. What favor? Pretend to be my boyfriend. Kong Chio-han's face turned crimson. Pretend to be your boyfriend? Yi-fan looked at her with a strange expression. Yes, among my friends, you're the only single one. You must help me. Kong Chio-han explained. It's like this, an uncle of mine with the last name Yi recently found his long-lost son. My dad and that uncle have a good relationship and are quite happy. So, they decided that I should go on a blind date with that uncle's son. You just need to accompany me to meet that Uncle Ye's son during the blind date and tell him that you're my boyfriend. Uncle with the last name Yi? Yi-fan mumbled, feeling something was off inside. Another person with the last name Yi, and he found a long-lost son? Could it be? Is your uncle named Yi Tianhong? Kong Chio-han was surprised. Yi-fan, how did you know? Yi-fan was about to explain when a voice interrupted their conversation. Chio-han, I heard that you and your boyfriend beat Zhang Hao in the hospital. The voice was deep and filled with authority. Kong Chio-han looked astonished and said, Dad, why are you here? What do you mean, why am I here? Hearing this news nearly gave me a heart attack. What do you think? Kong Chio-han thought it was bad. Her dad probably came to question her. She quickly took the blame. This has nothing to do with Yi-fan. It's all my fault. Yi-fan? Kong Huayong was taken aback when he heard this name. He stepped forward to take a look and immediately laughed. Nephew, so you are my daughter's boyfriend. Chapter 28. Affection over time. The nephew in person is even more handsome than in the photo. Indeed, he is a remarkable talent, graceful and elegant. I can't help but feel a bit jealous of old Yi, having such outstanding children. Kong Huayong patted Yi-fan's shoulder, his eyes shining like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law, becoming more and more pleased. Then, as if he remembered something, he suddenly said, Look at me, an old fool. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kong Huayong, the father of Chio-han, and I have been friends with your father for many years. Kong Huayong? Yi-fan was taken aback and quickly realized. Goodness, isn't this big shot the founder of Shunhua Mobile? A big figure who pushed domestic mobile phones to new heights. You did well this time. I wanted to teach that Zhang brat a lesson for a long time. He looks like a scumbag, and nephew, you've avenged me. Both Yi-fan and Kong Chio-han were confused by his words. One was inexplicably recognized as Kong Chio-han's boyfriend, while the other couldn't believe that Yi-fan was the son of Uncle Yi. Moreover, Kong Huayong's expression changed too quickly. He arrived with a dark face, full of aggression. But now, besides admiration, his gaze towards Yi-fan was only filled with appreciation. His entire aura seemed to have dissipated. The two exchanged glances, and in that moment, Kong Chio-han's face instantly turned red as she turned her head away, like a startled little deer. Seeing this situation, Yi-fan realized that this girl must have developed feelings for him. It was a 100% certainty. He didn't even need to use his insight. However, although Yi-fan had some feelings for Kong Chio-han, it was far from the level of romantic interest. After all, they had only met twice, including today. Girl, you're developing feelings a bit too quickly, Yi-fan thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated. Perhaps this is the trouble of being handsome. These women are all after my body, how vulgar. Seeing his daughter's shy expression, Kong Huayong nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he was quite dissatisfied with having his daughter set up on a blind date with Yi-fan, but now he understood the father's perspective. Yi Fan sensed that something was off. If this scene continued, they might not just be sharing a meal. He hurriedly explained, Uncle Kong, please don't misunderstand. Xiao Han and I have only met twice, and we haven't reached the level of being boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the blush on Kong Xiao Han's face faded significantly as she realized that they weren't actually a couple. She lowered her head, a fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes. Kong Huayang paused, looking at his daughter who had lowered her head, as if he sensed something, and laughed. It's all right, it's all right. Feelings develop naturally over time. Once you both interact more, affection will grow. Our families aren't far apart. There will be plenty of opportunities. Kong Huayang, after living for decades, was indeed a crafty old fox. His words not only eased his daughter's embarrassment, but also provided Yi Fan with a way out. He patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, Haha, you young people go ahead and do your thing. I won't disturb you. You don't need to worry about that Zhang Hao kid. I'll handle everything. You two just continue your meal. After Kong Huayang left, the atmosphere in the room did not improve, but became even more awkward. At this moment, Yi Fan spoke up. I'm going to the Love Orphanage in the east suburbs later. Do you want to come with me? Upon hearing this, Kong Xiao Han was stunned and asked in confusion, Yi Fan, what are you going to the orphanage for? Yi Fan smiled wryly and said, Didn't you mention before that your Uncle Ye's son has been missing for many years and was just found recently? Kong Qiyu suddenly realized. Her eyes filled with regret as she said, I'm sorry, Yi Fan, It's okay. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled. It's not a sore spot. Although I don't know how I ended up at the orphanage, it did bring me warmth and provided me a shelter from a storm. That's my fortune. Although he had crossed over, this world's Yi Fan was originally the parallel version of himself. The merging of their memories allowed Yi Fan to empathize deeply. Now that he had left the orphanage, he couldn't forget this kindness. Moreover, now that he had money, it was time to go back and take a look. All right, I'll go too. But when are we leaving? How about we let the kitchen bring out a couple more dishes first, and we can leave after we finish eating? Yi Fan scratched his head awkwardly. His body enhancement was ongoing, and he was constantly consuming energy. Feeling his stomach, Yi Fan noticed that his abs seemed to be firmer, and his strength felt even greater. Kong Qiyu. If she didn't know a little about Yi Tianhong's character, she would think that Yi Fan had been starved by his dad for several days. Sensing Kong Xiao Han's astonished gaze, Yi Fan scratched his head and awkwardly explained, I've been exercising a lot these past few days, so I get hungry easily. It's fine. It's normal for a man to eat more. It builds strength. Kong Xiao Han waved her hand, actively relieving Yi Fan's embarrassment. The Love Orphanage is located in the east suburbs of Modu. In a first-tier city like Modu, even the suburbs have many buildings resembling a small city. The orphanage's outer walls are somewhat old, giving a sense of age that has passed for decades. However, once you step inside, you find that it's not as shabby as imagined. The ground is flat, there is a small playground, and the buildings are not dilapidated, but rather quite tidy, with glass windows all around. This orphanage has taken in countless homeless children, enduring hardships themselves while giving hope to the children. After entering college, Yi Fan rarely returned. However, the money sent every month proved his original intention. The children here are relatively young, so they are quite unfamiliar with him. The arrival of Yi Fan and Kong Xiao Han naturally attracted the attention of the children, and Yi Fan smiled as he looked at these kids, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Previously, he probably looked just like them when he saw those who came to volunteer. With Kong Xiao Han in tow, Yi Fan quickly walked towards the director's office. Perhaps the sound of the children playing outside were too loud, as the office door was closed. After knocking, an elderly voice came from inside. Who is it? Come in. Yi Fan turned the doorknob and opened the door. What greeted him was a grandmother in her 60s, wearing reading glasses and holding a pen, writing something at the table. She is the second director of the orphanage. The first director was her husband. Director Grandma. I'm Yi Fan, one of the orphans the orphanage took in before. The orphanage has seen countless people come and go, so the director couldn't possibly remember everyone's name. Plus, with age, her memory has declined even further. Yi Fan? The director grandmother put down her book, looking somewhat dazed, and Yi Fan knew she was trying to recall. After a moment, she suddenly said, I remember you, little Yi. You sent money to me a few days ago. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. At that time, He hadn't broken up with Bai Shui yet. The director grandmother looked at Kong Xiuhan beside Yi Fan, thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I don't remember this girl." Her words carried a hint of loneliness. Yi Fan smiled and explained, "Her name is Kong Xiuhan. She didn't grow up in the orphanage." "Oh," the grandmother nodded. "Then she must be little Ye's girlfriend. She's really beautiful, very suitable for little Yi." Kong Xiuhan blushed, while Yi Fan was left speechless. Why did so many people think Kong Xiuhan was his girlfriend today? Yi Fan explained, "No, she's just a friend." He continued, "I came here not only to see you, but also to bring you some money." With a smile, Yi Fan took off his backpack. He unzipped it, turned it upside down, and suddenly a stack of red 100 yuan bills fell out, creating a strong visual impact. Chapter 29, Enthusiastic Citizen. Not only was the director's grandmother shocked by the scene, but even Kong Xiuhan was taken aback. Kong Xiuhan blinked her beautiful big eyes. She thought the things in the backpack were books or something else, but she never expected it to be money. Who, apart from a few elderly people, would use a backpack to carry so much money nowadays? Isn't it better to keep it in a bank account? Little Leaf, I remember you seemed to be in college. Where did you get so much money from? Don't overwork yourself with too many part-time jobs. The 2 shops left by my old man can still support the orphanage's needs. If it were an ordinary grandma, she might even think her grandson had robbed someone. After all, being a student, taking out so much money at once is a bit abnormal. However, the director's grandmother didn't think in that direction at all. Instead, she believed that Yi Fan was doing many part-time jobs at the same time. Yi Fan knew where those 2 shops were. They were less than 500 meters from the orphanage, and the location wasn't too good. Saying they could support the orphanage was too much of a stretch. If it weren't for some donations from people like Yi Fan, who had already left the orphanage and even started working, the orphanage might not have made it this far. After all, this orphanage was not public but privately established. Yi Fan explained, "This money isn't from part-time jobs." Huh? The director's grandmother was somewhat taken aback. "Actually, Grandma, there is something I haven't had the chance to tell you. I've found my biological father. He is quite wealthy. He said to show his gratitude to you and the Loving Heart Orphanage, he will send 30,000 yuan to the orphanage every month." Yi Tianhong hadn't mentioned this, but Yi Fan had no other excuse. And with Yi Fan as current financial capability, he could give even more. But the director's grandmother, with her character, definitely wouldn't accept that much, probably wouldn't even accept 30,000 a month. Sure enough, the director's grandmother spoke up. 30,000? That is too much. For such a small orphanage, where would we need that much money? We don't need that much. 1 or 2,000 would be enough. Then, how about 10,000 a month? Little Leaf, listen to me, just 2,000. That's enough? No more. If it's really needed, I'll call you. By the way, the director's grandmother seemed to think of something. Little Leaf, can you help Grandma with something? Yi Fan was taken aback and said seriously, "What is it? Is the orphanage going to be forcibly demolished?" Hearing this, Yi Fan's mind immediately recalled some internet novel plots. No. The director's grandmother looked at Yi Fan with confusion, not understanding why he asked that. She explained, "I just want you to persuade Xiulan to not lose confidence in life. I remember she is a few years older than you. You should know each other." Sister Xiulan? She used to love playing with me, of course. I know her. But didn't she get married? Yi Fan still had a clear memory of that name. However, Sister Xiulan got married when he was in his 3rd year of high school, to a relatively distant village. Although she hadn't returned since, she sometimes sent some money over. Yes, she got married. The director's grandmother nodded, but she had a tough life. Her husband died last month, leaving her a house and an orchard. With these, life isn't too bad. But the problem is her husband's brother. Xiulan's husband's brother is a good-for-nothing, always up to no good, and loves to gamble, racking up a mountain of debt. After Xiulan's husband died, he set his sights on the house and the orchard. He has been causing a scene, wanting his brother's inheritance, throwing stones at the windows at night. Xiulan and her 2 children hadn't had a good night's sleep for many days. The kids couldn't even go to school. Don't the other people in that village help? Yi Fan found it hard to believe. Alas, that little village prioritizes family over justice. And with her husband's brother owing money to others in the village, nobody wants to help an outsider. Have they tried calling the police? They call the police. But once the police arrive, he behaves. Once the police leave, he causes trouble again and they just can't find evidence. Even plainclothes police don't work, since everyone in that little village knows each other. Desolate mountains and rivers breed cunning people. This is simply too much. Yi Fan clenched his fist, veins popping out. Director Grandma, don't worry, I will help Sister Xiaolan seek justice. Huh, I just wanted you to persuade her. Don't do anything rash, little leaf. Don't worry. Grandma, I know my limits. Just rushing in to hit people would be too foolish. It's not something a cultured person would do, unless absolutely necessary. Why not use the advantages at hand? That would be too stupid. Yi Fan was the type to act impulsively. Hello, who is this? Yi Tianhong. Old Yi, what brings you to call me? Aren't you busy being a tycoon? In the office of the director of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, Zhang Wei recognized the voice on the phone and began to tease him lightly. No matter how busy I am, I have to uphold justice. Yi Tianhong said lightly. Over the years, to find his son, he had built connections with many police officials. Zhang Wei was one of his closest contacts among them. Uphold justice? What wind blew you this way? Zhang Wei chuckled. I want to argue with you. Let us talk business. I have a concerned citizen reporting that. Yi Tianhong relayed the situation his son had mentioned to Zhang Wei. After hearing this, Zhang Wei frowned slightly. Gambling in public? And also suspected of endangering the safety of others' lives and property? How did you find out about this? Old Yi. Ha, that concerned citizen is my son. Yi Tianhong laughed. Zhang Wei. Damn concerned citizen. This is clearly me helping my son. But then he was shocked and hurriedly asked, your son has been found? Yeah, he has been found. I'll tell you the specifics later. Although this matter didn't happen in your territory, your words will definitely carry more weight than mine. So I'll leave it to you. Is there evidence? Yes. I'll send you the location of their gambling, the people involved, and witnesses shortly. You don't need to worry about that. Your methods are too efficient. Ha. If it can be solved with money, then it's not a problem at all. Zhang Wei. I should have asked that question. I should have given this show-off the chance to show off. Chapter 30. Autumn winds sweep the fallen leaves in Yuzhou province. There is a village called Li Family Village. In this village, there are two brothers. The elder is named Li Yun, and the younger is named Li Long. The family's financial condition isn't particularly good, but the elder brother is steady, wise, and especially hard-working, which gradually improves their living conditions. The younger brother, on the other hand, is impulsive and enjoys stirring up trouble. He is not someone who can settle down. Additionally, he likes to associate with thugs and petty criminals. And by the age of 20, he is already deep in debt. At first, Li Yun continued to support his younger brother. But he soon realized that the more he helped Li Long, the worse Li Long behaved. Instead of pulling himself out of the mire, he sank deeper. Li Yun, feeling helpless, decided to stop helping his brother, letting him suffer enough to learn his lesson. However, he did not expect that this waiting would mean he would never have the chance to see Li Long turn over a new leaf and start fresh. The next day, while descending the mountain, Li Long slipped and fell to his death. It was a rainy day at a certain leisure venue in the town. Lier, why are you so late today? A man with a pockmarked face, sitting at the entrance keeping watch, cheerfully asked when he saw a regular customer arrive. Don't mention it. I stayed up all night, smashing windows, and just got up now, Li Long said, brushing his hair in a somewhat showy manner, feeling unlucky. Oh, hasn't your sister-in-law given in yet? You owe our venue $2,000, and you better pay up quickly, otherwise our boss Lou won't be easy on you. Don't worry. Once I sell my brother's inheritance, even if I split it with my sister-in-law, it will be enough for me. I'm not worried about money. It's just a matter of time. Enough talk. I'm going in to gamble a bit and win back what I lost yesterday. I feel lucky today. Hey, wait a minute. Li Long, the pockmarked man, quickly called out to him. What is the matter? Li Long turned back in confusion. Our boss Lou has a message for you. ISNT your sister-in-law, quite the looker? Our boss Lou said that if you can create an opportunity for him to have a deeper interaction, he can waive that $2,000 for you. What? Li Long exclaimed in disbelief. That's my sister-in-law, my brother's wife. You want me to do something like that? Well, then let us talk about money. What? The pockmarked man was taken aback, as he initially thought there was no chance. He didn't expect. This guy truly is worse than a beast. Haha. The pockmarked man revealed a smug and lewd smile. How much more? You know how our boss Lou is. What I'm asking you to do is illegal. Doubling the amount shouldn't be too much, right? Li Long scratched his nose and chuckled. Thinking of his sister-in-law, Li Long recalled her voluptuous figure, her big, watery eyes, and her cherry-like tempting mouth. Unexplainably, a surge of wicked desire rose within him. I can't think about it anymore. If I do, I'll embarrass myself. After pondering for a moment, the pockmarked man said, "All right, for the sake of our friendship, I'll go talk to Lou about raising the price." "Thanks, brother pockmarked. By the way, you guys need to prepare the medicine yourselves. It's best if it's effective. Once she wakes up, I'll want to be responsible for anything. It has nothing to do with me." I know, go on in." The pockmarked man looked outside and waved his hand casually, signaling Li Long to enter. Got it. Li Long didn't feel unhappy about being dismissed after their talk. Instead, he thought about where to go to vent his frustrations after gambling. Meanwhile, the pockmarked man was secretly delighted. Indeed, he was just a small-time loser who had never seen the world. He just saved $2,000. That money would now be his. However, he was too early in his excitement. In less than a minute, two plainclothes police officers swiftly subdued him with no time to react. By the time he realized what was happening, his hands were already cuffed, his face pressed against the ground, and his mouth covered. At the same time, a cold voice came from above. "Don't make a sound. Disturbing law enforcement will add to your charges." It was then that the pockmarked man realized who had subdued him. His heart sank, feeling as if he could no longer feel the warmth of the sun. Simultaneously, a large group of uniformed police officers rushed in, coordinating efficiently as they stormed the leisure venue. The pockmarked man glanced over and noticed that the uniforms worn by the police were different from the ordinary ones. They were armed and bore a special insignia on their sleeves. The pockmarked man was dumbfounded. Aren't these special police? Is it really necessary to deploy such forces in a small place like this? It seemed that no one would escape, and he felt a sense of schadenfreude. Misery loves company. Before long, everyone inside was taken away. The entire process was clean and efficient. If one were to use a phrase to describe it, it would be autumn winds sweep the fallen leaves. The onlookers hadn't even had time to gather before the scene was already cleared. Meanwhile, in Li family village, sitting at her doorstep, Shilon held her 2-year-old daughter, who had already fallen asleep, her eyes vacant as she stared at the rice fields at the entrance. The recent events in her life felt like a series of disasters. First, her husband died unexpectedly, and then her brother-in-law caused trouble, wanting to divide the inheritance. She naturally knew about her brother-in-law's character. When her husband was alive, he could still keep him in check. Now that her husband was gone, according to her brother-in-law's nature, it would not be about dividing the inheritance. He would take as much as he could, leaving nothing behind. Her education level was low. She could barely write common characters, and when faced with such matters, all she knew was to call the police, unable to think of other solutions. However, Li Long was cunning and had his tricks. The police had come a few times, both openly and secretly, but they had never caught any evidence. She had no choice but to call the director's grandmother to complain. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. The ringtone was the default one, and she didn't know how to change it. Shilon picked up the phone and saw that it was an unregistered number. After thinking for a moment, she answered. "Hello, is this Sister Shilon? Is this Xiao Yezi?" Hearing the familiar yet strange voice on the other end of the line, Shilon felt disbelief, almost waking her sleeping child. "Sister Shilon, it's me, Yi Fan." "Sister Shilon, why haven't you called me in all these years?" Yi Fan didn't expect that Sister Shilon would recognize his voice right away. After all, they hadn't seen each other in years. "I don't have your number." Yi Fan was taken aback, then slapped his forehead, realizing it was indeed true. Back then, he didn't have money to buy a phone, and Shilon was working outside, so they basically hadn't met. He only learned from the director's grandmother that she had gotten married. Yi Fan didn't give a red envelope, but Sister Shilon had given him one. If it weren't for Shilon calling the director's grandmother, Yi Fan might not have even known her phone number. Hearing that familiar voice, Shilon's emotions suddenly broke down. Tears and cries poured out of her body, like a dam that had burst, unstoppable. At this moment, Yi Fan was completely unsettled. Although Shilon entered the orphanage later than Yi Fan, she was quite a bit older than him. Yi Fan had never heard Sister Shilon cry before. His heart was filled with rage. How could these despicable people make Sister Shilon cry so sadly? If they weren't given heavy sentences, It would really be unfair for their crimes. He hurriedly comforted her. Sister Xiaolan, don't cry. If you cry so sadly, I want to cry too. Xiao Yezi, you don't know. I know, Sister Xiaolan. The director's grandmother has told me everything. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan cried even harder. Yi Fan explained, Sister Xiaolan, don't worry. After today, you will never see that harassing little uncle of yours again. Huh? Xiaolan's tears were still rolling down her face. But she couldn't help but be taken aback by this statement. They had all been arrested by the police, including the people from the gambling house that Li Long often visited, as well as the owner of the gambling house. Moreover, the evidence was conclusive, barring any surprises. They would spend decades behind iron bars. If more charges were discovered, it could be even longer. In the end, Yifan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Coming out? It seemed impossible. Chapter 31. Beautiful streamer in the end. Yifan still left all of the 42,000 yuan to the orphanage. He moved them emotionally and reasoned with them. He told Grandma Director to use this money to buy daily necessities, school supplies, and sports equipment for the children, and to purchase at least one new piece of clothing each year. It wasn't that only one piece could be bought. It was mainly because Grandma Director was unwilling. In her words, these were children without parents, and if they didn't suffer some hardship, how could they adapt to society in the future? After all, no one would help them then. As for Sister Xiaolan, Yifan asked her to sell all the inheritance left by her husband and find a better place to live. It was better not to stay in such an unkind village. After sending Kong Xiaohan home, he took a taxi to school. On the way, Yifan checked the time. It was 5:41 p.m. A few people from their dormitory had agreed to gather for dinner that evening. Since Lin Feng had only returned to school after 2 p.m., the three of them wanted to treat Lin Feng to a meal to help him relieve some emotions. However, just as Yifan got out of the taxi and walked a few steps, he was approached by a girl who struck up a conversation. Hello, handsome. A sweet-looking beauty walked over, holding a selfie stick in her left hand, directly blocking Yifan's path. He sniffed the air. A unique fragrance from the girl wafted over with the breeze. It was not pungent, but rather soft, creating an irresistible urge to take in more of the scent. From experience, this was not the smell of perfume or shower gel, but body fragrance. Yifan couldn't help but take a closer look at the beauty before him. She had an egg-shaped face characteristic of East Asian beauty, her delicate complexion flushed with a hint of red, and her skin so smooth that pores were completely invisible. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down her waist. As his gaze shifted, even though the beauty was wearing a pink sports short-sleeve shirt, it couldn't hide the allure of her 30-60 assets. Even Yifan, with his temperament, couldn't help but linger for half a second. Well, it really was only half a second. His gaze moved down to her knee-length denim shorts, revealing long, shapely legs that made one feel an urge to play. Although the description seems lengthy, it was less than a second in reality. As Yifan was examining the beauty, she was also boldly sizing him up. Lin Yuro was a foodie streamer. The reason she could become a foodie streamer was not only that she could eat, but also because she knew how to eat. And most importantly, she was beautiful. Alright, the last point is key. However, Lin Yuro really knew how to savor food. Her taste buds were sensitive, and she could describe why something tasted good or bad, just like a food critic. This time, she was heading to a restaurant where she had already booked a table. Since it was not far, she opened a live stream while walking there. Unexpectedly, not long after she started the live stream, the audience in her stream spotted a super handsome guy who had just gotten out of a taxi. The barrage of comments that flooded in instantly caught her attention. And through the screen, she saw the handsome guy's looks. He was simply stunning. He could easily overshadow those popular young idols. Moreover, he was the kind of handsome guy who exuded masculinity rather than being effeminate. Her feet moved faster than her brain, and she quickly jogged over to the super handsome guy. Observing him up close, she found him even more attractive. His fair and smooth face with well-defined features and deep-set eyes beneath his sword-like eyebrows exuded an allure that made one want to explore further. Wow, what kind of extraordinary looks were these? And she, Lin Yuro, happened to encounter him. In a world of 6 to 7 billion people, how fortunate was it for them to meet? In such a one in several billion chance. How could they not add each other as WeChat friends? Miss, your focus should be on your chest. No, on the last sentence, right? Beauty, are you live streaming? Yi Fan asked curiously, looking at the phone at the end of Lin Yuro's selfie stick, his expression somewhat intrigued. Yes, I'm a streamer with over 100,000 followers. You just enter my live stream. You, would you mind, would you? Lin Yuro asked tentatively. She suddenly realized that even though this handsome guy was stunning, he might not be willing to go live. If this handsome guy was unwilling, not to mention later, even the chance to add him on WeChat now was slim. Even if she, Lin Yuro, was a beauty. After all, how could such a high-value guy not have beautiful women around him? Yi Fan glanced at Lin Yuro's phone interface, where a flurry of comments filled the screen. He couldn't help but sigh internally. Over 100,000 fans was even more than Yi Shirling had. With a gentle smile, he said, "It's fine, but I have things to do. If you have nothing else, could you please step aside?" "Wait, handsome." Seeing this handsome guy was about to leave, Lin Yuro grew anxious and quickly reached out to stop him. "Is there something else?" Yi Fan asked, puzzled. "Handsome, let's add WeChat after all. It's a 1 in several billion chance we met," Lin Yuro said. "Yi Fan, does that mean I've had this 1 in several billion chance with countless people over the past 20 years? This pickup line was a bit too hardcore. Seeing Yi Fan hesitating, Lin Yuro grew anxious and said in a soft, spoiled tone, "Handsome, just pretend to agree. I have over 100,000 fans watching me. Please give me a break, I beg you." Lin Yuro looked pitiful. "Just pretending?" Yi Fan nodded. "All right then." He took out his phone, entered the unlock password, and pretended to hand it over, signaling Lin Yuro to hurry and pretend as well. But to his surprise, Lin Yuro said, "Handsome, your phone hasn't even entered the WeChat interface yet. How can I scan the WeChat QR code?" "Yi Fan? I thought you just wanted to pretend?" "Handsome, you agreed just now, and I have over 100,000 fans in my live stream as witnesses." In fact, she had just started streaming not long ago and didn't really have over 100,000 followers. It needed some time for growth since not all followers would come to the stream as soon as a notification popped up. However, since it was in full screen, Yi Fan had no idea how many viewers her stream actually had. Moreover, he had indeed agreed, even if he felt somewhat tricked. Lin Yuro first smiled triumphantly, then quickly turned her expression to one of grievance as she noticed Yi Fan's gaze move over. "All right, looks like beauty is justice. You win this time. It's fine if you don't add me. You tricked me. I can also trick you." Yi Fan opened the WeChat QR code and gestured for Lin Yuro to scan it. Lin Yuro happily used her phone to scan Yi Fan's WeChat QR code. Hearing the ding sound, Yi Fan said, "All right, since we added each other on WeChat, I'll be on my way now." "Hey, you haven't agreed yet. Click to accept first." Chapter 32. Misunderstanding Yi Fan. This woman is really perceptive. Forget it, if I add her, it won't make a difference with so many beauties on WeChat. However, this beauty has a particularly nice fragrance. After accepting her friend request, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Just as he got out of the taxi, he was approached by a girl, which was quite troublesome. Perhaps this is the trouble of being handsome. Unexpectedly, that beautiful stopped him again. What now? Yi Fan felt helpless. It seemed this woman was clinging to him. "Hey, handsome, what's your name? I need to save your WeChat with a note." "Yi Fan. Wow, your name is so nice. It sounds like a main character's name." "Yi Fan. You read novels too?" Yes. Any character with Fan in their name is either the main character or a powerful one. And your surname is Yi. That is just the perfect protagonist name. Yi Fan couldn't help but be interested. It seemed this beauty really liked reading novels, even knowing such references. He smiled and said, "Thanks for your kind words, but I really have to go now. My friends are waiting for me for dinner." Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, Lin Yuro hurriedly said, "Hey, handsome, I haven't told you my name yet. I'm Lin Yuro. You should change the note on your phone." Seeing Yi Fan change the note, a sly glint flashed in Lin Yuru's eyes. "By the way, handsome, I heard you say you're going to dinner. Are you from around here?" "No, I'm a student at Fudan University, here to have dinner with classmates." "Wow, you're so good-looking and also academically excellent. Getting into such a prestigious school. Not bad, but you seem a bit younger than me. Are you in college too?" Being called handsome and showered with compliments by a beauty like Lin Yuro was enough to make even Yi Fan feel inexplicably pleased, prompting him to ask, "What year are you in?" "I'm a freshman, but I'm not as impressive as you. I got into the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. I'm an art student. Yi Fan smiled and said, "You're being too modest. I know the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. It's quite reputable, even nationally. You got into Fudan and say it's just okay. How can I be proud?" The barrage in the live stream skyrocketed. I can't take it anymore. My heart has been severely wounded. What did I see when I entered the live stream? I saw Chong Wei. Oh wait, I saw two show-offs here. Just okay for Fudan? Sorry, but the one taking the hits is still me. No, I should put it this way. I alone am taking all the hits. So jealous. Both of you are so good-looking and also top students. How am I supposed to live? Lin Yuru habitually glanced at the phone she was using to stream and chuckled. Handsome Yi Fan. The people in my live stream are saying we're just mutually flattering each other. Yi Fan recalled his earlier words, which did sound a bit pretentious. But he was just speaking the truth. He smiled, not bothering to explain, and said, "Well, I'll be going now. My classmates are still waiting for me." Lin Yuru, is my charm really this lacking? This is the first time in my 19 years of life that I've actively approached a guy. Am I really being dismissed like this? Boo-hoo. Lin Yuru felt a bit sad, a sense of defeat creeping in. However, she wasn't one to give up easily and quickly added, "Handsome, since you're a student at Fudan, the place you're going for dinner must have good food, right? I'm an eating broadcaster and want to learn about the local delicacies." Yi Fan was immediately surprised, looking at her flat stomach and questioning with your figure. Can you really be an eating broadcaster? Can you handle it? Hee hee, I'm not relying on quantity to be an eating broadcaster. I'm relying on my talent. Lin Yuru smiled proudly. My palate is quite exceptional. I can taste the flavors of food in detail and then describe them. Some high-end restaurants even invite me to taste their new dishes, and as long as I say they're good, they usually become bestsellers. That's indeed impressive, Yi Fan praised. You could be considered a food critic. Then he chuckled. You've asked the right person. If you're not from around here, you might not know. The restaurant where my classmates are gathering is called Ko Laifu Restaurant, located in an alley on Dongyu Road. Not only are the prices reasonable, but the owner's skills are exceptional. If my classmate hadn't booked a table in advance, we might not have gotten in. It's really popular. Oh, Lin Yuru raised her eyebrows, clearly intrigued, and smiled. Business is that good? How about you take me there? We can split the bill. Huh? This is a class gathering. Yi Fan scratched his head. If it weren't for the favorable words Lin Yuru said earlier, he would have directly refused. But the implication in her words was quite clear. It just wasn't appropriate. At that moment, a voice suddenly chimed in. Brother Yi, is this your girlfriend? Yi Fan turned to see Lin Feng approaching with a teasing expression. Looking at the two, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Yi truly is Brother Yi. He just broke up and has already found an even prettier girl. Truly the top handsome guy of Fudan. He also felt relieved. He almost let slip the word new. Thankfully, he held his tongue. Otherwise, it would have been a big mistake. However, why is this beauty, who could overshadow by Shui, holding a selfie stick? Due to the angle, he couldn't see the phone screen. Yi Fan quickly explained, phone, don't talk nonsense. I just met Lin Yuru, and she's a streamer, saying that will cause her trouble. He had encountered this situation before and quickly clarified. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before revealing a knowing expression. Just met and already know each other's names? If there's no intention behind that, who would believe it? However, Yi Fan probably wanted to keep things low-key, slowly breaking down this beauty's defenses, taking it slow. Yi Fan was confused. What kind of expression is that? At this moment, Lin Yuru spoke up. Are you a classmate of Yi Fan, handsome? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng deepened his thoughts, feeling he was right. They just met, and both knew each other's names. If they didn't have an interest in each other, who would believe that? He winked at Yi Fan meaningfully and then smiled at Lin Yuru. Yes. And let me tell you, Brother Yi is very righteous and values friendship. He will be a good man in the future. Chapter 33. Imagination. Second update. Please vote. Yi Fan touched his cheek with his hand and sighed helplessly. Lin Feng definitely misunderstood. No wonder he made that expression. Given the situation, even if he explained again, he probably wouldn't believe it. Yi Fan changed the subject and asked, Feng, what brings you here? Aren't you going to sit in the restaurant? Lin Feng pointed to a small shop nearby and said she didn't eat lunch, and the dishes at Ko Lai Fu won't be ready for a while, so I brought her to this shop to buy some food. Your girlfriend is here too? Yi Fan, knowing that his girlfriend's name was Zhang Shiyu, asked in surprise. Yeah, In fact, after she heard the situation yesterday, she immediately took a bus to the hospital where my dad is lying, and she has been accompanying me ever since. I didn't expect that at all. I couldn't help but cry. It was so touching. Lin Feng smiled brighter as he spoke, but his eyes were a bit red. Clearly, remembering this incident had touched his emotions again. Yifan was also moved. He took a step closer, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and comforted him. Adversity reveals true feelings. Your girlfriend rushed over to be with you during such a time. That is as genuine as it gets. You better treat others well in the future. If she gets jealous, that just means she likes you. Unlike me, I don't even have someone to get jealous over. Brother Yi, aren't you about to have one? I see you two are progressing quite fast. It seems like love at first sight. Hearing this, Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he quickly withdrew his hand from Lin Feng's shoulder. This guy's imagination was truly terrifying. He had never seen such a powerful ability to fill in the gaps before. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to think of something and quickly opened the data panel to browse through his information. Name, Yi Fan, age, 21, height, 185 centimeters, attractiveness, 96, items 1, body enhancement, remaining time, last 3 hours, skills, 1, Eye of Insight can view target information, 2, gaming expert, master of various games, becoming a top gamer, 3, world-class, fighting level 4, super swimming ability, swimming speed increased by 300, can hold breath for up to 4 hours. Sure enough, he finally understood why Kong Huayong praised him for being more handsome than the photos earlier, and now a beautiful female streamer came to flirt with him. His attractiveness had actually increased by 3 points. Generally, those with an attractiveness above 90 are quite rare beauties. With his current attractiveness of 96, it's no wonder he attracted so much attention. Yi Fan suddenly understood why Lin Yuro came to flirt with him. With his top-notch looks, he couldn't blame her. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be himself for being too handsome. However, why had his attractiveness suddenly increased by 3 points? This was quite illogical. Generally, the higher the attractiveness, the harder it is to improve, as it is predetermined, unless it is through exercise or cosmetic surgery. But to achieve a face as handsome as his, it seemed nobody could do it except for the heavens. At that moment, Yi Fan thought of the body enhancement. Besides this, it seemed there was no other reason. Body enhancement might not only refer to physical fitness, but could also include attractiveness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuro naturally heard Lin Feng's words. Her small face flushed instantly, and her big eyes were watery, not knowing what to think. The viewers in the live stream not only heard but also saw this scene. The bullet comments started flooding in. Wow, our Yuro is having a crush. No, Yuro, you're mine. Don't think about other men. Sigh, did Yuro just blush? I blushed the first time I saw Brother Yi Fan. Indeed, Brother Yi Fan's looks are too high. If I were there, I'd just hug his head and kiss him. 1 kiss is a gain. 2 kisses are a big gain. And 3 kisses would send me to heaven. Girls, if I said I just threw up and had diarrhea in the bathroom, would you laugh at me? Wow, the old goddess is going off the rails. Didn't see that coming. I instantly get it. I'm no longer a pure little fairy. Fortunately, Lin Yuro didn't see the live stream comments. Otherwise, she would probably feel even more shy. Lin Feng noticed the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, scratched his head, unsure what he did wrong. He could only smile and say, Miss, are you really a streamer? Yes, I do eating broadcasts, not the kind of big eater, but more like a gourmet, tasting food and talking about its characteristics. Oh, so, are you here in a university town for food? Yes, then I must recommend a good place to you. Not only is it good quality and cheap, but the owner's skills are also particularly good. Is it Ko-Lai Fu Restaurant? At this moment, the blush on Lin Yuro's face had faded a lot. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she tentatively said, Oh, you know about it? Wow, you actually know? Have you been there before? Lin Yuro flipped her hair and said no. Mainly, I just heard Brother Yi Fan mention it earlier. Oh, since that's the case, why don't you join us for a meal? Let you taste the delicacies from the alleys of the university town. Lin Feng said with a smile, then glanced at Yi Fan, signaling, Brother, I can only help you this much. Yi Fan? In just a few seconds, you invited someone to your dormitory gathering? Dude, you really? Yi Fan scratched his chin, feeling somewhat helpless. ISNT this a dorm gathering? ISNT that inappropriate? Lin Feng almost jumped up upon hearing this. Brother Yi, Why did your emotional intelligence drop after just one breakup? I'm giving you an opportunity, and you're still worried about this? He quickly said, it's fine. Bringing family is okay. No, bringing girls is fine. Since we met, it's fate, it's friendship. It's very normal for friends to have a meal and talk. Yifan helplessly replied, but she's a streamer. Are you planning to appear on camera? Or do the two of them want to appear on camera? Lin Feng laughed and said, Brother Yi, so you're worried about this? No problem. I'll call those two and let them know. With Lao Zhao and Lao Xiao's character, they agree without a second thought. After all, this is related to Brother Ye's next relationship. How could they possibly disagree? Yifan, you have no problems, but I have issues. Although Lin Yuro is indeed well endowed. No, she has long legs. No, she has a fragrance still not right. The key is that I just politely decline once. If I agree now, wouldn't that prove I'm a casual person? Chapter 34. The young man is amazing. What is going on over there? At that moment, Lin Yuro, who was live streaming beside them, suddenly pointed to the opposite side, her tone filled with surprise. At the entrance of a small supermarket about 400 meters away, two muscular men wearing tank tops, with tattoos on their arms and holding beer bottles, were standing. In front of these two men stood a beautiful girl holding a few bags of snacks. The two muscular men were excitedly talking to the girl, but wanted to leave, but couldn't get away. Wherever she tried to go, the two men followed her. Shiyu, Yifan, and Lin Feng also looked over, and to their surprise, Lin Feng shouted out as soon as he saw the scene, then quickly ran over. Damn it! Yifan couldn't help but curse, and hurriedly ran after him. This situation looked wrong, and the fact that they were holding beer bottles clearly indicated they were drunk. Most importantly, this was his brother's girlfriend. How could he let them touch her? Thanks to the enhanced physical abilities from his system, Yifan ran incredibly fast, surpassing Lin Feng before he could react. Lin Yuro was also stunned by the situation. Yifan was so fast. Get lost, you bastard. Seeing one of the muscular men with a tiger tattoo on his arm reaching out to touch Zhang Shiyu's face, Yifan shouted angrily and directly knocked him away. Bang! The man with the tiger tattoo was knocked to the ground and slid a meter away. Ah, it hurts. Some parts of the man's clothes were torn, and since he was wearing a tank top, his arms were bruised and bloody. The sudden pain jolted him awake from his drunkenness. But the pain made it impossible for him to stand up, and he groaned in agony while holding his dislocated arm. Who the hell are you to hit my brother? The other muscular man, who had a leopard tattoo on his arm, was startled by the sudden turn of events. When he saw that a handsome but not very muscular young man had knocked down his buddy, he couldn't hold back his anger and approached with a fierce expression. Dare to touch my brother's woman? What are you going to do about it? Seeing the fierce-looking man approaching, Yifan snorted coldly, not showing any weakness and adopting a very tough attitude. To be honest, growing up in an orphanage, he wasn't new to fighting. As a child, due to his good looks and being an orphan, he had experienced bullying twice in school. But Yifan's mindset was, if you're kind to me, I will be kinder to you. If you want to bully me, then even if I have to cry, I will bite off a piece of your flesh. After those two instances of bullying, no one dared to bully Yifan anymore. They all knew that Yifan was like a wolf. He was a wolf cub that couldn't be provoked. From that time on, Yifan understood that he could never back down when faced with someone trying to bully him. He had to be tough. Of course, there was a difference between being bullied and taking offense. Yifan had encountered some difficult or ill-tempered customers while working part-time, and he had indeed put up with a lot, but he could endure that kind of behavior because he needed to make a living. Moreover, the other party hadn't physically attacked him. They just vented their frustrations verbally. Who the hell do you think you are? You little pretty boy. Seeing the tattooed man's arm, it was evident he was not someone to mess with, and coupled with the effects of alcohol, he seemed even more menacing. I don't care about you. Do you know you've committed harassment? Yifan replied firmly. Moreover, even if it were any other woman being harassed by you today, I would still intervene. With a strong tone, Yifan replied twice and then turned to Zhang Shiyu, who was standing beside him, and asked gently, Are you okay? Who are you? Zhang Shiyu hesitated to speak. Shiyu, are you all right? Lin Feng, gasping for breath, grabbed Zhang Shiyu's shoulders and asked urgently. I'm fine. Those two were just about to make a move on me when this young man came to my rescue, Zhang Shiyu said, cupping Lin Feng's face and giving him a kiss before speaking softly. Thank you so much, Yifan. Lin Feng also quickly expressed his gratitude. You guys really don't know your limits, do you? I'm talking to you, and you're kissing her. You really don't take me, Lin Chong, seriously? At that moment, the man with the leopard tattoo was displeased. The girl he was about to tease had quickly kissed another man, as if he didn't exist. Yi Fan, you ran so fast just now. Are you hurt? Lin Yuruo also rushed over, her eyes filled with concern as she examined Yi Fan. She had almost shouted when she saw Yi Fan knock down a man over 6 feet tall. Although Yi Fan wasn't considered short, that man was truly massive. The fact that Yi Fan had knocked him down so easily and the man was now groaning in pain was visually shocking. Before Yi Fan could speak, the muscular man named Lin Chong was already furious, shouting, I'm still standing here. Do you not see me, Lin Chong? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he threw a punch at Yi Fan's right cheek. Watch out. Lin Yuruo's warning had not yet left her lips when an unexpected scene unfolded before her eyes. Yi Fan took a bold step forward and, with even quicker reflexes, landed a punch right in the man's stomach. Puff! Thud! The man was directly knocked down by Yi Fan's punch, and he vomited a foul-smelling mixture of food, alcohol, and even some blood. The crowd was astonished. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. The seemingly frail Yi Fan had knocked down a man over 6 feet tall with a single punch, and the man was left unable to fight back at all. Was this a martial arts movie? It was too incredible, too shocking, too powerful. Although Lin Yuruo had taken down her phone from the selfie stick, she still sensed that something was wrong over there, so she kept the camera focused on the scene. This allowed the viewers in the live stream to feast their eyes on the spectacle, leaving them deeply shocked. Wow, this Yi Fan must have studied martial arts, right? This guy's a real expert. Although he only used 2 moves, each was more astonishing than the last. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Yi Fan looks quite slender, but who would have thought he could take down someone with just 1 move? My mom just asked me why I was kneeling to watch my phone. I explained to her, and now foreigners might really think that Chinese people know martial arts. Who says this has to be Chinese martial arts? Why can't it be karate or judo? You don't understand anything. Do you know what a killing technique is? What a secret move is? In ancient times, wandering swordsmen often mastered one signature skill to roam the world. And while these skills may not be as mystical as those in martial arts novels, they're truly powerful techniques that take years or even decades to perfect. The term signature skill comes from this. And Yi Fan's 2 moves, with such speed and power, really resemble those kinds of techniques honed over many years. Chapter 35. On fire in an instant. Apart from the 2 people writhing in pain on the ground, everyone else was in shock. Yi, Brother Yi, you are incredible. Lin Feng's words were initially hesitant and broken, but by the end his voice had risen to a pitch that nearly cracked, as if this was the only way to express his inner astonishment. At that moment, Lin Yuruo's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance, her admiration for Yi Fan bordering on worship. Although the person he had just saved wasn't her, it couldn't stop her growing fondness for Brother Yi Fan. He was simply too handsome. Appa, male god. Lin Yuruo realized that Brother Yi Fan could perfectly fit into the romantic novels she read as the male lead. He was like a being that broke through the dimensional wall, tall, handsome, gentle, polite, neither servile nor overbearing, and could fight. Wow, how could there be such a man with so many virtues in the world? Yi Fan looked at the 2 men lying on the ground, snorted coldly, and then turned to Lin Yuruo. Lin Yuruo, when you were live streaming just now, did you capture the scene? Yi Fan suddenly remembered that there was a live streamer present and quickly asked if Lin Yuruo had recorded the scene. It would be easier to explain when the police arrived. I recorded it. I've been recording the whole time. Don't worry, Brother Yi Fan. We have so many people to prove you were acting in self-defense, that you were the one who acted last. Acted last? After Lin Yuruo finished speaking, she realized something was off. Although it was indeed Yi Fan who acted last, he had managed to strike the burly man even faster. It was simply terrifying. No, wait. How could Brother Yi Fan be terrifying? He was so handsome and was fighting bad guys. It should be said that he was really amazing. At that moment, the owner of the small supermarket also rushed out, speaking in an admiring tone. Young hero, don't worry. There are cameras at my shop entrance. The footage of your fight, your counterattack, has all been recorded by my cameras. Young hero? Yi Fan looked puzzled. What a strange title. Don't they know it's the 21st century? Seeing that the evidence was complete, Yi Fan didn't hesitate and immediately took out his phone to call the police and an ambulance. Although it was already after working hours, the police and ambulance arrived quickly. With both witnesses and physical evidence available, collecting evidence was quite convenient. Plus, these two tattooed men had previous criminal records. After a simple inquiry with Yi Fan, the police car left alongside the ambulance. Although the two tattooed men dampened the mood a bit, the gathering still had to happen. With the final exams not far off, this meal might be the last gathering of the semester. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyu, who was standing with Lin Feng, rushed forward to express her gratitude upon learning that Yi Fan was the classmate who lent money to Lin Feng's father for medical expenses. This was already the second time Yi Fan had helped Lin Feng, although it was Zhang Xiyu who came to thank him. Lin Feng was naturally even more grateful to Yi Fan, but he didn't say it out loud because Xiyu had said it, and that was enough. After encountering this incident, Zhang Xiyu could come over, which Lin Feng's mother greatly approved of. She was just short of calling her daughter-in-law in front of them. Lin Feng also brought Xiyu to the gathering with the intention of letting his girlfriend meet his good brothers. This could help ease Xiyu's mind, and who knows, maybe the little jealous jar could be calmed down a bit. Just as Yi Fan was about to call Lin Feng to leave, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yuro standing to the side. After a moment of contemplation, he walked over with a gentle expression. If it weren't for the supermarket owner's camera, the best physical evidence would be to replay the footage from Lin Yuro's live stream. And Lin Yuro managed to point the camera at the scene at the first opportunity. Regardless of her intentions, the outcome was good. Thinking this, Yi Fan spoke. Lin Yuro, didn't you say before that you want to go to Feng restaurant to try the dishes? There probably won't be any seats available now. So why don't you join us for dinner? Let the face slap happen. It's not a big deal this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuro's cheeks flushed, her face bright with a smile, and she incredulously asked, Really? Yi Fan? What's with the really? Is what I said so hard to understand? Really? Hee hee. Then let's go. Meanwhile, the footage of Yi Fan's recent fight went viral online. Even Lin Yuro didn't realize that as Yi Fan charged forward, the popularity of her live stream soared. By the time Yi Fan knocked down the two burly men, the viewer count had skyrocketed from the initial 80,000 to 134 million. The edited fight clips spread like wildfire across the internet, and before long, they topped the trending list. This time, not only were foreigners in Huaxiao exclaiming about how the Chinese could fight, but even locals were saying they had gained new insights. And all of this, Yi Fan was completely unaware of. Olji, why did you guys come so late? You didn't even answer the phone. Zhao Lei couldn't help but say when he finally saw Yi Fan. Huh? Who is this beautiful lady? Xia Yu with sharp eyes spotted Lin Yuro hiding at the back and asked in confusion. At the mention, Lin Yuro's expression became a bit awkward. Sigh. It was all because she had been distracted by the appearance, her senses following her looks. Now that she was here, she realized it was indeed quite inappropriate. Previously, Lin Yuro had put her phone away and stopped live streaming. The reason? Naturally, it was to go to the police station to take a statement, which might take a while. As for why Lin Yuro chose to do this, because having a live stream while eating, especially with others, was indeed quite awkward. The atmosphere would probably become even more uncomfortable. Perhaps she wouldn't even be able to jokingly chat. As for losing income, Lin Yuro expressed that in the face of looks, she'd rather lick it up. Forget about that stinky money. At worst, she could just extend her live stream time a bit later to make up for it. At this moment, Lin Feng walked over with a smile and said, This is our brother Ye's new friend, Lin Yuro. You know what I mean? Especially when he said the last sentence. His expression was playful. Zhao Lei and Xia Yu instantly understood and said meaningfully, Oh. This made Lin Yuro's face even redder. Zhang Xiyu quickly nudged Lin Feng with her elbow, signaling him with her eyes. In the exchange of glances, Lin Feng understood. He glanced at the shy Lin Yuro and quickly stepped forward, waving to Zhao Lei and Xia Yu. Gathered together, they whispered a few words. You guys better not scare her. Give her some time to adjust. Brother, you really just met that beauty named Lin Yuro not long ago. But that beauty has quite a feeling for Brother Yi, and there might be a chance for them in the future. However, it's not time yet. So, don't be too deliberate in your expressions and words. Just treat her as Brother Ye's ordinary friend for now. What if something unexpected happens in the future? And the two don't want to be together? Or if they do get together and then break up? Brother, you wouldn't be too embarrassed. Got it. Got it. The two quickly nodded. Chapter 36 Opportunity, 7:30 p.m. Xingyu Entertainment. The place was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. Yi Yayan was sitting in the boss's chair, listening to the conversation on the phone, occasionally responding with a light A few minutes later, she hung up the phone and walked out of the office, addressing the employees outside. All supervisors and above, please come to the conference room for a meeting quickly. As for the other staff, you can leave work now. Overtime will be calculated at 5 times, and the company will reimburse taxi fares. Like a queen, as Yi Yayan spoke, there was no noise outside, as if the air had frozen for a moment. Since 2 new employees joined today, Yi Yayan elaborated a bit more, fearing they might not know everything. After finishing, she headed towards the conference room. The crisp sound of her high heels echoed, accentuating Yi Yayan's nobility and cold charm. In less than 3 minutes, the conference room was filled with people. It wasn't that the office was too small, but only that so many seats were left. Yi Yayan crossed her long fingers on the table, scanned the room, and calmly stated, "The personnel in the United States have confirmed the authenticity of the situation. Let's discuss your thoughts." A woman sitting in the second position to Yi Yayan's lower left said, "This matter definitely needs Gu Shaoqing to go. He is currently our company's most famous and handsome male star. Who else could go if not him? There is no better candidate." At this moment, a man sitting opposite her said, "That's not appropriate." Chun Fongfong frowned slightly at his words, her tone unfriendly. "Then what does Manager Lu suggest?" Lu Kai was not angry, responding calmly. "The Ross family, as the world's #1 family, has spread this information globally. No one wants to miss such an opportunity. And we simply cannot rely on Gu Shaoqing alone. Not to mention that Gu Shaoqing's popularity has only recently risen. In fact, that little popularity is of no use in this matter unless the young lady from the Ross family just happens to be a fan of Gu Shaoqing. However, I think any one of you would agree that this is impossible, especially given that the beautiful young lady prefers women. Moreover, among the new generation of male stars in the country, there are several who are on par with him in terms of looks." Chun Fongfong snorted coldly. "You've said so much, but it's like saying nothing. At this timing, do you think other companies will lend their artists? Others aren't fools. They won't miss such a good opportunity as a chance to connect with the Ross family. Even if the hope is slim, others won't give it up." "Manager Chun, you may not have understood my point yet." Lu Kai smiled slightly. "What I really want to express is that we don't have to limit our focus to idle male stars. We can broaden our vision and look at all young men with good looks. After all, the fundamental purpose this time is to select a man that the young lady from the Ross family finds satisfactory or acceptable, to rely on looks to change her sexual orientation. And this time, in order to compete for the opportunity with the Ross family, she has already agreed to this, and she will definitely choose a young man as her trial boyfriend. This kind of fierce competition, with the chance to establish a relationship with the Ross family upon success. Do you still think that relying solely on Gu Shaoqing can accomplish this?" Chun Fongfong wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Yi Yayan. "All right, if Manager Chen still wants to continue to push for Gu Shaoqing, then there's no need to say more." Yi Yayan's tone was calm, but revealed a sense of finality. At the same time, she felt a bit annoyed. Did Chun Fongfong really think no one knew about her affair with Gu Shaoqing? If it weren't for the fact that Gu Shaoqing had proactively approached this older woman, and it was mutual, she would have fired Chun Fongfong long ago. The unspoken rules were something Yi Yayan could not allow, but if both parties were willing, she didn't want to interfere. As for Chun Fongfong asking for resources for Gu Shaoqing, sorry, it wasn't because Chun Fongfong requested it that he received them. It was because Yi Yayan believed Gu Shaoqing had commercial value. She also wondered if Gu Shaoqing would collapse upon learning the truth. Anyway, Yi Yayan had no feelings for Gu Shaoqing. Since you want to climb into Chun Fongfong's bed, then go ahead. She wouldn't care about such matters, as long as he had value. Hearing this, Chun Fongfong found herself at a loss for words. Although Yi Yayan was 10 years younger than her means were ruthless, and Chun Fongfong truly didn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing that Chun Fongfong had nothing to say, a trace of disappointment flashed in Yi Yayan's eyes. She hadn't expected that Chun Fongfong had become so hard to use now. It was also likely that her thoughts were entirely on her young boyfriend. in the situation. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Fangfang was one of the earliest members of her team, she would have had the impulse to dismiss her. Let's see how it goes. If it really doesn't work out, then she would replace her. You can like your young boyfriend, but you cannot bring that emotion too much into work. Scanning the room, Yian saw that no one else had anything to say, and then she spoke. Okay. Since you all have no objections, I also tend to agree with Manager Lu's viewpoint. Then, let us adopt Manager Lu's approach. You all go back and think carefully about the plan. We have only 5 days to complete this matter efficiently, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Meeting adjourned. When Yi Fan returned home, it was already 9:30 p.m. The living room was empty, and even the 2 nannies had gone to their rooms to rest. Feeling the urge to urinate, Yi Fan went to the restroom on the first floor before returning to his room. Due to the upcoming exams and the presence of women, they hadn't drunk much at the gathering, just 7 or 8 bottles of beer among a few people. Although Lin Euro hadn't touched a drop, Yi Fan still saw her off, as it was indeed a bit dangerous this late, especially given her beauty. After charging his dead phone, it powered on, and as soon as it did, a call came in. Yi Fan checked the caller ID and was surprised to see it was Yi Shirling calling. He was somewhat puzzled as to why she was calling him so late. When the call connected, Yi Shirling's pleasant voice came through. Brother Yi Fan, you finally answered. Why couldn't I reach you? Could be because my phone was off. What's up? I was worried about you. Haha. Thanks for your concern, Shirling. I'm already in my room. Yi Fan felt a warm current in his heart. Having someone care felt really good. Sigh, why is everyone coming back so late today? Sister came back just over 20 minutes earlier than you. By the way, Brother Yi Fan, tomorrow night we have a live stream for Shark Live, and we're organizing a streamer chicken dinner team competition. I still need 1 core player. How about you come help me? Chapter 37, Stunning Beauty, Second Update. Seeking recommendations, sign in successful, sign in reward. Divine Beauty and Celestial Grace, building number 1 of Binjiang Garden. Damn, Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock. 2 rewards appeared at once. Is there a sudden spike in rewards? Divine Beauty and Celestial Grace? What is that? Yi Fan expressed his confusion, but he was familiar with Binjiang Garden. Binjiang Garden is located in the core area of Lujiazui in the Magic City, a prime location facing the Pujiang River, with riverside view apartments. Building No. 1 is the closest to the river view, and is also the most expensive, with an average price of 160,000 per square meter. Most importantly, since it was just completed not long ago, the 4 buildings of Binjiang Garden have just started official sales. So there is a high chance that all the apartments in this building belong to him. It's worth mentioning that this parallel world does not have a pre-sale system. This building suddenly becomes his, and Yi Fan feels ecstatic. Compared to those slightly illusory shares, fixed assets are much better. It gives him a sense of security, a concept deeply ingrained in the bones of Chinese people. At that moment, Yi Fan's phone rang. He answered the call, and a very respectful voice came from the other end. Hello? Is this Mr. Yi Fan? Who are you? Upon hearing Yi Fan's voice, the person on the other end was clearly taken aback. This Mr. Yi's voice sounds so young. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Manager Lu from the sales department of Binjiang Garden. The property certificate for the apartment you purchased in building number 1 has been issued. Would you like to come pick it up now, or should we deliver it to you? It can be delivered? Yi Fan was a bit surprised. But then he thought about the fact that he didn't just buy an apartment, but an entire building, so he understood. Yes, Mr. Yi. We could deliver all the property certificates and keys to you, Manager Lu said respectfully. When he learned that a major client had directly purchased an entire building, he almost fainted. Just being able to buy a building casually in such a high-priced area like the Magic City makes someone truly remarkable. Moreover, this mysterious Mr. Yi purchased building number 1 of Binjiang Garden. It's simply terrifying. In his years of work, he had never encountered such a wealthy customer. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan replied, No need for delivery. I'll come and pick it up myself. Delivering would be too conspicuous. If Yi Shirling and the others start asking questions, it would be hard for me to explain. Okay, then what time will Mr. Yi come? We could prepare some tea for you. No need for tea. I plan to come at 4 this afternoon. I only have 1 class this afternoon. After Yi Fan picks up the property certificate and keys, he will also go to the bank to rent a safe. All right. All of us at the Binjiang Garden Sales Department look forward to Mr. Ye's arrival. Your arrival will surely bring glory to our place. Glory? Yi Fan smirked. With so many property certificates, it indeed shines brightly. The kind that glimmers with golden light, exuding an enticing scent of money. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan hurried downstairs to have breakfast. This call had delayed him a bit. As a good student, he couldn't be late for class. He still wanted to qualify for graduate school. Even if he didn't want to pursue graduate studies, Yi Fan still wanted to maintain his top student image. On his way downstairs, he ran into Yi Shirling, who was coming up to call him. They exchanged a glance, and Yi Shirling's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Her heart raced, and she felt butterflies in her stomach. Her stunning face flushed with a rosy hue. Oh my God, brother Yi Fan is so handsome. It seemed even more handsome than before. What a breathtaking appearance. Moreover, brother Yi Fan seemed to have a faint, indescribable fragrance around him. It was light, but very pleasant. His aura resembled that of a gentleman stepping out of a classical painting, refined and elegant. He also looked like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm, ethereal and elegant. I want to take off brother Yi Fan's clothes and explore. He was simply more abstinent than an abstinent male god. Perhaps he was of the immortal aura type. No, I can't. How could I have such thoughts? Woe is me, I am guilty. Why is Yi Fan my brother? If there were no blood relation, that would be wonderful. Yi Fan was taken aback by her reaction and quickly opened the system panel. Name, Yi Fan. Age, 21. Height, 185 centimeters. Beauty, divine beauty and celestial grace. Your beauty has reached the limit. Items, none. Skills, 1. I have insight, can view target information 2. Gaming expert, mastery of various games, becoming a top gamer 3. World-class combat skills 4. Super swimming ability, swimming speed increased by 300. Breath holding time can reach up to 4 hours. Holy crap. So that is how it is. My beauty has reached its peak. Doesn't this mean my already tumultuous life will become even more complicated? Doesn't this mean my already troublesome issues will become even more troublesome? Sigh. This damn charm of mine has nowhere to go. But Yi Fan glanced at the now recovered Yi Shirling with a strange expression. Could it be that she? No way. It can't be. It definitely isn't something like an incestuous attraction. It must be that my peak beauty and aura are too stunning. After Yi Shirling gets used to it, she shouldn't react like this anymore. Although he thought so, Yi Fan still felt a bit uneasy. I have insight activated. Target, Yi Shirling. Age, 19. Height, 169 centimeters. Beauty, 99. Personality, kind, innocent, beauty-conscious, pseudo-brother complex. Homebody attribute, favorability, 89. Tip. The other party likes being complimented on her beauty, but dislikes boys without good feelings surrounding her. No wonder I always thought Yi Shirling was especially beautiful. It turns out her beauty is as high as 99 points. This is currently the highest beauty score Yi Fan has seen. Even in ancient times, she could overshadow the 4 great beauties. However, pseudo-brother complex? That seems a bit concerning. It appears I need to guide Yi Shirling's thoughts a bit in the future. After going downstairs, Yi Fan noticed that Yi Yayan, who should be having breakfast at this time, was absent. After inquiring with Yi Shirling, he learned that she had urgent business at her company. On the other side, at the Binjiang Garden Sales Department, Manager Lu stuffed his phone into his pocket, looked up at the sky, and, after a few seconds a day, sighed. God, are all rich people this amazing? Buying a whole building just like that. If only that much money were mine, how wonderful it would be. I've worked hard for almost half my life, yet I still live in a rented house. After calming his emotions, Manager Lu tidied up his attire, turned, and walked into the sales department. He loudly declared, except for the staff who are currently accompanying clients to view properties, all other sales department personnel, please gather immediately. Manager Lu dared to speak so loudly mainly because there were currently no clients present. Those who were there had already gone to view properties. Once everyone gathered, Manager Lu cleared his throat and said, around 4 this afternoon, a very wealthy boss might come. That boss is the one you've been very curious about, who bought an entire building. Although he is said to be coming at 4, the schedule of such a big boss is always full of uncertainties. He might come early or late. So, to maintain the image of our Wanshur real estate, you all need to be more spirited, especially those who smoke and chew betel nut. I want you to quit today and chew more gum instead. Do you understand? Yes. Chapter 38. The God of Wealth is so handsome. First update, please vote. Yi Fan arrived right on time, 10 minutes early. After getting out of the taxi and walking over 100 meters, he entered the sales office of Binjiang Garden. Considering he had a lot of things to carry, he brought along the backpack he used last time to carry money. Just a few steps inside, a tall and elegant hostess with a smile approached him. At that moment, a blush appeared on her face, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. There was no way around it. This handsome guy in front of her was simply too good-looking. So handsome that it could be described as ethereal. With a gentle tone, she asked, "Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a house or to learn more about the property?" Her warm smile, though somewhat formal, still gave a feeling of a gentle spring breeze. Perhaps this was what charm was. Yi Fan curled his lips and replied indifferently, "No, I'm neither here to buy a house nor to inquire about the property information." Hearing this, the hostess was taken aback. "Then what are you here for?" "I'm here to collect the property certificate and keys." "Collect the property certificate and keys? Could it be?" The staff's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in surprise. "Are you Mr. Yi? Oh my goodness. Could it really be that wealthy Mr. Yi? But isn't Mr. Yi a big boss? How could he be so young and so handsome? Am I seeing too many CEO novels lately and imagining I've crossed into a story?" With sun-kissed, stylishly tousled hair, a face with sculpted features, and deep, dark eyes that seemed to hold infinite depth, he exuded an air of otherworldly elegance. The hostess, whose figure was curvaceous, couldn't he help but think that if this handsome guy were to wear ancient or Han-style clothing, his charm would be unparalleled. For a moment, she was lost in his gaze. Hey, miss, are you all right?" Yi Fan saw her dazed expression and quickly waved his hand in front of her. At the same time, he bitterly smiled inside. Alas, it really is adding insult to injury, making me feel like a walking aphrodisiac. Can't anyone consider my feelings? This damn charm of mine. "Sir, I'm sorry, I just zoned out for a moment. You're just too handsome, and I accidentally." Yi Fan waved his hand, helplessly saying, "It's fine, I can understand. It's mainly my fault." The hostess was left speechless. "I am Yi Fan. I had previously arranged with your manager Lu to collect that batch of property certificates and keys. Please leave me there." A batch of property certificates. The tone. It really is that wealthy gentleman. But at such a young age, he shouldn't be a big boss, right? Could he be the rich heir of a top-tier family? Thinking this, she quickly responded, "All right, Mr. Yi, please follow me." As Yi Fan was led into the manager's office, the rest of the staff instantly erupted in chatter, especially the women, who transformed into 1,000 chattering ducks. Wow, is that the big boss who bought a whole building? So handsome. Definitely not a boss, but probably a rich second generation from some wealthy family. But he is really handsome. Who cares if he is a second generation or a boss? As long as he is rich and so handsome. What if he likes me? Dream on. How could a god of wealth like him possibly be interested in someone plain like you? If he likes anyone, it would be someone like me, curvy and attractive. What are you talking about, you big cow? Just saying you're flat-chested. What is wrong with that? I'm proud to be a cow. Do you have what it takes? In the manager's office, Manager Lu had been waiting for a long time, but had not seen Mr. Yi arrive. So he thought about going back to his office for a cup of tea. Just as he lifted a cup of freshly brewed tea, someone knocked on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. "Manager Lu, Mr. Yi has arrived." Manager Lu almost spilled the tea he was holding. He glanced at the time on his computer, feeling a bit bitter. If only it were a few minutes earlier or later. He was really thirsty and wanted to come in for a sip. He hoped this Mr. Yi wouldn't be too distracted. Facing a gentleman who could casually buy a building, Manager Lu couldn't help but overthink. After all, people in his position tend to think too much. He quickly said, "What are you standing there for? Quickly let Mr. Yi in. How can we keep Mr. Yi waiting outside?" As the door opened, Manager Lu stood up to look and was instantly taken aback. Is he this young? Which family's heir is he? No wonder his voice sounds so young. At this age, he is probably still in college. And on top of that, he is rich and so handsome. How should someone like me, who is neither handsome nor rich, face life? Isn't life supposed to be tough? Life, you can't just let him off for being handsome. Manager Lu felt like crying inside, but his face was all smiles. He reprimanded the hostess. How could you let Mr. Yi wait outside? The office door, even locked. Then, he respectfully addressed Yi Fan. Are you Mr. Yi Fan? Yes. Ha, Mr. Yi, I guess you'd come today. So I prepared some tea for you. Although this tea might be too ordinary for someone as wealthy as you, for me, it's a treasure. If it weren't for your visit, I wouldn't dare to take it out. Manager Liu took a new cup, rinsed it with tea, and then poured a fresh cup for Yi Fan. This cup is new and unused. Please enjoy your tea. Yi Fan thanked him and took the delicate ceramic teacup, taking a small sip. Then he smiled slightly, saying not bad. If it weren't for having lived in the Yi family for a few days, this tea would be quite good. Please, Manager Liu, bring the items over. Manager Liu quickly opened the lid of the wooden box on the table. Instantly, a row of red property certificates caught the attention of both Yi Fan and the hostess. A pile of keys next to it seemed less noticeable. The hostess remarked, It smells so good. It's the scent of money. I really want it. Manager Liu sighed. Ah, the evils of capitalism. I want it too. Yi Fan mused, alas. My already burdened body is about to take on another identity. Manager Liu's tone became even more respectful. Mr. Yi, I still need to see your ID to ensure I haven't made a mistake. I hope you understand. Yi Fan smiled generously. No problem. After all, we discussed this over the phone. After verifying the information, Manager Liu added, Shall I have someone help you carry the box to your car? Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, I came by taxi. The other two were momentarily stunned, but it didn't take long for them to react. Manager Liu quickly said, I really admire someone of your caliber. Being so wealthy yet taking a taxi shows you're an environmentalist. Yi Fan? I haven't even gotten my driver's license yet. Chapter 39, Show-Off Scene, Second Update, Seeking Recommendation Tickets, under the respectful gaze and behavior of Manager Liu. Yi Fan walked out of the office door. The backpack he carried behind him was noticeably swollen and heavy, and he was also holding 2 tote bags given by Manager Liu. There was no way around it. Yi Fan had indeed not considered things thoroughly. Building 1 of Binjiang Garden had 3 elevators serving 2 households per floor, totaling 44 floors, with an average of 466 square meters per household. This meant that the building had a total of 88 property certificates. Yi Fan received 88 property certificates and 176 keys, with 1 set as a spare. Although the backpack he randomly bought from the roadside was relatively large, it was still not sufficient to hold so many items. Thus, he had to ask Manager Liu for 2 tote bags to barely fit everything. In the eyes of all the staff, the items in this wealthy man's backpack and bags were worth many times more than the same weight in gold. At that moment, how they wished the wealthy gentleman would say, The stuff is too heavy. Let me share some with you. However, it was just a thought. Mr. Yi, how about I call someone to help you carry this? I wouldn't want you to tire yourself out, Manager Liu said, accompanying Yi Fan out and nervously watching him carry so many things, fearing he wasn't being attentive enough. It's fine. Some people will just have to bear unavoidable pressure and burdens. Manager Liu, the others. Hey, is this the spirit of the show-off? Hurry up and take him away. Spirit of the show-off. What level of show-off? Everyone. The kind that casually buys a building in a magic city and claims it's an essential burden. Spirit of the show-off? Oh, by the way, what did you say earlier? Everyone. Is this the spirit of the show-off? Here. Spirit of the show-off. No. Beep, beep, beep. Blind sound. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Yi Fan? It's really you, Yi Fan? I thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect that after a few years. You become more of a pretty boy. When Yi Fan saw the person, he frowned slightly. He recognized him as shrugged, a classmate from the neighboring class in high school. Back then, he was a small rogue at school, skilled in smoking, drinking, and perming his hair. Moreover, they had a bit of a grudge. Years ago, shrugged confessed to the class flower of their class. But she firmly rejected him and even said, if you were even 1/10 as handsome as Yi Fan, I might consider it. This incident was a great humiliation for him. 1/10 as handsome? Was he that bad? However, he truly didn't dare to cause trouble for Yi Fan, as he knew a bit about Yi Fan's situation. 2 guys even tougher than him had tried to bully Yi Fan in junior high, but were scared off. How could he, shrugged, dare to? Yi Fan had heard that after graduating high school, he went to work, but he didn't expect to run into him here today. Although the other party wore a broad smile, Yi Fan could sense the hostility in his words. After all, pretty boy was not a good term. Shrugged naturally noticed the backpack and two tote bags Yi Fan was carrying. Especially when he looked at Yi Fan's backpack, a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. A Jordan backpack with a ping-pong paddle? That's something. The stitching wasn't even cut clean, leaving a long thread. If it wasn't a counterfeit brand, he would eat this backpack. Thinking about his current position, Shrugged couldn't help but feel an urge to slap the show-off. I might not be as good-looking as you, but I might be richer than you now. However, to avoid being slapped back, he still cautiously asked, Yi, where are you working now? I'm not. I'm still in school, and I haven't even interned yet, let alone working, Yi Fan replied. Shrugged's smile grew wider, his tone dripping with barely contained pride as he said, So, you came here to buy a house? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan looked at the other party's expression and vaguely understood something. He replied, Nothing much, just came to pick up a few things. What things? Do I really have to tell you? Yi Fan scoffed. Shrugged felt a bit embarrassed, especially since there were others present. He tried hard to maintain his smile and said, You can tell me. I forgot to mention, I'm now the area manager at Jinlong Property, and my main responsibility is Binjiang Garden. You tell me, and maybe I can help you. Help? Yi Fan sneered. Not necessarily. However, it was unexpected that Shrugged had actually become the area manager at Jinlong Property. If it were someone else, he wouldn't dare to speak so condescendingly. But who was Yi Fan? Just a small fry born in an orphanage, in such a top-tier city without connections. Even good grades wouldn't help one get by easily. This only represents Shrugged's viewpoint, facing such a person he knew well, who had no background whatsoever. Why should Shrugged be afraid? Not at all. Yi Fan, you're not here just to visit, are you? Shrugged seemed to think of something, smiling as he said, A person like Yi Fan, an orphan, how could he possibly have anything to pick up here? It must be an excuse. Faced with his old classmate, he didn't want to lose face, so he came up with such an excuse. Sigh, how annoying. I almost believed it. This is not a place you can come to visit. Do you know how high the average house price is here? Over 100,000. If you accidentally bump into a luxury car while walking, it could take you a lifetime to pay it off. Thanks for your concern. By the way, do you have a car? Yi Fan smiled. Yeah, why? Shrugged asked, puzzled. Then if I bump into your car, it should be fine, right? That way, I could pay it off. Ha! Shrugged quickly realized that Yi Fan was mocking his car as being cheap. At this moment, Manager Liu also noticed the tension between the two and frowned, asking Shrugged, Are you the area manager just sent over from Jinlong Property? Yes, who are you? I'm Manager Liu from Wanshi Group, responsible for the sales of Binjiang Garden. Shrugged's eyes widened in surprise, hurriedly greeting, Hello. I didn't expect you to be Manager Liu. What a pleasure. My uncle is the vice president of Jinlong Property, and because of my outstanding abilities, I was specially transferred here. I'll be counting on your care in the future. Wanshi Group is the developer responsible for Binjiang Garden, the second largest real estate group in China. For him, as an area manager, to stay here long-term, the other party's attitude was very important. I wouldn't dare to take care of you, Manager Liu said sarcastically. Since your uncle is the vice president of Jinlong Property, that's good. Just directly inform your Jinlong Group that we at Binjiang Garden are planning to change property management companies. No, I mean, Wanshi Group doesn't want to cooperate with Jinlong Property anymore. What? Shrugged's eyes widened in shock, dumbfounded. What is going on? How can they just change without telling him in advance? I knew your company would dare to hire such a frivolous person as an area manager. I absolutely cannot cooperate with your company. Why? I haven't done anything. How did it come back to me? If this caused Wanshi Group not to cooperate with Jinlong Property, because of him, his uncle would probably skin him alive. Because you disrespect our group's distinguished guest. That's enough. Disrespect? Yi Fan? Yi Fan is your group's distinguished guest? Manager Liu, don't be fooled. He's just an orphan. How could he afford to be a distinguished guest? You little brat. How dare you call Mr. Yi an orphan? Security, quickly throw him out. Yi Fan curled his lips and smiled, saying, Weren't you just asking me what I came to get? I will tell you now. I am here to collect the property certificates for all the households in Building 1 of Binjiang Garden. In an instant, Shrugged's face turned ashen. How could this be possible? That is a whole building in Binjiang Garden. How could Yi Fan be so wealthy? Is he a rich second generation experiencing life? Or did he suddenly inherit billions from a distant relative? In any case, shrugged knew that he might not be able to survive in the Magic City anymore. Forget about his uncle. Even the president of Jinlong Group would probably want to kill him. Chapter 40. 3 houses to support him. First update. Seeking recommendation votes. Hello, everyone in the live stream. I am your most favorite Weiwei. As usual, I am out on the street looking for passersby for random interviews. In a commercial plaza, a beautiful woman is talking to herself while holding her phone. Despite the strange looks from those around her, Li Weiwei forces herself not to care and tries hard to suppress her inner shyness. Li Weiwei is 23 years old this year, a local from the Magic City, and has just graduated from university not long ago. She is currently interning in a newspaper. In fact, with her excellent grades, she originally had the chance to intern at the Magic City TV station. However, due to her overly shy personality, she did poorly in the interview and was eliminated. Although the newspaper she is currently interning at is also quite good, she knows she must change her personality. It's not too much to ask to be able to fluently ask the questions she wants during interviews. Therefore, she shared her worries with a close friend during a casual chat. Her friend then suggested that she try part-time streaming as a host. After thinking it over, Li Weiwei felt this idea might actually work and quickly searched for related information online. She ultimately decided to focus her live stream on street interviews, as it would best help her build confidence. Now, after a month of streaming, she feels that her personality has improved significantly. From being too shy to interview others and stumbling over her words, she has become much more composed. The number of daily viewers has increased from just a handful to over 2,000. As a newcomer, achieving such a viewer count in just a month is quite impressive. It's worth noting that she is still interning and can't stream every day. Even her friend admires Li Weiwei's ability to attract fans and exclaimed, with good looks, "You can really do anything." I'm so envious. Since the live stream has only just started, there are only about a dozen people watching. Li Weiwei continues speaking to the camera. Do you see this large shopping mall behind me and the banks nearby? I believe many friends familiar with the Magic City already know where I am streaming from, right? That's right. I'm currently doing street interviews at Tianyuan Commercial Plaza in the Magic City. Today's interview topic is, if you had 3 houses in the Magic City, would you still work? All right, let's go find some approachable-looking people to interview. Li Weiwei shifts her gaze from the camera and scans the surroundings, looking for her interview targets. They must have a friendly appearance. Otherwise, she might not have the courage to ask them questions. As she carefully observes the passers-by, suddenly, her eyes light up. A surge of excitement rushes through her body as she spots a handsome young man stepping out of a car and walking towards the bank. This young man's looks are simply out of this world. No celebrity could compare to him. He is not only incredibly handsome, but also exudes a remarkable aura. Even without looking at his face, he stands out in the crowd. Li Weiwei quickly returns her gaze to the live stream and excitedly tells her viewers, "Wow, I see a handsome guy. He is so handsome, the kind you can't forget after just one glance." Immediately, the chat room erupts with comments. "Weiwei, since there's a handsome guy, why are you still pointing the camera at yourself? We want to see the handsome guy. Hurry up and interview him. If he's really that handsome and doesn't have a house, tell him I'll give him 3 houses in the Magic City to support him." Li Weiwei is taken aback by the last comment and feels a pang of envy. 3 houses in the Magic City are quite expensive. Her family only has 2 houses in the city, one for her parents and one reserved for her as a future marital home. Just as she is thinking about this, her phone suddenly vibrates. Li Weiwei looks at the screen and her eyes widen in shock. The person who just claimed in the chat that they would support the handsome guy with 3 houses has sent 6 rockets. 1 rocket costs 10,000 yuan, and 6 rockets total 60,000 yuan. Based on the 50-50 profit-sharing agreement, she instantly earns 30,000 yuan. It seems the person is serious. However, despite the sudden earnings, she can't help but feel somewhat sour inside. Good things are always taken by others, she thinks, but her hands are honest as she turns the camera toward the incredibly handsome young man. Thank you to Lonely Female CEO for the 6 rockets. She quickly strides toward the young man's location. If he goes into the bank, it will be hard to interview him. She can't just go inside the bank to interview, or she might get kicked out by the security. "Hello, handsome. I'm a street interview host. Would you be willing to accept my interview?" The beautiful host blinks her big eyes and says cutely. Yi Fan is taken aback. Why is he so popular with female hosts? Just yesterday, he was approached by Lin Yuru right after getting out of taxi, and now he encounters another good-looking host. However, he has plenty of time and nothing urgent to attend to, so he cheerfully responds, "What do you want to ask?" "Thank you, handsome." Li Weiwei's cheeks flush with a cute expression of gratitude. Although it's summer, she feels a spring breeze brushing past her. From a distance, she thought he was handsome, but now that she's closer, it's almost overwhelming. She secretly glances at the live stream screen and notices all the comments praising the young man's looks. Even some envious comments quickly disappear in the sea of messages. Moreover, the person who sent her 6 rockets is now sending even more. They have already sent 16 rockets. And with each one, they add, "Hurry up and ask, remember to relay my intention to support him." Li Weiwei feels like these rockets are just salt sprinkled on her wounds. Wah! How can you use such materialistic means to win over such a handsome and ethereal boy? Can't you leave a little hope for us poor single dogs? She hopes this ethereal young man can resist the temptation of money. First question. Are you currently a student or already working? I'm a student, currently in my 3rd year. Oh, would it be convenient for you to reveal which school you are attending? Perhaps it's because she is facing a handsome guy, but Li Weiwei notices her speech has become much smoother, without any stuttering, and her questions multiply. Fudan, wow, you got into such a prestigious school. Your grades must be exceptional, right? Not bad. I usually get a scholarship every year. Chapter 41, Normal. My ass, second update, seeking recommendation votes, Li Weiwei. The most deadly kind of pretentiousness is invisible. Live room, 666, a handsome guy with academic prowess. Love it. Little Weiwei's heart probably has 1,000 grass, mud horse divine beasts galloping through it. As we all know, grass can be both a noun and a verb. But with such a handsome guy, I can use both. Just one disagreement, and he drives me crazy, unexpectedly. Li Weiwei peeked at the content in the live room and almost burst out laughing. This group of repressed individuals, usually not seen driving, but are they unable to hold back today upon meeting such a handsome guy? Ahem, yes, maybe a little unable to hold back. Li Weiwei smiled and continued to ask. So, handsome guy, if you had 3 houses in Magic City, would you still continue studying and pursuing further education? 3 houses? Yi Fan asked in confusion. Yes, 3 houses. Li Weiwei was full of hope, wishing that this exceptionally handsome and charming guy could maintain his spiritual pursuit. Give it her chance. If the handsome guy chose 3 houses, she would have to tell him tearfully about the wealthy woman's idea of keeping him. Yi Fan glanced at the red book in the bag and smiled, saying, "Yes, I would." Now, Li Weiwei was genuinely surprised. Excitedly, she quickly asked, "Why are you so determined? Could it be that this handsome guy has taken a liking to her?" Well, her looks aren't inferior to anyone else's. Being with this handsome guy would be a match made in heaven. However, if they started dating, she would have to keep a close eye on him. With such a high-value handsome guy, even if he didn't actively flirt, flowers would still come to him. Because I have a house. A house? Are you a local? Li Weiwei was delighted. If this handsome guy has a house, then there's no need to worry about housing for the next generation, and they could have more children. Local? Kind of. At that moment, the 2 bags Yi Fan was holding seemed unable to bear their weight and suddenly leaked. Instantly, several red books with gold lettering fell out, along with many keys. Li Weiwei's eyes widened in an instant, because she saw the gold lettering on those red books. Property ownership certificate. Yi Fan was taken aback and then sighed. As expected, these paper bags are unreliable, but that's all Manager Liu had. However, the bank isn't far away, and there's a mall nearby where he could buy a suitcase to pack them. Live room. What the hell? Is it my eyes playing tricks? Or is there a problem with the screen? So many property certificates. This handsome guy must be selling houses. Have you ever seen a house seller with so many property certificates? There are at least 20 or 30 of them, and there are keys too. No wonder this guy sounded so determined. If I had so many property certificates and was still in school, I do want to experience college life too. After all, there are so many beautiful girls in college. The live room was now completely in an uproar. However, the wealthy woman who had previously said she would support Yi Fan with 3 houses have fallen silent. How could someone with so many property certificates look up to her 3 houses? Now she could only wait and see if these property certificates really belonged to this handsome guy. Li Weiwei was now completely unable to pay attention to the situation in the live room. She stared in disbelief and asked, "Are these all yours?" Yifan sighed. "Yes, they were just approved today." "How many are there?" "Not many, just a building." "What the hell? A building?" No wonder he sounded so determined earlier. He clearly has no pursuit for material life anymore. Owning a building could make one a local tycoon just from renting it out. Furthermore, a tycoon who can buy a building definitely has some extra cash. With material life assured, one naturally starts pursuing spiritual needs. Li Weiwei stuck out her little tongue, licking her somewhat dry lips, and said, "But didn't you just say you're still in school? How do you have the ability to buy a building? By the way, is this building in Magic City?" Questions came one after another, representing Li Weiwei's restless heart. Yifan replied gently, "I don't want to answer why I have the ability to buy a building now. It involves personal matters." "Sigh, even if I told you, you would believe me. You might even think I'm messing with you. As for whether it's in Magic City, I can tell you clearly, it is." "Hiss." Li Weiwei couldn't help but gasp. A building in Magic City? Terrifying. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Li Weiwei caught sight of a property certificate lying on the ground, already opened. A location in it made her exclaim, "Building one of Binjiang Garden?" Because these characters were relatively large, Li Weiwei noticed them at a glance. As a local who grew up in Magic City, how could she not know where Binjiang Garden is? It's in the core area of Lujiazui, an unparalleled location facing the Pujiang River, a first-line Riverview apartment. Simply put, it's a high-end community in a great location. Since it had just officially gone on sale, she had looked up the prices a bit. She heard the average price starts at 150,000, and building one has the best location, so the average price must be around 160,000. Due to Li Weiwei's exclamation, not only did some passers-by around hear it, but the viewers in her live room also heard it. 19,000 people immediately contributed their massive barrage army. The number of super rockets increased. There were doubts, envy, accusations of hype, and many people expressed that they recognized Yifan as the man from that night. The one who subdued 2 hulking men with just 2 moves. By the way, I remember building one of Binjiang Garden has 44 floors, right? Or is it 2 households per floor? That should be 88 property certificates. And you said it was just approved. Could it be? Are the ones on your back also property certificates? Yifan smiled slightly and said, "Yes. Isn't that a normal thing? If the backpack can't hold it, then use a bag to carry it, but the bag ended up breaking." Sigh. Maybe that's the trouble of having too many houses. Yifan bent down to pick up the scattered property certificates on the ground and piled them together. Li Weiwei, Yemis Bakalas. Listen, is this even human language? Normal? Which normal person walks around with so many property certificates? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? These red books can't even be described as being worth their weight in gold anymore. They don't deserve it. By the way, miss, could you help me buy a suitcase at the mall? No, just go buy a roll of tape. After all, it's just the bottom of the bag that broke. And that kind of large transparent tape can seal it up. Chapter 42, Candidate. First update seeking recommendations. Mr. Yi, take a look at this video. A woman in a black professional suit hurriedly opened Yi Yan's office door. "Oh." Yi Yan raised her eyebrows and reached out her beautiful, fair arm to take the secretary's phone. "What is this?" Covering her mouth with her delicate hand, Yi Yan looked at the screen in disbelief. The video started with Lin Euro actively approaching a boy who looked ethereal. The video ended only after he effortlessly dealt with 2 burly men. Although the lighting wasn't great, Yi Yan could roughly make out the boy's features. "Isn't this my brother? Why does Yifan look even more handsome?" It seemed like she hadn't seen him for just a day or 2. How could such thoughts arise? Even through the screen, Yi Yan felt Yifan's ethereal aura. Especially that last punch, quick and fierce. It felt like watching a martial arts film. "Mr. Yi, swipe left again. There's another video." Yi Yan was taken aback and then swiped left with her finger. This video was much brighter than the previous one. It was the one where Li Weiwei interviewed Yifan. Due to the lack of significant motion and the ample lighting, Yi Yan could more directly appreciate her brother's looks. It seemed, it wasn't just a feeling of him being more handsome. He was indeed more handsome. In the next moment, as Yifan carried 2 tote bags, the bottoms spilled open, revealing several red property deeds with embossed golden letters that made contact with the ground. Yi, how could Fan have so many property deeds? Did Dad secretly give them to him? Yi's eyes sparkled with contemplation. However, as the video progressed, she felt her initial guess might be incorrect, because she heard Li Weiwei's exclamation. Building one of Binjiang Garden? How is this possible? Yian instinctively spoke out, as if to herself, but also as if asking the secretary. But the secretary Wu Ti missed this chance to show off, quickly handing over her prepared documents to Yian. Mr. Yi, when I first saw these two videos, I was also incredulous, thinking it was just some influencer company trying to gain hype. But after my investigation, I discovered that building one of Binjiang Garden has indeed been purchased, and the person is named Yi Fan. I also checked the name of the person in the video and found out he is also called Yi Fan. However, without a photo for comparison, I can't be 100% sure they are the same person. In fact, reaching this point was almost enough to confirm it. But the secretary naturally didn't dare to say it outright. These matters still required the boss's judgment. Yiyan took the documents, and after reading for 3 minutes, she asked, "Did you find out the source of funds for the buyer?" The secretary replied, "I haven't found that out yet. After all, this kind of thing is quite difficult to trace, and there are no leads at all." "Okay, then keep an eye on the source of funds later." "Yes. By the way, are these two videos trending right now? Where did you download them?" "They're very popular. They've gone viral online, and even the top 5 trending topics are about him." "I recorded these 2 videos from Weibo." "The top 5 trending topics?" "Yes. Things like a rich woman wanting to support this Yi Fan with 3 apartments, the mysterious heir of ancient martial arts, and discussions about the looks and wealth of a domineering CEO." "All right, don't say more. I'll check them out myself." Yi Yian waved her hand, cutting off the secretary's words. "The reason you show me these 2 videos is to let him interact with the young lady from the Rasta family." Although these words sounded like a question, Yi Yian already understood in her heart. She was just stating it. Yes, this Yi Fan is truly too handsome, easily overshadowing all those young idols nationwide. In fact, one might not even find anyone with such looks worldwide. Moreover, he seems to possess an ethereal aura, bringing the concept of an immortal closer to reality. Unparalleled elegance is hardly an exaggeration. Yi Yian pondered, not refuting the secretary's words, believing that any woman who saw Yi Fan would feel a stirring in her heart. Of course, this feeling didn't mean an instant infatuation. It was merely the admiration and yearning all women have for such high-value men. As for what they yearn for, that couldn't be explicitly said. Though love at first sight can be driven by appearance, it wouldn't immediately lead to a siege of the city gates. "I have to tell you something." Yi Yian pointed to the person on the phone screen. "Yi Fan is my brother." "Huh?" The secretary's eyes widened in shock. "What's going on?" "Oh, they share the same surname, Yi. But why would Mr. Yi ask me to investigate her brother's source of funds? Shouldn't she know best? Could it be that I'm caught up in a power struggle within a wealthy family? Otherwise, how could Mr. Yi not know the source of her brother's funds for buying property? However, I've never heard Mr. Yi or the big boss mention Yi Fan. I only heard there's a second young lady. So is Yi Fan an older brother or a younger brother? The big boss's genes are too strong. I thought Mr. Yi's looks were already high enough, but this suddenly emerging brother is simply out of this world." The secretary tentatively asked, "So does Mr. Yi not want her brother to interact with a young lady from the Rasta family?" Yi Yian rubbed her delicate forehead with her slender fingers, pondering for a moment before saying, "That's not the case. I'll discuss the specifics with him when I get home. Let's put this matter on hold for now." From this situation, it seemed her brother was far from as simple as she had thought. A person who grew up in an orphanage and hasn't even graduated from university could afford an apartment in the Magic City, which was already miraculous. Yet Yi Fan's actions directly defied common sense. That was building one of Binjiang Garden, not some building in a remote suburb. Even Yi Yian herself didn't currently have that financial capability. While interacting with the Rasta family was an opportunity, if Yi Fan had ulterior motives and leveraged this chance to step into the boardroom, then the one who would benefit the most would still be Yi Fan. Yi Yian wasn't afraid of Yi Fan competing for the family fortune. She was just worried that Yi Fan was too deep and too cunning. This was an opportunity to test him. The secretary asked, "Should we investigate the source of funds?" Yi Yian, yes. Such matters filled with too many uncertainties must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, Yi Yan wouldn't feel at ease. Yi Yan spoke again, by the way. Don't make this matter public yet, especially that Yi Fan is my brother. Understood. The secretary replied respectfully, but couldn't help but complain inwardly. Is this what sibling affection in a wealthy family looks like? It's a bit complicated. Chapter 43. Unexpected turn of events. Second update, seeking recommendations. Brother Yi Fan. You're trending. In the taxi, Yi Fan had just deposited the property deed and keys in the bank safe and was preparing to head back when he received a call from Yi Shirling. What do you mean? Can you explain in detail? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. It means you're trending online right now. You should check Weibo. The top 5 trending topics are all related to you. By the way, brother Yi Fan, how do you have so many property deeds? Especially for building one of Binjiang Garden? Did you sign with a celebrity agency? Is the company promoting you? Yi Shirling instantly turned into a question machine, leaving Yi Fan's thoughts in a bit of disarray. Wait a moment, let me check online first. I'll hang up now. Without waiting for Yi Shirling to respond, Yi Fan hung up the phone. When he heard about Binjiang Garden Building 1, Yi Fan started to piece things together. However, he couldn't understand why he was suddenly so popular online, with 5 trending topics on Weibo all related to him. Wasn't Li Weiwei just a small streamer? He had secretly watched her live stream before, and there were only a dozen people in it. How could he have become famous? With heavy doubts, Yi Fan opened Weibo. He then saw the first video that Weibo automatically recommended to him, which was an interview of him by Li Weiwei. He instantly felt something was off. Why did it have over 110,000 likes? How long has it been? Not even an hour. That's terrifying. Wasn't she supposed to be a small streamer? Looking again at the trending topics page, he found that some of the topics were indeed related to him. But when did a rich woman say she wanted to support me with 3 houses? I had no idea. And what's this about being an ancient martial arts heir? I only enhanced my physical fitness and got faster punches. Have you ever seen an ancient martial artist who can only bump into things and throw a punch? Yi Fan even started to doubt whether Li Weiwei had bought fake followers to hype things up. Buying followers for hype is one thing, but dragging me into it is not right. This way, my property deeds would be exposed to the world. With looks and wealth combined, my already extraordinary life would become even more extraordinary. This is just adding fuel to the fire. When he arrived at his destination, Yi Fan paid the fare, got out of the car, and walked into the Half Mountain Bay Villa area under the envious gaze of the driver. Yi Shirling had no classes in the afternoon and was already waiting for Yi Fan in the living room. When she saw Yi Fan enter, she quickly stood up and waved her phone. The video playing on her phone was the same one Yi Fan had seen in the taxi. Brother Yi Fan, you are now a web celebrity, even more popular than me. Yi Shirling approached with a playful smile and pulled Yi Fan down onto the sofa. The problem is, I don't want to be a web celebrity. Yi Fan spread his hands in helplessness. Don't want to. Yi Shirling's eyes widened. So, brother Yi Fan, you didn't sign a contract with a celebrity agency? No, why would you think that? Yi Fan asked, confused. Because you are just too popular right now. If it were anyone else, I would think they were lying. After all, this level of popularity is just too scary. At this moment, Yi Shirling suddenly began to scrutinize Yi Fan's face and realized, I know what it is. What do you know? Yi Fan quickly asked. Because you are too handsome. Right now, various types of young idols are popular in the country, and your looks can easily outshine them. So those women who love good looks are directly boosting your popularity to this level. Well, it can't be said to be boosting. It should be said that they are attracted to you, becoming more and more fascinated, and the more fascinated they become, the more they want to search for everything about you. And then you became famous. Yi Shirling twirled her hair with her delicate fingers, analyzing it thoroughly. By the way, since you said it wasn't the company promoting you, does that mean you really have that many property deeds? And they are from Binjiang Garden Building 1? Yi Shirling's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Yi Fan, her mouth slightly agape. If this is true, it would be even more shocking than her brother trending. Even her older sister Woon T have such substantial funds. Unbelievably rich. Yi Fan scratched his nose, unsure how to respond. If he had known that accepting the interview would cause such a big impact, he definitely would have stopped it. The video of him standing up for justice spreading online wasn't a big deal. But the problem was, he didn't know how to explain this video that showed him as unbelievably rich. If someone had told him he had a system back when he didn't, Yifan would have thought that person was crazy, most likely the hopeless kind. System, is there any way to resolve this? Yifan called out in his mind. System. Damn, no reaction at all. After pondering for a few seconds, Yifan awkwardly said, It's true, but there's a very strange story behind it. What story? Yi Shirling immediately became interested, grabbing Yifan's arm and shaking it, showing her eagerness to know. I have been reading online novels for 3 years, and I believe I can understand any story, no matter how bizarre. Yifan almost laughed out loud at her words, but he couldn't laugh now. It would make the already unrealistic story even more unbelievable. After sorting out the story he just made up in his mind, he solemnly said, About a month ago, one morning, I passed by an alley and found an elderly man with gray hair lying in the corner. I felt sorry for him and went up to ask why he was lying there. The old man didn't answer, but pointed at a noodle shop 200 meters away and said he was hungry and wanted a bowl of beef noodles. I thought he looked pitiful, so I went and got him a bowl of beef noodles. While he was eating, he told me that he had been lying there for over 2 hours, and many people had passed by, but no one had ever asked him why he was lying there or offered to help him. Then he pulled out a document and told me it was a property purchase agreement, that he had a terminal illness and had no descendants. So he gave a contract to me, and then you accepted it? As a reader with 3 years of experience in online novels, she surprisingly didn't question the authenticity of the content too much. At that time, I didn't know if it was true or not, but I definitely couldn't accept it. I wanted to refuse, but the old man insisted on giving it to me, and I couldn't. Just then, a man in a black suit who was responsible for security walked to the entrance of the lobby and interrupted Yifan's words, saying, Young Master Yi, just now a delivery person at the door brought you something. Yifan walked over, puzzled, and took the item. When he opened it, he was immediately dumbfounded. The package contained a beautifully crafted paper box, and inside the box was the property purchase agreement he had just mentioned. What's going on? I was just making that up. Chapter 44 Request. One more update, please recommend. Yi Shirling hurried over to join the fun. The little girl saw the information on the package, and a pleasant voice entered Yifan's ears. Send her Qin Han? Yifan Gij. Is Qin Han the old man you helped? Yifan? How would I know? He's all foggy to me now. How could I possibly know who he is? Yifan carefully examined the contents of the agreement and was speechless for a while. There was indeed a section stating that Mr. Qin Han was suffering from a terminal illness and then transferred this building to Yifan. But what kind of divine operation is this? Have I awakened some extraordinary skill that makes whatever I say come true? System, what is going on? The building was given by the system. Why is this agreement here? The system should know best. After all, Yifan had just mentioned that he met this old man over a month ago. At that time, he didn't even know he would live in the Banshan Bay Villa, let alone that the old man in his made-up story would know. This is the system automatically perfecting the host's reward rationale. Please rest assured, host. The system finally spoke. Although it was a cold, electronic synthesized voice, why did it sound so comforting? He finally felt at ease. He wasn't afraid that the story he just made up would be exposed. He was mainly afraid that things were happening inexplicably. Putting the items on the coffee table, Yifan smiled at Yi Shirling. Now do you believe it? Actually, I already believed it before. Sometimes, the real world is even more illogical than the online world. Yi Shirling revealed a sweet smile, but in Yifan's eyes, it looked a bit silly and adorable. Silly girl, I'm really not lying to you. However, even if I say the truth, you wouldn't believe it, so it's better not to say it. Yifan smiled indulgently and rubbed her little head. Yi Shirling didn't resist. Instead, she felt incredibly happy inside, though she didn't dare to show it. This feeling is so comfortable. This was the second time Yifan Gij did this. She was so happy. Yifan felt comfortable as well. Her hair was smooth and soft, of very nice texture. After stroking Yi Shirling's head a few times, he suddenly remembered something and stopped his actions. He smiled gently at Yi Shirling. Shirling, I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if you can help me. At this moment, Yifan remembered he needed to do some related identification. Although Yi Shirling felt a bit disappointed that Yifan's hand had left her head, she was still very happy to nod. Yifan Gij, what is the favor? I'll give it a try. Can you pull out a hair for me? And also pull one from Big Sister's head. Pull. Yi Shirling's eyes widened. Why does it have to be pulling? Can't it be cut? Don't you want to ask what I'm going to use it for? Yi Fan did not answer her question, but instead asked with confusion. This girl is focusing on the wrong thing. She didn't even ask why I wanted her in Big Sister's hair. Why? Yi Shirling asked. Yi Fan. All right, this girl probably didn't think of that. Yi Fan, isn't tomorrow Saturday? I just want to put our hairs into a blessing bag and then go to the Changhuang Temple in Magic City to pray for blessings. As for why I need you to pull Big Sister's hair, isn't it more convenient for you? I've only been in this family for a few days. If I go to pull it, Big Sister might end up hating me. But you're different. You can pretend to accidentally get caught in Big Sister's hair and then casually pull it. Maybe Big Sister won't even feel it and the hair will just come off. But I can just explain it clearly to Big Sister. Why make it so mysterious? Yi Shirling said, puzzled. I heard people say that it's best for the person involved not to know they are being blessed. Just like you can't say your wish when you blow out the candles on your birthday. If it weren't for needing your help with this, I might not even tell you. Yi Fan explained seriously. If it weren't for Yi Shirling's naive personality and her high favorability towards him, if it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so easily deceived. This made Yi Fan feel a bit guilty. However, this matter wouldn't harm her, so if he lied, then so be it. But why does it have to be pulling? It will hurt. Yi Shirling touched her hair, and her beautiful little face showed a pitiful expression that made people want to cherish her. Because cutting it might have bad connotations, mainly if it's cut. The detection effect won't be that accurate. I found this information on Baidu before. Actually, pulling out a hair doesn't hurt much. If you don't believe me, try it. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking, he swiftly pulled one of Yi Shirling's hairs. Ah, it hurts, kids, you're lying. Yi Fan awkwardly smiled and said apologetically, Ahem. I thought it wouldn't hurt, but it does hurt for a moment. It doesn't hurt anymore now, right? It doesn't hurt now, but I feel like if I go to pull Big Sister's hair, I would get hit. Don't worry, as long as you're not doing it on purpose. You definitely won't get hit. Seeing Yi Shirling's doubtful expression, Yi Fan continued. At worst, you could just tell her about this blessing thing later. She might not only not blame you, but actually be very happy. Hearing this, Yi Shirling nodded her little head. Ye Fan Gigi. Since I helped you with such a big favor, you must perform well tonight and lead my team into the top 3. Yi Fan said, How can this be considered helping me? This is something that helps everyone. My blessings aren't just for myself. Acting serious, Yi Shirling suddenly realized and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, It's fine. Of course. Tonight, I will definitely make your team get into the top 3, even the first place. Yi Shirling smiled wryly and shook her head. I won't hope for the first place. Third will be fine. As long as we make it into the top 3, there will be trophies and certificates. On the other side, Yi Yan sat in her office, thought for a moment, and felt that she should tell her dad about this matter. This matter not only concerns the group, but also involves family. If she took action without her father's consent, it would definitely be inappropriate. After some thought, she picked up her phone and dialed her father's number. Hello, Yin Yin, is there something? No matter when, Yi Tianhong's voice was always so deep and powerful, giving people an incredibly comforting sense of security. Can I call you if I have nothing to do? Seriously. Yiyan rarili aktit jute. Laughter came from the other end of the line. I know you too well. Just by your tone, I can tell you have something to discuss with me. A smile appeared on Yi Tianhong's face. This girl Yin Yin, although her temperament is relatively steady, the habits formed since childhood are not so easy to change. Chapter 45 Conversation. Seeking recommendations for second update. After listening to what his eldest daughter had to say, Yi Tianhong was silent for a moment before saying, Regarding this matter, Xiao Fan's attitude is my attitude. If he doesn't want to do this, you absolutely cannot force him. Yi Yan smiled bitterly. Dad, what you said is a bit much. I'm still his sister. How could I force my own brother to do such things? Yi Tianhong laughed. Naturally, I believe you, but I just want to remind you that in the face of interests, you must maintain the bottom line of family affection. At 6:15 p.m., Yi Yan returned home. As soon as she entered the hall, she heard Yi Shirling's voice. No, I clearly didn't want to go down here. I just wanted the wrong place. Then came Yi Fan's helpless voice. No way. You've regretted this game so many times already. Are we still going to have dinner? Eat? What's the rush? We'll eat later. Yi Shirling acted cute, brother. Just let me regret one more time, just this last time. A real man doesn't regret his moves. I'm a little woman. Then, how about I just surrender? I admit defeat. That should be fine. No, that would make it seem like you're deliberately losing to me. I want to win with skill. Skill is just taking 2 steps and regretting 1. I'm your little sister. You have to pamper me. All right, pamper, pamper, pamper. You just keep regretting. I'll see how long it takes for you to get hungry. In the living room, Yi Fan and Yi Shirling were playing chess at the table. Yi Shirling's acting cute and playing tricks, along with Yi Fan's indulgence and helplessness, painted a beautiful picture. Little sister. When did her relationship with Yi Fan become so good? So good that even I, as the sister, feel a bit jealous. She knew her little sister was not unreasonable, but being able to act cute in front of Yi Fan already proved their relationship. Eldest sister, you're back so early today? Yi Shirling noticed the movement and casually asked. When there is nothing to do at the company, don't I usually come back around this time? Yi Yan chucked it lightly, glanced at the activity in the kitchen, and then said to the two of them, stop playing chess and come eat. Let me win first, Yi Shirling replied. With your terrible chess skills, you think you can win? As soon as I walked in, I heard someone wanting to regret their move. Hurry up and come eat. If you're not hungry, Yi Fan is still hungry. The authoritative presence of the eldest sister was still there, and Yi Shirling reluctantly said to Yi Fan, Brother Yi Fan, let's go eat first. We can settle this after dinner. After saying that, Yi Shirling made a few exaggerated gestures, as if holding a sword. Seeing the two come to the dining table, Yi Yan said lightly, that won't tea work. After dinner, I still need to discuss something with Yi Fan. What are you discussing? Yi Shirling widened her eyes, and Yi Fan also looked over in confusion. I want to tell you about this for now. Yi Yan took a sip of tea and did not explain to Yi Shirling. After dinner, Yi Yan pulled Yi Fan into her room, not allowing Yi Shirling to enter. Sister, what is so mysterious? What do you want to discuss with me? This was Yi Fan's first time in Yi Yan's room, and while looking around, he asked his question. I must say, the room of the female CEO was much tidier than Yi Shirling's student room. Although a maid came to clean every day, Yi Shirling's room would be messy within minutes of her entering. Yi Yan pointed to a chair beside her and said, sit down first. Then she took out her phone, played a video, and handed it to Yi Fan, saying, you're quite popular online now. That street interviewer gained tens of thousands of followers after interviewing you. Yi Fan casually glanced at it and returned the phone, slowly saying in response to Yi Yan's surprised gaze, I already knew about this. Eldest sister, you want to ask me about the property deed, right? Yi Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. Yes. Is it convenient to talk about this? Convenient. Yi Fan then recounted the story he had previously told Yi Shirling. Yi Yan's expression was peculiar, almost as if it read, are you kidding me? Yi Fan had long anticipated this and handed over the document in his hand. Yi Yan took the document with confusion and began to read it carefully. Qin Handy? Yi Yan slightly parted her lips and spoke this name. Yi Fan was taken aback and asked, Sister, do you know this person? Yeah, he is an entrepreneur in Magic City. Although his scale isn't that big, his reputation is quite good. Yi Fan hadn't expected such a person to actually exist. He paused for a moment and could only exclaim, the system is amazing. However, Yi Fan wasn't particularly interested in this Qin Handy. Seeing that the matter had already been clarified, he said, since I've explained it clearly to you, I'll head back to my room now. Hey, I still have things to say. Seeing Yi Fan about to get up, Yi Yan hurriedly stopped him. She added, actually, the matter I just asked you about isn't that important. What I really want to talk about hasn't been mentioned yet. Yi Fan froze for a moment and then sat back down. Do you know about the Rothschild family? Yi Yan asked. Yi Fan was taken aback, then said, I heard about them before. Yi Yan had her reasons for asking this. A few years ago, various miraculous stories about the Rothschild family suddenly circulated in the American financial world. But as far as she knew, these stories were actually tactics used by the competitors of the Rothschild family. It was a conspiracy theory. However, the emergence of these stories made the Rothschild family famous, spreading the legend of this family worldwide, making the world aware of this giant's existence. Yi Fan had learned about them at that time. The current head of the Rothschild family had a daughter named Menina Rothschild. She was a very beautiful woman, but her preference was also for beautiful women. Although Menina was the head's daughter and his only heir, there were several others who could compete for the position of heir. Since Menina liked women, she was actually not eligible to be the heir, but she really wanted to be one. For this reason, her father discussed with her to choose a male to be her boyfriend, at least to not let the competition slot go to waste. However, Minana's sexual orientation was clear. Even if it was just acting, she couldn't allow an average-looking man to be her boyfriend. Thus, her father sent out a message to find a boyfriend for her worldwide. After Yayan finished speaking, she took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. Yifan was now a bit dumbfounded and incredulously asked, "So, eldest sister, you want me to be Minana's boyfriend?" That's the idea, but the choice is yours. The main purpose of me saying this is to make a request. However, sexual orientation isn't something that can easily be changed. So you don't have to worry about it turning into something real. It might just be a nominal relationship. Once the competition is over, whether successful or not, you might not even have a nominal relationship with her anymore. Plus, Minina is genuinely beautiful. If you don't believe me, I can show you a picture. As Yayan spoke, she found a photo from her phone's gallery and handed her phone to Yifan. Chapter 46. Sense of Belonging 1 Update. Asking for recommendations. Yifan took the phone and was instantly surprised. The girl in the photo was wearing a light blue Greek-style chiffon long dress, with a pristine neck adorned with a heart of the ocean pendant. Her slightly curled, thick golden hair cascaded down to her waist, and her serene blue eyes were as deep and pure as the ocean, resembling a highland lake without any impurities. Yayan chuckled lightly. "How is it? Pretty, right?" Yifan returned the phone, nodding, "Indeed beautiful. It's no wonder someone like her, who has grown up with a silver spoon, wouldn't settle for a fake boyfriend. If it weren't for the fact that Yifan saw beauties like Yi Shirling every day, he might have fallen for her at first sight. He just used his inside eye and found that Minina's attractiveness actually reached 98. At this level of beauty, it's quite difficult for an average person to distinguish who is prettier. So, although Yi Shirling is more attractive, it can't really be said who is prettier. They each have their merits. How about it? Are you interested? If you participate, it would probably be a crushing victory." Yayan raised an eyebrow. In fact, she had one more thing to say. If Miss Minina were to meet Yifan, it might really change her sexual orientation, as Yifan's looks and temperament were simply too high. Any woman who had met Yifan would feel that all other men paled in comparison. Yayan didn't even know why she had such thoughts. Yifan pondered for a moment, remaining silent. He wasn't particularly interested in this matter, even if the other party was a top beauty. However, Yayan seemed very interested, likely because this event could connect to the Roth family, and the benefits gained would only increase. It's important to know that the Roth family's business spans the globe. They could even manipulate presidential elections with a flick of a finger, and the two major parties in the U.S. have shadows of this family. If this opportunity is seized well, it would greatly benefit the Yi family's entry into the international market. Although the Yi family has import and export trade, it has only opened a small door in the international market. Do you really want me to go? Yifan smiled slightly. Well, actually Dad wants to seize this opportunity too, but he said your thoughts are his thoughts. If you don't want to go, no one can force you. Yayan replied honestly. If it weren't for Minina being genuinely beautiful, she wouldn't have wanted Yifan to go. Although she had a sense of caution about Yifan, she didn't dislike her brother. If the path ahead were a pit of fire, her character wouldn't push her family into it. It's a bit contradictory, but human nature is inherently contradictory. The notions of human nature being inherently good or evil are one-sided. Then are you not afraid that I might perform well this time, and then propose to Dad that I want to learn the company? Upon hearing this, Yayan's pupils constricted, her expression froze, and even her breath paused for several seconds before she exhaled. She didn't expect that before she could even test him, Yifan would already say what she was thinking. As for the idea of going to the company to learn, that was something open to interpretation. However, since Yifan had made it clear, she no longer needed to probe and could directly ask. After all, since he had brought it up, he must have guessed her thoughts. What's wrong, brother? Don't you want to? Yayan smiled slightly. Although Dad is very shrewd in business, he still has traditional views that favor males over females. If you want to go, you can directly tell Dad, and he will definitely be very willing. Hee. Yifan found it somewhat amusing. His sister was clearly trying to draw him out. If Yifan truly had that idea, he might have been very happy about it. But he really didn't have such thoughts. I've only had the system for a few days, and my net worth has already surpassed yours, the female CEO. If I wait another year or so, I might even be the richest person in the world. Why would I need to engage in scheming and plotting when I can earn money while lying down? Besides, I'm not interested in money. I just need enough to get by. Sister, you don't need to bait me. I'll be straightforward. I have no interest in Tianhong Group. The money I currently have is enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. So why would I want to endure the hardship of managing a company? I'd rather enjoy being a carefree, rich second generation than bear the stress of a wealthy heir. Yi Yian was taken aback. This kid really had some nerve to say he had no interest in Tianhong Group. However, why did she feel a hint of envy at the way he spoke? Though somewhat envious, Yi Fan's pretentiousness made her want to hit him. It was indeed a bit infuriating. Your tone is quite bold, but regardless of whether you have thoughts about it or not, I hope you keep your methods above board. After all, I don't want family to be hurt because of power struggles, especially Shirling. She is genuinely close to you now, so I hope you want to use any underhanded tactics against her. Yi Yian's words also clarified her own thoughts. She would definitely compete, and she didn't oppose Yi Fan competing either, but methods must be above board and should not harm family. If Yi Yian truly disliked Yi Fan contesting the family fortune, she wouldn't have had nearly 70 points of goodwill from the start. Yi Fan smiled. All right, then I agree to this matter, referring to getting in touch with Minina. As for whether I will use this opportunity to vie for power in the group, you can rest assured and let time prove everything. By the way, I'm agreeing not because of Minina's looks, but for you, treating you as my sister to eliminate the barrier between us. Yi Fan smiled, then stood up and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, if this matter isn't urgent, it's best to wait until after my exams. After all, without my top student scores, the other classmates might lose their motivation. Yi Yian's eyes twitched, unable to hold back any longer. She took 2 big steps forward, her long, slender fingers pinching Yi Fan's cheek. You little brat, why do your words make me want to hit you so much? Yi Yian pinched her brother's collagen-rich handsome face, smiling as she said this, while playfully tugging at his cheeks. Yeah, the feel is really great. There was a sense of satisfaction in pinching not just her brother, but also the online idol adored by countless women. If those women knew she was pinching their dream husband, they wouldn't know how they would feel. Once outside the room, Yi Fan rubbed his left cheek. It really hurt. Facing such a handsome brother, it was indeed hard for an older sister to lay her hands on him. As Yi Fan rubbed his face, he chuckled softly. In fact, if he had chosen to dodge, with Yi Yian's speed, how could she possibly catch him? Yi Fan hadn't had time to use his insight, I could just now. But his sister's goodwill should have increased quite a bit. Otherwise, with her personality, how could she have made such affectionate gestures? Chapter 47 Quality Square, seeking recommendations for 2 updates, 4th floor. Entertainment Lounge. Yi Shirling, as usual, arrived a few minutes late to the live broadcast room. She thought the fans in the live room would unanimously demand an apology from her, but to her surprise, the situation was somewhat different this time. Although there were still many comments asking her to apologize, there was also a portion requesting to see Yi Fan or asking Yi Shirling to bring Yi Fan along for the live stream. Yi Shirling's heart stirred, and she opened her mobile browser, searching for Yi Fan's name as a keyword. Seeing one message after another, Yi Shirling secretly thought, as expected, they really did their homework. With Yi Fan's sudden rise to fame online, some of his identities were also uncovered. For example, he was a super academic achiever from Fudan University and a well-known streamer on the Shark Live platform, Pudu's older brother. Yi Shirling put down her phone and looked at the barrage of comments on the computer screen, feeling a bit dissatisfied in her heart. You group of lecherous women, my brother is a man you can never have. However, even though she felt a bit uncomfortable, she still had to appease the fans. She said, don't worry. I invited my brother to today's Shark Live streamer team competition. Didn't you all say before that my skills were poor and I would definitely be in last place? With my brother here, God blocks, kill God, Buddha blocks, kill Buddha, we will definitely make it to the top 3. Looking at the colorful barrage in the live room, with both believers and skeptics, Yi Shirling didn't bother to explain and directly opened the game. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll practice my skills in the game first, so I won't lag behind when looting later. Meanwhile, in the live room of Shark Live's top streamer, A Liang. Shock. A certain well-known streamer is using a smurf account to bully newbies. A Liang, don't bully newbies today, be serious. Yeah, the streamer competition is about to start soon. If you keep bullying newbies, it will ruin your skills. The upstairs comment is wrong. Does a Liang even need to practice his skills with his level? It's fun to watch, but it still feels a bit lacking in excitement. Of course, it's lacking in excitement. Everyone is just thinking about how a Liang's opponents are dying, what kinds of deaths, and it's lost its thrill, leaving only the enjoyment. A Liang just killed someone and then glanced at the barrage in the live room. He smiled and said, "Brothers, don't rush. Aren't we just having an appetizer before the competition? You can rest assured about today's team competition. The players I invited are a few old friends, NG team as Tao Tao, Wolf Dog, and Xiao Shuai. So just relax." Hearing the names mentioned by a Liang, the viewers in the live room immediately became excited. Goodness, today is definitely going to be entertaining. Before retiring, a Liang was the captain of the NG team, and all the names he mentioned were former teammates. While others were participating in streamer competitions, a Liang directly formed a professional team, leaving the other streamers wondering how to compete. Although the viewers claimed they didn't want to watch newbie bullying, there are circumstances to it. Bullying the other streamers on Shark Live is simply a delightful sight. Suddenly, the live room was filled with a barrage of comments. NG is awesome. NG is awesome. NG is awesome. Brother, you finally came. Yi Shirling saw the door open and Yi Fan walked in, quickly expressing her grievances. What's wrong? The competition hasn't even started yet. Yi Fan laughed. I boasted about getting in the top 3, and if you had come any later, forget about the top 3. I'd probably be in the bottom 3rd. Hearing the conversation between the two, the fans in the live room became excited. They were previously worried that Ing Bao's skills might not make it, especially since her brother hadn't arrived. Now that he is here, they could finally relax. At least with Yi Fan around, Ing Bao wouldn't be bullied. The female fans became even more excited, and the barrage flooded in, filling the screen. Yi Fan, little brother. Ye the Han Somigui. Appa, husband, master. Yi Fan was overwhelmed, as he could still accept the first few titles, but the last one was too much. Are we playing roleplay? Yi Shirling originally wanted to ask her older sister what she was discussing with Yi Fan, but due to the live broadcast, she ultimately didn't bring it up. Yi Fan, brother, I've logged you in. You're already on the main interface of the chicken game. It's currently on the sleep screen. Just shake the mouse to wake it up, hurry, and sit down. Yi Fan sat down and shook the mouse, and the computer screen automatically lit up. He had indeed entered the main interface of the chicken game, and even the team was already formed. Yi Fan just needed to wait for the game to start. Yi Fan, brother, there are 25 teams in this competition, with 4 players in each team. The other 2 members of my team are also skilled streamers. One is called Strawberry Jam, and the other is called Passerby. The other 2 quickly greeted him. Strawberry Jam happily said, "Hello, Yi Fan, little brother, I really like you. I'm your little fan." Strawberry Jam was naturally a female streamer, and her voice was soft and cute. It was unclear how she looked. Passerby was also a female streamer, but her voice was slightly cold. "Hello, I'm Passerby. Please take care of me." Yi Shirling heard this and explained in Yi Fan's ear. This Passerby is a bit introverted and doesn't know how to greet people. But once she gets comfortable, she will say all sorts of cheeky things. In a certain room, the female streamer, known as Passerby, blushed upon hearing Yi Shirling's words. Since she was on camera, this scene was also seen by the fans in the live room, and immediately various teasing comments flew out. Quality Square. Since this time, they entered a specific room. Most of them were streamers from Shark Live, so this Quality Square was relatively civil, though occasionally someone would curse. Liang looked at the map and found that this time's flight path actually had an airport, and immediately said in the channel, "Who is up for some gunfights at the airport? Let us settle this and see who lives or dies." Others quickly joined in the conversation. "Gunfight? You still think you can bully us? We know you brought those NG guys to help you." "Exactly. We're just a bunch of mismatched players. How can we compete with your professional team?" That's what they said, and it was indeed the truth. Hearing these clever remarks from his streamers, Liang couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He felt very pleased with this group of people because their words sounded to him like, "Your team is too strong. How can we compete?" Chapter 48. Hanging on. First update. Seeking recommendations. Feeling quite proud of himself, Liang continued, "Ing Bao, why don't you join our team later? I'll do my best to ensure you make it into the top 3. Like many men, Liang started to take a liking to Yi Shirling after hearing her captivating voice. He even visited her livestream multiple times to send gifts or team up for games. Even though Yi Shirling didn't show her face, a girl with such a beautiful voice must look good too. This is the thought of a certain otaku. Liang. If Yi Fan knew what Liang was thinking, he would probably gravely tell him, "Young man, you just haven't met the right person yet. If you do, you might immediately think about rocketing off into outer space." However, Yi Shirling didn't respond. Liang paused, then continued shouting in the channel, "Ingbao, Ingbao. Oh, it seems Ingbao doesn't want you to carry her. She's probably afraid you'll let her down." Liang didn't get a response from Yi Shirling, but instead received a teasing male voice. Liang sneered, "Afraid I'll let her down? Even if I've retired, I'm still better than you trash. Zitong, if you're capable, let us have a showdown at the airport and see which team collapses first." The barrage of comments in Liang's livestream instantly surged. This Zitong is just looking for attention. What does he count for? Yeah, while others retire to become skilled streamers, he's just a streamer, but whether he's skilled is anyone's guess. Calling him a skilled streamer is too generous. He's just a troll, relying on insults to gain attention. If I were a moderator at Shark Live, I'd definitely ban this guy to raise the overall quality of humanity. You want me to go to the airport for a showdown? Who do you think you are? Zitong's words were defiant, but he didn't dare to challenge Liang's team at the airport. Not to mention Liang had brought along 3 professional players who hadn't retired yet. Just comparing his skills to Liang's, he wouldn't stand a chance. The strength of retired professional players varies. It's not like being a retired pro automatically makes you invincible against others. A player like Zitong, who was a former pro, was merely a member of a small team before retirement. His skills couldn't possibly be exceptional. If they were, he wouldn't have remained in a small team for so long. After retiring, he naturally became obscure, but not wanting to work a regular job. He turned to streaming. However, he wasn't a well-known professional player, so hardly anyone watched his streams. After thinking it over, he chose the path of being a troll. Whoever was famous, he would insult. And surprisingly, many viewers enjoyed this, so gradually, Zitong became a somewhat known streamer. At this moment, the player Strawberry Sauce from Yi Shirling's team explained, "Liang, sorry, Ingbao is busy right now, so she didn't hear what you said." Upon hearing this, Liang didn't want to argue with that mad dog anymore, and said with a smile, "It's fine. I'm just curious about what Ingbao is busy with." The match starts in half a minute. Strawberry Sauce replied, "Ingbao's brother is worried that if she performs too well, people might think she's cheating. So he had Ingbao set up a live stream window in her stream for the screen and keyboard." Before Liang could respond, Zitong seized the opportunity to speak. "Think they mistake her for cheating? You should know my skills don't come close. He should have some shame. If he dies first, that would be embarrassing." Looking at the gifs flying across the screen in the live stream, Zitong mocked, but his face was full of smiles. These idiots only know I'm a mad dog, but they don't realize that even a mad dog needs strength to bark. As long as they're money, who cares if my reputation is bad? Yi Shirling had just finished setting up the live stream in front of Yi Fan when she heard this. Unable to tolerate the insult, she immediately retorted, "Noob? I can accept you calling me a noob, but saying my brother is a noob? I can't stand that. If you have the skills, let us meet and see what it's like to not have the ability and still bite people." The fans in Yi Shirling's live stream were instantly shocked. In their impression, while Ingbao could be a bit mischievous at times, she had a good personality and had never seen her clash with any other streamer. Judging by Ingbao's tone this time, it was clear she was genuinely angry. Suddenly, the fans in the live stream also became angry. How dare this Zitong bully any streamer, but to bully Ingbao? That is absolutely intolerable. They immediately flooded the comments. How dare this Zitong bully Ingbao? I'm preparing to spam him with insults. Let us go too. Why be a good person when you can be a dog? If Zitong wants to be a dog, then let us insult him until even dogs don't recognize him. Zitong was intimidated by Yi Shirling's declaration of war at all. Did he not know Yi Shirling's gaming skills? They were simply superb. As for Strawberry Sauce and that random guy, their skills were just slightly better than average. It's no exaggeration to say that he, Zitong, could take on all 3 of them alone. As for Yi Shiling's brother, Zitong felt completely unconcerned. If the sister was so bad, the brother probably wouldn't be much better. Besides, top-tier players aren't as common as cabbages sold on the street. What are the odds of running into one? He immediately replied, all right, since you want a showdown, I'll oblige. Let us meet at Peace City. Choosing Peace City showed that Zitong was still somewhat rational, not wanting to be slapped in the face later. If Yi Shiling's brother was truly a master, with so many buildings in Peace City, how would he find me to challenge? Huh. Zitong reclined in his esports chair, a smirk of derision on his face. Does he really think I, Zitong, lack intelligence? While I'm cautious, even I get scared. But just as he was feeling pleased, he suddenly found his live stream being flooded with comments. Countless keyboard warriors were frantically insulting his ancestors, while the fans in his own live stream showed no intention of fighting back. Many even joined in to insult him. Damn it! Zitong was instantly annoyed by the barrage of comments. Instinctively wanting to retort, he realized he wouldn't be able to win against the overwhelming comments on the screen. So he hastily closed the live stream's comment section, thinking, out of sight, out of mind. No need to think, it was definitely the fans from Yi Shiling's stream. After all, most of them were there to avenging Bao. He smirked coldly. Insult me? Fine. Soon you'll know what true skill is, what true strength is. Seeing Yi Shiling's slightly puffy expression, Yi Fan chuckled. Just ignore him. After all, you can't reason with a dog. Yi Shiling instantly burst into laughter. When she heard the first half of the sentence, she thought her brother was going to comfort her, but she didn't expect him to be insulting someone instead. Yi Fan focused on the screen. He wasn't angry at Zitong's insults, but rather felt a bit pleased inside. He had just used the inside eye on the screen and found that it could directly see the game's buildings as their most basic model state. This meant that after using the inside eye, it was equivalent to having wall hacks. Originally, he already had the skills of a gaming expert, and now, with extra hacks, he was practically unbeatable. Chapter 49, Ban, Happy Labor Day. First update. Yi Fan had just landed when he discovered some good items in the nearby building through his inside eye. 98K, 8x scope, Scar red dot sight. Yi Fan hurried in to collect these items. Looking at the gun in his hand, Yi Fan felt inflated. With this gear at the start, who would dare to act tough in front of him? The viewers in Yi Shiling's live stream were also stunned. He casually entered a building and found all the gear. Not only the 98K, but even the 8x scope. What kind of divine luck was this? Indeed, people with good looks generally have good luck. So, jealous. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. Due to Yi Fan's habit of closing the door and the lack of moving footsteps, the person outside saw that the door was closed and happily walked in. But as soon as he saw the scene inside, he was dumbfounded. Not only was there a person inside, but this person also had a gun. Without any hesitation, he turned around to leave. In his heart, he silently chanted, "Brother, sorry to disturb you. Can't see me, can't see me." But ultimately, he couldn't escape and was shot in the head by Yi Fan, falling to the ground. A second shot sealed the deal. The viewers in Yi Shiling's live stream were dumbfounded. Even Yi Shiling looked over in surprise, exclaiming, "Brother, you just killed someone? How long has it been since you landed?" She had only found a pistol and was honestly looting supplies, while Yi Fan had already secured a kill. Good luck. He actively bumped into the door, and since he was offering me free food, I definitely had to accept. Otherwise, it would be too rude. Yi Shiling, what kind of divine logic is this? Feeling inexplicably envious, I also want to be this polite, but my skills don't allow it. But when she saw the gear on Yi Fan, she couldn't help but be even more surprised. 98K, Scar brother, your luck is really too good. I've only found a broken pistol, and you've got 2 full pieces of equipment. Not afraid of being bad at the game, just afraid of being bad at the game and having bad luck. Yi Shiling was deeply aware of this. She had both. By the way, Yi Shiling suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly asked, "Brother, are you holding the 98K without a scope? Did you just use the iron sight to take someone down?" Since the distance was quite close, she had indeed only heard 2 gunshots, so it was understandable to ask. "Well, standard operation. Since you don't have a gun, come over to my side. I have an S686 and a Thompson." "Wow, brother, your luck is too good. It's not that I'm lucky, it's that you're unlucky. You only found a pistol in Peace City. After attaching the 8x scope to the 98K and the red dot sight to the SCAR-L, Yifan continued to use his metaphysical hacks to check the surrounding resources and enemies. Oh, at this moment, Yifan saw a character model on the second floor of the building across. Seeing the opponent prepare to jump out of the left window, Yifan quickly ran to a suitable position to set up his gun. Jump! Bang! The moment the person jumped out of the window, he was shot down by bullets, falling to the ground with a confused look. If this were a solo match, he would probably have turned into a box. Zitong! What the hell? What has happened? He immediately shouted, his face full of disbelief. He had just jumped out and was knocked down. Could it be that he had been camping there all along? Adong! Quickly throw a smoke over to save me. The opponent should be across from me. Before he could finish his sentence, another distinct sound of the 98K gunshot rang out, and he was instantly eliminated. He hurriedly opened the death replay. Instantly, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his mind. He was indeed camped. The opponent had pre-aimed just a second earlier, and Zitong felt targeted. He casually reported it, glancing at the game ID of the person who killed him. I am ye dashing handsome. What kind of ID is this? Trying to provoke someone. By the way, he suddenly recalled that he seemed to have seen this person's ID before. This, ISNT this Ing Bao's brother? Oh no, now he really had no place to hide his face. He had just mocked the opponent for being bad, and now he was shot in the head by the same person. It felt like being slapped in the face. Now, he could only hope that the fans in the livestream wouldn't recognize who the opponent was. As he wished, his livestream fans indeed did not recognize this ID, but fans from other livestreams did. For example, the viewers in Yi Shirling's livestream. They had just witnessed this scene, and some recognized Zitong's ID, quickly going to his livestream to stir up some drama. Isn't Zitong a big talker? How does it feel to be headshot by Ing Bao's brother? Zitong, I feel offended. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't stop me from saying that Zitong is trash. That scene was truly satisfying. Being taken out by Ing Bao's brother in 2 shots made me feel like I've finished my meals for the day. I hate these kinds of people with no skills who talk nonsense. Now you've been slapped in the face, how does it feel? Comfortable. And you were a former professional player. It's a bit insulting to that title. I feel like I could teach you a lesson. Zitong, what the hell? Am I weak? Are you joking? This is just the opponent having good luck and running into someone. He quickly explained. That scene just now had a lot of luck involved. Don't worry, even without me, my team probably still has a chance to make it into the top 3. As soon as he finished speaking, another gunshot rang out. Adong, who was rushing to enter the building, was also shot down by the 98K. Zitong. Is he that strong? Instantly, the mocking comments in his live stream increased even more. But Zitong didn't care about that. He quickly said to the other two, you guys might as well not come here. Hurry and leave Peace City. Although Adong wasn't dead, the situation was such that he probably wouldn't come back. It was better to survive and aim for the top 3. Adong? I feel like I can still be rescued. Don't leave. But Adong was just a small streamer. The other two listened to Zitong and quickly drove away, preparing to loot in the wild. This area with big buildings was simply too dangerous. The viewers in Zitong's live stream were instantly unhappy. Zitong, you coward! Abandoning us? I'll still go watching Bao's live stream and see your brother show off his skills. It's infuriating to see you being a coward. Zitong, I'm dead, and you still blame me for being a coward? Do you have any sense of justice? Strategic retreat, do you understand? Just as Zitong was about to mock these fans a bit, he suddenly found that his live stream had been banned. What? Before he could question it, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the cold voice of Manager Liu from Shark Live. Due to your low quality, our platform is preparing to ban you. Zitong was about to ask a question when the call was hung up. Zitong, are you joking? I've had low quality for a day or 2. Why didn't your platform react before? Now you come to ban my account? Chapter 50, A Thunderous Performance, second update seeking recommendations. Manager Liu, after hanging up the phone, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Just a moment ago, he heard a staff member report that a streamer was cursing at Yi Shirling's brother for being shameless. He was immediately scared into a cold sweat. Although he didn't know when Yi Shirling had gained a brother, as long as it was related to the big boss, he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, he worked under them, and he was eager to curry favor. How could he think about provoking the boss's displeasure? he immediately announced that the streamer named Zitong would be banned. To take credit, manager Liu even personally called to inform Zitong that they were banned from the platform. Yi Fan, of course, was unaware of all this, as the ban had just been enacted. "You guys loot the bags first. I'll go get the car," Yi Fan said after eliminating the enemies in the building across from him, marking a point for his teammates to loot. He was already fully equipped with weapons and had plenty of bullets and health items, so he had lost interest in looting. The others quickly responded, their faces filled with excitement, especially Strawberry Jam and the passerby young master, who were thrilled. They finally experienced the kind of exhilaration Yi Shirling had described. With Yi Fan, this godlike figure, backing them up, they felt a sense of delusion, thinking that other streamers were all terrible. The viewers in Yi Shirling's live stream also empathized. They finally understood why Yi Shirling had said to practice looting speed. Wasn't this just a looting game? Don't you know that playing games like this lacks soul? We want to play like this too. Without comparison, there's no harm. Previously, they had watched Yi Shirling die and wondered how far she could last. Now, they were guessing how many people Yi Fan could kill, whether he would come in first or second. The reason they didn't guess first directly was because there was Liang. After all, he had brought in 3 professional players, while Yi Fan had 2 deadweights. With only 2 deadweights, the passerby young master is still quite capable. When Yi Shirling saw Yi Fan had driven the car over, she got in and turned to him, saying, "Brother, why do I feel like your skills are even stronger today? It's almost like you have precognitive abilities, knowing exactly where the enemies and dangers are." Yi Fan smiled slightly. "My awareness has improved." He finally understood why so many people like to cheat. The feeling of dominating others was indeed exhilarating. Originally, his skills were already top-notch, and with the addition of a mystical aimbot, Yi Shirling and the others didn't even have a chance to die. However, playing like this did make him feel a bit guilty. After all, he already had the skills to dominate, and using a mystical aimbot felt a bit unfair. Cough. This time it's just to ensure my sister gets into the top 3. I won't do this in the future. You have to forgive me. After crushing a camper hiding in the grass, Yi Fan felt a twinge of remorse. At this moment, Yi Shirling glanced at the live stream chat on her phone and exclaimed, "Zitong's live stream has been banned." After saying this, she winked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood her meaning. It likely meant that the administrators of the Shark Live platform had taken action. After all, Yi Tianhong had previously instructed the platform to pay extra attention to Yi Shirling's live stream. However, Yi Fan didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, Zitong was just a clown relying on low-quality antics to gain attention. If he spent too much effort on it, that would be a waste of time. As they were driving, suddenly bullets rained down, hitting the car and causing Strawberry Jam and Yi Shirling to lose 1/6 of their health. Yi Fan noticed a low slope nearby and quickly drove the car there, then got out and drank an energy drink. Although he hadn't been hit by the bullets, he wanted a counterattack, so he needed to replenish some energy first. Liang, the car noise has stopped. The enemy is likely hiding and preparing to counter us, Tao Tao said, looking through a 6x scope at the enemy situation. Wow. Even though I don't know who they are, their courage is commendable, Wolf Dog added. They probably don't know we're NG, which is why they're so bold, Xiao Shui remarked. Let's let them know who we are. Prepare for battle, Liang said after surveying the area. It was no wonder they were so arrogant. They had 3 professional players and 1 former professional player on their side, giving them the confidence to act boldly. Yet, they were just talking big. In action, they were still very cautious. Yi Fan instructed the other 3, "You guys shoot from here to create a distraction. I'll go around from the left and take them out." Yi Shirling exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, you're going alone? I feel like there are at least 2 people on the other side. That's too risky." Strawberry Jam worriedly suggested, "Why don't we just drive away?" Yi Fan smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry, I think I can give it a try. Besides, there are only 13 people left now. With the passerby young master's skills, if you just hold on for a bit, you can make it into the top 3. When you draw fire, don't all 3 go at once. Leave 1 to support the teammates." Yi Shirling, Strawberry Jam, passerby young master. This statement felt a bit offensive. However, since you're a god, you're impressive. Our skills aren't up to par, so we can only accept it. The viewers in Yi Shirling's live stream laughed. Don't all go. Leave 1 to support the teammate. How scared is this brother of them 3 collectively throwing themselves away? Although this line made me laugh. It was a bit reckless for him to charge in alone. Damn, if I had those skills, I'd definitely be even more arrogant. Yi God is amazing. Go and crush them. With those skills, if you're not a bit arrogant, people would think you're afraid of them. After giving his orders, Yi Fan moved to the left. The enemies had a higher vantage point, so only by circling around the left would he be less likely to be discovered. Once he got closer, Yi Fan switched from crouching to crawling. He crawled on the ground until he reached a reverse slope. At this point, he could already see the enemies, but they were still engaged in a firefight with Yi Shirling and her team, their attention not focused on him. Yi Fan remained cautious, crawling on the ground, which not only concealed his vision but also minimized noise. At this moment, even if NG were to be more cautious, they wouldn't discover him. Yi Fan paused his actions. He now had 3 choices: pull out his Scarl and shoot, throw a grenade, or throw a grenade first and then shoot. Yi Fan chose the third option and tossed a grenade over. Then, when he stood up to shoot with the Scarl, all 4 of the enemies turned into boxes. Yi Fan. So well coordinated, it seemed he needed to add a chicken leg to their takeout. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream went wild. Holy crap, what did I just see? 1 grenade for kills. Incredible, wow. 1 for each. That is a heavenly performance. Damn, this godly operation, am I going crazy? Or is the world crazy? This scene indeed felt extraordinarily impressive. In Al Yang's live stream. What kind of divine operation is this? 1 grenade took out 4 boxes. Heavenly performance. Shocked. The 4 professional players from NG were all blown up by 1 grenade. NG, this grenade made our heads buzz. The 4 members of NG were completely stunned. A single explosion turned all 4 of them into box spirits. It feels like they're going crazy, and they even seem to have psychological trauma from it. Chapter 51 Worries 3rd update, seeking recommendations. Wow, these 4 boxes are so plump. Strawberry Jam exclaimed while happily licking the bag. Yi Shirling glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room and said with a strange expression, "These 4 people are a Liang and 3 active professional players from NG. How can they not be plump?" WH. What? The usually quiet passerby, Gongzi couldn't help but shout in surprise. A Liang and 3 active members of NG? How is that possible? Just now, she heard Yi Fan say that they were killed by a lightning strike. If that is really how they died, it would be too frustrating for professional players. Really, you can pay attention to the barrage in your live broadcast room. Or go check a Liang's live broadcast room. Ever since a Liang and the other 3 were killed by a lightning strike, a Liang's live broadcast room suddenly has a lot of viewers coming to watch the joke. Passerby Gongzi couldn't help but mutter. They probably all have psychological shadows now. Probably. Maybe, right? Yi Shirling replied with a smile. Wow. Strawberry Jam suddenly exclaimed, Ingbao, your brother is really amazing. Not only did he completely crush the 4 from NG, but he only used 1 lightning strike. If this operation were to happen to me, I could boast about it for a year. After dealing with a Liang's strong opponents, Yi Fan predictably led the 3 streamers to victory. Yi Shirling looked at the big win displayed on the screen, her little face flushed with excitement. She directly shouted at the fans in the live broadcast room. Huh? I actually won a chicken dinner in the streamer team competition. Woo! So happy. Live broadcast room barrage. Please add a men character. Thank you. Ingbao's brother. What do you mean you won a chicken dinner? It was clearly me who won. You all just gotta eat the chicken, but... Haha. The loot-licking demon dares to say they won a chicken dinner? Splashing a basin of cold water. Please letting Bao check her kill count. It's only 1 person. To be honest, what is wrong with 1 kill? My Bao was already very generous for not dying this time. Alright, dog head smile. Watching the barrage in the live broadcast room, Yi Shirling pretended to be angry and said, What are you black fans talking about? I want a chicken dinner by my own ability. If you have the capability, go find such an amazing brother too. Liao, 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 liao. Tongue-sticking sound effect. Seeing Yi Shirling interact friendly with the fans in the live broadcast room, Yi Fan smiled and said, Alright. Since the task is completed, I'll go back to my room to rest. You should hurry back to your room to rest too. Ah, you're leaving already. Yi Shirling exclaimed. The match is over. Am I not going to leave? Yi Fan replied irritably. Well then, I'll stream a few more games and then go back to rest. Yi Shirling said helplessly. In the morning, with the sound of the phone alarm, Yi Fan opened his eyes. Yi Fan went to the bathroom to deal with some matters. After washing his hands at the sink, he looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, where did this handsome guy come from? So handsome. How can other men live and face life with confidence?" After finishing washing up, Yi Fan opened the system panel. Signing in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. Photographic memory. Seeing this reward, Yi Fan was quite happy, as this skill is very practical. It's just a pity that there's only one sign-in reward today. He specifically waited until after washing up to start signing in, hoping for some luck today. Indeed, the so-called bathing and burning incense to gain good fortune is merely a comfort for the heart. Speaking of luck, Yi Fan suddenly remembered the lottery ticket he bought earlier. He remembered that ticket was bought on Wednesday, and today is Friday, so it should be drawn tomorrow. Although Yi Fan already possesses considerable wealth, the thrill of the unknown is still quite enticing. Today, Yi Fan went downstairs relatively early, and neither Yi Shiling nor Yi Yayan was around when he reached the first floor. As for Yi Tianhong, he has been living at the company these past few days, seemingly busy with a big project. Of course, don't think that just because Yi Tianhong is at the company, his living conditions are harsh. In fact, the company's accommodation isn't much worse than home. After a few minutes, Yi Shiling came down. "Brother, good morning." "Good morning. Did you take care of the matter I asked you to handle yesterday?" Yi Shiling was taken aback, then quickly remembered something and said, "Don't worry. Who do you think I am? It's definitely sorted out. For this, I even specially slept with my big sister last night." Yi Fan showed a strange expression upon hearing this. Slept with her? That phrasing is too easy to lead others to wild imaginations. Yi Shiling didn't think there was anything wrong with her words. After all, it was her first time sleeping with her big sister. "The things are now in my room. Didn't you say you're going to the city god temple to pray for blessings tomorrow? I'll go with you." Yi Fan was first stunned, then realized and smiled. "Sure. I didn't expect Yi Shiling to have this plan. But it's fine. Just consider it acting the whole part. By the way, brother, what did big sister discuss with you last night? It seemed very mysterious." Seeing that big sister hadn't come down yet, Yi Shiling boldly asked. Yi Fan took a sip of warm milk and smiled. "Actually, it's nothing much. Just that she want me to pretend to be someone's boyfriend." "Pretend to be a boyfriend? Is it really big sister who personally came to discuss this with you? Who is it that you are pretending to be the boyfriend of?" Hearing that Yi Fan was going to pretend to be someone's boyfriend, although she felt a bit uncomfortable inside, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Menina Rasta? Menina Rasta? Could it be someone from the world-class financial giant, the Rasta family?" Yi Shiling quickly connected the dots. After all, this was something that Yi Yayan personally came to discuss with Yi Fan, given the importance placed on it. Besides someone from the Rasta family, Yi Shiling couldn't think of anything else. "That's right, it's the Rasta family," Yi Fan confirmed. "So, are you guys going to make it real? I've read some novels before, and there are plots like this in them." Yi Shiling also took a sip of milk, not tasting anything, and asked with some concern, "How could that be?" "You don't know, although that Menina is beautiful and a stunning beauty, the person she likes is also a beauty." "What?" Hearing this, Yi Shiling was a bit stunned. "What do you mean she is a beauty and likes beauties? Could it be blooming lilies?" Chapter 52. The Scammer Got Scared. Fourth update request at noon. Yi Fan treated his dorm mates to a meal at a small restaurant next to the school. Initially, he wanted to take them to Ko Laifu, but unfortunately, he couldn't get a table. Just as Yi Fan and the others were about to enter the restaurant, they suddenly heard someone shouting outside. "Someone got hit. Someone got hit." The group was momentarily stunned and then looked over. They saw a BMW parked by the roadside, and in front of the BMW lay an elderly woman with gray hair. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly rushed over. If this old lady had really been hit, it would be serious. For someone her age, even a small bump could be critical. Nearby pedestrians, noticing the commotion, stopped in their tracks and turned to see what was happening. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the driver's seat. She glanced down at the elderly woman on the ground and coldly said, "Get up quickly." Her icy words left the onlookers stunned. Someone couldn't help but speak up. "You look beautiful, but how can you be so heartless? This old lady is on the ground because of you, and you still want her to get up?" When Yi Fan saw the coldly elegant car owner, he was taken aback and shouted, "Jiang Hanxue, what happened?" Jiang Hanxue was also surprised to see Yi Fan and quickly explained, "I didn't hit her. she suddenly fell in front of my car. Her tone was no longer as cold, as if she feared Yi Fan might misunderstand. Yi Fan trusted Jiang Hanxue and quickly used his insight eye to examine the woman lying on the ground. Insight eye activated. Target: Zhao Hongxia. Age: 69. Height: 155 centimeters. Personality: stingy, likes to lie, takes small advantages. Favorability: stranger. Hint: the other party is performing a scam. Damn. Yi Fan cursed silently upon seeing this data. How disrespectful. Why resort to scamming instead of doing something useful? Isn't this spreading negative energy in society? At that moment, he used his insight eye to look at the man who first shouted about the accident. He was instantly filled with anger and amusement. So they were all in cahoots. And this man was the son of the elderly woman on the ground. Seeing Jiang Hanxue looking a bit anxious, Yi Fan comforted her. I believe you. Those 4 words rang strong and clear, reaching Jiang Hanxue's heart, making her feel deeply moved. She had no idea that despite their long-standing Cold War, Yi Fan was still so good to her. She felt so ashamed. However, if Yi Fan could hear her thoughts, he would be extremely surprised. Cold War? He was completely unaware they had been in one. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had spoken up first was visibly unhappy. Angrily, he said, "Hey, how can you speak like that? Can't you see this elderly lady can't get up?" Yi Fan took a couple of steps forward and said playfully, "Hit someone? Do you think there are no cameras here?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, and then realized he had checked the area before acting. How could there be cameras? This kid was trying to play him. He must be a friend of the beautiful, cold woman, especially when he saw his mother looking a bit scared and moving slightly. The middle-aged man quickly spoke up. "How could there be cameras? You can't see any around here." Yi Fan smiled wider and said, "Since you know there are no cameras, how can you prove that my classmate hit her?" The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. The other party's logic was quite unique. He quickly replied, "How can it not be proven? My mother." As soon as he spoke, he realized he had let something slip and quickly stopped himself. Yi Fan laughed. "Everyone just heard it, right? This guy just called the elderly woman on the ground mother. I think that makes it clear. This is a coordinated scam." Thinking quickly, the middle-aged man replied, "I was just guessing you would use this method to slander me, so I pretended not to know my mother." Although this explanation was a bit far-fetched, it indeed left the surrounding crowd confused. Mother and son working together? Wow, their scamming skills were getting stronger. Yi Fan snorted coldly. "Am I slandering you? This is easy to judge. I'll call the police over, and then we can accompany you to the hospital. Don't worry, I'll cover the medical expenses." The middle-aged man was suddenly flustered. Wasn't he supposed to be the one to mention the medical expenses first and then take on the role of a concerned citizen to take his mother home? Instead, this young man had first revealed their mother-son relationship and was directly calling the police. Honestly, shouldn't a normal person feel anxious in this situation? Why was this young man so calm? The middle-aged man tried to sound tough. "You better think it through. Going to the hospital will cost at least over 20,000. Plus my mother's labor fees, emotional distress compensation, and so on. 3,000 would be the ideal amount." The middle-aged man could only bluff, inflating the medical costs, hoping they would settle privately. Yi Fan spread his hands and said, "I have plenty of money, whether it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. I'm willing to pay. But if it's fake? Haha, then sorry. You'd be violating public security management laws. You could end up in a detention center, and don't forget about the fines." The middle-aged man panicked and quickly picked up his mother from the ground, turning to Yi Fan and saying, "You're simply being unreasonable. Not taking my mother to the hospital is tantamount to murder. This is outrageous. Since that's the case, I will have to take my mother to the hospital first." Yi Fan quickly reached out to stop him, saying, "The police and ambulance are on their way. They'll probably get here faster than you can take a taxi." Chapter 53. Yi Fan's talent. "You think if you tell me not to leave, I won't? Are you responsible if something happens?" The middle-aged man had stopped talking about compensation. If the police showed up, he would definitely be taken away for a chat. "I'm leaving. What can you do to stop me?" This middle-aged man still had some strength. He picked up his elderly mother and turned to leave. At that moment, a pair of warm hands grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from moving an inch. The owner of that hand was Yi Fan. After all, he had undergone physical enhancement. If he wanted to, he could easily lift this middle-aged man. Wow, the middle-aged man was taken aback. This pretty boy looked so pale and skinny, yet he had such strength. The grip on his shoulder felt like a vice, making it impossible for him to move. The middle-aged man bent down, trying to shake off Yi Fan's hand. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to make his move, he found himself pulled back toward Yi Fan. "Let go," Yi Fan chuckled. "Uncle, don't rush to leave. Didn't you hear the alarm getting closer? Soon, you'll be heading to where you need to go." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man became even more anxious. He pushed his shoulder directly towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and slightly shifted his position, causing the middle-aged man to crash into the ground along with his elderly mother. "Ouch! You almost killed me with that fall." After hitting the ground, the elderly woman cried out in pain before slowly getting up and scolding her son. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the scene, immediately began to chatter, mocking the two for trying to con people and calling them shameless and disrespectful to the elderly. The atmosphere became quite lively. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Zhao Hongxiao realized something was off and felt embarrassed, unsure of what to say. The fallen middle-aged man shot an annoyed glance at his mother. Now, even if he wanted to smooth things over, it was too late. He wanted to escape, but it was impossible, not to mention the large crowd around. Even that handsome, pretty boy was not someone to mess with. The alarm gradually approached, stopping a few meters away from the crowd, and two police officers got out of the car. After Yi Fan and Zhang Hanxue explained the situation to the officers, the police conducted a brief inquiry with the onlookers before taking the mother and son away. "Thank you," Yi Fan, Zhang Hanxue said, looking at him with a complex expression. For some reason, she felt that Yi Fan seemed even more handsome than before. This thought made her cheeks flush slightly, and she scolded herself inwardly. "Zhang Hanxue, you're hopeless. You're so pretty. Why worry about not having a boyfriend? Why do you feel something every time you see him?" Zhang Hanxue thought that her impression of Yi Fan being more handsome was just a psychological effect, but in reality, Yi Fan had indeed become more attractive. Yi Fan, unaware of her inner thoughts, smiled and took a few steps forward. "We're friends. There's no need to be polite." "Friends?" Hearing this, Zhang Hanxue felt a hint of frustration. "Don't be angry. I'm beautiful, and there are plenty of men chasing me. How can I care about this deadpan guy?" Yi Fan glanced at her car and smiled. "Are you planning to go home for lunch?" Yi Fan knew Zhang Hanxue was wealthy, so he wasn't surprised that she had a new car. Zhang Hanxue simply replied with a cold tone. Yi Fan was used to her demeanor and continued to smile. "How about you join us for a meal? The more people, the better to ease the negative emotions from earlier." "Okay." The words slipped out, and Zhang Hanxue was momentarily taken aback. She had clearly intended to refuse. How did she end up agreeing? "Oh well, it's just a meal," she thought, her mind racing, but her face remained icy. The others in the dorm were quite impressed. The campus heartthrob could easily charm a high-value girl, and it seemed effortless. They suddenly felt a bit sorry for Yi Fan, wondering how he had chosen someone like Bai Shui as his first girlfriend when he had so many good resources around him. Although Yi Fan and Zhang Hanxue had known each other for several years and were good friends, the people in the dorm didn't know that. As they walked, Yi Fan couldn't help but reflect on how quickly time had passed. He and Zhang Hanxue had joined the same department in the student union during their freshman year, and now they were about to enter their senior year. Lost in thought, an idea suddenly struck him, and he quickly took out his phone to jot it down. His movements were skilled, as if he had done this many times before. This swift action startled Zhang Hanxue. "Yi Fan, what are you doing?" Without turning around, Yi Fan replied, "I suddenly got inspired and need to record these lyrics." "Li Li?" Zhang Hanxue exclaimed softly, wanting to ask more, but upon seeing the situation, she decided to hold back for now. Lin Feng, standing nearby, laughed and said, "Our Yi Ge is a famous musical genius from Fudan University. Didn't you know that?" "Beauty?" Zhang Hanxue realized this was indeed the case. She had initially been drawn in by his looks, then captivated by his talent. But her pride wouldn't allow her to confess. She was waiting for Yi Fan to confess first. Yet unexpectedly, not long after, Yi Fan had been pursued by a girl named Bai Shui. Thinking about it made her angry. After they sat down, within a minute, Yi Fan had finished recording and let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly said, "Yi Ge, let me see the lyrics on your phone." Yi Fan smiled and handed over his phone. Lin Feng eagerly took it and began to read. Zhao Lei and Xia Yu, sitting next to Lin Feng, also leaned in curiously. Lin Feng softly read. The gentle breeze stirs the memories of youth. What remains is the bittersweet pain of memories. In our youth, we long to grow up. As we grow up, we fear little. The excitement of youth is destined to be only a memory, stored deep in our minds. One day, if we reminisce, it will be like the fragrance of aged wine wafting through. Awesome ego. With the song, you've created 3. Lin Feng said with a big grin as he returned the phone. Zhao lay open a bottle of beer and said, "Come on, old ye. How can we not have a cold beer at a time like this? Let us toast. Down it, and let me share in your talent." Yi Fan laughed. "You flatter me." Xiao Yu chimed in. "How can I be left out?" "Pour me some too." Lin Feng added, "Me too. Let us all drink together." After clinking glasses and drinking, Lin Feng asked, "By the way, what is the song called?" "Our youth, how about that?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment before responding with a warm smile. "Sounds good, very fitting for the lyrics." At that moment, Jiang Hanxue exclaimed in surprise. "So you write the lyrics first when composing a song?" Yi Fan smiled and explained, "Not really. Most singers write the music first and then fit the lyrics. But might also depend on personal habits. I prefer to write the lyrics first and then gradually adjust the melody to find the best tune and chords that suit the lyrics." Chapter 54. Fan Betrayal. Although Yi Fan has developed an extraordinary memory, his ability to recall inspiration is fleeting and feels quite natural, relying solely on memory. He can only remember about half of it at most. To be honest, Jiang Hanxue was genuinely shocked by Yi Fan. She was surprised when she learned that he had written 2 songs, but it felt somewhat distant. However, witnessing him write songs in person was an incredibly impactful experience. He was handsome, talented, and a top student. No wonder she had feelings for him. Unfortunately, he was a hopeless straight man. They say girls should be reserved. But now that he's single again, why doesn't he come after me? Do I really have to take the initiative? Jiang Hanxue thought, feeling conflicted and complicated. After dinner, Yi Fan took a taxi to his older sister's company, Xingyu Entertainment. As Yi Yuan had mentioned the night before that he should go there to take a set of artistic photos. The purpose of the photos was naturally for Menina to see. To be honest, Yi Fan thought his extraordinarily handsome looks didn't need all these fancy setups. He could just take a few casual photos with his phone without any beauty filters. This wasn't narcissism. It was just a fact at his level of attractiveness. At this point, even if he was dating multiple girls at once, no one would call him a scumbag. Instead, they would say he provided a home for those beauties. Just kidding. However, the act of taking photos specifically for Menina made Yi Fan feel like he was being pushed into a blind date by his family. Although it was fake, he couldn't shake off an uneasy feeling. Yi Fan didn't take this feeling to heart, thinking it was just his imagination. While sitting in the taxi and looking at the scenery outside, Yi Fan was also pondering whether the hair he sent to the hospital for testing in the morning had yielded any results. Generally, such tests take about a week. But since Yi Fan had the financial means, he could reduce that long wait to just a few hours. The hospital staff even assured him that results would be available within the day. Sigh, indeed, the life of the rich is so dull and flavorless. Xingyu Entertainment, managed by Yi Yuan, is located in the Tianhong Commercial Plaza's #1 office building. The 22nd and 23rd floors of this building are entirely occupied by Xingyu Entertainment. After paying, as soon as Yi Fan got out of the car, he was captivated by the scene before him. What was going on? It was so lively. He looked at the group of female students gathered at the entrance of the #1 office building and couldn't help but mutter to himself. These girls were as young as 15 or 16, with some being around 19 or 20. Yi Fan wondered what these 15 or 16-year-olds were doing instead of attending class. Although today was Friday, they weren't elementary school students, and middle and high schools wouldn't let out this early. Could they be skipping class? Just as Yi Fan was puzzled, a large group of people emerged from the #1 office building. In the middle of the crowd, the most eye-catching one seemed to be a young star. How could he not stand out? A group of men who looked like security guards and bodyguards surrounded a man in a white suit. Yi Fan recognized the man in the white suit. He was indeed a celebrity whose face he had seen on TV before, but he couldn't recall his name. As the man in the white suit appeared, the group of female students immediately went wild, screaming and gasping. "Ah, Gu Shaoqing is so handsome. My idol. You finally came out. I love you. Gu Shaoqing, look over here. The photo on my t-shirt is you. Ah, my idol's looks are simply unmatched. I want to lick you." Even though Yi Fan was quite a distance away from them, the high-decibel commotion was starting to annoy him. At that moment, he understood. It turned out these girls were here to chase a star. But this was too crazy. Yi Fan even felt that if there weren't bodyguard around, these girls would really rush over to Gu Shaoqing and try to lick him. No wonder so many young celebrities need so many bodyguards. Without protection, they might get swarmed by fans. Yi Fan dared not enter the office building and could only stand in a cool spot nearby. However, sometimes trouble finds you even when you're trying to avoid it. While Gu Shaoqing waved at his fans and smiled, he seemed to be walking in Yi Fan's direction. Yi Fan was puzzled and suddenly remembered something, quickly glancing behind him. No wonder he was facing the road. Realizing this, Yi Fan hurriedly tried to move away to avoid the crowd. But as he walked, a passerby girl suddenly pointed at Yi Fan and exclaimed, "Wow, you're Yi Fan Appa. You're even more handsome than in the videos." The girl looked to be around 25 or 26, and although she had a starry-eyed expression, her behavior was relatively restrained. "Appa, can you sign my name and take a photo with me?" Before Yi Fan could respond, the surrounding fans immediately became displeased. How dare this old woman say another man was handsome in front of their idol? They couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward, ready to confront her and also sneak a peek at how ugly this man was. Then, the first few fans who noticed Yi Fan's face were completely stunned. What the hell? What kind of divine looks are these? He's so handsome, and he has an ethereal quality that makes you want to keep looking. Wow, Appa, are you a newly debuted star? Your looks are simply celestial. Why do I suddenly feel like Gu Shaoqing isn't that handsome anymore? Yi Fan felt a cold sweat running down his back. It was as if these women were hungry wolves seeing a little white rabbit, and they were just about to drool. Moreover, their betrayal was too quick. Just a moment ago, they were calling Gu Shaoqing Appa an idol, and in the blink of an eye, they were calling Yi Fan by name. Author's note: today I received a notification from the editor saying that the book will be released online tomorrow at noon. To be honest, I was quite shocked because the word count in chapters aren't that many, and I don't have any stockpiled content. However, since it's going live, I'll try to be cute and ask for subscriptions. Oh, I hope readers who enjoy this book can support me, as everyone needs to make a living. I had planned to take the provincial exam this year, but due to well-known reasons, the exam date has been postponed. In previous years, the provincial exam in Hunan would have already been completed by now, but this year I haven't even received a notification for the exam date. Currently, I'm in a state of unemployment. If this book does well, I like to write full-time, as in my small city, earning over 3,000 a month is considered normal. But I'm not sure how well it will perform, because the collections on QQ Reading are quite unreliable and seem inflated. Plus, the editor asked me to go live so early, which makes me quite anxious. Books that go live early don't seem to be favored. I would like to sincerely ask everyone to support the Fishbone. If it's really not possible, could you please give a first subscription to support the chapters that are released on the same day? The specific results will depend on everyone, and I hope those who are able to can offer their support. Thank you very much. Chapter 55. Where's the promised determination? The commotion here was a bit loud, catching the attention of other fans. However, seeing that figure made them feel incredibly handsome. A few younger fans couldn't contain their curiosity and were about to walk over, but were held back by slightly older fans. What's wrong with you guys? It's just a passerby. No matter how handsome he is, can he be more handsome than Shaoqing? Don't be like those fake fans. We need to firmly stand by Shaoqing's side. At that moment, Yi Fan, who was surrounded, felt a bit scared and pointed towards Gu Shaoqing, saying, "Your idol is about to get in the car. Why aren't you going to chase after him?" While pointing, his face naturally turned towards Gu Shaoqing and most of the fan club. The 20-year-old female fan, who was about to continue talking to a few younger fans, suddenly turned her head and saw Yi Fan. Instantly, she was stunned by his otherworldly good looks. Wow, he is really handsome. She couldn't understand why such a handsome man existed in this world. In that moment, she felt her heart race. This feeling was a bit different from the admiration she had for Gu Shaoqing. A blush crept onto her face, and she felt like she had fallen in love. She hurriedly dashed out of the fan club and joined the crowd around Yi Fan. The other younger female fans were confused. What is going on? Didn't we say we would firmly stand by Shaoqing Appa's side? Why did you run over there without us? Gu Shaoqing, who was originally preparing to get in the car, also stopped when he heard the commotion behind him. Although he was very curious, he He pretended to look indifferent and glanced back, only to be stunned. What the hell is going on? In his line of sight, the originally large fan club had lost half its members, and the number was still decreasing. Gu Shaoqing's serious expression couldn't hold up anymore. Having debuted for only 2.5 years, he had always been held high and had never experienced such a situation. So what exactly was going on over there? Why was everyone running over there? What could possibly attract you? Am I not your idol? At that moment, a well-built fan leader said to Gu Shaoqing, "Shaoqing, you wait here for a moment. I'll go check the situation. Of course, if there's an emergency, just go ahead. I can handle this." Gu Shaoqing discreetly glanced at a few paparazzi hiding in the corner with cameras, smiled, and nodded. "Okay, you go ahead. I'll wait here." If this situation didn't have a result, he really didn't dare to leave. It wasn't just because the paparazzi were filming. It was also because something felt off. He could hear the fans who had run over there shouting words like "so handsome," "otherworldly good looks," and "so charming." He couldn't help but think darkly. Could it be that our company's competitors are causing trouble? After waiting for several minutes without seeing the fan leader return, Gu Shaoqing became increasingly anxious. He turned to his female assistant and said, "You go check what's going on." On the other side, Yifan was looking at the increasing number of female fans around him, feeling quite uneasy. "You can look, but don't crowd me." Suddenly, he felt a hand touching his butt. "What the hell, who's touching my ass?" Then, he felt another hand trying to reach into his pants, and he exploded. This is too much. He didn't care about possibly hurting anyone and determinedly pushed the women away in one direction before running towards Building 1 without looking back. As he ran, he was a bit out of breath. Ever since his body had been enhanced, he hadn't felt this out of breath while running. These women were truly terrifying. They all looked like gentle girls, but their hands were anything but innocent. If it weren't for Yifan's height and him standing on his toes, he would have probably had bruises all over his face. When Yifan entered, the security guard initially wanted him to register and ask what he was here for. However, upon seeing the group of women behind Yifan, he quickly said, "Little brother, hurry up and go. I'll hold them off." The security guard mistakenly thought Yifan was an artist from Xingyu Entertainment. Yifan thanked him and pressed the elevator button without looking back. Luckily, one of the elevators happened to be on the first floor and opened its doors. Once inside, Yifan quickly pressed the 23rd floor button and repeatedly hit the close door button. When he saw the doors close and the elevator start moving up, he let out a long sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for the system's body enhancement, he might have suffered a serious loss today. Just thinking about that hand that almost reached into his pants sent chills down his spine. Thankfully, he not only wore jeans today, but also had a belt on. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Yifan sighed and muttered to himself, feeling a bit scared. Soon, he arrived at the 23rd floor. After adjusting his appearance slightly, he stepped out of the elevator. As soon as he came out, he felt a cool breeze, which was quite refreshing. Upon entering, he saw that the decor was very exquisite. The woman sitting at the front desk, preparing to touch up her makeup, quickly asked, "Hello, sir. May I ask who you are here to see?" When the receptionist saw Yifan, her eyes lit up. "Is this the new artist the company hired? So handsome." Yifan was still a bit nervous, but seeing that the receptionist didn't behave inappropriately relaxed him. He said in a gentle tone, "I'm here to see your boss." The receptionist smiled and asked gently, "Do you have an appointment? If not, even if you're an artist from the company, you can't just see Mr. Yi." Yifan was taken aback. The receptionist had mistaken him for an artist from Xingyu Entertainment. He quickly explained, "I'm not one of your company's artists. I'm your boss's brother." "Brother?" The receptionist's eyes widened, and she realized her mistake. She quickly clarified, "No, I mean the boss's brother. If this really is the boss's brother, then with what I just said, if Mr. Yi finds out, I might face serious consequences." "Yes." Yifan nodded. "You can go tell your boss that Yifan is here." Yifan was worried that she might have restrictions in her position, so he added, "Of course. If it's inconvenient for you to go, I can call my sister directly." The receptionist couldn't let Yifan call her sister directly. It was part of her job. She quickly waved her hand, saying, "No need to call. I'll go notify Mr. Yi right away." "Okay." Yifan nodded again. "Thank you for your trouble." "Not a problem." The receptionist smiled, thinking to herself, what kind of divine genes does Mr. Ye's family have? The women are beautiful, and the men are handsome. She also had a little thought. If I could catch the eye of this incredibly good-looking rich young man, not only would I be happy, but I'd also have a very fulfilling life. With these thoughts, the receptionist knocked on the president's office door. "Come in." A slightly cold voice came from inside. The receptionist opened the door and said to Yi Yan, who was reading documents, "Boss, your brother Yi Fan has come to the company." Yi Yan was taken aback by the words, put down the document in her hand, and hurriedly said, "Quickly call him in." Chapter 56. Your brother is popular again due to the hot weather. Gu Xiaoqing got into the car and waited for news. The assistant ran back, panting heavily, and said, "The reason that group of fans ran over there is that they heard there's a very handsome guy." "Heard? You should tell me how handsome he can be." Gu Xiaoqing frowned slightly, clearly unhappy. "You were gone for a minute, and you tell me it's just hearsay." "Xiaoqing, there's no way. There were too many people. I couldn't squeeze in," the assistant replied. "Besides, that handsome guy just broke through that group of crazy women and quickly ran into the Tian'an #1 office building." Hearing this, Gu Xiaoqing murmured to herself, "How did he get in #1 office building? Didn't the security stop him? Could he be a new artist recruited by the company? But if he is a new artist, how could I not know?" Glancing at the somewhat anxious assistant, Gu Xiaoqing waved her hand impatiently. "Get in the car. We've already wasted a lot of time. Later, you go contact the people at the company and ask about the situation." The assistant nodded quickly. Okay. By the way," Gu Xiaoqing frowned again and said, "In the future, when you're in front of me, you can't refer to others as handsome guy." "Got it? Got it." The assistant nodded quickly while taking out his phone to contact the company. Gu Xiaoqing leaned back in her seat with her arms crossed, looking out the window at the scenery, waiting for results. After a brief inquiry, the assistant hung up the phone and said to Gu Xiaoqing, "The company hasn't signed any new artists recently, nor have they added any particularly handsome trainees. Well, let's leave it at that for now. You tell Wu Bing about this and let him pay attention to the relevant information." Wu Bing is Gu Xiaoqing's manager. "Okay," the assistant replied. The word art sounds elegant and generally represents humanity's pursuit of beauty. Taking artistic photos means covering up flaws, enhancing strengths, and making the photos look better. Wang Dalong is the one who takes artistic photos for Yi Fan. Yi Yan personally took Yi Fan to meet Wang Dalong and introduced him. "This is your subject for today's photo shoot." Wang Dalong was taken aback when he saw Yi Fan's appearance. "Damn, he's so good-looking and still taking artistic photos? Are you kidding me?" After confirming with Yi Yan again, Wang Dalong muttered to himself, "This is going to be tricky. It feels like there's no room for improvement." Yi Fan heard this and felt quite pleased. He shrugged and said to Yi Yan, "Sister, I told you it's unnecessary to take photos. Even the professionals are saying so." Yi Yan pinched Yi Fan's cheek and pretended to be fierce. "You're just being cocky. Consider it completing a task. Hurry up and take the photos." Yi Yan found herself enjoying pinching Yi Fan's face more and more. The texture felt so good, and his skin was so nice that even she, as a woman, felt a bit envious. But he didn't have any feminine vibe at all. Yi Yan couldn't help but think, if her brother debuted as a star, he would probably become the king of traffic, overshadowing all other traffic stars. Yi Fan noticed that since their conversation last night, Yi Yan had indeed become much friendlier towards him, even giving off a normal sibling vibe. But it seemed like she suddenly liked to pinch his face. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Wang Dalong heard this and exclaimed, "President Yi, is this your brother?" "Yes, what's wrong? Does he not look like it?" Yi Yan released her grip on Yi Fan's cheek and coldly questioned. No. Wang Dalong quickly waved his hand. "I was just amazed by your family's looks." Sigh. Although President Yi is beautiful, her personality is too cold. Although Wang Dalong had said from the start that it would be difficult to shoot, the actual process went exceptionally smoothly, no matter the pose or angle. There were no flaws to be found. The speed was so quick that Yi Yan even had a feeling that he was just going through the motions. However, after checking the photos in Wang Dalong's camera, Yi Yan dispelled this notion because they were indeed well taken. After Yi Fan finished taking artistic photos, he left shortly after. At that moment, Yi Yan's secretary suddenly knocked on the door of her office. "Come in." Hearing Yi Yan's voice, the secretary quickly opened the door and walked into the office, closing the door behind her. She walked to Yi Yan's desk and said, "President Yi, your brother is popular again." Yi Yan frowned slightly upon hearing this and looked up. "Why? What happened?" "Yi Fan just left for a few minutes. And he's already causing a stir?" The secretary took out her phone and handed it to Yi Yan, saying, just a few dozen minutes ago, when Gu Shaoqing was on his way from the company to the airport, he happened to run into Yi Fan, and that group of female fans followed him with their eyes, not even bothering to send Gu Shaoqing off, but instead surrounded your brother. As Yi Yan looked at the phone while listening to the secretary, her brow not only did not relax, but furrowed even deeper. I said when he came over, why'd he look a bit disheveled? He actually got surrounded by Gu Shaoqing's fans. Does she not know what Gu Shaoqing's fans are like? They're all a bunch of face controllers, with their values following their looks. Without security, getting surrounded by such a group of fans probably means he didn't escape unscathed. It's good enough that he stood in front of me without his clothes being torn. Although Yayan had no romantic feelings for her brother, she was still quite unhappy. It felt like her cabbage was being eaten by someone else's pig. How could she be happy about that? However, while she was unhappy with Gu Shaoqing's fans, she couldn't really vent her anger. After all, they weren't subordinates. As for Gu Shaoqing, he was at least the second biggest victim, right? His own fans ignored him and surrounded someone else. This was probably a first in the entertainment industry. Yi Yan didn't even need to look at the entertainment reports to know that many people would use this incident to tease and mock Gu Shaoqing. Although her brother was the biggest victim, if you traced it back, it was still her brother's fault. Who told him to be so good-looking? Yi Yan chuckled at this thought, but she couldn't let her persona collapse, so she didn't smile, keeping her face calm. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit upset that Yi Fan didn't tell her, his sister, about this incident. After all, she had been so close to him recently, and he didn't show any sign of it. Sigh, it looks like I have another excuse to keep pinching my brother's face. Well, let us not worry about this for now. According to Gu Shaoqing's character, you should have asked the company about this matter, right? The secretary replied, yes. Then he didn't reveal Yi Fan's identity, right? No. I reminded the receptionist from the very beginning not to let it slip that Yi Fan is your brother. Yi Yan sighed, that's good. It saves those women who seek unspoken rules from targeting him. The secretary nodded. Indeed. Yi Fan's looks and temperament are already captivating enough. If you add the identity of a rich young master, it would probably make those women's eyes light up with greed. After all, who wouldn't want happiness combined with love? Chapter 57. Identification results. Not long after leaving Xingyu Entertainment, Yi Fan received a call from the hospital, saying that the identification results had come out. This made Yi Fan quite excited, and he immediately took a taxi to the First People's Hospital of Modu. Hello, Mr. Yi. Here is your identification result, the doctor said. Yi Fan reached out to take it, then sat down and carefully examined it. However, as he read, his brows began to furrow deeper and deeper. After finishing, he looked up at the doctor and said in a somber tone, so, the DNA similarity from the first identification can prove that I have a blood relationship with her, while there is no blood relationship with the owner of the second DNA? My understanding is correct, right? The middle-aged doctor replied, that's correct. Wow, this discovery is quite significant. Yi Fan thought. He had only asked Yi Shiling to bring his elder sister's hair to make the results more comparable, since Yi Tianhong hadn't returned home for the past few days, making it impossible to get his hair. But unexpectedly, this comparison revealed something. The first identification result Yi Fan saw was between him and Yi Yan, while the second was between him and Yi Shiling. This meant that Yi Shiling had no blood relationship with either him or Yi Yan, while Yi Yan and Yi Fan were indeed related. Now, recalling what Yi Tianhong had said during their first meeting, Yi Fan couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Yi Shiling is someone else's child? He thought. It made sense. When a family loses a child, they might have another one as a way to cope with their loss. But there's also a greater possibility. They might adopt another child to channel their feelings. However, he wasn't in a rush to conclude who the other family's child was, especially since there was no DNA reference from Yi Tianhong. Sigh. What was originally meant to be an identification for himself had unexpectedly turned into one for Yi Shiling. Yi Fan decided that he couldn't let Yi Shiling know about this, as either outcome would make her sad. He also couldn't let Yi Yan know, as having one more person aware would increase the risk of the information reaching Yi Shiling. What a frustrating result. If he had known, he wouldn't have done the identification. He carefully put away the two identification results, placed them in the backpack he had brought, and turned to leave. Upon returning home, Yi Fan was taken aback as soon as he entered the hall. Ki-han, What are you doing here? Sitting on the sofa was Kong Chio-han. Kong Chio-han, who had been playing on her phone, was startled by his voice and quickly stood up, saying, Yi-fan, you're back from class. I was brought here by my dad. He is in the study talking business with your dad right now. But when she looked at Yi-fan, she was momentarily stunned. Had he become more handsome in just a few days? No, it really seemed like he had gotten more handsome. Could it be that I have really started to like Yi-fan, which is why I feel this way? Thinking of this, Kong Chio-han's little face instantly turned red. Yi-fan felt Kong Chio-han's burning gaze and sighed inwardly. His damn charm would only return to normal once this young lady got used to it. Your dad is here too? What's going on? Why did your dad bring you along and leave you alone in the living room? They said they would have a meal together later, so they asked me to come over, she replied. Yi-fan placed his backpack on the sofa, then picked up the teapot from the coffee table, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed one to Kong Chio-han. Here, have some tea. Since she was at his home, she was a guest, and he felt it was proper to show some courtesy. Although Kong Chio-han had already had a cup earlier. Seeing that it was from Yi-fan, she said nothing and drank another cup. Yi-fan glanced at Kong Chio-han's phone screen and said, Are you playing a game? Is this Tian Ku Pao? Yes, have you played it, Yi-fan? I have, he replied. In fact, he had played it before crossing over back in high school. He remembered that this parkour game was very popular at that time, but it gradually faded away later. Oh, then let's have a PK. It's boring to play alone, she suggested. Yi-fan. It sounded like a PK would turn it into a 2-player game, but it was still just each playing their own game, only to tally scores at the end to determine the winner. All right, let me download this game, he said. Didn't you say you played this game before? Why didn't you download it? Is it because you got bored and uninstalled it? The Yi family's Wi-Fi speed was quite fast, and soon the game was downloaded. Yi-fan opened the game, and although the game's name was the same as the one from before crossing over, and the gameplay was quite similar, some details and characters were different. Kong Chio-han took a look at Yi-fan's phone screen and was immediately surprised. She had thought that Yi-fan had uninstalled the game, but seeing this account, it was clearly a novice account. Could it be a secondary account? Kong Chio-han didn't have time to think further, as Yi-fan's PK invitation had already been sent. Yi-fan, don't go easy on me. I'm really bad at this. She joked. Actually, I'm not that good either, Yi-fan modestly replied. But Kong Chio-han took Yi-fan's words at face value, smiled, and said, Then let's see which of us can last longer in this game. Yi-fan smiled back, sure. Kong Chio-han was indeed being modest about her skills, but she wasn't too bad, just slightly above average. Although Yi-fan had the skill of a gaming expert and could easily defeat her, that would be impolite, especially since she was a girl. He naturally couldn't be that ruthless. After several rounds of PK, Yi-fan managed to keep the scores balanced, with both wins and losses. In this game, losing was certainly possible, but winning wasn't something everyone could achieve. However, Yi-fan could easily choose to win or lose at will. Indeed, this type of game no longer reflected my level, or was it that the opponent was just too weak? Oh, it seems that Chio-han and Xiao-fan are getting along very well. At that moment, Kong Huayang and Yi Tianhong walked over. I've met Chio-han several times, and we get along naturally, Yi Tianhong said. Xiao-fan, this girl Chio-han must be feeling bored being here alone. Why don't you take her out shopping and come back for dinner at 5:30? Yi-fan suddenly realized that these two were intentionally trying to set him up with her. Chapter 58, Shopping. First update seeking recommendation votes. Upon hearing this, Kong Chio-han looked at Yi-fan with an expression full of expectation. Yi-fan, seeing the situation, felt a bit overwhelmed. He had just returned from wandering outside for a while, and he certainly wasn't in the mood to go shopping again. However, there was no way out. The three of them all looked very supportive, and if he said he didn't want to go, it would be quite lacking in emotional intelligence. While it wouldn't be embarrassing for them, the atmosphere would definitely become awkward. Well, fine. Kong Chio-han's eyes immediately curved into crescent moons, and a smile appeared on her face. Yi Tianhong also laughed and said, Haha, since that's the case, let's have a Chung send a driver to accompany you. After a laugh, as if he thought of something, he added, Of course, he will only accompany you in the car and won't get out to disturb you. After saying this, the two old men exchanged a knowing smile, which made Kong Chio-han blush. However, despite her blush, the smile on her face couldn't be hidden. She could naturally feel the matchmaking intentions of her two elders. With the escort of a special car, Yi Fan and Kong Xiuhan arrived at Xingyuan Commercial Street. Although it was called a street, it was far more than just one road. It had various branded products, some expensive and some relatively cheap, making it a well-known commercial street in the Magic City. After finding a parking lot and parking the car, Yi Fan and Kong Xiuhan got out, while the driver indeed stayed in the car, as Yi Tianhong had said, waiting for them to return. As they walked into the commercial street, Yi Fan said to the somewhat shy and bashful Kong Xiuhan beside him, "Just tell me what you want to buy. Although you definitely have money, I can get reimbursed." This was indeed true. After Yi Fan agreed to take Kong Xiuhan shopping, Yi Tianhong had pulled Yi Fan aside and prepared to give him another card. But Yi Fan couldn't accept it and refused. At that time, Yi Tianhong thought he found it too little and hurriedly said that there were over 8 million in that card, and if that wasn't enough, he would give him another one. Listen to this. The way he spoke was just extravagant. A card with over 8 million casually, and he said if it wasn't enough, he would give another one. This was just a simple shopping trip, not buying a car. Yi Fan immediately said he didn't need it. He hadn't even finished using the money from the previous card. Seeing his son refuse, Yi Tianhong later added that if the expenses were too high, he could come back for reimbursement, and if the money in the card was insufficient, he could just call him to transfer money. Of course, Yi Fan, who at least owned a building in Binjiang Garden now, wouldn't need to ask Yi Tianhong for reimbursement. It was known that in the past 2 days, people had already started asking Yi Fan about buying houses, and quite a few were interested. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiuhan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, then said, "That's fine, but I don't really lack anything. Let's just go and take a look." Yi Fan smiled and said, "How can that be? When we go back later empty-handed, who knows, they might think I'm stingy." Kong Xiuhan replied, "All right then, but since you're going to buy for me, I should buy you a few outfits too, or I won't feel right about it." Yi Fan laughed and said, "Sure, let's go in." It must be said that women have a natural interest in shopping. Even if Kong Xiuhan wasn't buying anything, she was very meticulous while looking around and would ask the sales assistants in detail. This made the sales assistant think that the customer was about to make a purchase, and she appeared quite happy. However, once the two left the store, the assistant was left with a face full of resentment. After visiting a few stores, Yi Fan couldn't help but say, "Xiuhan, if you want to buy something, just go ahead. I still have some money." Kong Xiuhan looked surprised. "I haven't found anything I want to buy yet." Yi Fan, "Then why are you asking so detailed? I thought those were things you wanted to buy." Kong Xiuhan chuckled. "No, I'm just enjoying the fun of shopping." "Shopping fun? Isn't shopping about buying things? How come it turned into asking questions for you?" Indeed, children from wealthy families are different, but probably it's also because they really don't lack anything, resulting in not having a strong desire to shop. Kong Xiuhan continued, "There's a men's clothing store ahead. Why don't we go see if there's anything suitable for you? You haven't bought anything, but you're buying from me. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Yi Fan scratched his head. "It's fine. You don't need to be so particular," Kong Xiuhan explained with a smile. All right then, since she said so, what could Yi Fan do but agree with Kong Xiuhan and walk towards that men's clothing store? Not paying attention before, he now noticed that this store was a luxury brand, and it was Versace, a world-class luxury brand. However, since they were already at the door, how could they not go in and take a look? "Hello, sir, madam, welcome." As soon as Yi Fan and Kong Xiuhan entered the store, the sales assistant greeted them with a smile and a gentle tone. The store was relatively quiet. Apart from Yi Fan and Kong Xiuhan, there was only one sales assistant. After all, it was a world-class luxury brand, and since it wasn't a good time for shopping and not a holiday, it was naturally quite empty. When the sales assistant saw Yi Fan, she was slightly taken aback, marveling inwardly, but her face was beaming as she said to Kong Xiuhan, "This gentleman must be your boyfriend, right? You have such good taste and luck." This complimented both of them. Kong Xiuhan's small face turned red, and she became a bit shy, saying, "No, he's just a friend." "Oh, I understand." The sales assistant revealed a meaningful expression. A handsome man and a beautiful woman of similar ages coming to a clothing store. Who would believe there was nothing going on? However, it could also be that their relationship hadn't been confirmed yet. Thinking of this, the sales assistant's eyes sparkled, and her face turned slightly red as she looked at Yi Fan. With such looks and temperament, if this godlike man was really her friend, even if they hadn't reached that stage, she would have to make a move first. Huh? Seeing the sales assistant's meaningful expression and words, Kang Xiuhan couldn't help but blush even more. However, she felt secretly delighted, wondering why everyone thought she and Yi Fan were in a romantic relationship. Did they really look that compatible? She was so happy. Their judgment was really good. Kang Xiuhan decided firmly that she must buy Yi Fan a piece of clothing in this store next. Chapter 59, One Move to Take Down. Second update, seeking recommendations. What new styles have just come out this year at your store? Kang Xiuhan looked at the sales assistant. We have some, the sales assistant quickly replied, leading the two to a spot and pointing at a khaki trench coat hanging on the rack. This trench coat is a new style we launched in March, made from high-quality cotton fabric, featuring some classic details like epaulettes, flat pockets, and a belt adorned with vivid Versace prints. In terms of style, it incorporates some innovative details based on British fashion, giving a sunny, confident, and mature feel when worn. Especially on a handsome man like you, it really adds a touch of elegance. Add a touch of elegance? With Yi Fan's looks and figure, how could wearing this trench coat possibly add anything? He would look good even without clothes. Kang Xiuhan thought to herself, feeling a bit sarcastic but not daring to show it. She said to Yi Fan, try this on. Yi Fan was a bit speechless. Why are you buying me a trench coat in this hot weather? It won't be long before autumn arrives, and the weather will cool down then. Besides, if you buy it now, you'll definitely have a chance to wear it later. Well, fortunately, the store had air conditioning, so it wasn't too hot. Yi Fan took the coat from a sales assistant and put it on. The saying, Buddha relies on gold, and people rely on clothing only applies to ordinary folks. For Yi Fan, it didn't matter what he wore, he still looked handsome. There's nothing to be done. Good-looking people can be so willful. The sales assistant exclaimed, you are simply a clothes rack. With that physique, that height, and that face, you can pull off any outfit. Kang Xiuhan nodded in agreement. It looks great. Please wrap this one up. The sales assistant beamed with joy. Although the male god belonged to someone else, the sales performance was hers. Hearing this, Yi Fan quickly asked, how much is this trench coat? Before the sales assistant could speak, Kang Xiuhan answered, not much. Just 18,000. Yi Fan. All right. Is this how nonchalant wealthy people are? Sales assistant. Just 18,000? Indeed. I am just a poor person, completely unable to grasp what just 18,000 means. No, I don't feel even a hint of lemon. Not at all, sob, sob, sob. Just as Yi Fan took off the coat and handed it to the sales assistant, Kang Xiuhan pulled him over to another section. Most of the clothes hanging here were short sleeves, shirts, and other lighter items. Seeing the sales assistant still busy packing, Kang Xiuhan took a white t-shirt from the rack and said to Yi Fan, try this one on. Yi Fan took it and put on directly. Kang Xiuhan was dumbfounded. Yi Fan, aren't you supposed to take off the shirt you're wearing to try on the new one? That would affect how the clothes look. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Yi Fan should have taken off the shirt and then put on the t-shirt. That way, she could have a good look at his beautifully toned abs. But unexpectedly, Yi Fan didn't take off his shirt at all. Yi Fan smiled, it's fine. My physique is pretty good, so wearing an extra shirt doesn't matter. Kang Xiuhan, it's precisely because your physique is good that you should take it off. How can I see? After trying on 3 more outfits and a pair of pants, the two finally walked out of the store. All right, you spent over 40,000 this time. If you don't buy anything else, I won't be able to save face. Yi Fan teased Kang Xiuhan while carrying several bags. Kang Xiuhan smiled. Okay, then let's go check out that store over there. As they walked, they chatted and laughed with each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Just at that moment, a high-pitched scream, unique to women, pierced the air. Someone's snatching a bag. Quick, catch him. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression changed as he quickly turned to look. He saw a motorcycle approaching from over 100 meters away and a woman yelling at the motorcycle from behind. Seeing the motorcycle getting closer, Yi Fan could clearly see the person riding it was holding a women's handbag. As the motorcycle was only about 20 meters away from Yi Fan, he pulled Kang Xiuhan back a few steps, then took a few steps forward and jumped up, kicking out at the motorcycle from the right side. The kick hit the rider's body directly, and the powerful force from Yi Fan's kick caused the motorcycle and the rider to lose control. The rider was thrown off, and the motorcycle, due to Yi Fan's strength and no one pressing the throttle, slid to a stop after 3 or 4 meters to the left. Ah, that hurts. The motorcycle thief groaned in pain on the ground. Seeing this, Yifan took out his phone to call the police. Kong Xiuhan hurried over to Yifan, looking anxious and asking, "Yifan, are you okay?" Her beautiful big eyes scanned Yifan worriedly. Yifan reassured her, "I'm fine. The one in trouble is already on the ground." Saying this, he glanced at the motorcycle thief lying on the ground. Kong Xiuhan, with a clear hint of a cry in her voice, said, "Why did you act so impulsively? He was just a driver, and you dare to kick him. Jumping high is impressive, but you could have gotten hurt." Yifan was taken aback. In the days they hadn't known each other, it was the first time Kong Xiuhan had spoken to him so loudly, and he didn't find it annoying at all. Instead, it warmed his heart. Rubbing her head, Yifan spoke gently, "All right, don't worry, I'm fine now. Besides, I didn't kick from the front of the motorcycle." In fact, Yifan felt that kicking from the front could also have taken down the motorcycle thief, but he really didn't dare to take that risk. After all, he had only enhanced his body, not turned into Superman. With Yifan's warm hand on her head, Kong Xiuhan's face flushed, and she forgot to scold him, only saying softly, "Next time you encounter something like this, you absolutely can't be so reckless. At the very least, call the police." Although she said that, Kong Xiuhan was thinking about how cool Yifan had been when he kicked earlier, feeling even more stirred. That scene was really so handsome, so cool, so righteous, and so reassuring. At that moment, the woman whose bag had been stolen ran over. After seeing Yifan's looks, she was momentarily stunned before blushing and saying, "Thank you so much, handsome. That move you did was so cool. Can we add each other on WeChat?" Yifan, Kong Xiuhan, "I helped you seek justice, and you ended up having a crush on me. Shouldn't you be thanking me and then going to reclaim your bag?" At this moment, Yifan noticed the person behind the woman and was stunned. "Shirling, what are you doing here?" Yes, it was Yi Shirling. Although Yi Shirling had makeup on that concealed her beauty, Yifan had seen her before, so he recognized her at a glance. The woman whose bag had been stolen was also surprised and turned to Yi Shirling, saying, "Wow, Shirling, you actually know this male god? You're hiding it pretty well. If you don't use such a good resource, at least introduce me." Clearly, the two knew each other. Chapter 60. He is actually your brother. One update. Seeking recommendations. Yi Shirling's face instantly turned red. Xian, you shouldn't talk nonsense. What do you mean if I don't use it? I'll get to you. That wording is too suggestive. It's one thing for friends to talk like this, but how can you say such ambiguous things in front of my brother? At this moment, Li Xian also realized the issue with her words. She awkwardly smiled and quickly corrected herself. "Handsome guy, that's not what I meant." "Yifan? What do you mean by this or that? I don't understand what you guys are talking about." Just then, a woman standing next to Li Xian looked at Yifan in surprise and exclaimed, "Aren't you Yifan? It must be him, our Fudan's top handsome guy Yifan. I didn't expect him to be even more handsome and charismatic in person than in the photos." Li Xian was also taken aback, staring blankly at Yifan's face, and then realized, "Wow, it really is him. No wonder I didn't recognize him before. He is indeed much more handsome than the photos circulating on the school forum. Those who uploaded the photos really should have been more professional instead of taking candid shots." Yifan was stunned. He didn't expect that both of them were from Fudan and seemed to be from the same campus and possibly the same department as Yi Shirling. Yifan asked Yi Shirling, "Are these two your classmates?" Yi Shirling nodded. Her little face flushed, feeling embarrassed about her two friends' behavior. But then she suddenly noticed Kong Xiuhan beside her. In surprise and confusion, she asked, "Sister Xiuhan, what are you doing here?" Both families lived in the Banshan Bay Villa area and were in the same social circle, and due to the friendly relationship between the elders, they naturally knew each other. Seeing Kong Xiuhan appear wasn't surprising. However, the fact that she was in the same place as her brother and seemed to be quite close was a bit intriguing. Her brother had just returned home, so how did he get to know Kong Xiuhan? Could it be that Kong Xiuhan had taken a liking to her brother? Or were they currently dating? The more Yi Shirling thought about it, the more intrigued and anxious she became. Kong Xiuhan and Yi Shirling were fairly familiar friends, as could be seen from their families' relationships. Moreover, after Kong Huayang introduced potential partners last time, Kong Xiuhan also knew that Yifan was Yi Shirling's brother. At the same time, she had seen Yi Shirling in this kind of makeup before. However, what felt a bit off to her was the way this little girl looked at her. It felt a bit strange. She couldn't quite explain what was wrong. but it just fell off. Perhaps this was the sixth sense that women have. Despite her doubts, she still smiled and replied, "I'm here shopping with your brother." Yi Shirling couldn't believe it. "Are you two already dating?" Kang Xiuhan's face turned red as she brushed her hair back, shyly saying, "No, not yet. We haven't reached that point." Upon hearing this, Yi Shirling inexplicably felt relieved. However, she noticed the tone in Kang Xiuhan's words. "Not yet? Why does it sound like you want to reach that point?" At this time, Yi Shirling's two friends also looked excited and incredulous. "Shirling, your male god is actually your brother? Is he a biological brother or a cousin?" "Biological," Yi Shirling replied helplessly. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had a strange expression. Thankful they didn't ask him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to answer. "Wow, is that really so happy? I also want to be the male god sister." "Yeah, me too. I'm so envious of you, Shirling. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Li Xian and Yang Xiao looked at Yi Shirling with envious faces. Yi Shirling sighed inwardly. "No, you don't want to, just like I don't want to." If you really became Yi Fan's sister, you would understand that those thoughts in your head could only remain thoughts. It was like a thirsty person seeing a water source in the desert, running excitedly to drink, only to find that the water couldn't be drunk. Before long, a police car arrived. Two police officers got out, one of whom Yi Fan felt was somewhat familiar. Seeing this, Yi Fan walked up to talk, feeling as if he was on familiar ground. The middle-aged police officer who looked somewhat familiar was also taken aback when he saw Yi Fan approaching. As an old police officer, his memory was quite good, and with Yi Fan's outstanding appearance, he certainly wouldn't forget. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he said, "What? Did you report the crime again?" Yi Fan awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled. I don't want to cause trouble, but I can't just ignore things I can help with, right?" The middle-aged police officer immediately laughed. "So, who is the unlucky one that ran into you? This good Samaritan?" Yi Fan pointed to the thief still lying on the ground. "There he is, lying there." The middle-aged police officer exclaimed, "Did he fall off the motorcycle?" "Yes." "How did you do that?" "Quick eyes and feet, plus a high jump. I just kicked him off." After the police car left, Yi Shirling's two friends still wanted to shop with Yi Fan. Kang Xiuhan almost had a black line on her forehead. Yi Fan did not agree. Yi Shirling's two friends were overly enthusiastic, and besides, they didn't know each other, so why bother? In a manner in America. "Stephanie, what photos of those men being led by their interests did they send today?" The woman lazily reclined on the sofa in a white dress, her long, shapely legs exposed, stirring inexplicable desires. Even lying down, she couldn't hide her curvaceous body. It only stood out more. She emanated an alluring charm that made one imagine how delicious her figure under the dress could be, as if every move could evoke a man's primal instincts. Combined with her stunningly beautiful face, she would undoubtedly make almost all men swoon. But the problem was she liked women, and beautiful women at that. Stephanie sat on the sofa, right next to Menina, then opened her laptop and looked at Menina with a meaningful expression. "Miss Menina, we received quite a few photos in the email today." "Oh." Menina sat up, her back leaving the sofa, picked up the wine bottle from the small table in front of her, and poured some into a nearby wine glass. She took a sip with her red, sexy lips before saying, "Then today will be even more troubling." The troubling time naturally referred to the time spent looking at those men's photos. Stephanie chuckled. "Well, who knows? Maybe this time will make your troubles disappear." Chapter 61, I Want to Have Him. Second update seeking recommendations. A look of surprise appeared on Menina's stunning face. She then pinched Stephanie's chin with her long and beautiful fingers and said meaningfully, "Could it be that there is a surprise in today's photos?" Hee hee. Stephanie chuckled lightly and then opened a document. "I've organized the photos. Miss Menina, you can take a look yourself. The surprise is among them." Menina put down her wine glass and directly took the laptop from Stephanie's lap. Her beautiful big eyes sparkled with excitement. Judging by Stephanie's expression, it was clear that at least one of the photos inside would satisfy her. To be honest, she was indeed a bit tired of looking at photos of men she had no interest in every day. Moreover, the associated interests and disputes made her feel even more uncomfortable. After flipping through a dozen photos, Menina lost her patience. Most of these photos were similar to the ones sent before and didn't pique her interest at all. Even though a few of them were of much better quality than last time, with Stephanie's words, she was simply uninterested in them. With a somewhat complaining tone, she said, "Dear Stephanie, hurry up and tell me where the surprise is hidden. If I have to keep looking at these photos, I will feel even more disgusted." Stephanie replied, "All right, Miss Menina, just open the last photo. I believe you will definitely be satisfied. I place his photo last because his looks can overshadow those men. Even I feel a flutter when I see his photo, as if I can smell the scent of love. But I think, since he sent the photo to you, I definitely want to have that opportunity." Menina smiled charmingly. "Don't worry, you will have that opportunity. After all, I'm just looking for a fake boyfriend to qualify for the competition, and that's well known. So how could I?" Menina's words suddenly stopped. Because she saw the photo that Stephanie had placed at the end, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Oh, my God, how can there be such a handsome man in this world?" He seemed like the sun god Apollo from ancient Greek mythology, embodying the adjective handsome. He was like Narcissus, so handsome that he couldn't look at any other woman, only admiring his own reflection in the water, ultimately falling to his demise due to his own beauty. Even though Menina liked women, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter at this photo. With such good looks, even if she had no interest in men, the hormones in her body couldn't help but secrete. In a daze, Menina realized something. She might not only like women. More accurately, she liked outstanding appearances. Menina quickly said to Stephanie, "Dear Stephanie, I believe you must have guessed that I would be interested in him, so you must have prepared his information, right?" Seeing Miss Menina's excited look, Stephanie couldn't help but smile again. As Menina's personal assistant, if she didn't like men and hadn't been to bed with one, she would probably be discussing matters with Menina in bed right now, naturally well prepared. Yes, Stephanie had thoughts about Menina. Although her sexual orientation was normal, Menina was gorgeous. And more importantly, the Rasta family was wealthy. Even if Menina didn't inherit, just being a rich lady, her monthly allowance would make her little assistant look up in admiration. Not to mention that Menina controlled several listed companies, worth at least tens of billions. But there was nothing she could do. Menina didn't like women who had been with men, even if they were beautiful like Stephanie. In fact, she was unsure if this Easter man named Yi Fan could conquer Menina. Although Yi Fan was indeed handsome, the most handsome among all the men she had seen, he was still a man at heart. But unexpectedly, Menina took a liking to this man at first sight after seeing Yi Fan's photo. However, even before coming, she wasn't certain, but she had already organized all the information on these men. Only Yi Fan's information was placed in another separate folder. Stephanie took the laptop. Then her fingers gently touched the touchpad, opening a folder. Then she opened the document inside. Immediately, Yi Fan's information came into view. Menina spent several minutes reading this information and, looking very satisfied, said to Stephanie, "You did a great job. This month's salary will double." The information detailed everything about Yi Fan, including what he liked to eat and his favorite colors. How could she not praise it? Stephanie smiled gently, non-committal. In fact, this particularly detailed information was not provided by her. It was her first move after seeing Yi Fan's photo to inquire with Yi Yen. Even if Miss Menina might not use it in the future, she could still use it. With such handsome looks, it would be a waste of resources not to roll in the sheets. But since Miss Menina had taken a liking to Yi Fan, her little thoughts were naturally buried. Compared to men she hadn't yet won over, Stephanie valued the benefits at hand more. It wasn't her philosophy to lose both the husband and the soldier. "I don't need to look at the others. I'll choose him." Menina licked her fiery red, sexy lips. In fact, deep down, she had a vague thought. "I want to have him." This thought was so simple and direct. Stephanie raised the corners of her mouth slightly, arched an eyebrow. "Miss Menina, don't you want to consider a bit more? Perhaps there are other better options." Menina lazily reclined back on the sofa, tossed her hair back, and slightly pouted her lips, looking alluring. "Let the other better options be for you to have group exercises. I only like this one." Upon hearing this, Stephanie's expression froze for a moment, and she said helplessly, "I don't like group exercises. It's very easy to get diseases. Although the men in these photos are quite handsome, I'm not that desperate." Menina laughed. "Stephanie, I was joking. But if you find someone among these men, I can help you." Stephanie said with a half smile, "The one I like the most has already caught your eye." Menina shrugged. "Then I'm very sorry." Stephanie laughed knowingly. "Then Miss Menina, since you're ready to accept men, should I stay with you tonight? I know quite a few positions." Menina's tone was slightly cold. "No. The men you do mutual exercises with are all over the place. unless they all look like him. Menina pointed to Yi Fan's photo. But we all know that's impossible. Even I'm seeing such a handsome man for the first time. Chapter 62. Yi Shirling's affection level in the evening. Yi Fan finished his shower in the bathroom, wrapped himself in a towel, and stepped out. The bathroom was attached to his room, so there was no need to worry about any embarrassing situations. He sat on the sofa for a while, glanced at the backpack on the sofa, picked it up, unzipped it, and prepared to take out the 2 identification results to burn them, to prevent any unexpected situations. He planned to burn them at the sink and flush the ashes away afterward. Yi Tianhong definitely knew the truth about the situation. Analyzing Yi Tianhong's earlier words, it was clear that he didn't want to tell others. Yi Fan felt the same way. He didn't want others to know. If Yi Shirling found out she wasn't his biological sister, or if Yi Yan found out she wasn't, they would surely be heartbroken and unable to accept the reality. But after feeling around in the backpack for a while, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Why couldn't he find anything? The backpack was only so big. How could it be empty? There was nothing else in there besides the 2 identification reports. Not wanting to waste time feeling around, he directly opened the main compartment of the backpack to take a look. But what he saw left him stunned. There was nothing inside. Where are my identification results? Could it be that I didn't put them in the main compartment, but in one of the side pockets? Yi Fan hurriedly checked the 2 side pockets. The result was nothing. What the hell? Did someone take something from my backpack? If that's the case, then it would be disastrous. From Yi Tianhong's attitude towards him, Yi Fan was already 90% sure that he and Yi Yan were biological siblings, while Yi Shirling was adopted. After all, Yi Tianhong's significant investment in finding him pointed to this conclusion. But if others found out, who knows how they would view Yi Shirling? Moreover, if it got out, it would be even worse. Yi Fan forced himself to calm down, his mind racing as he tried to figure out who had taken the 2 documents. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Yi Fan reflexively stood up and walked toward the door. Could it be the person who took his things knocking at this hour? Without asking any questions, he opened the door. However, when he saw the person at the door, he was taken aback. Shirling, why are you knocking on my door so late? Didn't I say we wouldn't be gaming together today? Yi Shirling's expression was somewhat complex as she opened her mouth, hesitatingly saying, I want to ask you something. Yi Fan didn't notice that Yi Shirling didn't even call him brother at that moment. What do you want to ask? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Is this true? With a look of disbelief, Yi Fan watched as Yi Shirling pulled out the 2 documents with a black and white text. At that moment, Yi Shirling gathered her courage and looked up at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with complexity. Yi Fan was shocked this. He took the documents from Yi Shirling's hands. They were indeed the 2 identification results. Yi Fan bit his suddenly dry lips, his tone complex as he said, Shirling, you saw it, huh? His handsome face was filled with self-reproach. He shouldn't have done the identification just to satisfy his curiosity. In the end, it only hurt Yi Shirling. Yi Shirling simply responded softly, her voice not rising or falling, making it hard to discern her emotions. But Yi Fan felt that she might be too hurt, even feeling a bit repelled by him. He bitterly said, it's fake. Brother Yi Fan, please don't lie to me, okay? Yi Shirling's voice was soft, but the emotions in her tone were complex. Why do you think I'm lying to you? It has the hospital's name and stamp on it. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Yi Fan. It seemed he had indeed forgotten about that aspect. Since you already know it's true, why ask me? I don't know why. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have secretly gone to the hospital for the identification just to satisfy my curiosity. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. This result was caused by me secretly rummaging through your backpack. And while I'm a bit sad in my heart, it's not as painful as I expected. A strange look appeared in Yi Shirling's beautiful eyes. Why? Yi Fan was puzzled. Then he realized his question was a bit off. It was a good thing that Shirling wasn't sad, yet he still asked why. How stupid of him. He quickly explained, no, what I mean is, his words became jumbled, and it felt as if his thoughts were muddled. You don't need to explain. Actually, I'm still very glad that you went to the hospital for this identification secretly. Otherwise, I might have been kept in the dark for a lifetime. Although that would mean fewer worries, it would ultimately leave me feeling unsatisfied, unable to face my true thoughts. Thank you, Brother Yi Fan. After saying this, Yi Shirling took a half step forward and hugged Yi Fan tightly, her delicate cheek resting against his chest. Feeling the softness against his upper body, Yi Fan froze for a moment, then was somewhat surprised. This softness wasn't just Yi Shiling's face. It was something even softer. Since it was summer, Yi Shiling was naturally wearing light clothing. Plus, he was only wrapped in a towel, which covered his lower body, leaving his upper body mostly exposed, making the soft sensation feel even more pronounced. Shiling, you. Don't speak. Let me hold you for a while. Huh? Yi Shiling's ethereal and gentle voice surprised Yi Fan. However, even though they had no blood relation, she was still his sister. After a soft sigh, he stopped talking. Though he didn't speak, Yi Fan still activated his insight eye on Yi Shiling. Target: Yi Shiling, age 19, height 169 centimeters, appearance 99, personality kind, innocent, looks-oriented, pseudo-brother complex, homebody, affection level 92. Hint: the target's affection level for the host has exceeded 90, indicating strong romantic feelings towards the host. System: what does it mean that the affection level exceeds 90 and indicates romantic feelings? Yi Fan called out to the system in his heart. System: in the complex emotions of humans, they can be broadly categorized into three aspects: familial love, romantic love, and friendship. When the target's affection for you reaches 90 or above, it indicates a new height within these three aspects. If romantic love reaches this level, it can be summarized as wishing to be together like birds in the sky and as intertwined branches on the ground. Originally, Yi Fan didn't have a deep understanding of these affection levels, but after hearing the system's explanation, he realized how high Yi Shiling's previous affection level of 89 had been. Chapter 63. Thoughts. Yi Shiling's ear was pressed against Yi Fan's chest, feeling the quickening of his heartbeat, and her heart was filled with satisfaction. She had noticed Yi Fan's backpack while eating. Her appetite was small, so she naturally finished her meal quickly. After eating, she lay down on the sofa to rest. It was at that moment that she secretly opened Yi Fan's backpack and took out the 2 identification result documents. Originally, she was somewhat lost and confused, as the impact of this matter was not trivial. However, after feeling sad, she suddenly realized something. If there was no blood relation between her and Yi Fan, then she could freely express her feelings. Thinking of this, her thoughts quickly spread, dissipating her previous sadness and confusion. After much inner turmoil, she finally mustered the courage to ask Yi Fan, wanting to vent her emotions. At the very least, having someone to share this with would be enough. Her beautiful cheek pressed against Yi Fan's strong chest, her delicate hand touching his muscular back, her fingertips gently caressing. Suddenly, her thoughts became a bit greedy. She really wanted to hold him and sleep together. Literally sleep together, without any other thoughts. But this idea was ultimately a bit unrealistic. Yi Shiling was still aware of that. After a long while, she reluctantly released Yi Fan from her embrace. Then, with a slightly shy and conflicted expression, she said, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and you promised to accompany me to the Changwang Temple. But since you aren't really going to worship the city god, there's no need to go. So, you must spend the day with me tomorrow to make up for my emotional trauma. No, from now on, whenever you have time, you must accompany me." Yi Fan. At that moment, he looked at Yi Shiling with a complex expression. If it weren't for the inside eyes probing, Yi Fan might have actually believed Yi Shiling's words. But to refuse? Yi Fan really didn't want to. This matter originated from him, so naturally he felt guilty. Given his personality, he would try to make amends as much as possible. But he also knew that what Yi Shiling referred to as making up for emotional trauma might only be part of it. The most important point, which she didn't say, was that she must be thinking of a date. For some reason, he felt a bit of anticipation. If it weren't for the system not allowing him to check his favorability towards the target character, he would really want to see his favorability towards Yi Shiling. Thinking about it, Yi Fan nodded and said, "Okay, if I'm free tomorrow, I'll spend the day with you." "Great, it's settled then," Yi Shiling said sweetly. "Just don't use some sudden emergency as an excuse." Yi Fan smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. Unless something really comes up, I won't make excuses." After sending Yi Shiling off, Yi Fan closed the door, burned the 2 identification result documents, and then flushed the ashes down the drain. Lying on the bed, he turned off the light, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It wasn't until deep in the night, at exactly midnight, that Yi Fan opened the system panel and asked, "Is it already 24 o'clock?" Yes, host, would you like to check in? Yifan hesitated for a few seconds and said, let's check in. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. Ultimate driving god. Mastery of driving skills. Perfect control over all vehicles. Lying on the bed, Yifan was taken aback when he saw this check-in reward. He didn't expect to receive a skill related to driving. It seemed he needed to find time to get a driver's license. This skill was also very practical. Unlike others who had to enroll in a driving school and then take the test with this skill, he only needed to register at a driving school and then directly take the exam. Subjects 2 and 3 would be a piece of cake. As for subjects 1 and 4, the theoretical exams, that would depend on his previous photographic memory skill. With that skill, remembering those questions would be quite easy. As the night grew deeper, Yifan eventually felt sleepy and fell asleep. The night was quiet and sleepless. The next day, the morning light was bright. Yifan had gone to bed late, and Yi Shiling had slept even later. So much so that Yi Yayan was a bit surprised that neither of them had come for breakfast that morning. Was it the laziness of Saturday? She originally wanted to have a good chat with Yifan about Menina, but she didn't expect Yifan to still be asleep. However, she understood their laziness since she had similar thoughts when she was a student, so she didn't wake them up. At that moment, Yi Yayan's secretary sent her a message. President Yi, your brother's 2 songs have gone viral online. Seeing this message, Yi Yayan nearly choked on her coffee. What was going on? The brother mentioned by the secretary was naturally Yifan, as Yi Yayan only had this one brother. But when did Yifan start composing songs? And they had gone viral online? She immediately edited the message to ask her secretary, but then she deleted what she wanted to ask. If she had to ask someone else about her brother's matters, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Yi Yayan opened her Weibo app and searched for it herself. Indeed, as the secretary said, the hot search list on Weibo showed Yifan and his 2 musical works at the top. I Always Believe and Old Alleys. Yi Yayan's lips moved slightly as she spoke the titles of the 2 songs. She swiped her finger and saw videos related to Yifan's 2 songs. Curiosity filled her eyes as she clicked on them. The video was from a venue similar to a gym. Although the pixel quality wasn't very clear, Yi Yayan could roughly see that the scenes in the video were from an event. At that moment, a person was standing on stage, and that person was Yifan. After bowing to the audience and taking a deep breath, he began to strum the guitar, an old guitar that Yi Yayan had never seen before. As the singing began, it resonated with emotions. The first song was Old Alleys, dim lights, old alleys, a thin figure with a pair of hungry stomachs, skinny and bony, a young soul with no support. I lean alone in the depths of the old alley, feeling that my only support is left here. The loneliness deep in my heart is like this old alley, only a few passers-by, occasionally. The second song was I Always Believe, suffering is something I bear alone, no one to tell, no one to witness my embarrassing state, that's fine. At least I always persevere. Is it painful? But this is life. I still remember the dreams we talked about in our youth, what a distant hope becoming a reality. In the morning, feeling the sunlight, feeling its gradually rising temperature. So, I always believe, even under the shining sun if it rains, I can still see the rainbow. I always believe, even if I fall into endless darkness, there will always be a day when I find the light. Chapter 64. Life is as lonely as snow. Seeking recommendations. The first song, Old Streets and Alleys, is a folk-style song. The overall lyrics and melody convey a sense of poetic sorrow, and Yifan singing expresses feelings of sadness, loneliness, hesitation, and comfort. The second song, I Always Believe, is an inspirational pop song. The ups and downs of the emotions seem to tell a story about a person who experiences setbacks and hardships, yet maintains unwavering faith and hope. After listening, Yi Yayan showed an expression of incredible shock. These 2 songs were actually written by Yifan? That's amazing. Both songs, in terms of lyrics and composition, are exceptional. So much so that even she, as an older sister, finds it hard to believe. However, she had indeed never heard these 2 songs before. Moreover, online sources indicated that Yifan sang these 2 songs during the New Year's Eve party at Fudan University 2 years ago, when he was a freshman. At that moment, Yifan came downstairs while yawning. Yi Yayan noticed and quickly asked, "Brother, can you write songs?" "Huh?" Yifan scratched his head, puzzled. "How did you know?" "You really can write." Yi Yayan's beautiful eyes sparkled. "The 2 songs you performed at the New Year's Eve party as a freshman have gone viral online." The New Year's Eve party during my freshman year? Yifan immediately realized which two songs she was referring to and hurried down, asking, "Why are the songs I sang 2 years ago suddenly popular online now? It's been so long." "I don't know. Maybe because you became famous and your admirers dug them up?" Yi Yan smiled and explained. Ah, Yifan was speechless. They really can dig things up. I never expected the songs I wrote for fun would one day go viral online, which is quite miraculous. Yifan sat down, took a sip of warm soy milk, and looked at his phone screen in surprise. He had actually written these two songs back in high school. At that time, the intention behind his creation was purely for his own enjoyment, without any significant goals, just wanting to express his emotions and feelings. He had never thought that these songs would become popular one day, even while performing them. Yi Yan smiled and said, "If it's gold, it will shine. It's just a matter of time. I've listened to both of your songs, and they really evoke emotions and are catchy. Even I, as the president of an entertainment company, was quite surprised. Plus, your singing is excellent. Perfect pitch, a beautiful voice, an exceptional stage presence that perfectly conveys the emotions in the songs." "Did you complete the lyrics and music all by yourself?" "Yes," Yifan nodded. "I wrote the lyrics first, then tried to learn how to compose music on my own. Of course, it wasn't entirely self-taught. I self-studied for a few months, and later, a very talented music teacher at our school learned about my situation and introduced me to music theory, chord writing, and playing the piano and guitar. Without his help, I might not have been able to write these melodies, or even if I could, it would have taken me a long time to self-learn." Yi Yan listened intently, surprised that her brother had such an interesting backstory. "Oh, with your looks and musical talent, wouldn't it have been more promising to go to an art school directly? Why did you end up applying to Fudan's foreign language department?" "Sis, do you think I didn't want to apply to an art school?" Yifan sighed deeply and explained. "But studying arts costs a lot. Even if I got into those famous art schools, my high school wouldn't give out scholarships. I couldn't even afford the tuition, let alone other expenses." Yi Yan chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, Yifan, I was thinking too naively." "It's fine." Yifan waved his hand and smiled. "If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have known it would be so expensive. By the way, Menina has sent a message, and unsurprisingly, she has chosen you." Looking at Yifan's otherworldly looks and charm, Yi Yan couldn't help but secretly admire. Indeed, even a woman like Menina, who only cares for beauty, would be attracted to handsome guys. Menina's father's announcement stated that the selection period is 1 month. However, just a few days have passed since then, and they already announced the end. All of this happened within 24 hours of Yifan sending his photo. Clearly, Yifan's impressive looks made Menina lose interest in the other candidates' photos. However, I wonder if Miss Menina will fall for Yifan. With such good looks, he might even manage to turn her around. Wow, they really chose me. Yifan sighed. Has my appearance reached such a terrifying level? You know, the head of the Rasta family, Menina's father, is selecting candidates globally. And my photo was sent only 24 hours ago, and I've already been chosen. Somehow, it feels a bit lonely and like a quest for defeat. Life is indeed as lonely as snow. If they didn't choose you, then they must be blind. Yeyandukit. That's not so exaggerated. Yifan homebenirepiet. Not exaggerated. It's the truth. Yi Yan continued. They are already indicating that they want you to go over. When are you free? It would be good to meet Miss Menina. How long do I need to go for? Yifan asked. The time is hard to say. If Miss Menina has a good impression of you, she might take you out for fun, so the time cannot be determined, Yi Yan explained. Yifan suddenly felt like he had stepped into a big pit. Seeing Yifan's expression, Yi Yan couldn't help but laugh and quickly comforted him. Don't worry. It definitely won't exceed a month. I can guarantee that. No matter how interested Miss Menina is in you, as long as you don't agree, you can come back in a month at most. Hearing this, Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, since the specific time in the U.S. is uncertain, I think it's better to wait until after my final exams. How many days do you have until the exam? 3 days. At this moment, Yi Shirling came down the elevator, saw the two chatting, and said, Sister, what are you two so happy about? Nothing, just asking Yifan how long until his exam. Yi Yan replied with a smile. You two got up later than ever. Hurry up and have breakfast. Upon hearing this, a slight blush appeared on Yi Shirling's stunning face. But it was subtle, and Yi Yan didn't notice. Chapter 65. Nipping Danger in the Bud. First update, seeking recommendations. Yi Yayan finished her meal and left, leaving Yi Fan and Yi Shirling together. After taking a sip of warm milk, Yi Shirling slightly raised her head to look at Yi Fan and said gently, Yi Fan, you promised me yesterday that you would accompany me to play today. You can't go back on your word. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned and said seriously, call me brother. This girl really. Ever since he saw those 2 appraisal results last night, she had been calling him brother less and less. Especially now, she was directly calling him by his name. Every day, he didn't know what she was thinking. Even if she was pretending, she should at least try, as if she was afraid others wouldn't know they weren't siblings. Yi Shirling's little face turned slightly red, and she said sweetly, Yi Fan, brother. After she called him that, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and although she still called him brother, it felt different somehow. Yi Fan didn't feel anything unusual upon hearing it. He nodded and continued eating his breakfast. After taking a spoonful of smooth and tender tofu pudding, he said, of course I keep my word. Where do you want to go today? Tianhong Commercial Plaza, Yi Shirling said with a sly glint in her eyes, smiling. Tianhong Commercial Plaza? Ye Fan claim it. He knew very well about Tianhong Commercial Plaza. It was the largest phenomenon-level shopping center in the Magic City, the biggest giant shopping mall. The flagship commercial space of 250,000 square meters gathered various main businesses, such as department stores, supermarkets, KTVs, fashion clothing, and specialty foods. The indoor pedestrian street even included over 100 well-known domestic and international fashion brands. As its name suggests, this first commercial center in the Magic City was built by Tianhong Group, and every year the rental income from this place was a huge sum. Why do you want to go there? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Although Tianhong Commercial Plaza had places to eat, drink, and have fun, it definitely had fewer attractions compared to a dedicated amusement park. By the way, did Sister Chiu Han buy you some clothes yesterday? Yi Shirling answered his question indirectly. 5 pieces of clothing, why? Yi Fan replied, confused. Oh, then you must buy me more than 10 pieces of clothing today, Yi Shirling said coquettishly. Seeing that both the nanny and the housekeeper were not around, Yi Fan lowered his voice and asked Shirling, are you jealous? Jealous? How could that be? Yi Shirling immediately exploded, standing up with a flushed face, her hands on the table, her chest heaving rapidly due to her nervousness. Yi Shirling's reaction was completely out of panic. Did her brother send something? Why would he say she was jealous? Could it be that he noticed she liked him? What should she do? If he really knew, would he keep his distance from her? If that's the case, Yi Shirling felt like crying. But after a few seconds, Yi Shirling calmed down. How could she have such a big reaction? This was bad. She hoped Yi Fan wouldn't overthink it. She didn't even understand what Yi Fan's attitude was towards such matters. If she revealed too early, what if Yi Fan became resistant and alert? Hey. Sit down and eat breakfast. I was just joking. Why such a big reaction? With such a reaction, Yi Fan began to doubt whether she was really jealous. However, it shouldn't be. He and Kong Xiuhan were just normal friends buying clothes, not even a couple. Even if Yi Shirling liked him, it shouldn't be to the point of being jealous. All right, then let's go to Tianhong Commercial Plaza. After sitting back down and seeing that Yi Fan agreed, Yi Shirling instantly beamed with joy. An hour later, why didn't you put on that makeup that reduces your looks today? Looking at the beautifully dressed Yi Shirling, Yi Fan's lips felt slightly dry, and he unconsciously swallowed, asking curiously, shopping isn't like going to school. Of course, I need to dress up nicely, Yi Shirling replied cheerfully. At the same time, she complained inwardly, you're so handsome, if I still put on ugly makeup, wouldn't that give those flashy girls a chance? I'm dressed so beautifully. I don't believe any other girl would have the confidence to flirt with you. Don't she? The best approach is to nip it in the bud. It's quite rare. She's even wearing light makeup today. Yi Fan smiled and didn't think much of it. At this moment, a driver drove over and parked in front of them. It was a relatively low-key BMW worth just a few $100,000. Yi Fan opened the rear door for Yi Shirling, let her get in first, and then he sat down. Tianhong Commercial Plaza. After getting out of the car, Yi Shirling and Yi Fan walked a few steps side by side when she suddenly took Yi Fan's left hand. Feeling a soft, small hand suddenly added to his own, Yi Fan was taken aback. He instinctively wanted to pull his hand away, but when he saw Yi Shirling's expression, he ultimately didn't withdraw his hand. At this moment, Yi Shirling's cheeks were as red as if they could steam, and she was extremely nervous, even secretly regretting her action. Just now, she had impulsively reached out her hand without thinking, not knowing which nerve in her brain had crossed. At the same time, she was anxious, fearing that Yi Fan would directly pull his hand away. The most rational approach should have been to hold Yi Fan's hand and then naturally retract her hand as if nothing had happened. This way, even if the situation was a bit awkward, it wouldn't have to be addressed. But after holding Yi Fan's hand, she didn't want to let go. She wanted to keep holding it, her mind a complete mess. After several seconds, when her right hand still hadn't lost that warm big hand, she dared to sneak a glance at Yi Fan beside her. Seeing Yi Fan's indifferent expression, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, tightening her grip slightly, her heart feeling as if it was smeared with honey, sweet and blissful. It felt as if an electric current passed through her body, a strange sensation spreading from her heart. Yi Shirling's mouth even curled into a beautiful smile. Noticing an ice cream shop ahead, Yi Shirling cheerfully said, "Yi Fan, brother, let's go buy some ice cream." "Okay." Yi Fan looked at the shop that had Turkish ice cream written on it and replied, "Welcome. What flavors of ice cream would you like, too?" The person serving them was a Westerner, speaking with a slightly strange but relatively fluent Chinese. The ice cream shop wasn't very big, and the ice cream machine was right at the entrance, so the two stood outside. Chapter 66 Lu Xiao wants to show off. Second update. Seeking recommendations. Yi Shirling glanced at the menu beside her that listed ice cream flavors and prices, and said, "I want this strawberry flavor. What flavor do you want, brother? Vanilla, right? Okay, please wait a moment." After responding, the foreign uncle began to prepare. "Beautiful lady. Here is your ice cream. Please take it." Yi Shirling replied, stepping forward to take it, but she only grabbed an ice cream cone, while the real ice cream was taken back by the shopkeeper with a juggling-like skill. This wasn't Yi Shirling's first time buying ice cream, so she naturally knew the shop's specialty, but Yi Fan didn't know. When the shopkeeper handed Yi Shirling her ice cream for the second time, before she could reach for it, Yi Fan stretched out his hand. The ice cream was directly taken away by Yi Fan. Coming back to his senses, both the shopkeeper and Yi Shirling were stunned. Under the shopkeeper's bewildered gaze, Yi Shirling clapped her hands happily and said, "Wow, brother Yi Fan, you're amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone snatch ice cream from the shopkeeper." The couple behind Yi Fan couldn't help but applaud and marvel at what they had witnessed. It was only then that Yi Fan realized this might be the shop's unique feature, as everyone else seemed unfazed. When the second ice cream, which was Yi Fan's, was ready, he initially intended to cooperate with the shopkeeper's methods. But Yi Shirling excitedly said, "Brother Yi Fan, try again this time, and see if you can snatch the ice cream right away." Perhaps because Yi Fan received such high praise from a beauty like Yi Shirling, the foreign uncle's mindset was slightly unbalanced, and he said, "You can try. I guarantee you won't succeed this time." The couple behind them joined in the fun, shouting. Seeing that the foreign uncle cautiously handed over the ice cream, Yi Fan just smiled, quickly reached out, and before the shopkeeper could react, he had already grabbed the ice cream. The foreign uncle was immediately astonished and had to praise. "Your speed is incredible. How can you be so fast?" Yi Fan didn't answer, took out money, and said, "I'll give you a chance to. Let us see if you can get this money." Before Yi Fan's words were finished, the foreign uncle laughed and quickly reached out towards the money. Yi Fan unhurriedly moved his hand slightly to the side, causing the foreign uncle to grab at nothing. After several attempts, the foreign uncle, slightly panting, waved his hand and bitterly smiled. "Kind sir, please just give me the money. I really can't grab it." This made everyone laugh. Yi Fan didn't want to make things too difficult for the foreign uncle, so he handed him the money and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Here you go." The foreign uncle accepted the money and immediately showed a happy smile. After walking a little further, Yi Shirling recalled the scene from earlier and burst into laughter again. She looked at Yi Fan and said, "Hee, I bet that foreign uncle selling Turkish ice cream will never think that his method of earning a living was so easily cracked by someone else. And he nearly couldn't get his money. Brother, how did you do it? Quick hands and eyes. Is it really that simple?" Yi Shirling couldn't believe it. "Simple? Do you have such speed?" Yi Fan teased with a smile. As they walked, their laughter and high looks attracted a lot of attention. "Hey, you smelly man. What are you looking at?" A woman grabbed her boyfriend's ear and said fiercely. The man winced in pain, but didn't T soften his tone like usual, responding firmly. So you can look at that handsome guy's face, but I can't even look at that beautiful girl's side profile? The woman argued back, puffing up. You're just trying to argue. Am I arguing? Clearly, you're the one arguing. You didn't even apologize to me. I want to break up. Break up if you want. The next one will be more obedient. The next one will be better. The next one will listen more. The next one will be prettier. You. Break up if you want, humph. Humph. Yi Fan and Yi Shirling were unaware that their passing had caused the couple to quarrel and directly break up. Hey, Brother Feng, that person's back looks so familiar. A hot-looking beauty with a score of over 80 said to Lu Yufeng beside her. Lu Yufeng, upon hearing this, stopped his actions of groping the beauty and looked ahead. The hot beauty let out a sigh of relief, not expecting this kidney-weak Lu Xiao to have such a hobby, actually groping her clothes and pants while walking on the street, being careful not to let others notice. Even though she had thick skin, she couldn't stand such a burning sensation. Moreover, women were at a disadvantage in such moments, so she could only speak up to divert Lu Yufeng's attention and stop him from acting so recklessly. Although it was close to noon, something would eventually happen. Yifan? Lu Yufeng's gaze followed the direction the hot beauty was pointing, and he was immediately surprised. Yifan? Could it be the campus heartthrob from our school? The hot beauty exclaimed. Campus heartthrob? Do you think Yifan is better looking than me? Lu Yufeng's tone was a bit angry. No. Brother Feng, you are also the campus heartthrob of our school. The Yifan is nowhere near as handsome as you. The beauty enthusiastically replied, while secretly thinking, what a joke. How dare you compare your looks with Yi to Xiao Tu? It's simply laughable. Upon hearing this, Lu Yufeng felt that this new girlfriend was quite sincere. He said, right? How could Yi Fan be better looking than me? Why is he the first heartthrob of Fudan while I'm not? These people must be blind. The hot beauty internally scoffed. If your looks can make you the first heartthrob of Fudan, then that is truly a case of others being blind. Lu Yufeng, of course, had no idea what this new girlfriend was thinking. After glancing at Yi Fan's back, he shifted his gaze to the beautiful girl beside Yi Fan, a hint of interest appearing in his eyes. That girl's figure is so beautiful. Her back is simply perfect. I bet her face is not bad either. He said excitedly, let us follow them and see what he and that beautiful girl are planning to do. At this moment, he had some thoughts in mind. Yi Fan had dared to say in front of so many people that Lu Yufeng was kidney weak. He had remembered that insult. Today, seeing Yi Fan with a girl at Tianhong Commercial Plaza provided Lu Yufeng the chance to regain his face. He also knew about Yi Fan's background. Growing up in an orphanage, it seemed he had recently found his biological parents, and it turned out to be his favorite streamer Ing Bao's brother. Judging by Yi Fan's age, his sister must at least be in college. But for someone so young to become a game streamer, it seemed even with good family conditions. It couldn't be better than Lu Yufeng's family. With that, he dared to come to Tianhong Commercial Plaza. He wanted to see what he could afford to buy. If he couldn't buy anything, then let me buy something for the girl beside you. I'll win the heart of that beauty and then go back to enjoy myself. Of course, the premise is that Yi Fan's companion must be beautiful. If she is not pretty, then forget it. But as he got closer and heard Yi Shirling's voice, he was instantly dumbfounded. Why does that voice sound so much like Ing Bao's voice? Chapter 67 Stunning. First update seeking recommendations. She quickly grabbed the hand of the female companion next to her and jogged closer to Yi Fan and his companion. This time, she could hear it even more clearly. Wow, it really is Ing Bao's voice. Lu Yufeng's voice was relatively low, and others didn't hear it. But his voluptuous female companion did. She immediately asked, Ing Bao, who is she? Is she someone worth this excitement from Lu Xiao? A game streamer, chubby Ing Bao. Li Qingqing instantly understood. It turned out to be that streamer with a nice voice but poor gaming skills. Li Qingqing wasn't a fan of Ing Bao, but through interactions, she learned about this streamer and knew that Lu Yufeng was very fond of her. Lu Yufeng saw Yi Shirling pull Yi Fan into a men's clothing flagship store. His small eyes rolled a few times, and he leaned closer to Li Qingqing's ear, whispering, can you do it well? Of course, Lu Xiao, don't worry. Playing the gold digger role is just instinct for me. Didn't you say you would buy me clothes? Why did you bring me into a men's store first? Yi Fan looked at the various men's clothing in the store and said with a wry smile to Yi Shirling, am I that kind of person? How could I only let you buy me clothes? Brother, since you promised to buy me clothes, I definitely have to buy you some too. Yi Shirling looked at Yi Fan with a playful expression, her naturally beautiful face making Yi Fan somewhat entranced. Welcome. The salesgirl in the store looked at the two golden boys and girls who walked in and praised them in her heart while saying polite words. Where's the suits section? I want to buy him a suit. Yi Shirling asked the salesgirl. Okay, sir and madam, please follow me. It's in the leftmost area at the back. The salesgirl gestured and led them over. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. República del Yemen fan. I didn't expect to run into our Fudan's campus heartthrob while shopping. I didn't expect our heartthrob could afford to shop in such an international luxury brand men's store. You won't just be looking, right? The sarcastic words contained an undeniable smugness. Financial capability was the only thing he could show off, while Yi Fan had none. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly and turned his head to see Lu Yufeng's face with deep dark circles, looking quite unhealthy. Whether I can afford it or not doesn't need you. Looking like you're suffering from kidney deficiency. To comment on, you. Lu Yufeng was instantly furious, blood rushing to his face. Glaring at Yi Fan with his small, dark-ringed eyes. Yi Fan's sharp words hit his sore spot right from the start. Can you do it or not? This is a big issue related to a man's dignity. Yi Fan was trampling on Lu Xiao's dignity. How could he not be angry? Li Qingqing, hearing this, also struggled to suppress her laughter. Having engaged in a few mutual exercises with Lu Yufeng, she naturally knew about his shortcomings. She was with Lu Yufeng for the money. For the maintenance fee he provided daily and the luxury items he bought when in a good mood. But knowing it in her heart was still very different from saying it out loud to others. At this moment, Lu Yufeng glanced at Li Qingqing, who was holding back her laughter, feeling somewhat displeased, signaling her with his eyes. Li Qingqing received the signal and, recalling what Lu Yufeng had just said to her, even though she didn't want to say those words to the campus heartthrob, she had to. Lu Xiao is right. ISNT, our campus heartthrob, raised in an orphanage? I heard he even does part-time jobs whenever he has free time. With such financial conditions, he dares to shop at a world-class luxury brand like Armani? Especially, I recently heard that our campus heartthrob's beautiful girlfriend ran off with a rich man, and he can't even satisfy his own girlfriend's needs. Yet he has the confidence to stand in an Armani store? Lu Yufeng chimed in. Oh, you don't know, our campus heartthrob recently found a home, and his sister is actually the well-known streamer, Ing Bao, on Shark Live. He probably got that money from his sister Ing Bao. Using his sister's money, and still having such a thick skin? Li Qingqing dramatically covered her lips, expressing exaggerated surprise. Girl, you need to be careful. Someone who even uses their sister's money should be treated with caution. Lu Yufeng pretended not to recognize that Yi Shirling was Ing Bao and pretended to be kind while speaking to her. Li Qingqing looked at Yi Shirling's back, hinting earnestly. Yes, yes. Unlike Lu Xiao, who is not only handsome but also very wealthy. Yesterday, he not only gave me a bag worth 12,000 but also spent 50,000 RMB to buy me a full set of designer clothes. Look, I'm wearing it now. It's so comfortable. At this moment, Yi Shirling finally turned around, her face cold, her eyes filled with immense anger. These two weren't done yet. Daring to slander her brother Yi Fan. They must be looking for trouble. Lu Yufeng, seeing Yi Shirling's breathtakingly beautiful face, was instantly captivated. This beauty, surpassing any expectations he had, was simply otherworldly. My God, how can there be such an exquisite beauty in the world? She must be a fairy that fell to earth. Her stunning appearance exuded an ethereal aura. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes resembled clear water. With every glance, she radiated an elegant, celestial demeanor, making others feel inadequate in comparison. Yi Shirling's figure was even more graceful, like a piece of finely polished jade, without a hint of blemish, truly beautiful to the core. Lu Yufeng didn't even think to compare Li Qingqing with Yi Shirling. In terms of looks, temperament, or figure, Yi Shirling was simply crushing. Although she was cold as ice at that moment, it only accentuated her unmatched beauty, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Not only was Lu Yufeng mesmerized, but even Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. Truly, she was a rare beauty in the world. Lu Yufeng's heart was ablaze, and at this moment, his filthy thoughts could be summed up in one sentence. Chapter 68. Let me show you a skill of slapping faces. Second update seeking recommendations. Yi Shirling coldly said to Li Qingqing, clothes only look good when worn by people. Someone like you, a beast, doesn't deserve to wear clothes. Then she added, I am the live streamer sister of Brother Yi Fan. Don't think that Brother Yi Fan hasn't spent my money. Even if he has, it's not something you two scum can slander. My money, I can spend it on whoever I like. It has nothing to do with you two ugly monsters. You. Li Qingqing's face turned pale, so angry she couldn't speak. This girl, just because she's beautiful, dares to call her a beast. It's simply outrageous. Lu Yufeng, hearing Yi Shirling's sharp words, was taken aback but not particularly angry. After all, Yi Shirling was beautiful. Being scolded by a little fairy like her was more comfortable than anything. So how could he be angry? Lu Yufeng chuckled. So Yuring Bao, indeed very beautiful. However, what I said earlier, though a bit harsh, still holds some truth. Don't go shopping with your brother anymore. Come shop with me. I, Lu Gongzi, will cover all your expenses today. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Li Qingqing was also taken aback. Why was Lu Xiao not angry at all, but instead so generous? She felt a pang of jealousy. We can afford to pay for ourselves. No need for you, the kidney-deficient young master, to cover it. If you really have money, you might as well go get plastic surgery in Korea. Otherwise, your appearance while shopping is somewhat an eyesore. At this moment, Yi Fan squinted his eyes and smiled. You don't need to pay for us, Lu Xiao. I can casually throw out a property certificate that could crush you. To be honest, no one dared to say that Yi Fan was short on money in front of him. Just the building in Binjiang Garden was worth over 7 billion renminbi. Not to mention his 30 stake in LVMH Group, and 100 ownership of Marvel Enterprises, which is not publicly listed. Although Marvel Enterprises is currently estimated to be worth only 630 million US dollars, it's a treasure company. Once Iron Man 1 is officially released, its market valuation could at least double. Moreover, Marvel owns numerous well-known IPs, which have proven to be lucrative. Once Yi Fan has sufficient liquidity in the future, he will naturally bring these IPs to the screen. It's worth mentioning that in this world, the rights to Spider-Man still belong to Marvel and have not yet been made into a movie. Iron Man 1 can be said to be the first Marvel movie to hit the screen in this world. Combined, these shares and assets are worth at least hundreds of billions of dollars. ISNT this Mr. Yi? A pleasantly surprised, middle-aged male voice came from the entrance. Yi Fan looked over and saw a middle-aged man, smiling widely approaching. Manager Lu, who had given him the property certificate that day. Seeing Yi Fan, a wealthy figure, Manager Lu wouldn't miss the opportunity to greet him and get familiar. Mr. Yi, you're also out shopping with a companion today? I assume this stunning lady by your side is your girlfriend? Truly a match made in heaven, handsome man and beautiful woman. Upon hearing this, Yi Shirling's heart bloomed with joy, and a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. This uncle really knows how to speak and tell the truth. Yi Fan was about to explain, but Yi Shirling quickly said, Hello, may I ask who you are? Haha, I am Lu Bing, the general manager of the Binjiang Garden Sales Department. I had the honor to meet Mr. Yi because of his purchase of Binjiang Garden's first building. Yi Shirling smiled and said, Nice to meet you. Manager Lu continued introducing to his wife. This Mr. Yi is not an ordinary person. He bought the most expensive building in Binjiang Garden. You know, when Mr. Yi came to pick up the property certificate, my jaw almost dropped to the floor. He's so young and handsome. At this moment, Lu Yufeng also recognized Manager Lu. This Manager Lu was his uncle, although his financial power wasn't as strong. He had extensive connections and was a person worth befriending. Now, Lu Yufeng couldn't believe it and said, Uncle Lu, did you recognize the wrong person? How could Yi Fan afford a building in Binjiang Garden? Don't blame Lu Yufeng for not believing it. Just a few apartments would be worth more than his father's worth. And Uncle Lu actually said Yi Fan bought a building in Binjiang Garden, the most expensive one at that. How could Lu Yufeng believe it? It seemed too ridiculous. Yi Fan was an orphan since childhood. Even if he found his family now, he wouldn't have the strength to buy a building. Manager Lu was a bit surprised to see Lu Yufeng. He had focused entirely on Yi Fan and hadn't noticed his nephew. When he heard his nephew greet him, he was pleased, but when he heard his nephew's words, his face turned pale with anger. This kid truly didn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. It was one thing to say he recognized the wrong person, But to say Mr. Yi couldn't afford a building was unacceptable. Who do you think you're looking down on? A wealthy figure like Mr. Yi is someone you can question? Wait. At this moment, Manager Liu noticed his nephew's way of addressing Yi Fan. Liu Yufeng actually called him Yi Fan. Manager Liu naturally knew Yi Fan's real name. But how did his nephew know Mr. Ye's name? Could it be they know each other? Connecting the dots. Manager Liu's pale face instantly returned to a friendly smile. Phone, you know Mr. Yi? Liu Yufeng sneered. Know him? Of course I know him. It's precisely because I know him that I know his background. That's why I said you recognize the wrong person. He may be the top male student in our school, but he grew up in an orphanage. Although he recently found his parents, he couldn't possibly reach the level of buying a building. Such a person wouldn't be able to afford even an apartment in the outskirts of the city, let alone a building in Binjiang Garden. He is probably just here to show off or spending his sister's money. What you said just now was so exaggerated that anyone would think this kid is the son of our richest man, Yi Tianhong. Although we share the same surname, our fates are different, haha. Hearing his nephew say this, Manager Liu's previously friendly expression turned dark again. Recognized the wrong person? Even if I recognized you, this loser, I would never mistake Mr. Yi. Liu Yufeng, you are ridiculous. Just then, 6 security guards entered the store. May I ask which two are young Master Yi and Miss Yi? Yi Shirling quickly waved her hand, saying, That's us. Hurry up and throw these 2 garbage out. They are disgusting, and having them here is simply polluting the environment. The 6 tall and burly security guards, upon hearing the words, turned their gaze towards the direction pointed by Yi Shirling and immediately stretched their limbs, preparing to drag the 2 away. These 2 were the young master and young lady of their boss's boss. Boss. That's right, the owner of their property management company was Yi Tianhong. Or more precisely, he was the largest shareholder of this property company. And the children of this big boss were the most outstanding rich second generation in all of China. It seemed that these 2 trashy individuals had truly disgusted these 2 top rich second generation, and as workers, they naturally had to comply. Hey, what do you guys want to do? You want to throw me, Liu Xiao? Do you know who my dad is? My dad is the boss of Tianyu Property, and our company even has cooperation with your Tianhong Group. Tianyu Property? You still have cooperation with Tianhong Group? Yi Shirling sneered. It seemed that not only did they need to throw him out, but she also had to have a good talk with her dad about whether the business cooperation between Tianhong Group and Tianyu Property should be switched to another property company. Brother Yi Fan, you should help mention this too. Dad listens to you the most. Once you speak up, Dad probably won't say a word. There are countless property management companies in the world. Finding another one is not difficult at all. Liu Yufeng was truly stunned at this point, his eyes wide open as he hurriedly asked, Your dad is Yi Tianhong? Of course, otherwise why do you think I can call so many security guards? On their own territory, being provoked repeatedly by such eyesores, did they really think they were made of mud? Anyone could step on them. Damn! Liu Yufeng was completely done for, his spirit seemingly dimming instantly. What the hell have I done? What nonsense have I said? This ordinary rich second generation had actually tried to show off in front of the 2 top rich second generations in China. I really overstepped this time. Liu Yufeng had enjoyed mocking them before, but now he regretted it immensely. Especially the most important point. He had actually claimed to be the son of the boss of Tianyu Property. What a disaster this is. He had really dug his own grave. He didn't even know what kind of person Yi Tianhong was. If he truly cared for his children, it was very likely that the cooperation with Tianyu Property would come to an end. After all, there were many property management companies across the country, and Tianyu had initially won the bid through connections. Liu Yufeng quickly pleaded, and if it weren't for the security guard holding his arms, he would have rushed in front of the 2 and knelt down. After all, he wasn't a particularly dignified person, and kneeling wasn't a first for him. I was just joking with you 2, really just joking. If you don't believe me, watch me perform my slap my face skill. The security guards were only holding his arms, so he could still move a bit. Liu Yufeng immediately started slapping his own face in a very orderly manner, left and right. The sound of slapping echoed loudly. Most importantly, everyone felt that his movements were quite skilled. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. This guy was really something, not holding back at all. But how could Yi Fan be deceived by the appearance before him? Even if Liu Yufeng was slapping himself painfully now, It still couldn't change the fact that he was a scum. Having such a scummy son, it was likely that his father was also not a good person. Since that was the case, he might as well mention this matter to his dad. Yifan coldly snorted, "Hurry up and take him away. If you don't leave soon, it'll be too late." Seeing that Lu Yufeng still wanted to say something, Yifan waved his hand, "Safe travels. No need to see you off." After Yifan said this, he no longer paid attention to Lu Yufeng and Li Qingqing. He turned to Yi Shirling and laughed. "Did you call these security guards?" The little girl looked pleased, of course. "I have the phone number of the general manager of the property department of Tianhong Commercial Plaza." At this moment, Manager Lu, who had been standing by in a daze, also reacted, looking shocked. "So you two are the son and daughter of the richest man Yi. To be honest, that Lu Yufeng is my cousin, but his family doesn't have strict morals, and producing such a wasteful child is truly embarrassing." Yifan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Manager Lu to mention his relationship with Lu Yufeng and felt a bit favorable towards him. Although he was smooth-tongued, he was also sincere. He quickly said, "Manager Lu, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Every family has its own difficulties." Chapter 69. Turn green without the annoying flies buzzing around. Yifan and Yi Shirling could finally shop in peace. "All right, Shirling. We've already bought 6 suits. No more buying? Are you planning to buy enough suits for me to wear for a week?" "Yes, I just want you, Brother Yifan, to wear different suits every day for a week." Come on, Brother Yifan. Try on this wine red suit. I think it looks pretty good." "Just wear it. It's the last one." "Okay, you said it, the last one." Seeing Yi Shirling's cute and playful demeanor, Yifan sighed and agreed. If he had previously suspected Yi Shirling was jealous of Kong Qiuhan, he was now completely certain. This girl really. After all 7 suits were packed up, Yi Shirling asked, "How much is it in total?" "Miss Yi, there'll be 318,000. Hearing this number, Yifan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly said, "Let me pay for it." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed over his bank card and said, "Swipe the card." Yi Shirling immediately became unhappy. Before the sales assistant could take the card, she snatched it from Yifan's hand, her tone displeased. "Brother Yifan, how can you do this? Didn't we agree earlier that I would buy you clothes? Isn't this too much?" Yifan said with a wry smile. "I don't care. We agreed that I would buy them for you." "Well," Yifan scratched his head, "you could just buy me a few more clothes later. If you insist on paying, I'll really get angry." As if feeling her words weren't serious enough, Yi Shirling added, "I mean really angry." Seeing Yi Shirling with her hands on her hips, looking all adorable, Yifan nodded. "Fine, you pay, is that okay?" "Okay." Yi Shirling's face lit up with a smile. As a mere background character, the sales assistant, although knowing they were siblings, felt as if she was witnessing a love story. It seemed she had been single for too long, seeing everything as a romantic scene. This can't go on. Sooner or later, she would be overwhelmed by this inexplicable dog food, and she needed to find a boyfriend quickly. Like she had won a victory, Yi Shirling happily completed the payment. Then she turned to the sales assistant and said, "Please keep these here. Someone will come to pick them up later." As for who would come to pick them up, of course, it would be the driver who brought them. The sales assistant was used to this. Wealthy people rarely carried their own bags. Even if they did, it wasn't common. After exiting the store, Yi Shirling dragged Yifan around, exploring various shops. Clearly, she was quite familiar with the area. After a while, Yi Shirling's eyes lit up as she pointed with her delicate, slender fingers ahead and said to Yifan, "Brother Yifan, let us go play in that building over there. The second floor has an arcade with many fun games." Okay. As soon as they reached the second floor, Yi Shirling was captivated by a row of claw machines and hurriedly pulled Yifan over. Yifan couldn't help but smile. Girls were indeed very interested in these fluffy toys. After buying 200 yuan worth of game tokens from the claw machine owner, Yi Shirling eagerly began to play. Although she was interested in the claw machine, she had only played a couple of times before, and that was with her girlfriends. Now, since she was playing with Brother Yifan, she couldn't miss out on her favorite game. She wasn't really after the toys inside the claw machine. After all, with her conditions, she could have as many as she wanted. What she enjoyed was the joy of winning something, even if she had only experienced that feeling once. Because it was just too difficult to win. The only time she won was due to luck. Each play cost 5 yuan, but because she lost so quickly, she ran out of her 200 yuan in no time. Seeing Yi Shirling looking a bit downcast, Yi Fan found it amusing. She had come with such enthusiasm. Yet she was leaving disappointed. Yi Shiling was somewhat restrained. Realizing her 200 yuan had been quickly devoured by the claw machine, she decided not to continue playing. Her luck was bad today. She would come back another day. She couldn't let brother Yi Fan keep laughing at her. Though she didn't mind being teased by her girlfriends while playing the claw machine, she always wanted to show her best side in front of brother Yi Fan. Brother, let us go. Let us play something else. Not playing anymore. I saw you were so excited just now. Yi Fan said with a smile. Are you mocking me? Yi Shiling pretended to look pitiful. Oh no, didn't he expect you to catch on? Yi Fan chucked it. Brother Yi Fan you. Yi Fan directly pulled Yi Shiling in front of the claw machine owner and said, Boss, I'll take another 50 yuan worth of tokens. To the somewhat confused Yi Shiling, he said, I'll play too. While it was amusing to watch her fail, he certainly couldn't let Yi Shiling leave disappointed. The claw machine owner was all smiles. He had been watching the two, and as a man, he understood the situation well and knew how quickly they were consuming tokens. He said, Hey, buddy, why not get a little more? I see your girlfriend hasn't had her fill yet. Yi Shiling, hearing the owner refer to her as brother Yi Fan's girlfriend, felt as if her heart was coated in honey, sweet and delightful. Before Yi Fan could respond, Yi Shiling said, Boss, let us add another 200. The owner beamed, generous. I see a beautiful lady like you is so straightforward. I'll throw in an extra 10 tokens for you. These two seemed to have money to spare. If he treated them well, he might earn even more. This was just a small favor to bait them. He hoped to catch a big fish later. Hearing this, Yi Shiling beamed with joy and jumped up happily, saying, Great. Thank you, boss. Yi Fan stood beside her, squinting and smiling. He had just acted on a whim and activated his inside eye, knowing the owner's hidden intentions from the hints given. In his heart, he thought, I'll show you a small fish turning into a shark later. Brother Yi Fan, which machine are you going to play? Yi Shiling asked sweetly, holding Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan, holding a bag containing 210 tokens, smiled and said, Let us go to machine number 35. Machine number 35 not only had plush toys, but also 5 new iPhones inside. Using his gaming skills, Yi Fan had already figured out some tricks of the machine while Yi Shiling was playing. Though he couldn't guarantee a win every time, he was confident he could win more than half the time. The claw machine owner watched with a very happy smile, looking at the two as if they were 2 fat sheep ready for slaughter. But not long after, his smile vanished. After the young man failed twice, he actually managed to get out one of the latest packaged iPhones. What the heck? This must be fake. The claw machine owner's face instantly turned green. He had tampered with the machine, and the positioning of the phones was quite clever, but he never expected Yi Fan to really pull out an iPhone. Chapter 70. Fake Apple. Big fish. Upon receiving the Apple phone packaging box handed over by Yi Fan, Yi Shiling immediately became excited and began unwrapping it. Why won't this phone turn on? Yi Shiling pressed the power button for a while, but saw no screen light up. Let me take a look. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly as he took the phone from Yi Shiling. This seems to be a fake. Yi Fan played with it for a moment and continued. It looks like a high imitation model, much lighter than a normal Apple phone. It probably doesn't even count as a knockoff. Yi Shiling had never used an Apple phone before, so she was unaware of the weight. But Yi Fan's ex-girlfriend loved using them, so he was familiar. Yi Shiling became furious and said angrily, How can you deceive people with fake goods? This is illegal. Do you know that? The claw machine owner thought to himself that things were going badly. The reason his face turned green earlier was not only because he was surprised that Yi Fan could get an Apple phone, but also because this phone was indeed fake. He never expected someone could actually produce this phone. If it had been someone else, he could have just brushed it off. However, the appearance and demeanor of these two clearly indicated that they did not come from an ordinary family. The claw machine owner quickly forced a smile. I never said this was a real Apple phone. It's just your own subjective imagination. If you too feel wronged, how about I refund you the entire amount you spent here? Yes, this was his way of dealing with the situation. A full refund would only be 400 yuan, while a real Apple phone costs thousands. What a bargain. If they were upset, he could just say he wouldn't take their money. Surely they wouldn't cause too much trouble. Yi Shiling retorted angrily, Is this about money? The serious issue here is that you deceive the customers. In this Tianhong commercial plaza, how dare you do such a thing? I don't know if you were just bold or blinded by profit. Yi Fan's expression also turned unfriendly. After all, this place had some connection to him, and he never expected to encounter such a black-hearted merchant here. Generally, people coming to shop here had better financial conditions, and this claw machine owner dared to flaunt fake goods so openly. Didn't he fear someone would come looking for trouble? Or did he have some backing? The claw machine owner was starting to get impatient. I've made it very clear. I never explicitly stated that this is definitely a real Apple phone. It's just something you imagined. So how can you say I deceived you? Yi Shirling was almost laughing in anger. This person still had no remorse and spoke so righteously. The packaging on this phone model is designed to look just like the latest Apple phone. It's practically identical, and you still say you didn't deceive consumers. Fine, since you refuse to admit it, I will have to call the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, she said. The store owner panicked immediately. His tone a bit forced as he said, "Why are you being unreasonable? What do you mean I refuse to admit? No one ever said this is definitely an Apple phone." He clung to this point as if it were his only lifeline. Seeing Yi Shirling dialing, the store owner hurriedly reached out to grab her phone. But he failed, as Yi Fan quickly caught his hand and twisted it, causing the store owner to cry out in pain, let go. My hand is going to break." Yi Fan didn't let go immediately, but signaled to the somewhat flustered Yi Shirling to hurry and call the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Yi Shirling not only dialed the bureau's number, but also called the police and the person in charge of Tianhong Commercial Plaza. The first to arrive was Lu Rinjia, the person in charge of Tianhong Commercial Plaza, a manager dispatched from Tianhong Group. Since Yi Shirling had briefly explained the situation over the phone, Lu Rinjia understood what was going on. He glanced casually at the claw machine owner and then said to Yi Shirling, "You must be Miss Yi. You truly are a beauty." Yi Shirling didn't waste time on pleasantries and directly said, "I've already explained the situation. You are currently the overall person in charge here. What do you have to say?" Lu Rinjia clapped his hands. "This is definitely consumer deception. I will put this person on Tianhong Group's blacklist and will actively cooperate with the relevant departments for an investigation." "Uncle, you need to plead for me." "Uncle?" Yi Fan's mouth twitched. It turned out that his big backing was this guy. "May I ask who you are?" Lu Rinjia didn't answer Yi Fan's question first, but instead asked. "He is my brother," Yi Shirling angrily interjected. This despicable person really had a bureaucratic style. Even as a regular customer, he should have answered first rather than asking for identity. Yi Fan frowned. His instincts told him that Lu Rinjia wasn't a good person either. Insight activated. Target: Lu Rinjia, age 48, height 174 centimeters, personality: penny-pinching, cunning, calm in handling affairs, fickle, bullies the weak and fears the strong, deceives the upper while misleading the lower, affinity -10, disgust. Hint: the other party takes a 30 cut from the claw machine profits. Goodness, no wonder. Moreover, the other party's affinity had already reached the level of disgust. It seemed that although he hadn't shown anything on the surface, he was still displeased with Yi Fan and Yi Shirling's actions. Lu Rinjia was surprised, not expecting that the big boss had a son, something he hadn't heard about before, likely because he was too low-key. But the more someone liked to keep a low profile, the more difficult they were to deal with. Lu Rinjia ignored the fool who called him uncle, his expression unchanged, as if he truly believed that a just heart fears no shadow. Yi Fan secretly praised him as quite a character. If it weren't for the store owner being so foolish, he might have overlooked this person named Lu Rinjia. "I am indeed this person's uncle, but I have never sheltered him or aided him in wrongdoing. I'm not afraid of the company's investigation on this matter," he said. Yi Shirling didn't expect this person to admit it so quickly and thought he really had nothing to do with this matter, saying, "All right, we believe." "All right, then let us investigate. I will mention this to my sister later." Yi Fan interjected before Yi Shirling could finish. This girl was still too naive. However, if she knew that Lu Rinjia was taking a 30 cut, she probably wouldn't think so. Upon hearing this, Lu Rinjia's expression twitched slightly, not obvious, but still noticed by Yi Fan. "Don't panic, Lu Rinjia. Mr. Yi is joking. I'm not panicking at all. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear ghosts knocking on your door." Yi Fan's smile widened. This guy was something else. With this level of cunning, he would be wasting his talent, not playing a role like director Zhao Dahan in the name of life. Yi Fan continued with a smile. "All right, When the people from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the police arrive, I will just casually mention that you take a 30 cut from these claw machines, and then let the group and relevant departments investigate why this claw machine owner dared to openly sell fakes. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia could no longer maintain his composure. How did this person know about the 30 cut? Could it be that he had already investigated this beforehand, and coming here to play claw machines was just a pretext? He's really Yi Tianhong's wolf cub, so ruthless. At this moment, he is scared, because he really can't handle the investigation. Chapter 71. Yi Shirling's little thoughts. What? Such a thing actually happened? Yi Yayin, who was sitting in the office handling documents, furrowed her beautiful brows in anger upon hearing the words from the other end of the phone. The person on the other end was Yi Fan. Yi Yayan, Rubit Hartemplis. Yi Fan continued, not only did they release fake Apple phones, but the owner of that shop is also related to Lu Renjia, the head of the Tianhong Commercial Plaza in Magic City. Related? That doesn't necessarily indicate anything, but I will have someone investigate it thoroughly, Yi Yayan said. They not only have a family relationship, but I just casually probed Lu Renjia, and he admitted to taking a 30 cut from that claw machine shop. Maybe I was lucky and guessed too accurately. Lu Renjia immediately showed signs of a flaw, and it's very likely that he is providing protection for the claw machine owner. Furthermore, I suspect that this head of the plaza may have other illicit sources of income. You can investigate that too. Okay, although I can speak my mind in the group, I still need to discuss this with Dad. Yeah, good. I'll hang up now. After the call ended, Yi Yayan didn't hesitate and directly dialed Yi Tianhong's number. Hello, Yayan, what's the matter? Yi Tianhong said straightforwardly since it was still working hours. Dad, aren't the heads of our Tianhong commercial plazas across the country not allowed to have financial dealings with businesses? Yi Yayan naturally knew this, but she threw out the question to lead into the next topic. What's going on? Did you find something? Upon realizing something, he laughed. My daughter is indeed outstanding. Are you trying to say the person in charge of Tianhong Commercial Plaza in Magic City? Yi Yayan was surprised. Dad, you already knew? That shouldn't be the case. Did Yi Fan call you first? No, that didn't make sense. Could it have been Shirling? As Yi Yayan speculated. Yi Tianhong took the initiative to explain, our internal supervision department already discovered issues with Lu Renjia last week. All the necessary documentation is ready. We just need to report it to the police and arrest him. Why didn't he expect was that Yin Yin, you also found this out? It really surprised me, ha ha ha. After a moment of silence in Yi Yayan's mind, she finally said, this isn't what I discovered. It was Yi Fan. Yi Yayan briefly explained the situation to Yi Tianhong. After hearing it, Yi Tianhong was silent for a moment before showing a satisfied smile, saying happily, this kid is bold and meticulous, and his thinking is agile. Who would have thought to use this method to elicit Lu Renjia's reaction? Yi Yayan felt strange. When she heard her father praising Yi Fan, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. It dawned on her that the little estrangement she had with Yi Fan had long disappeared. With a more relaxed smile on her face, Yi Yayan said, Xiao Fan has already reported it to the police. If it's convenient for you, please send someone to the police station to provide the evidence. Good. Seeing the two being taken away, Yi Shirling rubbed Yi Fan's waist with her delicate fingers and said, Yi Fan Gij, how did you know that Lu Renjia takes a 30 profit from the claw machine shop? I guessed. Guessed? Yi Shirling displayed a clear expression of disbelief. He naturally couldn't tell her the truth. It was really a guess. I just randomly mentioned a range and didn't expect to catch Lu Renjia. After that, Yi Shirling dragged Yi Fan around. Although this incident somewhat affected her mood, shopping with Yi Fan Gij was obviously a much happier thing. The two went through almost all the projects in the arcade, which was quite exhilarating. Tianhong Commercial Plaza was large, and they continued to stroll until 6:30 in the evening. Yi Shirling held Yi Fan's hand, looking at the countless passers-by, feeling that the day had been very fulfilling. How was it, Shirling? Did you enjoy shopping today? Yi Fan, feeling the gentle evening breeze, smiled at Yi Shirling. Thank you, Yi Fan Gij, for accompanying me all day. I'm very happy. Yi Shirling's eyes curved in a crescent moons as she smiled. Her bright smile seemed like the most beautiful painting, attracting the attention of passers-by. Bang! A slightly dull sound echoed, followed by a man's cry of pain. Yi Fan and Yi Shiling turned to look. They saw a man on the right road had bumped into a streetlight pole. What was most amusing was that his face was directed towards Yi Shiling. Yi Fan laughed. Look at how charming you are. If this were ancient times, even Su Daji wouldn't compare to you. Hearing this, Yi Shirling's face flushed red, and she shyly said, how can that be so exaggerated? Ha! I'm not exaggerating at all. It's clearly the truth. Well, Yi Shirling hesitated, saying one word before stopping. What? Yi Fan asked, confused. Nothing. Yi Shirling smiled. What she wanted to ask was whether her charm could captivate him, but their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. Yi Shirling didn't dare to say it out loud and rationally held back. Sighing in her heart, Yi Shirling felt a bit melancholic. Yi Fan had no idea what this little girl was thinking. He touched his pocket and suddenly felt a piece of paper. Taking it out, he exclaimed, oh no, I almost forgot about this. What is it? Yi Shirling first asked, then saw the piece of paper in Yi Fan's hand and exclaimed, a lottery ticket? Yeah, Yi Fan replied. This is a lottery ticket I bought 3 days ago. Let us go to that lottery shop and see if we won. Huh? Yi Shirling covered her mouth and laughed. Could it be that you really think you can win? Yi Fan found it a bit funny and said, you don't believe it? Don't believe it? Actually, I don't believe it either, but since I bought it, there should be a result, right? Then let us go. The lottery shop Yi Fan was the one near the Fudan University gate, where he had bought the ticket. Yi Fan remembered that this lottery shop usually closed around 7, but he wasn't sure if he remembered correctly. And now it was only 6:35. They should make it. Right? Chapter 72. Grandpa seeking recommendations. In the summer, there are quite a few mosquitoes. The lottery shop owner lit a plate of mosquito-repellent incense and then sat on a nearby chair, propping his head up with his hand, tilting his head to watch the winning numbers displayed on the screen. From a previous state of complexity to now feeling dull, he experienced a wave of emptiness inside. He felt he should take some time to pay respects to the Taoist deities because some things were just too metaphysical. 3 days ago, a special customer came into his shop. They bought a bunch of scratch-off tickets and happened to win with each one they scratched. After this customer distributed the remaining scratch-offs to others, none of them won anything, except for the one that the customer had touched. It was simply eerie. At that time, as the mysterious customer was leaving, they also bought a lottery ticket. He inadvertently saw the numbers on that ticket and secretly remembered them. Then, when he saw the winning numbers today, he was completely stunned. The first prize, 20 million RMB. This was not yen or Zimbabwean dollars, but real RMB. The lottery shop owner almost had a heart attack from shock. My goodness, this is too unbelievable. It's simply terrifying. How could the world be so unreal? Could it be that there really are protagonists in this world? Is there really such a thing as a child of destiny? Yi Fan and Yi Shirling got out of the car. Glancing at the lottery shop door, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief, thankful that it wasn't closed. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. Pulling Yi Shirling into the shop, he saw the lottery shop owner, who had a scruffy beard and a beer belly, staring blankly at the display screen on the wall. The screen showed groups of numbers. The shop owner seemed lost in thought, completely unaware that 2 living people had entered the store. Yi Fan didn't disturb the shop owner's philosophical pondering. Instead, he compared the numbers on his ticket with those on the screen and found the numbers he wanted to see. Sure enough, as expected, he had won. Yi Shirling glanced at the ticket in Yi Fan's hand, then at the big screen, and after looking several times, she covered her mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, Brother Yi Fan, you really won. Yi Shirling's voice broke the tranquility of the lottery shop, startling the shop owner awake, who immediately stood up reflexively. Yi Fan patted Yi Shirling's head, helplessly saying, people can scare people to death, you know. Yi Fan thought that once the shop owner reacted, there wouldn't be much else to it. But unexpectedly, as soon as the shop owner saw Yi Fan, he appeared even more astonished, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Yi Fan sighed helplessly. I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to look at me like I'm a national treasure, do you? Yi Shirling rolled her eyes at her brother Yi Fan and stifled a laugh. The shop owner then came to his senses and hurried over with enthusiasm, smiling broadly. God of wealth. No, young man, what brings you here? I almost let something slip. I hope the God of wealth won't blame me. God of wealth. Yi Shirling repeated the 2 characters, then secretly poked Yi Fan in the waist, making a face. Yi Fan, naturally aware of Yi Shirling's mischievous thoughts, patted her head and said to the shop owner, "Hello, boss. I'm here to claim my prize." "Hello, welcome." The shop owner's tone was eager, his squinty eyes resembling those of an old fox. He then glanced at Yi Shirling standing beside him, even more amazed. When had he ever seen such a beautiful girl? She was simply a fairy come down to earth. At the same time, he became even more convinced of his guess. Such a person was either a deity incarnate or a protagonist, a child of destiny. The shop owner explained, however, "You can't claim your prize here. You need to go to the lottery center to claim it. And it's almost 7 o'clock now, so it's obvious the lottery center is closed. It seems you'll have to wait until tomorrow to claim your prize." Yi Fan sighed and turned to leave. Hey. Big brother, wait a moment." The shop owner saw Yi Fan about to leave and quickly jogged over to block them. "What's up? Is the boss trying to get a share?" Yi Fan said with a half-smile. He was not someone to be easily bullied. If this seemingly honest shop owner was driven by greed and tried to rob him, he could only let the owner know why the flowers were so red. "Big brother, you misunderstood. How could I be that kind of person?" The shop owner, being of a certain age, could easily see the look in Yi Fan's eyes. He quickly said, "I'm a law-abiding good person. I would never engage in illegal activities." "Oh," Yi Fan said with mild surprise. "I just want you to bless my statue." "No, I misspoke. I just want to touch it." The shop owner, seeing the two stop in their tracks, quickly retrieved a box from behind the counter and took out a wooden figure. Yi Fan showed a strange expression, and Yi Shirling stifled a laugh because the wooden figure bore a resemblance to Yi Fan. "Big brother, you've won 20 million. Can you let me share a bit of that fortune? Just let me touch this wooden figure a few times." The shop owner looked eager, making Yi Fan feel a bit uneasy. "All right then." After saying that, Yi Fan took the wooden figure. It wasn't a big deal, so he thought he might as well help out. After touching it a few times, Yi Fan handed the wooden figure back. "Okay, that's enough." The shop owner treasured it like a precious item, carefully placing it back in the box. Then he said to Yi Fan, "Benefactor, thank you so much." He reached out to grab Yi Fan's hand, but Yi Fan quickly stepped back, sternly saying, "If you come any closer, I might react instinctively, and if you get hurt, don't blame me for not warning you." The shop owner quickly stopped, awkwardly smiling as he watched the two leave. Once Yi Fan and Yi Shirling were gone, he hurriedly tucked the wooden figure into his pocket, turned off the power, and locked up before leaving the shop. When he got home, he ignored his wife's stunned gaze and directly placed the wooden figure on the altar, lighting incense and inserting it into the burner. Instantly, the fragrant smoke filled the air. After leaving the lottery shop and sitting in the car driven by Yi Shirling's dedicated driver and bodyguard, Yi Shirling looked a bit lost and said, "So, brother, you really won 20 million. Does it feel unreal?" "Yeah, it's too dreamy. I've been live streaming for so long, and I've never had this much money. This is what it means to earn by looks. I'm so handsome that even heaven can't stand to see me live in poverty. And you're still poor? You have an entire building at Binjiang Garden. If you're poor, then I'm so poor I can't even afford to eat." Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. After answering, Yi Tianhong's deep voice came through. "Xiao Fan, why aren't you back yet? I'm on my way home." "What's up, Dad? Do you need something?" "I do have something." Yi Tianhong instinctively started to continue, but quickly sensed something was off. His eyes filled with tears as he said, "Xiao Fan, you finally call me Dad. I'm so happy." After being moved, Yi Tianhong coughed and cleared his throat, saying, "There is something I need to tell you. Your grandfather is coming over tomorrow." "Grandfather?" Chapter 73, Yi Jinghong. First update, seeking recommendations. Previously, Yi Tianhong had told him some things about this grandfather. He is a well-known calligraphy master and the vice president of the National Calligraphy Association. Although he is now retired and only holds the honorary president position, his status still remains. Even though Yi Tianhong had given him some background information about this grandfather to prepare him, he still felt a bit anxious upon hearing that this unfamiliar grandfather was coming. "Haha, Xiao Fan, don't be nervous." Yi Tianhong noticed the tension in Yi Fan's voice and teased, "It should be me who is nervous." Hearing this, Yi Fan was taken aback. "What do you mean? You met your dad before. Why are you nervous?" "Haha, remember I told you I would take you to meet your grandfather on his 65th birthday?" Yi Fan had a good memory and naturally remembered. It was when he first met Yi Tianhong. Originally, It would have made sense for me to take you to meet him right away. However, I had a little revenge in mind, since your grandfather has been in a Cold War with me all these years. Although I understand, it's impossible to not have some small emotions about it, and that wouldn't be real. So you let me meet him on his 65th birthday, Yi Fan continued. He didn't expect the mature and stable business tycoon in the eyes of the world to have such a petty side. The reason your grandfather is suddenly coming over this time is that he already knows I've found you. I heard that if it weren't for the high-speed train security not letting him through, he would have come looking for me with a stick. Yi Fan was both amused and helpless, thinking about how ridiculous this situation was. Since he knew he would be hit, why didn't he tell grandfather earlier, instead of waiting until his 65th birthday to inform him? Now he knows ahead of time. Isn't he happy? Did you enjoy teasing him? Weren't you the one who told my sister and little sister to keep quiet about it? How did grandfather find out early? Yi Fan asked curiously, as he was aware of this matter. Yi Shirling had even complained to him about it before. Remember that Zhang Wei? Yi Tianhong said irritably. Yeah, the police chief of Magic City, Yi Fan replied. Although he had only heard Yi Tianhong mention him once, he still had an impression of him. Since Magic City is a municipality, Zhang Wei's position as police chief is at the provincial level. That old bastard leaked it to me. He really knows how to stir things up, Yi Tianhong said through gritted teeth, clearly annoyed. It's a bit difficult for Yi Fan to respond to this, as he was talking about an elder. By the way, I heard you went shopping with your little sister yesterday? Yi Tianhong asked. Yeah, what's up? Did you buy clothes? I did. That's good. We're the coolest one tomorrow, and show your grandfather how handsome my son is. Haha. Yi Fan. He didn't expect Yi Tianhong to have this side to him. However, after all, you were his grandfather, and such a show-off remark is still the old Yi family's genes, which doesn't have any teasing effect at all. Seeing how outstanding I look, grandfather might be even happier. By the way, I forgot to tell you, your grandfather's name is Yi Jinghong. Back home, Yi Fan first played a few games with Yi Shirling before going to sleep. The next day, in the morning, successful sign-in reward, calligraphy master, divine massage technique. Just getting out of bed, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Ha, good fellow. The system is trying to cater to grandfather's interests. The skill of calligraphy master goes without saying. Yi Jinghong is indeed a calligraphy master. As for the divine massage technique, for the elderly, even if they are well taken care of, their bodies may still have some issues. This divine massage technique sounds impressive, but he didn't know how effective it really was. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Yi Fan went downstairs. After Yi Fan finished breakfast, Yi Tianhong also came downstairs. Haha, son, did you sleep well last night? Although your grandfather is quite strict with me, he is very kind to you grandsons. So kind that I feel a bit jealous, ha. Therefore, you don't need to be too nervous today. Yi Fan could tell that Yi Tianhong was in a good mood today. He smiled helplessly, thinking that he had just gotten up and was still in a good mood. But now he felt a bit anxious after hearing this. Sigh. A few minutes after Yi Tianhong came downstairs, Yi Shirling and Yi Yan also came down. Dad, when will grandfather arrive? Yi Shirling asked while taking a sip of soy milk. He should arrive around 10 in the morning. Yi Tianhong glanced at his watch. Oh, it has been a long time since I last saw grandfather, probably more than half a year. Yi Shirling said while taking a small bite of her bun. It has definitely been 6 months. The last time we saw grandfather was during the New Year, Yi Yan said. Yi Shirling glanced at Yi Tianhong and then at her older sister. Although she knew there was a high possibility that she wasn't his biological daughter, her feelings hadn't changed at all, and she didn't feel unhappy at all. Sigh, is my capacity for acceptance too strong? Or is my heart too big? Yi Shirling thought to herself, suddenly recalling something. Previously, grandfather didn't want to live with dad because Yi Fan brother hadn't been found. Now that he has been found, he should be living with us, right? After saying this, she glanced at Yi Tianhong and, seeing that he had no obvious expression, she let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yan smiled and said, although being angry with dad is part of the reason, the main reason is that grandfather enjoys living in the countryside. Moreover, the rural environment is quite nice. Living there is not a big deal. You know, even though grandfather is now 65 years old, his hair is still black. And even if there are a few white hairs, it's only 1 or 2, which is probably because he lives in the countryside. Yi Shirling said, that's true, and dad even specially assigned people to the village. There are also 2 housekeepers at grandfather's house, so even if something happens, they can take good care of him. Yi Yan frowned and said, "Really? Why are you talking about such ominous things so early in the morning?" Yi Shirling stuck out her tongue. "I shouldn't have, I apologize. By the way, Shirling," Yi Yan suddenly thought of something. "The final exams are coming up soon. How's your studying going? Don't let it end up with failing grades." Yi Shirling immediately felt overwhelmed upon hearing this. Talking about studies at the dining table was something she disliked the most. Sighing helplessly, she said, "Don't worry, sis. Even though I do live streams every day, I've never failed a subject." Chapter 74. 18 Trees Before the Emperor. Second update. Seeking recommendations. At 9:53 a.m., a person arrived at the entrance of the Yi family's villa. It was an old man, dressed in a white Zhongshan suit. His hair was black, and if it weren't for the many wrinkles on his face and his aged skin, no one would mistake him for an old man. The old man was not very tall, probably around 1.78 meters, but he stood upright, exuding a steady and dignified aura, without any sign of lethargy. Standing at the entrance, the old man did not immediately step into the heavily guarded gate. Instead, he took out an old-fashioned pocket watch from his pocket, opened it, revealing a slightly yellowed photograph inside. He murmured, "Ashio, I believe you are watching over me from above, allowing me to wait for my grandson to come home. After I see him today, I suppose you can finally rest in peace. You were always so impatient and loved to meddle in affairs. When you reach the underworld, make sure not to rush ahead. Wait for me, so I can ask if I've smoked all these years." As he spoke, tears quietly streamed down his murky eyes. In the end, he was just too nostalgic. After putting away the pocket watch, the old man finally walked inside. None of the security personnel at the gate attempted to stop him. They all knew he was the boss's father, Yi Jinghong. The butler, Ah Chung, hurried over and said, "Old master, you're here." Although Ah Chung was the Yi family's butler, Yi Jinghong was not very familiar with him. He had only seen him a few times and knew what he did. He nodded in acknowledgement and then strode into the hall, knowing that Yi Jinghong was coming. The Yi family had prepared a high-standard welcome. All 4 family members were at home, not out for leisure or socializing. Yi Fan and Yi Shirling were playing chess in the hall, while Yi Yan was working in her room, and Yi Tianhong was sitting in the hall reading a book. The sound of Yi Jinghong's footsteps was strong and powerful, immediately drawing the attention of the others. Yi Tianhong quickly stood up and said, "Dad, when did you take the high-speed train? You didn't notify me, so I could send someone to pick you up. I'm not old enough to have dementia." "I know how to get here," Yi Jinghong replied, glancing at his son, his tone stiff and unkind. "Dad, you really are something. Every time we meet, it's like you've got firecrackers in your mouth, full of gunpowder." Yi Tianhong sighed helplessly. "If I could bring that firewood stick from home, do you believe I'd hit you right now?" Yi Tianhong said. Yi Tianhong could no longer listen and shot a glance at his father, implying that there were younger generations present, so please give him some face. Although he had mentioned this matter to Yi Fan before, saying it out loud was very different from others saying it. Yi Jinghong snorted coldly, fell silent, and turned his gaze to Yi Fan and the others. "Huh, you must be my eldest grandson, right? You look impressive, definitely my eldest grandson. Who else could look so outstanding? I finally get to see my good grandson. I'm so happy." Upon seeing Yi Fan, Yi Jinghong's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, deeply touching the others. Yi Fan was taken aback and said, "Grandpa, you see my photo?" This grandpa seemed to recognize him right away, just like he had seen his photo before. "I haven't seen it. If it weren't for Xiao Wei leaking it, I would still be kept in the dark by this rebellious child." After speaking, he instinctively scanned the surroundings, looking for anything that could be used to hit his son. Seeing this familiar action, Yi Tianhong's eyelids twitched. Thankfully, he had ordered all stick-shaped items to be removed yesterday, and even the rolling pin from the kitchen was gone. After no success, Yi Jinghong continued, "It seems I was right. The genes of the Yi family are indeed exceptional." Yi Fan felt embarrassed. He didn't know if they were exceptional, but this thick-skinned and narcissistic demeanor was indeed similar. "Dad, you've traveled a long way. You must be thirsty. Come, have some tea. Because you are here today, I specially bought 100 grams of 18 trees before the Emperor West Lake Longjing from friend." It nearly broke his heart. "Oh," Yi Jinghong said with surprise. "This is good tea. You actually prepared such a good thing. I suppose you do have some filial piety." Yi Jinghong pulled Yi Fan and Yi Shirling over, making them sit on the sofa, then took the small porcelain jar handed over by Yi Tianhong. Upon opening it, his eyes lit up, and after smelling it, a fragrant aroma wafted out. This color and this scent, it's not fake. Then he turned to Yi Fan and Yi Shirling and said, "You both are lucky today. This tea isn't cheap, although it's only about 100 grams. It's worth at least hundreds of thousands, and it's hard to find. The annual production is only about 2 taels." Yi Tianhong added, "It was bought for 150,000. Yi Fan's eyes widened instantly. Wow, 150,000 for 100 grams? Saying it's gold would be an insult to it. In front of it, gold probably wouldn't even count as a son. As the saying goes, it's hard to find a kindred spirit, and it's rare to find someone who appreciates good tea. This good tea needs to be paired with someone who understands it. Your grandpa is a master of tea art, capable of bringing out the true value of this tea." Yi Tianhong said with a serious expression, flattering. Before long, the tea was ready. The tea leaves were tender green and lustrous, and the brewed tea water was fragrant and fresh. After receiving the teacup handed over by his grandpa, Yi Fan gently blew on it, then took a small sip, instantly feeling the refreshing and mellow flavor. Even someone like Yi Fan, who didn't know much about tea, could taste that this was far more flavorful than the tea he usually drank, and it felt different. Perhaps it was also related to knowing the price of this tea. Just then, the elevator door opened. It was Yi Yayan, who had received a call and hurried down. "Grandpa, it's been half a year. You still look so spirited." As soon as the elevator door opened, Yi Yayan's voice and laughter came out. "Yayan, you're getting more and more beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend?" Yi Jinghong asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Yayan's smile froze. Yi Jinghong could tell from her expression how the answer would be and sighed helplessly. "You're not young anymore. It's time to find someone. I don't know how long I can live. My hope of holding a great-grandson rests on you." "Grandpa, you can't say that. There's still Xiao Fan, right? He.S. so handsome. At least a street full of girls would want to pursue him." Yi Yayan, seeing the situation was not right, quickly dragged Yi Fan out. As for Yi Shirling, she was only 19. Yi Jinghong sighed helplessly and didn't urge her anymore. "By the way, today is an important day to meet my good grandson, Tianhong. You should call someone to prepare some good food. I'll celebrate my birthday today in advance." "Huh?" Yi Tianhong was immediately surprised. He quickly said, "Isn't this a bit too hasty? You should at least hold a birthday banquet to add some festive spirit." "Festive spirit? Seeing my grandson today is the greatest festive spirit. Don't try to persuade me. If you do, I'll get angry." Seeing his father's stubbornness, Yi Tianhong knew there was no turning back. But it was still his 65th birthday. It deserved a small banquet to celebrate properly. "Grandpa, you really want to celebrate your birthday in advance?" Yi Fan was dumbfounded. "Good grandson, don't try to persuade me. Seeing you today makes me happy, and that's the best joy. More joy is naturally the best. Since you've made your decision, I, as the younger generation, naturally have nothing to say. How about I make you a bowl of longevity noodles?" "Huh, you can make noodles too, my dear grandson? Truly worthy of being my grandson. Impressive." Yi Fan went to the kitchen for a short while and immediately sensed something was wrong. "Where did our rolling pin go? I can't find a single one." Chapter 75. Then I'll embarrass myself. Seeking first subscription. Seeking monthly ticket 15 update. Hearing this, Yi Jinghong turned his gaze to his son and shot him a displeased glare. Yi Tianhong rubbed his nose, smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Maybe the housekeeper is planning to replace the old rolling pin and has thrown the old ones away." He called out to the housekeeper, Xiao Zhang, "Hurry up and buy a rolling pin." "Okay, I'll go right now." "Cough, remember to buy a thinner one, so my son doesn't get tired while working." Okay." The few of them chatted casually in the hall, while Yi Fan was busy making noodles in the kitchen. Soon it was 11 o'clock, and the noodles were done. Yi Fan scooped up the cooked noodles and placed them in a bowl filled with beef soup. Then he heated oil in a pan and fried 2 eggs. Once everything was ready, he brought out the bowl of longevity noodles. Receiving the noodles cooked by his eldest grandson, Yi Jinghong placed the bowl on the table and said while picking up the noodles, "Although I haven't tasted it yet, it's really not easy to knead the dough into a single strand of noodle in such a short time. Yes, although there is half a bowl of noodles. It's all one strand, without any breaks. That shows some skill." "Haha, This is called continuous blessings and living 100 years. Grandpa, hurry up and take a bite. I guarantee it's delicious. Yi Jinghong immediately took a bite, and as he recalled the taste, tears streamed down his face. Yi Fan panicked and quickly asked Grandpa, "Is this bowl of noodles not good?" It shouldn't be, he thought. He has made this kind of longevity noodles before. Even if it's not as delicious as imagined, it shouldn't be bad enough to make someone cry. Yi Jinghong took the tissue his grandson handed him, wiped his eyes, and choked out, "It's not that it's bad. It's too delicious." Yi Fan, if it's too delicious, why are you crying? I almost thought my cooking failed. Yi Fan was both amused and helpless. It's because it's too delicious that I want to cry. If your cooking were bad, it would mean that even living in an orphanage, you still had decent living conditions and enough to eat. But you, my grandson, have such good cooking skills. You must have suffered a lot, right? After all, good cooking skills take a lot of time and effort to master. Like Yayan and Shirling. Just ask them if they can cook. They probably can only make instant noodles. This was true. Yi Fan recalled the time Yayan had a cooking mishap and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Yi Shirling was indeed a complete novice, and upon hearing this, she had no capacity to refute. But Yi Yayan had something to say. "Grandpa, at least I can stir-fry tomatoes and eggs. Didn't I make it once during the New Year?" Yi Jinghong retorted, "You still have the nerve to say that? You put in so much salt that you almost made me die of saltiness. Do you really think that dish was knocked over by accident? I did on purpose." Yi Yayan, so embarrassing. At that moment, she really hadn't thought about it that way, and didn't expect that the old man had knocked it over on purpose. She had been so proud of finally being able to stir-fry a dish. The noodles were delicious, but Yi Tianhong was indeed eating with tears in his eyes. The scene was both touching and somewhat strange. Those who didn't know would think they were forcing an old man to eat noodles. Especially since this happened in the home of the richest man in China, Yi Tianhong. If outsiders found out, the UC Shock Department would probably publish an article tomorrow. Shocking. The richest man in China, Yi Tianhong, actually forced an old man to do this. After finishing the noodles, Yi Jinghong drank the soup and said, "My dear grandson, I forgot to bring a gift for our first meeting. That is really not how a grandfather should behave." Yi Fan quickly waved his hands. "You really don't need to bring a gift. I'm already very happy that you came." How can that be?" Yi Jinghong said. "How about this? I'll write you a couple of characters. Although it's not worth much, it at least represents a bit of Grandpa's intention." Yi Yayan laughed and said, "Yi Fan, don't really believe Grandpa's words. You know, last year, a calligraphy piece of his was auctioned for 138,000. Yi Fan was immediately shocked. One calligraphy piece for 138,000? That's incredible. The fact that calligraphy could sell for such a price shows not just skill, but also a person's fame. Otherwise, no matter how good your calligraphy is, if you have no fame, it's worthless. Moreover, art like this usually only appreciates after the artist's death. For a living calligrapher to sell for such a high price, that's quite rare. That's because they hold me in high regard, and my pieces are rarely circulated, which is why I got such a high price. I don't even think it's worth it," Yi Jinghong said with a smile. Although he spoke humbly, there was an undeniable pride in his demeanor. "Son, hurry up and get the writing tools ready." Yi Tianhong was taken aback, almost hearing it as family law must be served, which made his heart tremble. Once he realized, he quickly replied, "Okay, I've been prepared for a long time." After preparing the ink, Yi Jinghong wrote 4 large characters on the high-quality Xian paper. "May your wishes come true." The brushstrokes were gentle and implicit. The style was elegant and robust. It was truly a great piece of calligraphy. Yi Fan applauded in admiration. Hearing this, Yi Jinghong's eyes lit up as he looked at Yi Fan with a complex expression. "Grandson, you understand calligraphy?" "Ha." Yi Fan laughed. "I know a little." "Can you write?" "Just a little bit." Although he had received the calligraphy master skill as a system reward, he still didn't know how effective it was. So being modest was never wrong. Regardless of whether he could write a little or a bit more, the fact that he actively engaged with this art form was impressive. "Give it a try, and I'll give you some advice." "Son, do we have more Xian paper?" he asked Yi Tianhong. Yes, Yi Tianhong replied quickly. "I knew you would want to show off in front of Xiao Fan, so I specially prepared a lot of Xian paper." Hearing this, Yi Jinghong couldn't help but have a black line on his forehead. "What do you mean show off in front of my grandson?" I'm cultivating my grandson's artistic accomplishment. You don't understand anything. Really, if it weren't for his concern about saving face for his son, Yi Jinghong would have wanted to hit him with a rolling pin. He took the piece of Xian paper that Yi Jinghong had written on from the desk and replaced it with a new one, handing the brush to Yi Fan. Yi Jinghong smiled. Don't be nervous while writing. Just treat it like usual. I just want to see my grandson's writing. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Then I'll embarrass myself. After saying that, he dipped the brush in ink and wrote down smoothly. He wrote only 4 large characters, but it was all done in one go. Longevity surpasses Nanshan. Seeing these 4 characters, Yi Jinghong was stunned. Yi Shiling, Yi Yayan, and Yi Tianhong were also shocked. This. Yi Jinghong's face turned red, and his tone was excited. Yi Fan was worried, fearing this old man might get too emotional, and quickly patted his back. Once he calmed down, Yi Jinghong exclaimed, "This writing is simply divine. You can't write this well without decades of hard practice. Xiao Fan, how on earth did you write such beautiful characters? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would believe that someone your age could write so well." He truly wouldn't believe that such spirited, powerful, and uniquely styled characters could come from Yi Fan's hands. This level of skill was simply. Yi Jinghong wanted to say that this level was almost as good as his, perhaps even better. But being older and in a higher position, some words were ultimately left unspoken. Chapter 76. I'm showing off my grandson too. Second update. Seeking first subscription. Yi Jinghong asked in shock. Xiao Fan, quickly tell Grandpa. How long have you been practicing calligraphy? Yi Fan thought for a moment and gave a relatively conservative answer. About 10 years. 10 years? Yi Jinghong trembled his fingers, unable to believe it, and continued. To achieve such success in just 10 years is simply a miracle in the world of calligraphy. With only 10 years of effort being comparable to him, Yi Jinghong, in calligraphy, or even surpassing him, what else could it be but a miracle? Yi Fan scratched his nose. To be honest, he thought 10 years was already a conservative estimate, but he didn't expect it to provoke such a strong reaction from Yi Jinghong. Grandpa, are those 4 characters written by Brother Yi Fan really that good? I think they look nice, but I can't tell what's good about them. Yi Shiling looked at the 4 characters written by Yi Fan, then compared them with the 4 characters by Yi Jinghong. Her little face filled with confusion. Yi Jinghong immediately became displeased and pointed at the 4 characters written by Yi Fan, saying, "Look at the spirit of this writing, the strength of the strokes, the penmanship. Forget it. You don't understand calligraphy. Even if I explain it to you, you won't be able to appreciate its charm." Yi Jinghong sighed deeply. Yi Shiling, I really can't appreciate it, but you should explain it clearly. If you explain it clearly, maybe I can really appreciate something. At this moment, Yi Tianhong spoke up. Xiao Fan's writing is indeed impressive, showing the style of a master. To achieve this level at such a young age, anyone who understands calligraphy would probably be even more surprised and incredulous than your grandfather. So, you 2 juniors don't need to think your grandfather's reaction is exaggerated. This is already a good thing. I overlooked it. Xiao Fan has been home for a while, but I didn't even know about his special talent. As a father, I really have failed. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for the system giving him this skill today, you wouldn't be able to find out about my calligraphy even if you asked me endlessly. So it's not that you are too incompetent, it's the system's problem. Who told it to give me such a skill today? Art indeed emphasizes talent. Talent determines the ceiling. But diligence is also indispensable. Diligence determines the floor. Even Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy, studied calligraphy under the calligrapher Wei Fu for 7 years and practiced hard for 20 years before gaining fame at the age of 27. It is said that Wang Shiji liked to practice calligraphy by the pool, dyeing the water he used to wash his brushes black, which became known as the ink pool. From this, it can be seen that even a figure of Wang Shiji's stature cannot escape years of accumulation. Yi Jinghong thought for a moment. A thought arose, and he said to Yi Fan, Xiao Fan, with your talent, with a bit of polishing and practice, you might not become immensely famous, but at least you can make a name for yourself in the world of calligraphy. So, why not go back to the countryside with Grandpa and practice calligraphy diligently? Ye Fan hesitated. His skill was a reward for signing in. How was he a genius? Sai, forget it. Since you seem unwilling, I can't force you. Yi Jinghong sighed deeply. Although he felt a deep sense of regret, he respected his grandson's wishes, and such matters cannot be forced. Forcing it would only ruin this talent. However, not going back to the countryside to practice hard does not mean that Yi Fan's calligraphy will be neglected. Xiao Fan, talent is a gift from heaven, but how far you can go still depends on yourself. Your current calligraphy is already comparable to this old man, but that doesn't mean you should stop progressing. At your age, there's still a lot of room for development, so you must continue to persevere in calligraphy. Okay, I understand, Grandpa. Yi Jinghong's words were correct. As the saying goes, a day of neglect leads to 100 days of loss. Calligraphy especially emphasizes practice and hard work. If one does not practice diligently, even a well-known calligrapher like Yi Jinghong would regress in skill. Moreover, Yi Fan felt that his level had not yet reached its best state. This was likely because it was his first time writing with a brush. Although he had gained a lot of experience, memories, and even a tactile feeling akin to empathy, until he fully integrated it, it was still hard to call it his own. If he were to truly showcase the strength of a calligraphy master, he wondered what his grandfather would think. Thinking of this, Yi Fan chuckled to himself. By the way, dear grandson, write a few more calligraphy pieces. Yi Jinghong seemed to have thought of something and said to Yi Fan, write a few more? Should I still write 4 characters? Although he didn't understand why the old man wanted him to write more, since it was within his ability, he accepted it directly. He just didn't know what format the old man wanted him to write in. Don't just write a few characters. Write some verses, longer ones. Yi Jinghong thought for a moment and said, all right. Yi Fan responded and then began writing. Eastward to the cliffstone to watch the vast sea. This poem is Chow Chow's Watching the Vast Sea, and its length is acceptable. Yi Fan also quite liked this poem. It is grand and has a strong visual sense. Haha, Xiao Fan, your grand and magnificent calligraphy matches Chow Chow's poem very well. Not bad, not bad. Yi Jinghong saw his grandson's calligraphy and couldn't help but praise it. Once calligraphy reaches a certain level, writing a piece becomes a physical endeavor, as it gathers one's spirit and requires the full strength of the body to write. However, for Yi Fan's physique, it was just a small matter. After Yi Fan finished writing, Yi Jinghong took the calligraphy piece and placed it aside to dry. Then he said, big grandson, do you want to take a break before writing again? This was also a sign of Yi Jinghong's concern for his grandson. Although writing calligraphy consumes physical strength, for a young person, writing 10 or 20 pieces is nothing much. No need for a break, it's no big deal. Yi Fan laughed casually and continued writing. This time he wrote Li Bai's The Difficulty of the Shoe Road. Li Bai is also one of Yi Fan's favorite poets. He has loved his verses since childhood, often marveling at the fairy-like aura and literary talent of this poet immortal. Yi Fan wrote 5 pieces of calligraphy for Yi Jinghong before he finally let Yi Fan stop. Hearing Yi Jinghong call to stop, Yi Fan still wanted to continue, because the more he wrote, the more enjoyable it became. Yi Fan speculated that this might be related to his proficiency. Previously, he had only inherited a portion of the calligraphy master skills and had not fully unleashed them. As he wrote, it naturally became more fluid and familiar, leading to greater integration. He could feel his calligraphy skills improving, but there was no rush for this. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yi Jinghong held Yi Fan's 5th piece of calligraphy, nodding in satisfaction. If he had not been clean-shaven, he might have stroked his beard a few times. At this moment, he felt joy in his heart, wanted to take these 5 pieces back to show Lu Jingwen, that old fellow, thinking it would probably leave him stunned. Then, when Lu Jingwen asked whose work it was, he would proudly tell that old fellow it was his grandson's work. He guessed that old guy would be so shocked his jaw would drop to the ground. See, you like to show off your grandson. With your grandson's calligraphy, he isn't even worthy to carry my grandson's shoes. Thinking of this, Yi Jinghong couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. In fact, if he hadn't just met his grandson, he would have been a bit eager to go back. You show off your grandson every day, so I'll show off too, and I guarantee I'll help you kick this bad habit of bragging about your grandson. Chapter 77, Audrey's Call, 3rd update. In the evening, Yi Fan received a call from across the ocean. Dear boss, I can hardly believe it. Our company's movie has surpassed $10 million in box office on its opening day. The caller was Audrey, the current CEO and executive president of Marvel. Iron Man. Yi Fan looked out at the night sky and spoke slowly. Yes, we have only produced one movie so far, Audrey replied, still excited. Calm down, Audrey. This is just the beginning. In the future, our IP movies have an even broader prospect. Yi Fan recalled the Marvel IPs from his past life, a faint smile appearing on his face. Although Yi Fan's philosophy was that having enough money was sufficient, he believed that no one would mind having more money. Even if the money became just a string of numbers, most people would still prefer that number to grow larger. By the way, boss, since our movie has achieved initial success, shouldn't we also consider the merchandise? Audrey asked. Marvel was originally a comic company and was more familiar with merchandise than with making movies. That's natural, but there's no rush. Wait until the movie is released and we have extra funds before you implement this. Why? Audrey asked, puzzled. Merchandise is an easy way to make money. Why wait until after the movie is released? I don't want other companies to handle the merchandise. If possible, I want to acquire a company that makes merchandise and then use the fame of our IP products to take a slice of that pie. I want to build a Marvel empire. Having lived in his previous life, he naturally understood how powerful the traffic of these Marvel IPs was. As long as there was sufficient initial capital, more money could be earned. Movies could be the main business, but the profits from merchandise were also significant. I understand, boss. During this time, I'll keep an eye on companies in this area. Okay, I'll leave this to you, Audrey. All right, rest assured. Is there anything else you want to instruct? Boss. If not, I won't disturb your rest. Due to the time difference, Audrey could guess that it was evening where the boss was. By the way, there's one more thing. Please send me a photo of yourself to my email. Audrey's face instantly became excited, and she quickly replied, Okay, I will send my most beautiful photo to your email as soon as possible. Audrey was overjoyed. This handsome boss finally felt her charm and wanted to get to know her better, didn't he? Being able to roll in bed with such a handsome boss, even if it was just once, was an exciting and desirable thought. Hearing the excitement on the other end of the call, Yi Fan was puzzled. Did this girl misunderstand something? He explained, You didn't think too much, did you? I asked you to send a photo just because I'm going to the United States in a few days. I need to know what you look like. Otherwise, how will I recognize you? Audrey's enthusiasm was instantly doused like being splashed with cold water, and she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and annoyed. This boss was really not very perceptive. Fortunately, Audrey didn't know the term straight man, or she would have cursed inwardly, damn straight man. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan snorted softly. This foreign girl didn't even know what she looked like and kept teasing him. From the sound of her voice, she should look decent, right? Walking to the study desk in his room, Yi Fan opened the laptop that Yi Tianhong had prepared for him earlier. Before long, he received an email. Yi Fan opened it and was quite surprised. From the name in the email, it was clear that it was sent by Audrey, containing 5 photos. Indeed, although Yi Fan only asked her to send 1 photo, she sent 5 instead, and all 5 were quite beautiful. What surprised Yi Fan was not just that the photos sent by Audrey were beautiful, but that she looked a lot like a deceased movie star, Audrey Hepburn. And it wasn't just a little similar. It was strikingly similar, as if she were Audrey Hepburn herself, both in looks and demeanor. She really was a beautiful president. No wonder she could be so narcissistic. She indeed had the capital for it. Although surprised by Audrey's looks, Yi Fan didn't pay too much attention. Her looks were about on par with Minina, but Minina had a better figure than Audrey. Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit arrogant. What did he mean by about on par with Minina? Minina's looks could be considered rare worldwide. Sigh. Indeed, after becoming handsome, his confidence had inflated. It was all because Liang Jingru had given him too much courage. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and then a small head peeked in. Brother Yi Fan, are you coming to live stream and play games today? Yi Shirling asked cheerfully. Yi Fan Fronet dissatisfied. It's almost the final exams, and you still have the mood to live stream and play games? He knew her grades. Although she had never failed a subject, she always pushed the limits, teetering on the edge of the safe line. Yi Shirling's little eyes rolled, and she said sweetly, If you play 3 games with me, I'll go study, okay? Yi Fan replied irritably, You make it sound like you're helping me study. Yi Shirling was clever, but she had trouble focusing and loved playing games. With a helpless sigh, he said, Fine, let us go. Yeah, let's go. Yi Shirling happily grabbed Yi Fan's hand and walked out. However, just as they stepped out, they ran into Yi Jinghong, the old man who was just coming out. "Shirling, why are you pulling your brother around so excitedly?" the old man asked. "I'm taking my brother to the library upstairs to study." Yi Shirling quickly replied without any embarrassment. "Yi Fan, all right then, let's go to the library upstairs to study." Yi Fan softly sighed beside Yi Shirling. Yi Shirling rolled her eyes at Yi Fan and secretly pinched his waist, expressing her dissatisfaction with a small gesture. "Grandpa, why aren't you asleep so late?" Yi Fan ignored the little girl's actions and asked Yi Jinghong. "I originally had some lumbar disc herniation, and today it hurt a bit more, so I plan to go out for a walk to relieve the pain." Yi Fan was immediately shocked upon hearing this. "You have lumbar disc herniation? Just in time, I know a bit of massage techniques. How about I help relieve your pain?" Yi Shirling was surprised. "Brother, you can massage?" Yi Jinghong was also quite surprised, then smiled and said, "All right, give it a try. Let Grandpa enjoy some family happiness." Following Yi Fan behind the old man, Yi Shirling curiously asked, "Brother, is there anything you can't do?" Yi Fan smiled and replied, "I can't have kids." Chapter 78. Amazing Skills Seeking Subscription and Monthly Tickets. Early in the morning, Yi Jinghong listened to the chirping of birds outside the window, feeling incredibly comfortable. The old man was not comfortable simply because he heard the birds. Having often lived in the countryside, he had heard birds many times before. The reason he felt good was that his health had improved. His legs were not sore, his waist did not hurt, and he felt energetic. He got out of bed, put on his slippers, stretched lazily, and felt even better, as if he had become 10 or 20 years younger. The old man excitedly muttered to himself, "Wow, this is truly amazing." Ever since his eldest grandson gave him a massage last night, not only did he sleep through the night without waking up, but he also felt like some of his old ailments had been eradicated. It was simply miraculous. This grandson truly had a gift. He didn't expect him to have such a skill. With such a talent, he could easily outperform those so-called massage masters. As the son of the richest man in Huaxia, Yi Jinghong had plenty of money for medical expenses. Over the years, he had sought many so-called massage masters from all over the country. He had tried various techniques that sounded profound, such as ancient methods and secret skills, but the actual results were quite limited, not to mention curing his ailments. Even preventing them from recurring for a year or so was not possible. Even when he was symptom-free, he could still feel something was off in his body. After being massaged by Yi Fan, he felt like he had fallen asleep shortly after taking a shower, and he slept particularly soundly. When he woke up the next morning, he felt like he had transported into a body of someone in their 40s. Not to mention any pain or discomfort, all of that was gone. After quickly washing up, Yi Jinghong directly walked down the stairs. Yes, he didn't even look at the elevator and just walked down the stairs. It should be noted that Yi Jinghong not only had chronic leg pain, but also had issues with his knee joints. So even in the countryside, he merely enjoyed flowers, strolled with animals, and practiced calligraphy. He never did any heavy lifting or labor. But now he walked down the stairs briskly without feeling any pain, moving smoothly, which left Yi Tianhong, who was having breakfast in the dining room, stunned. He then chuckled, "Oh, Dad, did you see your eldest grandson yesterday and feel better?" Originally, Yi Tianhong was just teasing, but to his surprise, the old man replied, "Yes, I really did see my eldest grandson yesterday, and it made my health improve, with some of my old ailments disappearing without a trace." Yi Tianhong paused his action of drinking porridge, momentarily stunned. After a while, he shook his head and smiled. "It seems you're in a really good mood today, even joking around." Yi Jinghong replied seriously, "I'm not joking. I'm stating a fact." Yi Tianhong, Hearing this, Yi Tianhong was at a loss for words for a moment. Yi Jinghong glared at his son and said, "You better believe it. Yesterday, Xiao Fan massaged me for nearly an hour, and it felt so comfortable." Yi Jinghong swayed his head, reminiscing. "After the massage, I took a shower and fell asleep shortly after. I slept particularly well, and when I woke up the next day, I felt like I had become younger, even feeling more energetic." Yi Tianhong put down his bowl of porridge, looking incredulous. "It sounds like you're not talking about our Fanner. Didn't he seem to know how to massage before?" Yi Jinghong replied irritably, "How could you, as a father, say that? If it weren't for Xiao Fan showing off his skills yesterday, you wouldn't even know that he can write calligraphy so well." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhong's face turned red with embarrassment. Yeah, I have indeed been too busy these days and have neglected it a bit. Just know it's good. You better make up for it later. The old man glared at his son. By the way, where's Xiao Fan? Did he go out? Not yet, Yi Tianhong said. He finished breakfast and took his sister to the study to supervise her studying. Saying this, Yi Tianhong couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. In the past, Yi Yan could supervise Yi Shirling, and her grades were excellent. But since Yi Yan graduated from college and began focusing on the group's affairs, she had little time to manage Yi Shirling, who had since slacked off, going from excellent grades to barely scraping by. It would have been fine if she had failed. He could have scolded her. But unfortunately, she didn't fail. Thankfully, someone had come to supervise her again. Yan has gone to the company to work? Yi Jinghong continued to ask. Yes, she had some matters at the company, so she left early, Yi Tianhong replied. At that moment, on the fourth floor, Yi Fan was supervising Yi Shirling's studies. Although he was holding a book, he was actually looking at the system's attribute panel. He murmured softly, should I try using the helping others skill once? The helping others skill was a reward he received for signing in this morning. Using it once could help someone overcome difficulties. For example, if Yi Fan used this skill on Yi Shirling, who was currently studying, she would learn things with incredible efficiency, as if she had activated a cheat, because studying was the challenge Yi Shirling was facing right now. Even more astonishingly, if Yi Shirling's most troubling issue was love, this skill would dramatically increase her romantic luck, and she would soon meet a true love, quickly falling head over heels in love, as if they were inseparable. Of course, according to Yi Shirling's current crush, that person would be Yi Fan. Isn't this skill amazing? It's like making a wish to the god of wishes. However, this skill also had its limitations. As the name suggests, it could only be used on others and not on oneself. Moreover, the person benefiting from the skill must not know that their wishes can come true. If they catch even a whiff of it, it won't work. It can only take effect when the person is completely unaware. More importantly, this skill could only be used 5 times. It was a limited use skill. Furthermore, it couldn't be used to make someone overcome any difficulty out of the blue. For instance, if someone thought the weather was too hot and wished for the sun to disappear forever, that would definitely be impossible. There are limits to the ability. As for other things like wanting to destroy the world or becoming a superhero, those are even less feasible. Yi Fan learned all this by consulting the system. Looking at Yi Shirling, who was obviously unable to concentrate, Yi Fan thought for a moment and decided to use this skill. He had refrained from using it before due to concerns about potential side effects. But after carefully inquiring with the system, he finally felt reassured. After Yi Fan used this skill, Yi Shirling felt a wave of comfort wash over her, and her thinking became active, her attention focused. Watching Yi Shirling suddenly immerse herself in the sea of knowledge, Yi Fan could only internally praise. Awesome. Chapter 79. A guy with the same name as me. Seeking monthly tickets and subscriptions. At 11 in the morning, Yi Jinghong received a phone call. Hey, old Yi, I heard you've come to the Magic City recently? A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. Judging by the voice, the caller seemed to be around Yi Jinghong's age. Yi Jinghong immediately laughed and scolded. Hey, you old thing, from what you're saying, you're in the Magic City too? Hearing his old friend Lu Jingwen's words, Yi Jinghong knew he was probably hiding something bad and waiting for him. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Lu Jingwen revealed his purpose. Old Yi, my grandson just won first prize in the Magic City calligraphy competition. Since you're also in the Magic City, why don't you come and see my grandson's work? I specifically came to the Magic City for this. And since you, a master with the same name as me, are here, it wouldn't hurt to get some advice. Yi Jinghong snorted. Good for you, Lu Jingwen. That habit of showing off your grandson is coming back again, and you're even more smug than before. At least before. You didn't have the idea of flaunting your grandson in front of me, but now you want to do it face to face, right? Lu Jingwen immediately laughed heartily. Haha, what are you talking about? Am I showing off my grandson? I just wanted to give him some guidance. Besides, if you weren't in the Magic City, I would have called you over. Oh, I see. You're trying to maintain your identity as an old calligrapher, being modest, right? Fine. I'll bring my grandson over to your place. Just send me the address, and I'll head over immediately. Don't refuse. It wouldn't be showing off for an old master to guide an excellent junior. right? Yi Jinghong was smiling on the surface, but inside he was fuming. This old thing really thought I was an idiot, and didn't he know he was showing off his grandson? Yes, practically flaunting it at my doorstep. Even a fool wouldn't know that. Fine, if he wants to show off his grandson, I used to have 2 granddaughters who weren't interested in calligraphy, so I had no one to show off. But now I have a grandson who is very talented in calligraphy. I was going to wait a bit longer to deal with his bad habit of showing off, but since he is so eager, let me give him a taste of his own medicine. Show off? Oomph. I have one too, and mine is even better. What first place in the Magic City calligraphy competition? Puffed. With my grandson Xiaofan's talent and skill in calligraphy, winning first place in a national competition would be a piece of cake. He immediately replied, "All right, I agree. But you don't need to come to my son's place. I'll go directly to your son's place. You invited me there last time, so I know where it is." Good. Old Yi, you're quite straightforward. Hearing Yi Jinghong's words, Lu Jingwen was overjoyed and immediately patted his thigh, praising him. All right, I know your little thoughts. Since you want me to appreciate and guide, I'll bring a calligraphy book along to show you. Once Lu Jingwen's little scheme was exposed, he didn't blush at all. After all, it wasn't the first time. Instead, he asked, "Oh, have you gotten a calligraphy piece from an ancient master? You're so happy." Not really, you'll know when the time comes. Moreover, I suspect that when you see this calligraphy piece and hear my answer, you definitely want to believe it. So, I'm also bringing the person who wrote this piece. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingwen stroked his beard, his curiosity completely piqued by his old friend, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. You're being quite mysterious. Who wrote it that could surprise me so much? I tell you, even if it's the current top calligrapher, Zhang Jiexan, coming with his own brush, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Hey, old Lu, just wait and see. Yi Jinghong chuckled ambiguously, further piquing Lu Jingwen's curiosity. However, Yi Jinghong didn't bother to continue the conversation and directly hung up the phone. Lu Jingwen, who had originally wanted to ask something, was stunned when he heard the phone hang up. He then laughed. Good fellow, he is trying to be mysterious with me, huh? But since he said he is bringing the owner of the calligraphy book, besides the current top calligrapher Zhang Jiexan, who else could surprise him? He was just joking earlier, but if it really were the calligrapher Zhang Jiexan coming with his own piece, he would definitely be surprised. However, since Oldie had already said it wasn't Zhang Jiexan, then who could it be? As the saying goes, there is no first in literature. With Lu Jingwen's achievements in calligraphy, apart from those long deceased, among the living contemporaries, he only acknowledged Zhang Jiexan. Writers often belittle each other. Even though Yi Jinghong was his equal, Lu Jingwen still didn't think Yi Jinghong's writing could surpass his own. So there was really no one who could surprise him. After pondering with no conclusion, Lu Jingwen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this time, in the library on the 4th floor of the Yi family, Yi Fan saw Yi Shiling so engrossed in her studies that she didn't even have time to talk to him, so he nodded in satisfaction. He was quite pleased with Yi Shiling's current state. Although it was Monday, they could both happen to have no classes. Moreover, the most important thing was that the exam was tomorrow. With the impressive skill of helping others, even if they were cramming at the last minute, they could probably achieve a very good result. Seeing this, Yi Fan decided not to disturb her further and quietly slipped out of the library on the 4th floor. However, just as he closed the door, he ran into his grandfather Yi Jinghong, who was looking for him. As soon as he turned around after closing the door, he saw another person in his line of sight, almost scaring Yi Fan. Lowering his voice a bit, Yi Fan said, "Grandpa, when did you arrive? You didn't make a sound. Just got here. If you want to blame someone, blame your carpet. It has excellent soundproofing, not a sound at all." Yi Jinghong chuckled and continued, "Is Shirling studying well?" "Yes, I saw her completely immersed in her studies, so I came out to avoid disturbing her. It's rare for Shirling to work hard, so I wanted to go in and disturb her." Yi Jinghong was pleased to hear this. It was best for Yi Shirling not to be disturbed, as he didn't know how long this state would last. Yi Jinghong continued, "Do you have class this afternoon? If not, I'll take you to visit a friend's house. I heard that you're doing well in your studies. You should be ready for the exam, right?" "I don't have class. Since you're taking me to visit, I'll definitely go. Exams are a piece of cake for me. I don't need to worry at all, as long as I show up." Yi Jinghong laughed. "Hey, Xiao Fan, your confidence is quite like mine. Back when I was in college, I was just as confident as you, but I had the capital for that confidence. My grades were among the top in my major. The two of them, both confident in their academic performance, laughed together. Then Yifan asked, Grandpa, which friend are you taking me to visit? My old friend, a guy named Lu Jingwen, who is as famous in the calligraphy world as I am. Chapter 80. Frustrating Matters, Seeking Subscription and Monthly Tickets. Lu Jingwen stood behind his grandson, stroking his beard and nodding in satisfaction as he watched Lu Onfing practicing calligraphy. How could he not be satisfied? Among the notable calligraphers in Huaxia, his grandson was the only one with exceptional calligraphy skills. Especially this time. Winning first place in the Shanghai calligraphy competition at the age of 22 was simply a stroke of genius. Thinking of this, he also recalled the praise from the current top figure in the calligraphy world, Zhang Zhixin, about his grandson. This child has the potential to be a pillar. Listen, this is praise from the esteemed calligrapher Zhang Zhixin. If Zhang Zhixin believes my grandson can become a cornerstone of the Huaxia calligraphy world in the future, how can Lu Jingwen, the proud grandfather, not be satisfied? A pillar is naturally the strongest and most robust one. Who knows? He might even take over Zhang Zhixin's position in the future and become the #1 in the Huaxia calligraphy world. Hearing that his old friend Yi Jinghong had also come to Shanghai, how could he miss this opportunity to show off his grandson? The more renowned figures in the calligraphy world who praise his grandson, the greater fame his grandson would gain. Did he really think he was just showing off? This grandfather was putting in great efforts to pave the way for his grandson. At that moment, Lu Jingwen's old mobile phone vibrated. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly walked out of the study, making his way to the balcony in the living room to answer the call. You old Lu, it was you who urged me to come over, and now you're making me wait so long to answer the phone. Are you trying to drive me up the wall? Yi Jinghong's irritated voice came from the other end. How could he not be irritated? This old fellow had coaxed him into coming, yet when he arrived at the neighborhood, he took so long to answer the call. Although Lu Jingwen loved to show off his grandson, he had a good temper, so he immediately apologized. Old Yi, I'm really sorry. When your call came in, I was in my grandson's study. To avoid disturbing him, I had to run out to the balcony to answer your call. Yi Jinghong was not unreasonable either. He had only been complaining. I'll reluctantly accept that reason. Lu Jingwen smiled and continued. So, old Yi, you're my doorstep? Why didn't you ring the doorbell? I got to your son's neighborhood, but I forgot the door number. Hurry and tell me. Huh? Lu Jingwen couldn't help but laugh again. Unit 1, room 28003. Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Yi Jinghong smiled at Yifan and said, My dear grandson, remember what I said. When the time comes, you must act like the strongest. Your grandpa has been showing off his grandson for 5 years. This time, I want to reclaim it all at once. When the time comes for you to write calligraphy, don't hold back. Show your best level. The more Yi Jinghong spoke, the more spirited he became, and the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Okay, Yifan responded. This grandpa spoke in an unconventional way, even using the term show off. Not long after, Lu Jingwen heard the doorbell ring and quickly opened the door. The first face he saw was his friend, Yi Jinghong. But when he saw the person behind Yi Jinghong, he was taken aback. Who was this handsome young man? He looked really good, but unfortunately, he didn't have a granddaughter. Otherwise, he could really introduce them. Yi Jinghong noticed his friend's confusion and proudly introduced, Lu, old man, this is my grandson Yifan. He quite a handsome young man. Lu Jingwen naturally saw the pride on his friend's face. However, he couldn't refute it and exclaimed, He really is quite a handsome young man. If this were ancient times, he would be a refined young gentleman. However, he couldn't recall hearing about his friend's grandson before. Although he was puzzled, Lu Jingwen didn't ask. Hearing Lu Jingwen's words, Yi Jinghong was even happier and invited Yifan in. At that moment, Lu Jingwen noticed the piece of Xian paper with ink stains in his friend's hand. Recalling what he had said earlier, he asked in confusion, Old Yi, could it be that the piece of calligraphy that surprised me was written by your grandson? Yi Jinghong replied proudly, Of course. Who else would it be? Surprised enough? Lu Jingwen did not deny it. I am indeed quite surprised. He hadn't expected this point. Yi Jinghong snorted, Get ready. There's even more to surprise you later. Lu Jingwen was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Old Yi, what kind of trick are you playing? Since I already know it's your grandson who wrote this piece, What else would surprise me? Yi Jinghong chuckled. You're speaking too soon. The best part is yet to come. Lu Jingwen's interest was piqued, and he quickly said, Oh? Then put this piece on the table for me to see. No rush. No rush. Yi Jinghong waved his hand. Didn't you ask me to come and appreciate your grandson's calligraphy? Let us get to the main event first. Although his curiosity was piqued, Lu Jingwen knew that his grandson's matters were more important. So he quickly said, That makes sense. I'll go call A Feng over. A Feng. Yi Fan internally complained. When he first heard this name, he immediately thought of Lin Feng. However, he knew Lin Feng's family background and that it was impossible for him to have a grandfather who was a calligrapher. Yi Jinghong had just let his grandson sit on the sofa when Lu Jingwen brought Lu Onfeng over. He introduced, This is a renowned master in the Huaxia calligraphy world, Senior Yi Jinghong, the former vice president of the Huaxia Calligraphy Association, now the honorary president for life. And this is your senior Yi Jinghong's grandson. According to your grandpa, he is just 4 months younger than you, currently 21, although he was only 4 months younger. Due to the timing, one was 21 and the other was 22. Yi Fan was taken aback when he saw the newcomer and then spoke. Lu Onfeng? The three present were stunned. Lu Jingwen asked, Xiao Fan, you know my grandson? Looking at Lu Onfeng's puzzled expression, Yi Fan explained, We were in the same high school and the same grade but different classes. Moreover, Onfeng helped me once when I was bullied in school. You are? Lu Onfeng hesitated. Seeing his expression, it was clear he didn't recognize Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood, as he had become increasingly handsome and looked better than he did in high school. It was likely that some girls who admired him back then might not even recognize him now. He explained, I'm Yi Fan, the one who had the best grades and was always first in the grade. Upon hearing this, Lu Onfeng instantly recalled who this person was. There was no way he could forget, as Yi Fan had always occupied the top spot, making him forever second. Especially one time that left a deep impression on Lu Onfeng. That time, Yi Fan had gotten food poisoning and missed an exam, and he thought it was a chance. However, even with Yi Fan missing one subject, the scores from the other subjects still led Lu Onfeng by 33 points. Can you imagine how frustrating that was? Lu Onfeng was completely crushed by it. When he got home, he locked himself in his room and cried, missing dinner and eventually falling asleep from crying. Chapter 81. How is this possible? Seeking subscription and monthly votes, Yi Fan never expected to meet this old classmate here. What surprised him even more was that this old classmate had excellent calligraphy skills, something he had never heard of during high school. So you were Yi Fan. When I heard you didn't apply to those 2 top schools in Kyoto, I felt sorry for you, especially since your scores exceeded the cutoff for those schools. Haha. Compared to the capital, I'm more familiar with Magic City. I just didn't want to go that far. In reality, it wasn't about the distance, but rather that he was afraid it would be difficult to find a part-time job. In Magic City, by the time he graduated from high school, he had already found a relatively high-paying part-time job as a tutor, so he naturally didn't want to leave. As for why he stopped doing tutoring later, it was mainly because of an incident. It was during the 2nd semester of his freshman year, and it was the time when Bai Shui successfully pursued Yi Fan. One day, while Yi Fan and Bai Shui were shopping, they were spotted by a senior girl whom Yi Fan was tutoring. She rushed over to question Yi Fan about who this woman was. Yi Fan naturally replied that she was his girlfriend. But what Yi Fan didn't expect was that the senior girl directly berated Bai Shui, accusing her of being a third party, and so on. This left Yi Fan completely dumbfounded. He later found out that the senior girl had subconsciously regarded him as her boyfriend. It had even reached a Yandra level. During Yi Fan's last tutoring session, she almost succeeded in drugging him. Fortunately, Yi Fan noticed that the tea had a strange taste and didn't drink it. After that, Yi Fan decided he couldn't continue with tutoring. Whether he lost his virginity or not was secondary. The main issue was that his looks would indeed lead some immature female high school students to think inappropriate thoughts. At this moment, Yi Jinghong angrily said, Xiao Fan, someone bullied you during high school? Yi Fan smiled and replied, They wanted to bully me, but I fought back, and they never bothered me again. Lu Onfeng also recalled this incident, scratching his head and feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, I remember that too. Although Yi Fan said, I helped him that time. I didn't really do much. I just happened to see it and shouted that the teacher was coming. Yi Fan smiled and said, in that situation, even though only a few passing classmates saw it, you were the one who shouted that. so I still have to thank you. Although Lu Onfeng hadn't actually helped much. And those who wanted to bully Yi Fan didn't pay attention to what he said, just the fact that he shouted that made Yi Fan remember him for life. Holding grudges, but also remembering kindness, that's Yi Fan. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Yi Jinghong's gaze towards Lu Onfeng softened a bit. He quickly said, "Old Lu, didn't you ask me to help evaluate a Feng's calligraphy? Hurry up and bring it over." Lu Jingwen was taken aback, then smiled broadly. He didn't expect that his grandson could build a good rapport with Yi Jinghong because of this. He was very pleased. He naturally knew Yi Jinghong's temperament, and the fact that he urged him to bring a Feng's calligraphy showed his goodwill. He nodded and said, all right, a phone, go get it quickly." "Okay." Lu Onfeng immediately replied. Soon, Lu Onfeng took out the calligraphy piece he had won first place with in a competition and respectfully handed it to the old master Yi Jinghong. Having grown up beside Lu Jingwen, he naturally knew the weight of this elder in the calligraphy world. Being able to receive guidance from Yi Jinghong made him very happy. Well, to be able to write with such strength at this age, no wonder you won first place in the Magic City calligraphy competition. Although it's still a bit immature, the style has already started to take shape. Hearing his old friend's words, Lu Jingwen couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling very proud and happy. Getting praise from this guy was even more rare than receiving praise from Zhang Jixin. However, there was one thing that was a bit regrettable. Yi Jinghong looked at the calligraphy piece and sighed slowly, expressing a sense of regret. "What's regrettable? Old Yi, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't leave us hanging." Lu Jingwen looked at Yi Jinghong with some dissatisfaction. The observer sees the game more clearly than the player. "What I regret is that your grandson cares too much about your calligraphy style, which has somewhat suppressed his own style, resulting in an overall feeling of rigidity in the writing." "Rigidity?" Lu Jingwen murmured, then quickly took the calligraphy piece from his old friend's hand and examined it carefully. After a while, he said, Indeed, I neglected this point." Being fond of one's house and its crows led Lu Jingwen to be dull about this issue. Practicing calligraphy is most concerned with the essence and spirit of the characters. Rigidity is indeed like facing a formidable enemy. Rigidity generally represents imitation, lacking one's own opinions and attitudes. Yet, Lu Onfeng had his own attitude, but he was overly concerned about his grandfather's calligraphy style, leading to some disharmony. If Lu Onfeng could integrate both, or refine the essence and discard the dross, it would be fine. But Lu Onfeng's writing had already become somewhat fixed, making it difficult to change. Is this issue serious? Lu Onfeng took the rice paper from his grandfather's hand and carefully looked at his writing, but he didn't feel there was anything wrong. However, seeing the serious and troubled expressions on the faces of these two well-known elders in the calligraphy world made Lu Onfeng realize the seriousness of the situation. Yi Jinghong sighed and said, "This matter is neither easy nor difficult. The key lies in whether you can understand it in the future, or to put it more mystically, whether you can have an epiphany." Huh? Lu Onfeng, after all, was just a junior in college, and he suddenly felt a bit at a loss. At this moment, Yi Fan spoke up. "Onfeng, have you admired your grandfather particularly since you were young?" "Of course." Lu Onfeng looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Yi Fan smiled, stood up, walked over to Lu Onfeng, and pointed at one of the characters he wrote. "From my observation just now, I roughly understand the writing styles of you and your grandfather. Old Lu's calligraphy style is grand and bold, while yours should be graceful and ethereal. But looking at this character of yours on the left," Yi Fan explained in detail, while Lu Jingwen's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. He quietly said to his old friend, "Does your grandson understand calligraphy too?" Yi Jinghong squinted his eyes and smiled. "Isn't that obvious? Just the level of what Xiao Fan said. If it were any of us, we probably couldn't explain it as well and as thoroughly. It's like using a microscope to examine your grandson's work." Hearing this, Lu Jingwen glanced at the ink-stained rice paper in his old friend's hand. He quietly asked again, "Is this your grandson's work? Can I take a look?" Yi Jinghong smiled proudly. "Sure, but I have to remind you in advance. Even if you're surprised later, you have to control your voice." Yi Jinghong glanced over at Lu Onfeng and Yi Fan, and Lu Jingwen understood immediately, nodding, even though his old friend had already given a precautionary warning. When he actually saw the strokes of his calligraphy piece, Lu Jingwen was still astonished. This, how could this be written by Xiao Fan? Without decades of skill, how could he write such good characters? Because he deliberately lowered his voice, Lu Jingwen's face was flushed, and he could hardly believe his eyes. He even doubted for a moment that Yi Jinghong was deliberately lying to tease him. It was just too unrealistic. Even if Yi Jinghong claimed that these words were written by him, Lu Jingwen would still believe it to some extent, although the style of writing was quite different from Yi Jinghong's. But to say it was written by Yi Fan, that was just absurd. Chapter 82, Enlightenment, Seeking Subscription and Monthly Votes. Although Yi Jinghong somewhat understood his friend's thoughts, he was still very unhappy. With a stern face, he said, "Impossible? How can it be impossible? It's fine for your grandson to win first place in the calligraphy competition in Modu, but my grandson can't write such good characters? This is different," Lu Jingwen explained. "The nature of the two is not the same. You know that the participants in the Modu calligraphy competition cannot be over 40 years old. Even if A Feng won first place, he is still within a reasonable range. But you say this calligraphy piece was written by Xiao Fan, and the brushwork, the strength, the spirit, it could easily be attributed to a master." Yi Jinghong snorted coldly. "See, I was so prescient before. I thought you old Lu wouldn't believe me. So, I specially brought Xiao Fan here today to let you see what a genius looks like." The two old men were bickering with each other. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was explaining things in detail to Lu Onfeng, who was listening intently. In fact, with Lu Onfeng's ability, he couldn't fully understand what Yi Fan was saying. His ability hadn't reached that level yet, and even if it was explained in detail, he still wouldn't grasp it. But don't forget that Yi Fan had a skill for helping others. This skill wasn't of much use to Yi Fan himself, so he preferred to use it to help those who showed kindness to him. As he listened to Yi Fan's eloquent words, Lu Onfeng suddenly had an epiphany. It was as if a barrier had been lifted, and he felt like he had opened the door to a new world. "Do you understand now?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Although Yi Fan's smile was very friendly, Lu Onfeng felt as if an older teacher was asking him a question. "I understand the general idea. It feels like a sudden realization, but I still need to digest it. However, I feel like I've found my path for the future," Lu Onfeng replied. At this moment, he looked at Yi Fan with complex emotions in his eyes. Although he was grateful for Yi Fan's guidance, he couldn't shake off the feeling of discomfort in his heart. "Back then, you were ahead of me in learning, and now my proudest calligraphy can't even compare to yours." He, Lu Onfeng, considered himself quite excellent, having grown up in a scholarly family, his literary cultivation far surpassing that of ordinary people. Yet, despite all his efforts, he found that he couldn't even catch up to Yi Fan's heels. Even if he could see, it was still very blurry and tenuous. What kind of genius is this? Lu Onfeng sighed inwardly, feeling bitter and defeated. Yi Fan smiled. "It's good that you understand. You can write another calligraphy piece similar to the one just now and show it to the two grandfathers." "All right, I'll go get the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." Lu Onfeng nodded eagerly and rushed to the study to prepare. "Wait," his grandfather, Lu Jingwen, called out to him. Lu Onfeng turned back in confusion and saw Lu Jingwen say, "Silly child, why go get the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone? You could just write in the study." "Oh right, I got too excited." Lu Onfeng slapped his forehead in realization. "Let's go, we should go see together." Yi Jinghong also called for his grandson to go to the study. After Lu Onfeng finished writing, he handed the finished piece to his grandfather to look at. Good, good, good. This character, this rhythm, the level has clearly improved. This is amazing." Lu Jingwen looked at the calligraphy piece his grandson wrote, his expression excited and radiant as he praised. Without a comparison, there would be no harm. Seeing the before and after made the quality of this piece even more apparent. The result came solely from Yi Fan's guidance. Lu Jingwen couldn't care about his own modesty and said to Yi Fan, "Xiao Fan, thank you so much. Your words have directly raised Onfeng's potential for future achievements in calligraphy." Yi Fan replied modestly, "You're overpraising me. I just shared some of my thoughts with Onfeng. The specifics still rely on his own comprehension. Although the skill of helping others contributed, ultimately, it was Lu Jingwen's understanding that made the difference. Of course, the skill did indeed enhance Lu Jingwen's comprehension. However, it was uncertain whether this improvement was long-lasting or temporary. "Xiao Fan, you're really too humble. What you said, even I, an old veteran in the calligraphy world, couldn't express it," Lu Jingwen said. "By the way, Your grandfather just told me that the calligraphy piece he has is written by you. Lu Jingwen pointed to the Xian paper in Yi Jinghong's hand, his expression somewhat complicated. Although Yi Fan's words showcased extraordinary skill, Lu Jingwen's years of experience in calligraphy made him skeptical. At such a young age, to have such calligraphy skills. If there truly was such a genius in the world, how pale and powerless would the hard work of these calligraphy masters seem? 10 years of effort could rival half a lifetime of someone else. No matter who it would be hard to accept. Yi Jinghong accepted it so quickly not only because he had seen Yi Fan write in person, but also because Yi Fan was his grandson. By now, Yi Fan didn't want to put on airs. After all, he was somewhat acquainted with Lu Onfeng. But he couldn't lie. He could only steel himself and answer yes. Sigh. Lu Onfeng exhaled, feeling empty inside. To become a calligraphy master today, one naturally needed a high level of talent. Yet, after their decades of hard work, they discovered that a more talented young person had only taken 10 years to reach their level. How could they not feel uneasy about this? All right. I was too obsessed. The talents of each generation emerge, and everyone has their fate. Ultimately, I was the one who couldn't see clearly, and my mindset has fallen to a lower level. Lu Jingwen sighed, slightly adjusting his mindset. At this moment, Lu Onfeng was also intrigued. What kind of excellent calligraphy had Yi Fan written that made his grandfather's tone so despondent? Driven by curiosity, he asked Senior Yi, "Could you show me the calligraphy written by Yi Fan?" Yi Jinghong looked at Lu Jingwen, who sighed and said, "All right, let Onfeng take a look. There's no need to worry about hurting his confidence. Such things are just a matter of time." Although it would impact Lu Onfeng, one must face reality. Lu Onfeng took it with great curiosity and was immediately dumbfounded. How can this level be so high? Isn't Yi Fan just a few months younger than me? How does this brushwork feel like that of someone decades older? He had originally thought that Yi Fan's writing would be good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. It was comparable to the levels of Yi Jinghong and his grandfather. "Yi Fan, is this really your writing?" He asked the same question as his grandfather. Yi Fan smiled without speaking, walked to Lu Onfeng's desk, and wrote a single character, "Quiet." Lu Onfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed true. Why was the gap between them so vast? Chapter 83. Invincible Skills Subscription Request for Monthly Ticket. When Yi Fan left, Lu Onfeng felt a bit lost. Today felt like a roller coaster ride for him, going up and down. And all of this was caused by Yi Fan. But he couldn't get angry. Instead, he had to respectfully say thank you. Although Yi Fan had only been there for a little over 2 hours, the impact he had on Lu Onfeng was indeed lifelong. In the evening, during dinner, Yi Fan went to the study to call Yi Shiling. "Shiling, come down for dinner." Although Yi Fan didn't want to disturb Yi Shiling at that moment, he had no choice. She had only eaten a little in the morning and hadn't left the study all day, only moving when she went to the bathroom. Wait, let me remember this grammar point. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. It was probably the first time Yi Shiling was so engrossed in her studies. "All right, hurry up. I'm waiting for you at the door." When Yi Shiling came out of the study and saw Yi Fan, she joyfully took his hand and said, "Yi Fan Gidge, do you know how seriously I studied today? I wasn't even this serious during the college entrance examination." Yi Fan smiled and thought, as the instigator, "How can I not know?" But he couldn't say that, so he put on a surprised expression and said, "I just heard Aunt Zhang say you didn't even eat lunch today. Did you really study all day in the study?" "Of course," Yi Shiling proudly replied. "I feel like I studied really well today. Not only do I want to learn, but my memory is also good and my brain is working fast." "No, I think the main reason is that you want to learn, which is why you feel your study efficiency is particularly good today." "I want to learn?" Yi Shiling questioned herself. Maybe that's true. If I could feel like this every day, I think I would really fall in love with studying. Yi Shiling beamed with a bright smile. "Then let's keep it up." Yi Fan nodded with a smile. In fact, he didn't know how long this effect would last. But no matter how long, it was a gain. In the elevator, Yi Shiling's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smiled and said, "Yi Fan Gidge, if I do well on this exam, can you reward me?" "Reward?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "What kind of reward do you want? Does that mean you've agreed?" Yi Shiling laughed. "You can't go back on your word. How did I agree to that?" Yi Fan was taken aback. "I just asked what reward you want, and I'll decide accordingly." "I don't care. You have to give me a reward." "Ooh." Yi Shiling pouted playfully. Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. It's true that the saying the woman who acts spoiled lives the best life has some merit. Seeing Yi Shirling acting so spoiled really melted his heart. You have to tell me first. Otherwise, if you ask me to go to the sky and pluck the moon as a reward, I definitely can't do that. Woo. Yi Shirling frowned in thought. Yifan sighed. After all this time, you still haven't thought of anything? I got it. Yi Shirling suddenly seemed to have an idea. Next time, take me to the movies. Next time? Yifan smiled. There's something I haven't told you. After the exams, I might have to go to the United States. Yi Shirling's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Going to the United States? What for? Traveling? I want to go with you. Wherever I go doesn't matter. As long as I can stay by Yifan Gij's side, I'm very happy. Yifan briefly explained the matter that his elder sister had entrusted to him. Menina? Fake boyfriend? Yifan Gij, how can you agree to this request from your sister? Just being handsome isn't meant to be used like this. Can't you send someone else? Because Yifan had accompanied her in gaming that time, she completely forgot that her elder sister had talked to Yifan. It was also because she forgot to ask at that time that she only found out now. Haha, don't be distressed. The higher the looks, the greater the responsibility. I'm doing this for the family, and this is actually a good opportunity. Sensing Yi Shirling's worries, Yifan continued, besides, that Menina isn't interested in men. I'll be back in a month at most, and then we can go to the movies together. But Yi Shirling frowned in worry. She was very concerned that Menina might really develop feelings for Yifan. After all, Yifan's looks were too high. Even if Menina was crooked, she could probably straighten out. Moreover, from what Yifan said, that Menina was also very pretty. If Yifan accidentally fell for that woman, what would she do? Just when she saw the light of hope, another competitor appeared. At this moment, Yi Shirling felt very anxious, even more than when her period came. Can I go with you, Yifan Gij? I happen to want to travel to the United States as well. Yifan could easily guess her little thoughts. He patted her hair and said, it definitely won't work to go together. I doubt my sister would allow it. Ding dong. The elevator door opened just then. Yifan's words happened to be overheard. Yi Yan looked up in confusion. What can I allow? I want to go to the United States with Yifan Gij. Big sister, you agree, right? Yi Shirling rushed over, ignoring her sister's authority, and acted spoiled. Yi Yan's originally easygoing expression turned serious in an instant. No way. Even if it's acting, you need to get into character. How can I take you along? But I'm not causing trouble. Yi Shirling poted. This isn't about whether you're causing trouble or not. If Xiaofan and Menina are really in a relationship, then it's fine for you to go. After all, you are his sister. But this is fake. It's just a formality. If you go, Miss Menina might think it's real, and she might not cooperate with us. Hearing that Yifan and Menina had to be in a real relationship for her to go, Yi Shirling furrowed her brows tightly, but said nothing. How could she want that to become real? Tuesday, in the early morning, Yifan, who had just gone to the bathroom, entered the sign-in interface. Sign-in successful. Sign-in reward. I bet your gun has no bullets in it. When the host fully states this phrase, the target's gun will have no bullets. Applicable for single or multiple targets. Seeing this sign-in reward, Yifan almost couldn't hold it in. His expression was strange, not knowing whether to laugh or to scold. System, are you worried that I might get shot when I go to the United States? Yifan couldn't help but laugh. As usual, the system did not respond to such questions. Yifan didn't actually dislike this skill. After all, this skill was simply a divine skill. In fact, because of this skill, there came a saying, as long as the enemy doesn't deploy nuclear weapons, we won't deploy in Shuangying. The main reason was that Yifan didn't expect this overused joke from his past life would actually become his skill. Moreover, this skill had no limit on the number of uses. After several sign-ins with the system, his close combat skills had become quite formidable. His speed was also incredibly fast. But no matter how fast he couldn't be faster than a bullet. And with this skill, as long as Yifan spoke quickly enough, he truly felt invincible. Chapter 84. The Tea-Selling Girl, Seeking Subscription and Monthly Tickets. After finishing breakfast, Yifan and Yi Shirling set off for school. In the car, Yi Shirling called out cheerfully, Brother Yifan. Just as Yifan was looking out at the scenery, he turned to her in confusion. What's wrong? Well, it's about the movie I mentioned yesterday. Since you're going to US tomorrow, how about we go watch a movie together after the exam? Yi Shirling said sweetly, her face turning a charming shade of red. Coupled with a beam of sunlight that suddenly illuminated her face, She looked so beautiful and pure. Yi Fan's gaze softened a little, and he chuckled. You really can't let this go, can you? Is it okay? Yi Shirling pouted. You have to promise, brother Yi Fan. With her soft, delicate hands clutching Yi Fan's large hand and shaking it, she looked both adorable and playful. All right, I promise, Yi Fan smiled back. Yay! Yi Shirling cheered, her smile particularly charming. The car drove smoothly, and Yi Fan was surprised to find that she had only pulled back on her hands, leaving the other still holding on to his. Feeling the warmth and firmness of her grip, he was sure that she hadn't just forgotten about her other hand. It was definitely intentional. If it weren't for the fact that pulling away her other hand would be too obvious and uncomfortable, she probably wouldn't have let go of either. Yi Fan found it amusing. This girl was getting bolder. He knew there was a driver in front. And this was just an ordinary BMW worth a little over $600,000, not a stretch limousine. The driver could clearly see the situation in the rearview mirror. Of course, drivers usually wouldn't steal glances backward, especially since they were trained bodyguards. But was she now bold enough to ignore his thoughts? To be honest, I'm still nominally your brother. Well, it seems there's nothing wrong with a sister holding her brother's hand, even in a normal sibling relationship. A brother wouldn't mind having such a beautiful sister holding his hand. From time to time, Yi Shirling would sneak glances at Yi Fan. When she noticed he was aware of her hand, her heart raced. If she really saw him as a brother, she wouldn't feel this nervous. But the problem was, she didn't see him as just a brother. He was her crush. The mindset was different, and what seemed like a normal sibling act felt like something entirely different to her. Excitement, tension, secret delight, exhilaration. In short, Yi Shirling's feelings were quite complicated at the moment. However, seeing that Yi Fan didn't pull his hand away, even though he noticed, she felt a wave of relief. This was her second attempt, and it seemed to be working well. But taking a step further would be harder, she thought, her mind racing. Though today was the final exam, many subjects had already been tested, so Yi Fan only needed to complete the standardized test today. After getting out of the car and entering the school, he decided to hang out in the dormitory for a bit since there was still some time before the exam. Senior Yi Fan, good morning. Good. Senior Yi Fan, good morning. Good. This must be the trouble of being handsome, walking down the street. He couldn't escape the greetings from those outgoing younger girls. To maintain his image and not come off as too arrogant, Yi Fan had to respond. Indeed, sometimes being too handsome was a burden. After walking for a while, Yi Fan arrived at the dormitory building. Hey guys, how's the review going? Yi Fan opened the dorm door with his key and peeked inside to see a few diligent youths reading. Brother Yi is here. Is Shun mocking us? The study losers? Still calm as ever, Yi Gongzi. He has clearly got it all together, and isn't the least bit flustered. After exchanging greetings, the three responded enthusiastically. They were all pretending, as if I didn't know that each of you is acting pitiful, saying you won't do well on the exams. And when the results come out, you'll all be well above passing. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed and teased, don't look so pitiful. I know you'll all pass with flying colors. The others laughed in response. They had come to realize that in this prestigious school, no one who claimed to be struggling academically could be trusted. Those who managed to get into a top school weren't fools. They were mostly just being modest. According to a certain unnamed handsome guy, this modesty was often developed during high school. At that moment, Zhao Lei's phone rang. He picked it up and, seeing the caller ID, smiled as he answered, darling. The other two in the dorm didn't react much, but Yi Fan was taken aback. He wanted to ask what was going on, but Zhao Lei had already walked out with the phone. Yi Fan could only ask in surprise. Is Lao Zhao in a relationship now? Lin Feng chuckled, yeah. Yi Fan was even more surprised. I haven't been at school for just one day. And such a major event has happened? He continued to probe. Is it a girl from our school? Upon hearing this, the two laughed. Yi Fan sensed something was off and guessed. A girl from another school? Stop guessing, Lao Xiaoyi said. Zhao Lei's darling is a girl he met online just a few days ago. Online dating? Yi Fan laughed. Lao Zhao moves fast. Just a few days and she is calling him. Xiaoyi replied, yeah. And she even sent him pictures. She is a pretty girl. Lin Feng added, she is pretty. But Zhao Gu said his online girlfriend is poor and can only make ends meet by selling tea. Tea selling girl? Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. He was still unsure if she was the kind of tea seller you find online who scams people. Lin Feng and Xiaoyi were taken aback. What's a tea-selling girl? Yifan didn't tea answer, but asked, has Lao Zhao been urging you to buy some tea lately? The two were even more surprised. Wow, Lao Yi, how did you know that? Didn't Tea Lao Zhao say he was afraid you'd get used to good tea, and didn't Tea want to mention it to you? Could it be that he told you? Chapter 85, The Lost Old Zhao. Seeking subscription and monthly tickets. The tea-selling girl is a type of scam prevalent online, typically portrayed as a woman using tea sales as a means to deceive and extract money. I wasn't quite sure before, but when I heard you say that Zhao Lei actually urged you to buy tea leaves together, I knew you were most likely scammed. You haven't bought any yet, right? Not yet. The two quickly shook their heads. That's good. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. At least the money hadn't been taken by the other party. A few minutes later, Zhao Lei returned to the dormitory, his face beaming with a smile. This made Yifan think of the saying, spring has arrived, and it's the mating season for animals again. Old Zhao, I heard you met a tea-selling online love interest? Zhao Lei's face turned red, and he scratched his head. I didn't expect you to know, old Yi. I never thought that one day Zhao Lei, would be confessed to by a girl. Yifan facepalmed upon hearing this. He became even more convinced that the other party was a scammer. Not to mention that old Zhao isn't exactly a chatty person. How could he possibly make someone pursue him? Moreover, old Zhao's appearance is quite ordinary. So it wouldn't make sense for a girl he had only chatted with for a few days to confess to him. Old Zhao, don't you find this a bit strange? Yifan guided him gently. Strange? How is it strange? Zhao Lei scratched his head. Think about it. Even in online relationships, once both parties clarify their relationship, wouldn't she ask for your photo? But I guess she hasn't even mentioned that. Has she? Zhao Lei was taken aback. It seems. She really hasn't. He hadn't noticed that before. Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had managed to calm Zhao Lei down a bit. In such matters, due to preconceived notions, you can't directly tell Zhao Lei that he's been scammed. Saying it outright would likely trigger a backlash in his personality, and the chances of him accepting it would be very low. He needed to realize the inconsistencies and unreasonable aspects himself. How did you guess this, old Yi? Old Zhao asked, puzzled. I recently came across a post online about tea-selling scams, and based on your situation, I made a rough guess. But judging by your reaction now, it's very likely that you've encountered such a tea-selling scammer. Yifan explained, his expression serious, which at least made Zhao Lei feel that he wasn't joking. Old Yi, are you saying I've been scammed? There's a strong possibility. No way. She hasn't scammed me for money yet, even if I want to buy tea leaves. It's because I pity her and volunteer to buy. Despite Yifan's gentle persuasion, Zhao Lei still felt he hadn't been scammed. Preconceived notions are indeed quite stubborn. It's simple. Yifan smiled slightly. Just ask her to send you the address and say you want to come pick it up in person. As for her saying it's unnecessary for you to come, just ignore that and keep insisting that you want to pick it up yourself. It would be best to ask her to send you a location. If she's really selling tea for her grandpa, after you insist repeatedly, she will definitely send you the location. But if it's fake, she definitely won't dare to send you the location and will probably block and delete you after getting annoyed. Looking at Zhao Lei's skeptical eyes, Yifan smiled wryly and continued. If your online love interest really isn't a scammer, I'll buy all her tea leaves directly. Zhao Lei's mouth dropped open in surprise. All of them? Lin Feng and Xia Yu also looked shocked. It took them a moment to recover. Lin Feng, Brother Yi is amazing. Xia Yu, that's impressive. This is the power of evil money. I also want to be corrupted by this power. Zhao Lei said, Old Yi, you're not joking, right? Just casually saying you'll buy all of them is too extravagant. Yifan smiled lightly. Joking? I can unhesitatingly lend a phone over 500,000 for medical expenses. And you still think I'm joking? What a joke. The pocket money that Yi Tianhong initially gave him, plus the winnings from the lottery he won later, now added up to over 20 million in his bank account. Buying the entire tea garden would be a piece of cake. Zhao Lei smacked his lips. No. What I meant was, it's not worth it. At this point, he had already believed 9 out of 10 of Yifan's words, with the last 1% still clinging to a slim hope of what if. After all, he hadn't even had his first love yet. His heart was eager. Following Yifan's earlier suggestion, Zhao Lei persistently asked the tea-selling girl for the address. At this moment, Zhao Lei was desperately hoping that this online love interest would reveal an address, as this would at least prove that his first love wasn't tea given in vain. Moreover, he could help her. However, in the end, all his fervent hopes went to waste. Initially, the tea-selling girl would reply that it was unnecessary for Zhao Lei to come. She could just send it via express delivery. But seeing Zhao Lei insist on coming to pick it up himself, she got annoyed and soon blocked him. Looking at the screen, displaying you are no longer friends with the other party, message failed to send, Zhao Lei cursed. Damn it, she actually blocked me. She wouldn't even let me pick up the goods. She must be a fraud. Damn scammer. She took advantage of my feelings. Zhao Lei sat on the stool, head down, pulling his hair, feeling utterly defeated. This tea-selling girl not only made him lose face in front of his roommates, but, more importantly, she took advantage of his feelings. Furthermore, just thinking about how, without Yi Fan's intervention, his roommates might have lost money made his heart feel even worse. Yi Fan patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder, comforting him. Learn from this experience. Consider it a lesson learned, a lesson bought with feelings. So what should we do now? Should we report it to the police? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Reporting it seems useless, right? She hasn't scammed me for money. Xiaoyu also commented. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before saying, let's report it anyway. If the police can really find something out, it would be a good deed. After finishing the exam in the morning, Yi Fan took a short nap in the dormitory at noon. Taking exams can be quite mentally exhausting. It's not that the questions were too difficult, but rather too simple. He finished writing too quickly. This left him with nothing to do for the rest of the time. And since he couldn't go out, he could only check repeatedly, and after checking, he would either zone out or overthink. This might be one of the troubles of being a top student. The afternoon exam was also passed easily. Since he had promised Yi Shirling to accompany her to watch a movie, he didn't have dinner with his roommates, but contacted Yi Shirling directly. Hello, Shirling. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I just finished the exam not long ago, and I was thinking of calling you to say we could eat together. Huh. What a coincidence. I was looking for you to eat too. Brother Yi Fan, I know a restaurant with pretty good food. How about we go there? Where? East Lake Restaurant. Chapter 86 Donghu Restaurant. Seeking subscription for monthly tickets. Donghu Restaurant is one of the well-known high-end restaurants in Shanghai. Located on the rooftop of No. 3 Bund. It not only offers a beautiful view of the Bund, but also features understated and romantic decor, earning it the title of one of the most romantic scenic restaurants, especially suitable for couples on dates. Moreover, Donghu Restaurant specializes in Chinese cuisine. It is said that the owner of this restaurant spent a fortune hiring a master chef whose family has been in the imperial kitchen for generations, capable of creating many authentic and delicious imperial dishes. Yi Fan had only heard of its fame by browsing related posts online. Unexpectedly, today, Yi Shirling suggested going there for dinner, which piqued Yi Fan's curiosity. Upon arriving, the two got out of the car and took the elevator up. When the elevator doors opened, Yi Shirling took Yi Fan's hand and walked out, and Yi Fan was instantly amazed by the sight before him. The floor was covered with colorful rose petals, which not only looked beautiful, but also filled the air with a fragrant aroma, creating a very artistic atmosphere. Yi Shirling explained that to prevent the petals from being trampled and affecting the aesthetics, as well as sticking to customers' shoes, the petals on the carpet were soaked in a special solution and were replaced every 12 hours. Hearing Yi Shirling's explanation, Yi Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. No wonder it was praised as one of the most romantic restaurants, with rose petals covering the floor as soon as you entered. Although it was a high-end restaurant with expensive prices, Yi Fan noticed that there were only a few vacant seats in the restaurant, indicating that business was thriving. Shirling, where should we sit? Yi Fan asked. That window side table. I had reserved it in advance. Yi Shirling smiled sweetly, pointing to a table with a great view by the window. Yi Fan was taken aback. He had been wondering why that prime spot was unoccupied, only to find out it had already been reserved by his sister Shirling. Noticing Yi Fan's dazed expression, Yi Shirling brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and explained with a smile, you need to make a reservation in advance to dine at Donghu Restaurant. All right. Yi Fan immediately smiled, playfully ruffling Yi Shirling's hair. So you had it all planned out. Yi Shirling's face turned red as she shyly replied. It's not like I was plotting. I just wanted to have a meal with you, Yi Fan giggled. Then she added mischievously, are you saying you don't want to have dinner with me here? Yi Fan took Yi Shirling's hand and said while walking, haha, you little rascal. I was just joking with you. Not long after they sat down, a beautiful and elegant female server approached them respectfully and asked, Sir, miss, may I take your order? Yi Shirling picked up the menu on the table and handed it to Yi Fan, saying, Yi Fan Gidge, you choose first. Yi Fan returned the menu, saying, This is my first time here. I don't know what to order, but you seem like a regular here, so you can order. I'm not picky. I can eat anything. While Yi Fan was speaking, the beautiful server secretly glanced at him and couldn't help but admire inwardly from a distance. I thought this handsome guy was really good looking, but coming closer, he is even more handsome, simply flawless from every angle. Plus, judging by his attire and demeanor, he must be a rich second-generation heir. Being chosen by someone like him, even if I were to be a mistress, I would probably be very happy. Unfortunately, with such a stunning beauty like Yi Shirling by his side, she probably wouldn't even glance my way. Can he eat anything? Yi Shirling simile budosomet, feeling like he was easy to please. Then I want to be polite and will order. She ordered Jingwei lobster, clear soup yinkai, braised shark fin, fresh abalone, sweet and sour ribs, soy sauce beef. And some appetizers and desserts. She added soy sauce cucumbers, steamed white jade Buddha's hand, osmanthus sweet lotus root, walnut sweet cheese. That's it. Oh, don't forget the boiled cabbage I reserved in advance. Okay, please wait a moment. The server noted everything down and turned to leave. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked at Yi Shirling with amusement. You still say you didn't plan this out. You even ordered a dish in advance. Boiled cabbage is a famous dish. Although its name is simple, the process is quite complex, especially since he had just glanced at the menu, which stated, This dish requires a 2-day advance reservation. Yi Shirling's face turned red, and for a moment, she couldn't find a retort, so she just looked at Yi Fan with her beautiful big eyes. Yi Fan conceded, waving his hand, Forget it, I won't say anything more. It's my fault. With such a pair of sparkling, gentle eyes staring at him, any man would surely yield. Before long, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Since the boiled cabbage was pre-ordered, it was the first dish served. At that moment, a man and woman walked into the corridor. The man was chubby, with a face full of flesh, but judging by his clothing and the Rolex on his wrist, he was definitely a successful person. After all, if he weren't a successful person, he wouldn't be dining at Donggu restaurant. The woman accompanying him was also a beauty, with a score of about 80, but her heavy makeup gave her a somewhat vulgar appearance. Hey Donggu, how come there are people ordering a small bowl of cabbage in a restaurant like this? The woman spoke softly, whispering to her companion. However, with Yi Fan's enhanced hearing, he caught her words but didn't pay much attention. After all, she wasn't intentionally mocking him. She was merely expressing her curiosity to the man beside her. Donggu glanced at Yi Fan's table and was instantly attracted by Yi Shirling's beauty, while also surprised by Yi Fan's good looks. For some reason, a sense of inferiority surged within him. Since he became a boss, it was the first time he felt this way inside. People who can dine here are naturally not ordinary, and judging by Yi Fan's attire and demeanor, he seemed even more exceptional. With looks and wealth, how could this make Donggu feel anything but inferior? He patiently replied, Don't underestimate that bowl of cabbage. It's a national banquet dish that not only requires advance reservations, but is also quite expensive. How expensive can it be? At least enough to buy an LV bag. So expensive. An LV bag can easily cost thousands, with some going for tens of thousands, which startled the woman. At that moment, the heavily made-up woman suddenly realized who Yi Fan was. Wasn't he the viral sensation online, the property certificate guy? He was hailed as the most handsome landlord on the internet. Thinking of all the property certificates in Binhai Garden, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, secretly calculating in her heart.